Chapter 251, Fight. As Yue Zhong was at loggerheads with the powers of Sy County, Yue Zhong's side had always been at a disadvantage. He brought along a few people and the survivor camp was able to still accept it. Of course, if he were to bring an entire battalion along, it would not sit well with the survivor camp. As Yue Zhong and his team were clearing the checkpoint, a bespectacled man with a scholarly aura stepped up to greet them. "Hello, I am Fan Ming, the appointed secretary of Mayor 1. You must be Commander Yue Zhong. You're really a hero, you know. With your age and ability, you managed to save 30,000 survivors, which is very commendable." Lu Ning looked at Fan Ming's behavior and frowned, as a foreboding feeling rose up in her heart. Yue Zhong glanced at Fan Ming, before replying blandly, "How do you do, Secretary Fan? I am Yue Zhong. Is there something you need?" Fan Ming smiled lightly. "Commander Yue, Mayor 1 would like to have a meeting with you. Please come with me." Right at this time, a young man with a slightly skinnier build, darker skin, aged about 27 to 28 and sporting a calm air walked over with a kind expression before he spoke. "Hello, Yue Zhong. I am Secretary General Peng's assistant, Wei Jueguang. Secretary General Peng has extended his invitation to you. Please come along with me. I have already prepared a car for you." A luxurious Rolls-Royce drove up to Yue Zhong's side, purring quietly at an idle. From within the car, an extremely attractive woman stepped out. She was clothed in proper office wear, attractive black stockings that seemed to accentuate her long, slim legs, hair that fluttered lightly in the wind and vibrant, purple lipstick. It was nearly enough that one could not take one's eyes off of her. The beauty that stepped out of the Rolls-Royce smiled sweetly at Yue Zhong. Such a scene with a pretty lady and luxurious car. It was quite eye-catching as surely intended. Fan Ming was displeased and spoke out, "Wei Jueguang, what's the meaning of this? I was the one to invite Commander Yue first. Once his meeting with Mayor 1 is done, it wouldn't be late for you to extend your invitation to Commander Yue." Wei Jueguang eyed Fan Ming icily and said, "Secretary General Peng is Sy County's party representative, and the honorable leader of our Sy County. After his meeting with Commander Yue has concluded, it wouldn't be too late for Mayor 1 to talk to him." The mayor of Sy County was called Wen Baogua, while the Secretary General was Peng Mingde. These two were longtime rivals, and each were in control of a huge portion of Sy County. Peng Mingde had single-handedly gained strength and support, forcing Wen Baogua to a corner. However, he had failed in disciplining his child well. It was precisely his son Peng Ji who had caused the problem with the evolver, leading to such a huge loss of food. After the incident with the arson, Peng Mingde had expended all his power to protect his only son Peng Ji. However, his influence and power in Sy County suffered as a result. Many people threw their votes in with the mayor Wen Baogua, which led to him rising in power again. Now that Wen Baogua had a say amongst the people of Sy County, his words often held a hint of suppressing Peng Mingde. Although extending an invitation to Yue Zhong was a small matter, both sides were unwilling to give in this time. In these current days, as long as one side revealed a moment of weakness, the other hungry wolves would pounce on the opportunity and rip their throats out. Mostly figuratively speaking, of course. Mostly. If initially, Yue Zhong had bowed towards Shen Shui's threats and pressure, the whole of Ningguang County might very well have ended up in her palms. Fan Ming eyed Wei Jueguang coldly as he laughed towards Yue Zhong. "Commander Yue, Mayor 1 has already prepared a feast to welcome you. There's even the celebrity Zhou Yanxue performing for you. Mayor 1 is absolutely sincere about making your acquaintance. Do consider coming with me." The celebrity Zhou Yanxue was a person of huge influence and following prior to the apocalypse. Every time she held a concert, be it in mainland China, Hong Kong, Macau, or even Taiwan, tickets would be swept up almost immediately. There were fans who were obsessed enough to queue for 2 days straight just to purchase a single ticket. To be able to watch the performance of such a huge star before the apocalypse was something incredible. Upon hearing Zhou Yanxue's name, Tong Xiaoyun's eyes lit up as she pulled on Yue Zhong's arms and pleaded, "Brother Yue, let's go to greet Mayor 1. I want to see Zhou Yanxue. I'm a huge fan." Although Tong Xiaoyun had, like everyone, witnessed many horrid and cruel things, when she's within safety, she could still be her innocent self. Now that she had a chance to catch her favorite idol, she was practically jumping up and down with excitement. Hearing Tong Xiaoyun's words, Fan Ming's eyes gleamed with smugness. While the live performance of a huge star like Zhou Yanxue might not hold much priority for people who struggled with food, to those without such problems, it was a luxury that was attractive. Wei Jueguang just lightly chuckled before saying, Commander Yu, as long as you will come with me now to Secretary General Peng, then this Xiao Shishir, a graduate from XX University of the Arts, will belong to you. The girl is considered to be her school's #1 flower, and of course the Rolls-Royce is included in the package deal. Tian, school flower, a term in Chinese popular in Taiwan, China, and even Singapore to describe the prettiest girl that most guys adore. Wei Jueguang had instantly proposed an incredibly practical and attractive offer. Xiao Shishir was a beauty with looks and demeanor not losing out to Gu Manzi. The Rolls-Royce was also a powerful sports car. Just to step on the pride of Wen Baogua, Peng Mingde was willing to invest much. After the apocalypse, without the supervision and scrutiny of the media, people with power or authority started to grow more daring and impudent with the exchange of girls and items as bribes or conditions, all without batting an eyelid. Seeing Fan Ming and Wei Jueguang openly engaging in a power struggle, Lu Ning frowned in displeasure, her expression cold as she spoke out, Fan Ming, Wei Jueguang, what is the meaning of this? Yue Zhong is a guest of my invitation. He is naturally coming with me. Fan Ming smiled at Lu Ning and said, Wherever Commander you would like to go is his freedom to choose. Miss Lu, dare I ask, who are you to Commander you? In what capacity are you making his decisions for him? Following the flow of time and being unable to accept orders from the central government, the officials and military had initially worked together in Sy County. However, due to the difference in power distribution, there was a rift between both parties. After all, power was a huge attraction to many regardless of gender, and anyone who possessed it found it hard to let go. Peng Mingde could protect that degenerate son of his who had committed such an atrocious act, was because he had the power. If he didn't, Peng Ji would have been shot dead countless times for his various misdeeds. Lu Ning turned to Yue Zhong and asked, Yue Zhong, where do you want to go? Yue Zhong lightly laughed and said, Let's head to Mayor Wen's place. I'm also interested in the idol Zhou Yanxue. Hearing Yue Zhong's choice, Lu Ning and Wei Jueguang's expressions turned cold. After recovering himself, Wei Jueguang continued smiling and said, Since that's the case, would Commander you have the time to meet with Secretary General Peng tomorrow? If there were normal people who dared to turn down Secretary General Peng's invitation, Wei Jueguang would have laughed coldly, before dealing with the person harshly, thus making his or her life difficult in Sy County. After the apocalypse, if a normal person had dared to anger or slight Secretary General Peng, Wei Jueguang could absolutely make sure the person would not live for another day. However, Yue Zhong wasn't someone normal. He had established his own bases of operations and commanded a troop of over 2,000 warriors, while keeping 30,000 people surviving with his various abilities. He was also a strong evolver all on his own. This figure of existence could not be offended, and Peng Mingde was unwilling to make an enemy out of him. Yue Zhong replied with courtesy, Of course I have the time. I also have high regards for Secretary General Peng. Then, I'll come pick you up at 9 a.m. tomorrow. I hope you have a great night. Wei Jueguang looked towards Yue Zhong and smiled, before getting back into the Rolls-Royce and leaving. Have an enjoyable evening. I shall return to the camp first. Lu Ning glanced at Yue Zhong before she boarded her vehicle and left as well. Fan Ming looked at the defeated Wei Jueguang, and Lu Ning leaving as he laughed and said to Yue Zhong, Please, this way. Under Fan Ming's guidance, Yue Zhong's team came to a villa compound that was decorated lavishly. How amazing! Brother Yuan, your strength is really great. Based on your ability, I think even Ningguang County's Yue Zhong is not your match. A clear female voice had just resounded across the villa's garden, and was heard by Yue Zhong's team. Yue Zhong looked towards the source of the voice, only to see a young lady of about 17 or 18 with extremely good looks dressed entirely in red. Her skin was a perfect snow-white color, both smooth and pure. She seemed to be staring with an adoring gaze at a man of about 26, 27 with dark skin, tall stature, and eyes that seemed to shine with a heroic aura. There were a total of 13 other young men and women surrounding the two of them, and right in front of the huge young male there was a sandbag that was lying on the ground in a battered state. Fan Ming immediately turned ashen as he pointed out her background. That is Mayor Wen's precious daughter, Wen Pei Shan. She's still young and doesn't know what she's talking about. If her words had offended you, please don't take it to heart. Yue Zhong's deeds in Ningguang County had naturally reached the ears of those higher-ups in Sy County. They were starting to pay attention to him, and in their eyes, he was a vicious and cruel warlord with no emotions who lusted after women. Fan Ming was worried that Yue Zhong would go against Wen Baogua just because of the words uttered by Wen Pei Shan. Yue Zhong glanced at the girl in red and the huge man before replying blandly, "Relax. I won't take offense." Yue Zhong had, after all, gone through many battles. With a good look, he could tell the young man did possess some abilities as well, but lacked the aura and temperament of a warrior that had been through life and death battles. Any of the warriors in Yue Zhong's elite force could wipe the floor with him. When Pei Shan had just seen Yue Zhong's entourage, and she brought along the group of young men and women as she walked over. "Uncle Fan, who are these people?" When the group of people came over, their gazes were drawn to the lady whose hair was tied in a ponytail and dressed in warrior's clothing. She had an extremely sexy figure, her skin blindingly white, her appearance peerless, and her aura extremely valiant. She was Ji Qinggu, Tian. The Ross spelt sexy figure wrongly, as Gan surnamed figure, which was pretty funny, and are pronounced the same way, but one refers to surname, one refers to sex. Chapter 0252 The Elite Battalion's Prowess. Translated by Kuan. Edited by the No One Fan, Ulamog Edition. Amongst the elite battalion warriors that Yue Zhong brought, everyone had eyes on Ji Qinggu. Be it her features, figure, or demeanor, all of it was extremely eye-catching. When compared to Yue Zhong, he didn't even seem worthy of a second look. The few other girls who could match Ji Qinggu in terms of her looks and figure were Guiyu and Shan Yao, who were staying behind at Qingyuan County handling governance and other matters. Yue Zhong was also in charge of the warriors hunting zombies and mutant beasts. She wanted to quickly shorten the gap in terms of enhancement between herself and Ji Qinggu, becoming even stronger and more worthy of Yue Zhong. Fan Ming hurriedly introduced them to Wen Pei Shan. "Pei Shan, let me introduce these people to you. This is Ningguang County's Yue Zhong, also known as Commander Yue." When Pei Shan looked at Yue Zhong and frowned, as she spoke with an undisguised arrogant tone. "So you are Yue Zhong? You don't look like much though. I heard you used some brutish methods to execute some people in Ningguang County after your takeover. Is this true?" The group of people behind Wen Pei Shan also stared coldly at Yue Zhong, wanting to see how he answered. Yue Zhong replied blandly, "Yes, it's true." Wen Pei Shan became furious immediately and said, "How could you be so cruel? What right did you have to do that? Even if those people were in the wrong, you could have taken care of them by law. What you did was despicable." Wen Pei Shan had always been under her father's protection and had not tasted the bitterness or harshness of life. She naturally did not know the blackness and cruelty of people's hearts in the outside world. Her naive thinking was still stuck in the pre-apocalyptic days, and she naturally felt Yue Zhong's actions were damnable, and he should be thrown in jail. The rest of the group, however, knew far better than Wen Pei Shan, and they did not dare step up to point at him. After all, this man in front of them was rumored to be a killing machine that did not bat his eyelids at slaughter. Yue Zhong glanced at the naive Wen Pei Shan before shaking his head at Fan Ming. Mayor Wen's ability at guiding his daughter is really subpar. In the current world, based on Wen Pei Shan's temperament, if she lost the protection of Wen Baogua, who knows? All that awaits her might be a pack of hungry wolves who wouldn't leave a single bit of her behind. Fan Ming couldn't help but blurt out, "Teaching the young is one of the hardest things in the world. Compared to the Pengs, Pei Shan is considered very good already. Even prior to the apocalypse, there were such cases aplenty. Those with power and affluence usually kept low-key, but their own sons and daughters were, on the other hand, arrogant and despotic, doing what they liked, an idiotic bunch in fact." Tian. Seems like the author really dislikes people of power. He used a strong Chinese term for idiots. When Baogua had brought his own daughter up to be caring and kind, which was a good thing before the apocalypse. But after such a drastic change of the world, this was dangerous. The moment when Baogua fell, his naive daughter wouldn't stand a chance of surviving at all. When Pei Shan saw that Yue Zhong had actually slighted her, and her face flushed red with anger, "Yue Zhong, I know you take pride in your own abilities and strength. That's why you're so arrogant about it. But as the saying goes, there are mountains beyond mountains, people above people. There are definitely people who are at least 10 times stronger than you. Do you dare take on Jiang Tao, my brother Jiang? If you lose, you surrender yourself to the authorities. Who knows, your punishment might be smaller." After those words from Wen Peishan, the big and burly man Jiang Tao beside her immediately took a step out, his eyes full of animosity as he looked at Yue Zhong. Jiang Tao was a naturally awakened strength-based evolver, and could be considered a true genius. Other than the status of an evolver before the apocalypse, he was also an expert in judo, being proficient in various judo wrestling skills, and was extremely good in melee combat. That was why he dared step forward to test Yue Zhong. "Let me." Right at this time, amongst Yue Zhong's troops, the lowly Yao Yao jumped out, her huge eyes staring at the burly man like a small cheetah eyeing its prey. Yao Yao was, after all, a naturally awakened agility-based evolver, a genius amongst genii. She didn't like to study culture and normal knowledge. Instead, she spent her time frequently polishing her knife skills, learning about combat, weapons, shooting, driving, and various other wartime information. Although she had not yet joined the special forces, she wasn't behind them in terms of various combat abilities. She even joined in on the efforts to clear the passage between Ningguang County and Qingyuan County, and her own kill count of zombies were numerous, while at the same time, she had already reached level 28 as an enhancer. Her strength could be comparable to Ji Qinggu. Jiang Tao looked at Yao Yao, as he frowned and spoke in a deep voice to Yue Zhong. "Yue Zhong, you dare to hide behind a girl's back? That's really shameless of you." To Jiang Tao, even if he beat Yao Yao this lowly, it wasn't something to be proud of. Instead, it would feel like he was bullying the weak. Yao Yao was immediately enraged by Jiang Tao's words, and she activated her shadow step skill, her agility instantly soaring to around 140, which was much faster than a normal person. Even faster, in fact, than Yue Zhong's own agility. "You're dead." Before Jiang Tao even knew what was going on, Yao Yao had appeared behind his back. She already had a sharp Tang replica sword held at his neck, prickling a small wound, blood sluggishly trickling down it. Everyone present was instantly shocked by Yao Yao's specter-like speed. It was the first time they saw an enhancer with such a sickeningly fast speed. Jiang Tao simply had no way of reacting to that and was controlled instantly. If it was a real battle, he would have already died without knowing what hit him. After Jiang Tao was held in place by Yao Yao's Tang replica sword, his entire back broke out in cold sweat, his knees shaking, and he didn't dare make a move. He could feel the cold steel and its sharpness, as long as Yao Yao lightly slashed. His limitless future potential as an evolver would come to an end here. Yue Zhong frowned, as he stepped forward and raised his hands to catch Yao Yao. Yao Yao's strength had increased by a scary amount, and wasn't the little level 1 evolver that relied on Yue Zhong. When she activated her speed, her agility was truly beyond that of Yue Zhong. Seeing that Yue Zhong was about to grab her, she immediately retreated swiftly, shooting towards one side like a cheetah. Yue Zhong glared at Yao Yao, before activating his art of fierce skill, and a huge baleful and oppressive aura locked onto Yao Yao, giving her a shock. She quickly fell weakly like a little kitten into Yue Zhong's arms. Yue Zhong looked at the rebellious little lowly, saying, "Who gave you permission to act?" Yao Yao just pouted, as she twisted her head to the side, showing an expression of a stubborn pig that wasn't afraid of boiling water, and ignored Yue Zhong. "I'll deal with you later." Yue Zhong was absolutely driven up the wall by this little lady Yao Yao. Within his establishment, few people dared to be disrespectful to him, and only this willful Yao Yao could get on his nerves. Yao Yao was extremely cute, and also she was capable. Within the base, she got on well with everybody and most people liked her. Furthermore, she was backed by Ji Qinggu. As long as she didn't do something that was too infuriating, Yue Zhong also couldn't bear to discipline her too harshly. Seeing the little lowly Yao Yao who had defeated Jiang Tao so easily simply being captured by Yue Zhong without breaking a sweat. Other than those on Yue Zhong's side, everyone's eyes went wide. At this time, another elite warrior with a slightly slimmer build walked out from Yue Zhong's side. While taking an indifferent look at Zhang Tao, he spoke. Zhang Tao, I'm Xuanhuan. I am considered the weakest amongst the elite battalion. Allow me to take you up on that challenge. By this time, Zhang Tao had lost all confidence of challenging Yue Zhong. Ha! Even facing Song, one of the elite troops, caused him to be wary and assume a serious expression as he replied with a yes. Song did not say anything further. With a single step, he flew forward and his eyes flashed with an incredibly brutal gleam, as though he was a beast that caught sight of a prey, rushing towards Zhang Tao. Zhang Tao also raised his hands and reached out to grab Song-wen's clothes. As long as he could get a grab, he could then give him a good throw. Song-wen suddenly came to a stop, before lashing out with a kick towards Zhang Tao's abdomen without mercy, sending Zhang Tao flying somewhere between 5-6 m. Although Zhang Tao wasn't weak, he possessed little to no experience in actual combat, and could not compare with the troops trained by Yue Zhong. They who had been through countless battles and training versus him, he was naturally defeated easily. When Pei Shan and the rest of the youths looked at Zhang Tao grabbing his stomach, rolling on the ground, groaning in pain, their eyes flashed again with shock. They had thought that Zhang Tao, being an evolver that could disintegrate a punching bag with a punch, was way beyond the overtalked Yue Zhong of rumors. Who knew that Zhang Tao could not even contend against a single warrior from Yue Zhong's troop, causing them to feel devastated. Please come in. Fan Ming's eyes flashed with admiration as he led Yue Zhong and his team into the inner area of the villa. It wasn't time for the feast yet, hence he wanted to show them to their arranged resting quarters. Yue Zhong also didn't give any further attention towards when Pei Shan and the rest of the youths as he entered the villa. Ji Qingguo and the rest were quickly assigned their resting areas, while Yue Zhong was led by Fan Ming towards a meeting room. In the meeting room, a dignified and handsome man, with an aura of prestige, sat on the sofa. There were even documents placed on the glass table in front of him. This middle-aged man must be one of the two heads of Sy County, Mayor Wen Baogua. Please sit. Upon seeing Yue Zhong enter, Wen Baogua did not engage in any nonsense and immediately gestured for Yue Zhong to take a seat. After taking a look at Yue Zhong, Wen Baogua immediately started the conversation. How do you do? I am Sy County's Mayor Wen Baogua. Yue Zhong, would you be interested in coming over to Sy County to help me? As long as you're willing, I am willing to let you hold a post of a Special Forces Battalion commander. All the people under you will be through your own selection. Assigning tasks and jobs are also your own responsibility. As long as you report what they do after each mission, it'll be enough for me. Wen Baogua had immediately proposed an attractive offer. This allowed him to retain his own forces, act on his own, and in short, gave him a position of power within Sy County without giving up his trained troops. Yue Zhong just smiled lightly and immediately rejected the offer. Mayor 1, I have no interest in expanding to Sy County. Let's forget about this matter. Yue Zhong was enjoying his life as the leader of his own establishments. He was supporting 30,000 survivors, and wasn't a single survivor on his own anymore. He wasn't willing to throw in with anyone and submit to their wishes and regulations. Chapter 0253 Discussion. Translated by Kuan. Edited by Alamog, the No One Fan Edition. The Chinese were by nature people of orthodox means. Even in history, characters like Song Jiang and Zheng Zhilong, who were outlaws of their times, had made use of the opportunity to receive political amnesty. When Baogua had extended this means and absorbed a number of small powers around him, and this was the reason why he successfully rose in strength enough to be able to contend with Peng Mingda. https://en. wikipedia.org/wiki/song_jiang. https://en. wikipedia.org/wiki/zhang_zhilong. Seeing that Yue Zhong had turned him down, Wen Baogua did not have too big a reaction. He simply smiled and said, Since you're uninterested, it's fine. Yue Zhong, I would like to purchase 5,000 tons of rations from you, and I want to use 5,000 tons of steel to exchange with you. After the apocalypse, steel was an extremely useful resource as well. It could be used to manufacture blades, spears, arrows, steel barbed wires, steel lines, etc. that were helpful in the fight against zombies. 5,000 tons of steel was, after all, not a small sum. Yue Zhong Big Stone Town had a small steel factory as well. However, the small steel factory was limited by resources. Its maximum output was about 6,000 tons before it had to stop production. It wasn't like the days of before, where one could purchase raw materials easily. However, humankind could triumph over every other species and become dominant was because humans were resourceful and intelligent. Those vehicles that could not be operated due to fuel issues were stripped down on orders from Guoyu. The important parts were kept well, while the rest of the steel were sent back to be melted down. That was why Yue Zhong wasn't in sore need of steel at the moment. Without batting an eye, Yue Zhong replied, "I can sell 5,000 tons of food to you, but I will require the survivor coins, system equipment, ammunition, mechanical lathe, cotton, sulfuric acid, and some other resources." The God and Devil system was the source of all enhancements, so with its equipment, Yue Zhong could quickly raise an entire army of enhancers. While the enhancer army might not be invincible, they were at least of a better physique compared to normal people and could tolerate/undergo tougher training. This would in turn lead to being better and stronger soldiers. When Baoguo looked at Yue Zhong, his eyes narrowed. He could tell that this young man in front of him was formidable in many aspects other than war indeed. When the county's enhancers killed the zombies and mutant beasts with the system equipment, they of course managed to gain some survivor currency. It was just that there were no newbie villages. So obviously the survivor currency was considered useless. When Baoguo possessed over 15,000 of them, yet could find absolutely no use for it. Yue Zhong shook his head. 1 point of survivor currency for 2 kilograms of rations. This time I brought along 5,000 tons of food intending to conduct a trade here in Sy County. Regardless of who the person is, as long as they are able to offer a price to my liking, I will sell to that person. I will only sell 5,000 tons though because I don't have any more. Rations were currently the most sought-after resource. After opening 2 huge granaries, and the constant scouring, he only managed to scrape together about 17,000 tons of food. He was willing to take out 5,000 tons for an exchange, and this was already the largest consensus he could arrive at. He would not easily sell off his food. Previously, because he had to quell the insurgency, he hurriedly agreed to exchange 3,000 tons of rations for 300 jin of gold. Coupled with the fact that his strength wasn't sufficient then, he had chosen this option. Now that he gained control of his 2 established counties and had the total strength of 7 battalions of soldiers, his strength was vastly different. Naturally, his threshold had risen as well, and he could be firmer with his words. Be it before or after the apocalypse, the world had always worked on the fact that people with power would usually be tougher to deal with. Regardless of international relations or the relationship between 2 major powers, it was the unspoken general rule that most adhered to. The reason why Yue Zhong had only brought 5,000 tons to exchange was mostly due to the fact that he wasn't willing to part with his precious rations. At the same time, he harbored ill intents, and wanted to see the major powers in Sy County break up in an internal struggle for the food. When Baoguo looked at Yue Zhong and smiled lightly, "All these administrative matters, let's have the subordinates handle them. This time I've invited you here to see the kind of person and hero that had saved countless survivors from the mouths of the zombies and mutant beasts. After seeing you, you are indeed, as the rumors say, and a lot more. Of this 5,000 tons, I hope to gain at least 1,000 tons of it." When Baoguo wasn't a negotiator, although he did have people who were good in it under him. As long as he embarked on the first step, the actual negotiations could be left to his subordinates. Yue Zhong also expressed an extremely warm smile but remained vehemently firm and said, "I'm willing to send you a gift of 1 ton of food as a sign of our friendship. At the same time, as long as you are able to present items that we need, the entire 5,000 tons of food can be sold to you with no problems." When Baoguo saw that Yue Zhong was extremely close to his advances, and did not pursue the matter, instead he smiled and said, "Since you have come from afar, why don't you go get some rest? We'll leave this matter for another time. Hopefully you'll enjoy yourself tonight. Farewell." Yue Zhong gave Wen Baoguo a smile, before rising and left. After Yue Zhong left, Wen Baoguo closed his eyes in thought, as he picked up a stack of documents and pored over them carefully. The documents contained information on Yue Zhong. Sy County was, after all, an official governing body. They had long sent someone to enter Yue Zhong's establishment and had been receiving information on him. As the leader of such an establishment, Yue Zhong was an important character and all sorts of intelligence had been pouring into Sy County. What a pity! We already missed the best chance to contain him? When Baogua looked through the report and saw that Yue Zhong had brought his men to Qingyuan County originally, only to be turned away by the Ice King, he sighed once again. This was the crucial turning point for Yue Zhong's actions. Prior to this, if Chen Jianfeng had sincerely made use of his position to welcome Yue Zhong, who knows, Yue Zhong might have long ago become a powerhouse for Qingyuan County. However, he had been forced out and established his own base. Thereafter, there would definitely be no chance to offer him political amnesty. Of course, he wouldn't want it anyway. Soon night fell, and a number of well-dressed aristocrats came trickling into the villa. At the location of the banquet, countless crystal lamps illuminated the huge hall, while the dignified-looking men and women proceeded to mingle around with red wine in their hands as they discussed the news in the city. A number of suave waiters and beautiful waitresses were walking around serving people. On the sides of the banquet hall there were 2 long tables of food from all sorts of places, plates of seafood, mutated vegetables, and even meat from mutant beasts all laid out in full view. It gave the distinct impression that there was no apocalypse to worry about. Right at this time, a group of people wearing a variety of military uniforms, evening dresses, suits, white shirts, and even jeans walked into the hall with big strides. What a bunch of ignorant country bumpkins! These shoddily dressed people aroused the attention of the countless nobles hanging around, whose eyes all flashed with disdain. This group of people receiving the cold stares was precisely Yue Zhong and his people. Amongst Yue Zhong's special forces, their backgrounds were all complicated. There was even someone like Ji Qinggu who received a refined upbringing, yet she still did things her way. There was also Tong Xiaoyun from a common family background. There was the lowly Yao Yao who seemed to prefer nothing else but military wear and jeans. There were even 2 people who were farmers prior to the apocalypse, and were upstarts themselves. This motley crew of mavericks had actually come together into Yue Zhong's special forces. The Special Operations Battalion only wore proper uniforms during times of mission and objectives, otherwise, they would dress in whatever they liked. As they were the strongest of Yue Zhong's troops, they had a certain pride and character. What a feast! A number of the Special Operations warriors took one look at the various delicacies laid out and their eyes lit up, before rushing forward like hungry wolves. Although the Special Operation Battalion received one of the best treatments amongst Yue Zhong's troops, chances to eat their fill at such events were rare. During times of the apocalypse, there was hardly a time when a soldier could just set his mind to eat such delicious foods without worrying about anything else. When those warriors made their moves, the rest of the Special Operation warriors did not linger beside Yue Zhong. They individually headed towards their favorite food and grabbed it before stuffing their faces, looking like a bunch of hungry ghosts. Yao Yao had activated her agility, and within the blink of an eye, she actually collected 3 plates of cakes, 4 fishes, and 2 fat crabs within her arms. Just as quickly, she started swallowing the cakes nearly whole. The whole while she was maintaining a vigilant stare at the rest of the Special Operations warriors as though she was a cheetah protecting her own meal. Other than Gu Zhixing, Ji Qinggu, Bai He and a few other Special Forces members, the majority of them had already rushed up and were snatching the good stuff while shoveling food into their faces. This time, I've lost all face. Yue Zhong looked at his men who were acting like hungry ghosts, as he sighed. Shaking his head, he walked over and directly grabbed a plate of cake and started relishing it. With regards to his special forces, as long as their leashes stayed on during important times, Yue Zhong didn't want to control them too much. The countless nobles looked on as the warriors Yue Zhong brought started to clear the food like hungry wolves. Their eyes were turning red as the amount of food dwindled at the speed of a tornado. This was, after all, a time of trouble. The people who were able to host such a lavish banquet were only Wen Baogua, Peng Mingde, and maybe the army itself. Even Wen Baogua, who was the second strongest power in Sy County, could only host such a party at most once or twice a month, and it was already impressive. Most other parties had no means of organizing such a party, nor could they afford to be so extravagant with their food. The difference was that even all these distinguished guests had attended the banquet with the intention of having a great feast as well. However, because they valued their face and pride, they all put on a refined and well-mannered front. They were even only taking bits and pieces at times to show their culture. How could you guys be like this? Isn't this too uncouth? When Pei Shan arrived in front of Yue Zhong, she was bedecked in a red dress with a plunging neckline, various jewelry, and even wearing a pink headband. She looked extremely gorgeous, yet was annoyed at Yue Zhong and his troops' behavior. Open your mouth. Yue Zhong had just cut out a slice of cake, and was using a fork to feed it to Tong Xiaoyun, as he smiled. Tong Xiaoyun's face was currently flushed, and she wolfed it down in a single bite. The flavor exploded and her taste buds were overpowered by the sweetness. How are we unbecoming? Miss Wen. Yue Zhong was in a good mood, and just turned his head to question Wen Pei Shan. He turned only to find that there were 6 people by her side. Of these 6, 4 looked pretty ordinary while the 2 others were extreme beauties. One of them had a doll face, a petite figure, and her skin was extremely fair. These gave her a cute vibe overall, coupled with a stunning clear gaze. The other beauty had a voluptuous figure, her skin also fair, yet her expression seemed as though she wanted to rebel. When Pei Shan replied angrily, "With the way you guys are eating, all the food will be eaten and there will be none for the guests." Yue Zhong glanced at Wen Pei Shan before saying indifferently, "This is a banquet after all. Everyone should help themselves. What are we doing wrong by eating our fill? If they want to eat, just go ahead and take it. If the food is not enough, and they didn't eat their fill, then it's the host's fault for not preparing enough. You're shameless." When Pei Shan was furious and her face flushed red. She had never come across such a shameless person before. A guest who went into someone else's banquet and dared to eat without restraint, while criticizing the host for not having ample preparations. Right at this time, a suave gentleman in a suit and holding a glass of wine walked over, looking at Yue Zhong with an extremely haughty expression and saying coldly, "Where are you from, you country bumpkin? This is not a place for people like you without etiquette. Get out." When Pei Shan took a look at the handsome gentleman whose background was influential, and she frowned. This young man was called Lu Chengwang, and he was the 2nd young master of the Lu family in Sy County. He was also well known for being arrogant and despotic. He was currently chasing her without restraints, and had obviously come over to make a scene and to show himself. Behind Lu Chengwang were a few other young men who were respective young masters of their own household. They looked at Yue Zhong, their faces filled with ridicule. They wanted to join up and humiliate Yue Zhong thoroughly, just because he had a few beauties by his side and was currently infuriating the princess of Sy County. The 2 beauties next to Wen Pei Shan also locked their gazes on Yue Zhong, wanting to see how he was going to handle the situation. Yue Zhong coldly gazed at Lu Chengwang and spoke, "Kneel." Lu Chengwang heard those words, and his eyes flashed with an icy gleam as he reached out to slap Yue Zhong. "Kneel? Your words are sure big. You dare to make me kneel. Seems like if I don't teach you a lesson, you won't know the difference between I, your master, and you." Chapter 0254, I Am Yue Zhong. Translated by Kuan. Edited by Alamog, the No One Fan edition. Lu Chengwang had just raised his hands, when Chengyu, who was standing beside Yue Zhong, shot forward like an arrow, raising his own hand and grabbed Lu Chengwang's hands, before forcefully applying strength and twisting Lu Chengwang's arms behind his back. His next move was kicking out twice at his knee, forcing Lu Chengwang to kneel down in a humiliating manner. Lu Chengwang found that he had been forced to kneel in such a manner, and he gritted his teeth, saying, "Do you know who I am? I am Lu family's 2nd young master, Lu Chengwang. Sy County's top expert Lu Tianzong is my brother. You dare to touch me. My brother will definitely not let you off. Let go of young Master Lu. I'm going to get Master Lu Tianzong. If you don't want to live in Sy County any longer, you can kill him anyways." All the young masters behind Lu Chengwang immediately stepped forward and issued threats. One of the elite soldiers called Kong Wei suddenly exploded forwards, and with a single kick, he sent one of the young masters flying through the air, hitting a table and causing screams. Song Wen's gaze also flashed with a murderous intent as he shot forward like an arrow, grabbing one of the young master's head, before harshly kneeing him in the face, causing his nose to spontaneously erupt blood. Another 3 of the warriors stepped out, and with just a move, they forced the remaining 3 young masters to sprawl on the floor, grabbing onto their heads and presenting them like dogs to Yue Zhong. Xuanhuan smacked his lips, with his eyes radiated an intense battle lust, as he laughed coldly and said, "Commander Yue, do you want them dead?" Xuanhuan was a murderer prior to the apocalypse. After joining Yue Zhong's troops, he had always fought valiantly and was extremely used to killing enemies without hesitation. Killing these soft, rich men's sons wasn't an issue to him. The special forces not only had to deal with zombies, they also were in charge of special missions to clear some troublesome characters. Every single warrior had blood on their hands. Human lives were not important to them. "Don't kill me. I'm sorry. Don't kill me." Feeling the intense murderous intent from Xuanhuan, the 5 young masters who were originally extremely arrogant were frightened out of their wits and started pleading for mercy. "My brother is Lu Tianzong. You won't be able to kill me. If you kill me, you will not be able to escape from Sy County's government." Lu Chengwang was honestly terrified by the ruthless measures of Xuanhuan and the rest, and his face was white while he trembled as he tried to threaten Yue Zhong again. Sy County was protective of these important characters, and Lu Chengwang was banking on the fact that Sy County would not forgive Yue Zhong if he committed murder. Yue Zhong stared at Lu Chengwang and laughed coldly. "I am Yue Zhong, Ningguang County's Yue Zhong. If your brother Lu Tianzong or your entire Lu family wants to challenge me, I will welcome them with open arms. Yue Zhong." Upon hearing this name, Lu Chengwang involuntarily shuddered and his heart went cold. This person was someone his dad had specifically warned him not to provoke under any circumstance. The monster from Ningguang County in front of him had casually executed over 100 people and laughed while tossing a person to be eaten alive by zombies. If this madman was to kill him, his Lu family might even have to apologize for his behavior. Yue Zhong was a scary existence that even the army did not want to offend. Lu Chengwang immediately bowed his head, as he apologized profusely without regards for his image and pride. "I'm sorry. It was my fault. I didn't recognize you and had offended you. Please have mercy on us and let us off." Lu Chengwang was usually arrogant and despotic towards people he deemed weaker than himself. However, if he met someone who was stronger, his attitude would take a 180-degree turn. If he had offended them, he would immediately apologize and lower his head, as he knew he could not afford to make an enemy out of Yue Zhong for his family. "This time, I'll overlook it. Release them." Yue Zhong waved his hand. Xuanhuan and the rest released their grip on the 6 young males. Amongst the 5 other young masters, not all of them had heard of Yue Zhong's fame. However, they knew that since Lu Chengwang, one of the biggest young masters in Sy County, had actually bowed down to this person, he naturally could not be offended. 4 of them immediately excused themselves abashedly, leaving behind Lu Chengwang and the other member of the group, who stood to the side. What a brute! Seeing how Yue Zhong had overcome Lu Chengwang and his lackeys by overwhelming force, the doll-like girl Zhang Peipei had a look of disgust in her eyes. She detested those who forced others into submission like Yue Zhong. Brute? This person is heroic and valiant. In such chaotic times, only these type of characters can get the important things done. The other beauty with the attractive figure, Tai Yan, was currently licking her sexy lips. Her eyes stared fixedly at Yue Zhong without blinking. After Lu Chengwang received his just rewards, he did not slink away with embarrassment. Instead, he actually worked up the courage and nerve to ask Yue Zhong, albeit with respect this time, "Brother Yue Zhong, my father had always been in awe of you, and hopes to invite you to our mansion as a guest. I'm not sure when will be a good time." While Lu Chengwang might be arrogant and trample over others, he wasn't a good-for-nothing as well. He switched his attitude at the first sign, and took the initiative to lower himself while extending a gesture of goodwill to Yue Zhong. Sy County was after all in the midst of a power struggle. Since Yue Zhong was here to engage in a large trade of rations, the Lu family naturally wanted a part of it. Yue Zhong glanced at Lu Chengwang before saying indifferently, "Let's talk about this another time." Yue Zhong wasn't familiar with Sy County, and he needed to find some allies in here. Although he was reluctant to engage in clash with the army that possessed proper troops, he was envious of the abundant resource Sy County had: trained people. During the times of apocalypse, trained people were the most precious resource. With enough capable people, an establishment could quickly grow and develop. This time, Yue Zhong wanted to see if he could use a peaceful method to pull some specialized people over from Sy County. Under this kind of scenario, the more allies he had in Sy County, the better it would be. At the same time, Yue Zhong had to maintain a strong and unshakable front. He absolutely could not reveal any signs of weakness. The stronger he is, the more parties that will be willing to work with him. Vice versa, if he is perceived to be weaker, then there will be more people who might make use of the chances to stab him in the back. When Pei Shan, looking at Lu Chengwang's behavior, was repulsed, and she didn't hide it as she immediately berated him. "Lu Chengwang, you're no man." Lu Chengwang looked at Wen Pei Shan with a complicated gaze, but as he tore his eyes away, he did not give another look towards the girl that he used to like very much. Compared to the importance of his Lu family, Wen Pei Shan was just a girl, and the priorities were clear to him. Even if he did not succeed in wooing Wen Pei Shan, Lu Chengwang could still go for other girls. Right now in Sy County, whoever had food had the power to mess with a few girls, and it wouldn't be a problem at all. Without the Lu family, Lu Chengwang might have been a beggar for all he knew. Not a man. Tai Yan looked at Lu Chengwang's performance and laughed coldly as well. Zhang Peipei frowned and came to Lu Chengwang's defense. That wasn't Chengwang's fault. If you want to blame Yue Zhong. If he wasn't so adamant about going against him, Chengwang wouldn't have become like this. Just as men liked beauties, ladies were drawn to suave and charming guys. Lu Chengwang was in fact good-looking and knew how to maintain his complexion. Even a number of young idols could not compare to him. He was considered an eligible bachelor, and the women who liked him were numerous, Zhang Peipei included. Zhou Yanxue. The huge star Zhou Yanxue is here. Right at this moment, the banquet guests started to buzz with excitement as an incredibly beautiful and attractive woman walked into the hall. Dressed in a purple dress with a plunging neckline, her figure extremely sexy, her age about 23. She had a head of black long hair, abundant curves in front and behind, and was walking with elegance. This was precisely Zhou Yanxue. Right beside her was a fair-skinned, tall and well-built man, with an air of dignity and confidence. The handsome gentleman walking beside the beauty painted the picture of a golden couple, as they became the center of attention. Xuanhuan looked at the absolute beauty Zhou Yanxue, as a look of lust appeared on his face, while licking his lips, and said, "That must be the celebrity Zhou Yanxue. She's really exquisite. If I could just sleep with her for one night, my whole life is worth it." Lu Chengwang was after all Sy County's native, as he pointed out the identities of Zhou Yanxue and her partner. That is precisely Zhou Yanxue. Beside her is the well-known flower boy Su Tianyang. He is the son of Su Dongming, who happens to be one of the 5 big heads within Sy County's army. With him around, no one dares to approach Zhou Yanxue. If you dare to touch her, it's equivalent to going against the army. The might of the Sy County army was indeed terrifying. Yue Zhong also did not want to provoke them for no reason. He carefully observed Zhou Yanxue and could not help but admit she was extremely attractive. Even within his circle, the only comparable person in terms of looks and aura was Yue Zhong. Guoyu, Chun Yao and Ji Qinggu were beauties in their own right, but their overall package could not compare to the women who had reached perfection in their prime, like Yue Zhong and Zhou Yanxue. One by one, members of the party stepped up to engage in conversation with Su Tianyang and Zhou Yanxue. While it was an honor to engage in small talk with a celebrity such as Zhou Yanxue, most of the people were actually more interested in forging good relationships with Su Tianyang. After all, he was backed by one of the 5 heads in the army. Each and every move of his could affect plenty of lives. Tong Xiaoyun rushed up in front of Zhou Yanxue excitedly and called out, "Miss Zhou Yanxue, I am a huge fan. Can I get an autograph?" "Of course, little sister." Zhou Yanxue was used to the adoring gazes of her fans and had seen her fair share of fangirls. She revealed an extremely charming smile as she received the paper from Tong Xiaoyun and proceeded to sign her autograph. Chapter 0255, Ambush by the Dark Crows. Translated by Kuan. Edited by Ulamog Edition the No One Fan. Lu Chengwang had come forward to introduce Su Tianyang and Yue Zhong. Tianyang. Let me introduce this person to you. This is Ningguang County's Yue Zhong. Yue Zhong. This is Su Tianyang's second young master Su. Yue Zhong. Su Tianyang frowned as he looked at Yue Zhong, before coldly saying, Yue Zhong, you have come to plead for amnesty, right? If you are willing to surrender to the SY County Army, I can help put in some words for you and let you become a squad commander. If you still want to hesitate and drag this matter longer, once the army reaches your Ningguang County, it will only result in your death. SY County had many different characters hanging out together, each of them with unique temperaments. Different powerhouses treated Yue Zhong differently. Yue Zhong glanced at Su Tianyang coldly and replied with, I'm waiting for your army to come. If you have the guts, you best lead the army yourself. At that time, I'll let you experience who will be buried. Even though Yue Zhong was reluctant to clash against the army, if the army took the initiative to launch an assault, he would definitely not back down and thoroughly wipe out the enemy troops. The 7 battalions under Yue Zhong have all went through some sort of warfare. 3 of them could be considered having enough battle prowess that surpasses the army's soldiers. The remaining 4 also did not consist of cowards that ran at the first sign of trouble. These battalions were Yue Zhong's trump cards, and even if SY County were to come on strong, he would reply back with a lot more ferocity. At this point, the conversation between Su Tianyang and Yue Zhong had come to an icy halt. A few of the Special Forces warriors came beside Yue Zhong and stared at Su Tianyang coldly. After expansion, the 36-man Special Forces battalion possessed enhancers that were all above level 26, each of them experts at utilizing different skills. If it came down to using them with just their battalion, they could set in motion a wave of carnage nobody would forget. Su Tianyang's words had just come out, and he was immediately rebuked by Yue Zhong, followed by the cold stares of Yue Zhong's warriors. This led him to be in a difficult situation. He did not want to continue, but he could not back down for fear of his face. He had always been direct and overbearing, but because the army's influence and power was huge, no one dared say anything back. This was the first time he had actually faced a retort. It must be made clear that the army was SY County's strongest force currently, and most of the smaller powers would rather throw their weight in with the army. Just being the commander of a small squad was an incredible position, and it was more attractive than being part of the government. Zhou Yanxue walked right towards them at this moment, with a hint of fragrance about her, as she spoke in a charming voice. Master Su, Master Yu, it is time for me to perform. Can I trouble the 2 of you to give me face, and shelve your disputes while listening to my songs? On account of Zhou Yanxue, I won't pursue this matter. With the chance to step down, Su Tianyang hurriedly told Yue Zhong off, with a cold look. The army was still unprepared to wage war on Yue Zhong. Su Tianyang had just used some words to probe Yue Zhong. If Yue Zhong had shown some weakness, he would have banked on that to increase the pressure on Yue Zhong. He didn't expect Yue Zhong to retaliate so strongly, making things difficult for him. Yue Zhong replied indifferently, On account of Miss Zhou, this matter shall be overlooked. Since the army possessed huge strength, Yue Zhong did not want to go against them so fast. Even if he used all his means, it would only result in a tragic win, and if he lost, then everything will be for naught. Watching the 2 headstrong men backed down with their pride intact, Zhou Yanxue lightly smiled, before she walked towards the stage. The moment she stepped on the stage, the guests quietened down. Under the shine of the stage lights, Zhou Yanxue looked stunning and beautiful beyond compare. Su Tianyang, whose mood was low after the verbal exchange with Yue Zhong, upon seeing Zhou Yanxue, his eyes lit up with passion. He had seen many women and played around with countless beauties, but someone like Zhou Yanxue he had never been with. He also truly fell in love with Zhou Yanxue. That was why he did not make use of his background to force himself on her. Prior to the apocalypse, Su Tianyang did not even have the qualifications to woo Zhou Yanxue. But after the apocalypse, if he was willing to provoke and offend some of the SY County's powerhouse, he could still have his way with Zhou Yanxue. On that stage, Zhou Yanxue broke into her song with an extremely captivating voice. Her voice was like the flow of water from a clear spring, trickling into the audience's hearts, washing and cleansing their state of minds. Every single member of the audience was thoroughly enamored by Zhou Yenshua's voice, their expressions drunk. Tong Xiaoyun was currently moved beyond words, as teardrops flowed from her eyes. Ji Qinggu had closed her eyes and was quietly appreciating the beautiful music. As she was brought up and learned in culture, she could not help but admit that Zhou Yenshua's voice was truly beautiful. Even Yue Zhong, who did not know a single thing about music, felt that her voice was amazing. Tian, check this out for the song that came to my mind as I translated this. https://www.youtube.com/watchQuestionV=GDJVVin3D04. The moment the song came to an end, the applause was like thunder. Every member of the audience could not help but praise Zhou Yenshue. As Zhou Yenshue stood on the stage, she looked at the men and women below with a hint of fatigue. Before the apocalypse, as she had a family background that was not simple, even if people coveted her, they would not dare show it. But after the apocalypse, since there were no news of her family, all those people who had designs on her started to show up. If it wasn't for the fact that she mingled with the top brass of society, who checked each other, she might have become a canary in captivity. Yenshue, great work. Su Tianyang saw Zhou Yenshue coming down from the stage, and he walked towards her with a charming smile. I should just choose him. At least he's young, and he has a good family background. And he should be true to me. Zhou Yenshue looked at the good-looking Su Tianyang walking towards her, and her heart skipped a beat. Although Su Tianyang wasn't the best man out there, compared to the smelly old men, she was at least more receptive towards this young man who had a promising future and some strength. Right at this time, all of a sudden, a piercing alarm sounded out across the entire SY county. In the next moment, within the compound, countless glass shattered, and numerous mutant birds with black feathers, beaks 20 centimeters long, huge claws with 5 centimeters talons rushed in. Level 16 mutant beast. Dark Crow. It likes to attack during the dark of the night. It is ferocious and extremely hostile. As soon as Yue Zhong saw the dark crows, his eyes filled up with the information from the system. The moment the dark crows broke through the windows, they started an attacking frenzy on our various guests. One dark crow flapped its wings and became a ray of black light that shot towards a man in a suit, before clawing viciously, and pecked a huge bloody hole in his head with ferocity. It then proceeded to feast on the blood and brain matter with gusto. One by one, the dark crows chased the various guests in the villa, plunging the people into chaos. These people were the elites of society and had never faced a mutant beast in combat before. Facing the sudden assault of these level 16 mutant beasts, they naturally lost all composure and fighting spirit. Amidst the chaos, Zhou Yenshue and Su Tianyang were currently trying to escape together, when suddenly, a dark crow flew towards Zhou Yenshue's direction. Zhou Yenshue let out a desperate cry towards Su Tianyang. Help me! Tianyang! Help me! Su Tianyang shuddered, before a resolute glint appeared in his eyes, as he pushed Zhou Yenshue forward, directly into the path of the dark crow. Once the dark crow had its fill, it naturally would leave Su Tianyang alone. Although he liked Zhou Yenshue a lot, he valued his own little life a lot more. When Zhou Yenshue was pushed in this manner by Su Tianyang, a hint of disbelief and desolation could be seen in her eyes. Not long ago, he had sworn to love her and protect her, wanting to marry her and only death till they part. Who knew at this time of crisis, he didn't save her, instead pushing her further to the impending grasp of death, turning her heart into dead ash. The speed of the dark crow was extremely fast. In a few seconds it had appeared in front of Zhou Yenshue, with its claws outstretched and aiming at her shoulders. As long as it grabbed her shoulders with a single peck, one of the world's greatest beauty would die just like any other human being. Right when Zhou Yenshue had lost all hope, with a flash of a blade, the dark crow was instantly sliced in two, fresh blood splattering on Zhou Yenshue. Having escaped certain death, Zhou Yenshue looked towards the owner of the blade with glistening eyes, and saw the back of Yue Zhong as he waved his dark magic blade around, killing the dark crows left, right, center. As she looked at Yue Zhong, her eyes had a strange gleam, as her heart grew complicated. So it is you! During this time, only he could be relied on. Help! Help! When Pei Shan watched her friends getting pecked to death by the dark crows, as she cried out while crouching on the floor, it was just that everyone was frantically escaping for their lives. Therefore, no one could care less about Wen Pei Shan, this princess. Amongst the dark crows circling in the air, one of them suddenly dove down towards Wen Pei Shan. No shit, you're making a lot of noise there. And she was so terrified that her body trembled uncontrollably, as a yellow liquid ran down her fair legs. This pretty flower had actually been frightened to the point she lost control of herself. As the dark crow came in front of her eyes with a flash of a blade, that dark crow was cut in two. When Pei Shan lifted her head and discovered the killer of the dark crow was precisely the Yue Zhong that she hated. Don't leave me. Please, don't leave me behind. Just as Yue Zhong turned to leave and kill another dark crow, when Pei Shan grabbed onto his shirt and was sobbing her heart out, pleading profusely. Chapter 0256, Zhou Yenshua's Confession. Translated by Kuan. Edited by Alamog, the No One Fan edition. When Pei Shan had always been in the protection of her father. Even before the apocalypse set in and zombies walked the face of the earth, she had never witnessed the deaths of other people personally. This time she was truly scared out of her wits, and she grabbed Yue Zhong's shirt tightly and didn't let go. Yue Zhong only glanced at Wen Pei Shan before saying, "Follow me closely or I can't guarantee your survival." After all, a person's background might play an important role at any time. If Wen Pei Shan was just a normal girl, Yue Zhong wouldn't mind her too much. At least not enough to risk his own hide to save her. However, she was Wen Baoguo's daughter. If Yue Zhong wanted to do anything in Sy County, he needed to work together with some major powers and forge good, lasting relationships. When Pei Shan grabbed Yue Zhong's clothes tightly, as she suppressed her shame and embarrassment at remembering all her prior words, following closely behind him. When Pei Shan's close friend Tai Yen was also trying to escape amidst the chaos. As she ran, she saw just ahead someone she knew was pecked to death right in front of her eyes, the bird beak easily slamming through the person's forehead. In response, her body numbed and her bowels clenched, her heart thumping heavily, icy fear slithering through her veins. Fleeing even faster, she caught sight of Yue Zhong, and at that moment, her eyes were filled with a strange relief as she hurried over, frantically shouting, "Help! Help!" Two dive-bombing dark crows shot towards Tai Yen like arrows, forcing Yue Zhong to wave his sword in successive swings, instantly killing the two dark crows, fresh blood and fluffy gore splattering on the ground. Tai Yen took the chance to immediately throw herself into Yue Zhong's arms, a heavy scent of perfume wafting into his nose, and squirmed seductively, crying out somewhat fearfully, "I'm so afraid." When Pei Shan looked at Tai Yen currently in Yue Zhong's embrace, and her heart felt a little sour. It was strangely as though something precious of hers was stolen by someone else. "Follow me closely." Yue Zhong did not have the time or heart to console Tai Yen, this little vixen, as he pushed her away and strode forward once more. After Tai Yen was pushed out of Yue Zhong's embrace, she followed behind him tightly. It seemed that right now, amidst the chaos, the safest place to be was by Yue Zhong's side. The celebrity Zhou Yenshua had also silently come along and was following behind. She was not a fool and was clear that following Yue Zhong was the safest choice. "Save me! Save me!" Zhang Peipei was trapped in the chaos, and she unconsciously made her way towards Lu Chengwang while pleading loudly. However, Lu Chengwang's speed of escaping was fast. Even with the loud shouting of Zhang Peipei, he pretended not to hear her. Amidst the chaos, a man from behind ran forward and knocked Zhang Peipei to the ground. The people behind didn't notice the living person beneath their feet as they just proceeded to violently stamp and smash their way over her in a mad dash to escape. Just as she was about to be stomped to her death, the people dispersed and escaped towards other directions. The print-riddled half-corpse of Zhang Peipei could hardly be in a worse condition. A number of the dark crows were currently flying over, and like arrows, shot down on top of their shoulders, leading with their sharp beaks to peck holes in the runners' heads. One of the dark crows also turned into a streak of black lightning that shot towards Zhang Peipei, who could only helplessly cough up blood from her pitiful place on the floor. There was a look of fear written in her eyes as she watched her own death soar nearer on silent wings. Just at this moment, there was a flash of blade light and the dark crow was savagely chopped into two halves, saving Zhang Peipei's life. Zhang Peipei glanced at whomever might be her savior only to discover that it was precisely the barbarian, whom she had greatly despised not all that long ago. Right at this time, Tai Yan, who was standing beside Yue Zhong, saw the heavily injured Zhang Peipei who had been trampled over a dozen times. She immediately walked over and helped Zhang Peipei up, supporting her as she asked anxiously, "Peipei, are you all right?" Although Tai Yan and Zhang Peipei had different personalities, they shared close family backgrounds and had been best friends ever since they were young. Both of them were very close with each other. Upon seeing that Zhang Peipei had received heavy injuries, Tai Yan truly felt anxious in her heart. As she coughed up blood, Zhang Peipei, whose baby face had fear written all over, held tightly onto Tai Yan's small hand and cried as she said, "Yan, I'm almost dead. I don't want to die." After her delicate body had been trampled over by a dozen people, Zhang Peipei had already received heavy injuries. If she didn't receive emergency medical treatment, the only remaining road for her would be the unknown trail of death. Tai Yan held back the tears in her beautiful eyes as she said, "Peipei, hold on, you will be all right. I will call a doctor for you very soon. I will definitely find someone to nurse you back to health." A gruff voice ruined the painful of somewhat nauseatingly emotional moment. "Apply one bag externally and also take one bag orally. Let her consume one bag first. Then support her as you come along with me." Right when Tai Yan and Zhang Peipei were both starting to tear up, Yue Zhong tossed 2 medicine bags containing the life-saving grass powder into Tai Yan's hands. Upon receiving the medicine bags, Tai Yan only glanced at Yue Zhong before tearing open one of the bags without any hesitation and pouring the medicinal contents into Zhang Peipei's mouth. The life-saving grass powder possessed miraculous curing effects. Once Zhang Peipei had swallowed it, her incredibly pale face finally regained some of its color, and soon after, she also stopped coughing up blood. What a miraculous medicine! Exactly how many secrets are still hidden on him? As she watched Zhang Peipei's rapid recovery, Tai Yan felt a slight shock in her heart. Gritting her teeth, she carried Zhang Peipei as she followed behind Yue Zhong. Right at this moment, Zhou Yanxue walked up to Tai Yan's side and revealed a beautiful smile as she said, "I'll help you. Thank you, Sister Yanxue." Tai Yan instantly gained a favorable impression of Zhou Yanxue. It was truly too exhausting for her to carry Zhang Peipei by herself, so having an extra person to help out was the best right now. When Pei Shan continued following Yue Zhong tightly. Earlier, she was truly frightened, and even though Tai Yan and Zhang Peipei were supposed to be her good friends, their relationship with her was just that, good friends. During such a time of crisis, she was willing to only stay by Yue Zhong's side. It made her feel more safe. The entire banquet had been thrown into chaos. Yet Yue Zhong's Special Combat Battalion had not lost their composure. They gathered in small units of 4, supporting one another, as they each utilized their skills and abilities to take out the Dark Crows. While half of them acted, there was another group of them that stayed still, calmly observed and reported the surroundings. There were currently more enemies than allies in SY County. They naturally would preserve their strengths so as to be ready to retreat anytime. Although only half of the warriors from the Special Combat Battalion deployed, the Dark Crows were still unable to resist the warriors' attacks as they were killed off one by one. When the other guests of the banquet saw that the Special Combat Battalion had made their move, they started to move towards them, hiding behind this group of warriors whom they had just despised as barbarians. Yue Zhong was like a wedge stone that stood at the front of the group. As any frenzied Dark Crow flew over, they would only see a flash of a blade, and if flying particularly fast after they were split down the middle, they would fly apart into large pieces with a light spattering of blood across his chest with each kill. Although Yue Zhong had not received any pointers on swordplay from any great masters, after being tempered through many difficult battles, his swordplay had now become extremely tyrannical in nature. The specialty of his swordplay was that it was both fast and accurate. With his agility that was around 80 at its base, he could casually send out 3 slashes in just 1 second. At his fastest, he could even send out 5 attacks. The dark crows had just flown up to him when they were engulfed in blade light and chopped into two halves. Meanwhile, Ji Qinggu stood in support beside Yue Zhong. Her swordplay was greatly superior to Yue Zhong's. Every one of her attacks displayed both elegance and power, and she did not waste any strength in her movements whatsoever. Any dark crow that flew within her range would immediately see only her sword, before falling from the sky lifelessly. Little Yao Yao also made use of her agility-based advantage by constantly flitting in and out of the action, killing the dark crows at the same time. Under the consistent killing of the Special Combat Battalion, within the entire hall there were no more casualties. However, Yue Zhong's group had a few people, while there seemed to be no end to the number of dark crows which kept flying into the hall through the broken windows. They continuously surrounded Yue Zhong, his team, and the group of helpless guests. If this continued on, Yue Zhong would also not be able to hold on. The guests, who formed a huge part of the upper echelons of the remaining society, were currently watching the scene with pale faces and hearts filled with fear. They knew that this group of warriors under Yue Zhong could not possibly maintain their intensity, and the moment they fell, everyone would die under the assault of these dark crows. After the battle went on for another 5 minutes, sounds of concentrated fire rang from the outside areas. Reinforcements! We're saved! It's the reinforcements! Oh, thank God! Hearing the constant brat-tat-tat of gunfire, the distinguished guests immediately let out whoops of delight. As long as reinforcements arrived, their lives were surely saved. This particular villa was after all the property of Wenbaogua, who was the number 2 in Sy County. Its defense was naturally thick. Not only were there experts who were personally commanded by Wenbaogua, there was even a force of 200 soldiers who were fully equipped with modern weaponry. This time, the reason that the reinforcements had arrived a little slower than expected was because the experts had all went to protect Wenbaogua first, while the special group of 200 soldiers had also come under attack from the Dark Crows at the same time. That was why they arrived late. This group of soldiers under Wenbaogua could also be considered strong, coupled with the fact they were of course amply equipped. Every soldier had the latest .05 submachine gun, and the moment they entered the fray, under the concentrated barrage of bullets, numerous dark crows fell from the sky like rain, pouring down to the earth in various degrees of solidity with a sickening series of splat noises. These mutant birds' dark crows also possessed a fast speed, plus their attack power was high, yet they had typically weak defenses. The moment they were hit by a bullet, they would lose their combat ability and had no way of defending against the attacks from the special forces. After losing nearly 2,000 of their comrades, the flock of dark crows finally could not withstand the attacks and retreated swiftly. Shan, are you all right? The moment the dark crows retreated, Wenbaogua arrived, under the protection of 7 experts, and the first thing he did was to find his own precious daughter as he asked around worriedly. When Pei Shan replied with an expression of fear, "Dad, I'm fine. This time, I was saved by Yue Zhong. Without him, I would really have died already." Wenbaogua looked towards Yue Zhong, before nodding slightly. "Yue Zhong, I must thank you for saving my daughter this time." Yue Zhong knew he had gained the trust of one of the stronger powers in Sy County. Although it wouldn't matter much when it came to the bigger matters, he would still be able to move around Sy County without too many problems. Yue Zhong lightly smiled and replied courteously, "It wasn't much. It's what anybody would have done." Yue Zhong could offend when Pei Shan without a care, but he wouldn't just go out of his way to provoke other people and reject their kind intentions without a reason. "I'll be leaving first. Yue Zhong, thanks for saving me. I will find you tomorrow and let's hang out. I know Sy County very well." When Pei Shan came in front of Yue Zhong and broke into an extremely lovable smile towards this man whom she had despised not too long ago, before immediately turning and walking away. Although she wanted to stay behind, she could still feel the dampness which reminded her of her embarrassing accident earlier. Tai Yin came to Yue Zhong's side with her perfume trailing behind her, and kissed him furiously on both cheeks as she smiled sweetly and said, "Yue Zhong, I am Tai Yin. The first kiss was for saving me. The second kiss was for saving Pei Pei. From today onwards, we're good friends. I'll find you soon for some fun." After that, she also turned around and left with 2 people carrying Zheng Pei Pei. Su Tianyang brought two bear-like experts from the military and walked towards Zhou Yanxue. As he spoke tenderly, "Yanxue, are you all right? Earlier, when I saw you in danger, I was really worried. Come, let us go back." Su Tianyang knew that his actions earlier must have hurt Zhou Yanxue deeply, and it would be extremely difficult to win her heart again. Therefore, he decided to possess her body. With her beauty and demeanor, keeping her by his side as his companion was more for face than anything else. The two experts were Su Tianyang's subordinates who killed at his orders, and he decided that even if it came to force, he would have Zhou Yanxue today. Zhou Yanxue took a look at the handsome Su Tianyang and realized that her past good feelings about him had disappeared only to be replaced by vehemence and disgust. She felt the man in front of her was extremely fake, vicious and cold, even worse than the smelly old men that she hated. Zhou Yanxue took big strides and walked towards Yue Zhong before saying seriously, "Yue Zhong, I like you, and I hope to be your girlfriend." Zhou Yanxue. That Zhou Yanxue actually asked out a guy of her own accord. That Yue Zhong is such a lucky bastard. What courage. She actually confessed in front of so many people. She really has guts. It's so romantic. Too romantic. Seeing Zhou Yanxue confessing to Yue Zhong of her own accord, the entire hall was in an uproar. Prior to the apocalypse, she was a huge celebrity, and even after the world was plunged into chaos, she retained her star status and fans, and was the goddess of many guys. This perfect woman had actually taken the initiative to confess to Yue Zhong. It was too shocking for everyone present. Ji Qinggu saw the dauntless actions and the confession from Zhou Yanxue, and she trembled outwardly while a complicated gleam appeared in her eyes. Chapter 0257 Intel. Translated by Kuan. Edited by Alamog the No One Fan Edition. Tong Xiaoyun looked towards the absolutely beautiful Zhou Yanxue, noticing her eyes had a strange gleam. "Don't tell me I'll have to share my husband with an idol?" In the banquet hall, countless envious and jealous gazes from the many men were piercing Yue Zhong like knives. If looks could kill, Yue Zhong would have died countless times over. Under the envious gazes, the main character of the confession Yue Zhong actually frowned. He did not believe he had the charm to incite Zhou Yanxue to confess in front of so many people. Su Tianyang saw the girl of his longtime affection actually confessing to another guy in public, and felt like someone had gave him a tight slap. His expression turned extremely steely. Su Tianyang stepped forward with a frozen expression as he coldly ordered, "Yanxue, you must have been frightened badly. Follow me back to recuperate, okay? Go bring Miss Yanxue back. She's tired," he said as gave the orders to his men. Hearing those orders, the two bulky military experts immediately stepped forward towards Zhou Yanxue. Su Tianyang was determined to use force. Zhou Yanxue's face turned pale as she stepped forward and lowered her head towards Yue Zhong's ear. Her subtle flowery fragrance softly wisped sound him as she said softly, "I know all about the powers of Sci-fi like the back of my hand. As long as you protect me, I'm willing to tell you everything and be your woman." During these turbulent times, other than some exceptional women who relied on their own strengths, the rest who did not have any background could only rely on strong people. Zhou Yanxue's influential family had disappeared with no news. She still remained free of captivity because she was a celebrity, and the few powers that lusted after her were keeping each other in check. Now it was evident that Su Tianyang was about to offend some of them with his intention to forcefully take her. Hence, she could only rely on Yue Zhong. As Yue Zhong smelled the fragrance from Zhou Yanxue's body and heard her words, his heart was moved. Waving his hands, he signaled two of his special combat warriors to step out and block the two military experts. The two military experts had just rushed forward only to come face to face with the two special combat soldiers, causing their eyes flashed with a complicated gleam. The military men could feel an extremely oppressive aura from their bodies. It was just as apparent that they had definitely seen blood, and many must have lost their lives at their hands. Su Tianyang looked at the two warriors under Yue Zhong who were blocking his own, and his face turned an even uglier color. Calming down outwardly, he spoke out sensibly, "Zhang Lai and Yo Jin, stand down." Although Su Tianyang had utmost confidence in his own experts, Yue Zhong had too many experts on his side. If they really made a move, his side would be at a disadvantage. Su Tianyang steeled himself impressively and then spewed out words threateningly. Yue Zhong, Zhou Yanxue is my girlfriend. You actually want to split us apart and steal her? If you return her to me, we can still be friends. In SY County, whoever is my friend can get to enjoy tons of benefits. As for my enemies, they have been wiped off the face of the earth. Yue Zhong cocked his eyebrows at Su Tianyang and reached out to wrap his arms around Zhou Yanshue's extremely flexible waist. As he coldly laughed, Yanxue, is he your boyfriend? No, he has always been pursuing me. However, I don't see anything in him, it seems it's just his wishful thinking. Zhou Yanxue laughed seductively at Yue Zhong, her words cutting deeply at Su Tianyang's heart. Zhou Yanxue had always been someone amicable to everybody, but now she was extremely clear that she had to dissolve all relations with Su Tianyang and gave all her attention to Yue Zhong. Only then could she be valued on the level she desired. As for offending the powerful Su family in SY County, she could care less. Good. Yue Zhong, today's humiliation, I will return it in the future. Su Tianyang's expression had turned extremely ugly, and his gaze was like that of a venomous snake staring at Yue Zhong and Zhou Yanxue. Abruptly, he turned around and left with his two henchmen in tow. When Baogua came to Yue Zhong's side and reminded him, Yue Zhong, Su Tianyang is a really vengeful person. Thus you must be careful. Su Tianyang had intended to take away Zhou Yanxue in front of Wen Baogua, and it infuriated him. If it wasn't for Yue Zhong's presence, he would have lashed out on the spot. Zhou Yanxue was a celebrity, and if Su Tianyang had brought her away quietly, Wen Baogua could turn a blind eye. However, intending to abduct her in front of so many people like a bandit was tantamount to not giving Wen Baogua face. So of course, even if Yue Zhong had not acted, Wen Baogua would have immediately clashed with Su Tianyang. Yue Zhong lightly smiled and said, I know, Mayor 1. Within the villa, there were human and dark crow corpses everywhere. As the remaining guests left in a scattered manner, the banquet had somehow ended. In Yue Zhong's living quarters, he was sitting on his huge bed, while the huge celebrity Zhou Yanxue was currently seated beside him, carefully massaging his legs for him. Yue Zhong looked at the stunning beauty in front of him as he waved his hands to stop what she was doing. Speak. Tell me all that you know. If the value of the intel is sufficient, I can give you your freedom. I can also assure that you'll never be bullied ever again. Intel was extremely important. All those years throughout history, countless successful battles have been due to the amount of effort put into gathering information. A crucial piece of information at the right time can help turn the tide in any situation. Yue Zhong had little to absolutely no information on SY County's happenings, and with someone who thoroughly understood the network of power and information giving it to him, he would definitely shelter that person. Furthermore, once Su Tianyang had expressed enmity against him, he did not mind giving him a few stinging slaps. Zhou Yanxue gave Yue Zhong an enchanting smile. I don't want freedom. I just want to be your woman. As long as you don't leave me behind, I will be your most loyal concubine. Zhou Yanxue was not like Wen Peishan, who had the protection from a father with power. Her looks were a double-edged sword. She could only rely on someone strong because without someone she would be enslaved. It happened that the person she had decided to rely on was Yue Zhong. Zhou Yanxue gave Yue Zhong a light laugh and proceeded to tell him everything she knew. As Zhou Yanxue was experienced at mingling and often took part in various gatherings and events, she often got closer with her fans and friends. Couple this with the fact that many guys wanted to impress her with their knowledge, and she often reaped a lot in information. Through Zhou Yanshue's vivid explanation, Yue Zhong started to understand the situation within SY County and why Su Tianyang would hate him so much. SY County's governance was run by two powers, Wen Baogua and Peng Mingde. Both were incredibly influential people, and the control they had over the government was large. Within the entire county government, there was no third party's influence. As for SY County's military, it was filled with many different people with different ambitions and traditions. It had a regiment with 6,000 people. This regiment was formed from the remaining soldiers during the onset of the apocalypse. When the world was changing, the 2 infantry divisions that were going through an exercise had suffered huge losses. The total number of soldiers who survived numbered a little over 2 regiments, and the highest commanding officers had faced unfortunate endings. The next highest commanding officers were only lieutenant colonels. Amongst the remaining soldiers there were 5 lieutenant colonels, and these 5 each commanded a small division. After forging through countless battles, the 5 divisions expanded continuously. In the end, they formed the current military power of Longhai County. The 5 major powers of the military were Su Dongming, Shen Hongyang, Luo Tianyi, Chen Weimin, and Lu Huifeng. These 5 all held some form of power over the soldiers of the military. Of course, amongst them there were some who held more power and some less. With Su Dongming holding the largest faction of soldiers, he resultingly became the nominal commander of the Longhai County military. Unless it was a joint effort though, he could only command his faction. Wanting to move the other factions required the approval of the other powers. The Longhai County's military had differing views and opinions, and they naturally disagreed on their views of Yue Zhong, a thorn in their side. Su Dongming and Luo Tianyi, who were the 2 major powers, voted to wipe Yue Zhong out quickly and planned on taking over everything in his current existing system. Shen Hongyang and Chen Weimin voted for pacifying Yue Zhong and forging a relationship. Assuming it didn't work, then they could form a temporary alliance and take care of Yue Zhong. By then they naturally wouldn't suffer much loss for waiting. Lu Huifeng was neutral and did not have any stance. Tian. Author wrote Lu Huifeng's name twice. Also, Longhai Army is same as Sy Army. It was precisely because of Su Dongming's attitude that Su Tianyang had disliked Yue Zhong from the get-go. This led to him trying to be domineering and not put Yue Zhong in his sights at all. These matters that concerned the internal affairs of Sy County, Lu Ning naturally wouldn't tell Yue Zhong. As for the ordinary survivors, they simply could not fathom the ongoings amongst the top brass. It was only someone like Zhou Yanxue, who often turned up at such events and gatherings amongst the elites, that she could get such detailed insights. So that was the case. After hearing Zhou Yanxue's explanation, Yue Zhong finally understood why Shen Shui had given in. Sy County's military had only over 2,000 people just at the beginning of the apocalypse, and after regaining Sy County, they had lost another 200 people. However, they now had over 6,000 that formed an entire infantry division, but the bulk of them were new recruits. The ones that could really match up against Yue Zhong were only a few battalions. The moment they full-scale clashed with Yue Zhong, they would suffer huge losses. That day when Shen Shui attacked Yue Zhong, she had actually brought Shen Hongyang's most capable battalion. If that battalion had been annihilated by Yue Zhong, Shen Hongyang's power would have diminished by half. It was because of that Shen Shui had chosen to compromise and not attack Ningguang County. After hearing Zhou Yanxue's extensive intelligence report, Yue Zhong finally felt that he had some knowledge of the current affairs in Sy County and wasn't as ignorant about it as when he first arrived. Damn it! Damn it! Damn you, Yue Zhong! Su Tianyang's current face was contorted, as he picked up the nearby antique chair and smashed it down violently on the ground. A few pretty ladies were kneeling in front of Su Tianyang, their bodies trembling as they tried to brave Su Tianyang's tantrum. Su Chun. Within 3 days. I want to see Yue Zhong's head. Su Tianyang had just smashed the once priceless antique to the floor to vent his frustrations. But it didn't really work. He turned around and ordered the silent and dark-skinned yet robust young man with calloused hands. Yes, young master. Su Chun had a look of indifference as he replied. He was the butler of the Su family, and had been saved by Su Dongming once before the apocalypse. Of course, he had since sold his life to the Su family. Chapter 0258, Pangmingda. Translated by Kuan. Edited by Ulamog Dedishan, the No One Fan. Su Chun glanced icily at the 4 ladies kneeling in front of Su Tianyang as he asked coldly, Young master, what about these 4? Su Tianyang glanced at the 4 extremely beautiful ladies, as he frowned slightly. He had given the order to kill Yue Zhong in his blind rage, and forgot that they were there. If this matter was to leak out, it wouldn't bode well. However, these 4 ladies were the cream of the crop amongst beauties, and were extremely meticulous in their service to him, and he couldn't bear to kill them at the moment. One of the taller, slender ladies immediately begged. "Young Master Su, don't kill me. I have not heard anything. I'm willing to do anything. Don't kill me." The other three beauties also had expressions of fear as they started grabbing Su Tianyang's legs with their voluptuous bodies, begging pitifully. Their pleading did the opposite, however, as Su Tianyang steeled his heart and gave the extremely merciless order. "Kill them all! Don't dirty the place." These women had to pay with their lives for a mistake that Su Tianyang made. Su Chun acknowledged with a nod of his head and shot forward like an arrow, grabbing one of the women by the throat and breaking her windpipe. He followed up by grabbing another woman's head, twisting it lightly into an angle that defied nature. After killing two, he took big strides forward and viciously chopped down on the remaining ladies' heads, leaving two deep dents in their heads, killing them instantly. In just a few short breaths after killing the four service ladies, Su Chun had already dragged their bodies out silently and left Su Tianyang's room. "Yue Zhong, it's all your fault. I want you dead." Su Tianyang's face was once again twisted with fury as he smashed another 5 pieces of antique furniture. In his mind he wasn't to blame, so he pushed the blame of the deaths of the 4 ladies, as well as his fury and hatred onto Yue Zhong. Early next morning after breakfast, Wei Jueguang drove the Rolls-Royce with the beauty Xiao Shishir and fetched Yue Zhong to Peng Mingda's residence. Peng Mingda was of 46 to 47 years, with defining facial features. His brows had a hint of a stern expression, yet not a single strand of white hair was seen even though he was middle-aged. In fact, he remained looking extremely youthful. The moment they met, Peng Mingda immediately spoke with shock. "Yue Zhong, did you know you've invited huge trouble this time?" Yue Zhong's expression did not change as he quickly responded, "What type of trouble?" Peng Mingda replied, "The army had decided to dispatch 3 regiments to deal with you. Tell me if this is huge trouble or not." 3 regiments meant over 3,000 soldiers. It could even be a 4,000-strong army. If this type of huge army were the military-trained soldiers from before the apocalypse, all of Yue Zhong's efforts in establishing himself could come to a halt. However, since Yue Zhong had received vital information about the actual flaws and strengths of the army from Zhou Yanxue, Yue Zhong wasn't flustered at all. Their current core was only the 2 regiments of 1,000 over people. After expanding into a 6,000-strong army, the might still needed time to be trained up. Yue Zhong himself had 7 battalions worth of soldiers that numbered in 2,000s. If it came down to a clash, unless the army really went all out with all they had, Yue Zhong still had some of hope of success. Yue Zhong spoke out with a strong killing intent. "If the soldiers come, the general defends. If the water comes, the soil will block it. If the army really wants to fight, then I shall give them the fight of their lives. I have 3 regiments worth of soldiers. I want to test for myself if the army's 3 regiments are stronger, or my army is stronger." Peng Mingda narrowed his eyes as he carefully assessed Yue Zhong. He smiled and spoke. "You really are a hero. I have already rejected the proposal of the army. After all, as humans, we should not fighting amongst ourselves. Our current greatest enemies are the zombies. As long as we wipe them out, our humankind can once again repopulate the earth. Yue Zhong, my dream is to build a new world without zombies. Everyone is equal. All is fair, upright, transparent. Everyone is free, everyone prospers, and equality for all with no exploitation. Are you willing to help me with this?" Peng Mingda had a passionate expression as he spoke to Yue Zhong. Most university students were hot-blooded and passionate about the world, and were easy to influence and manipulate. Peng Mingda wanted to use the idea of rebuilding the world to hook Yue Zhong in. This was, after all, under the banner of righteousness. Throughout history, countless young people have given their all for the cause of a just, fair and equal new world for all. I have brought 5,000 tons of meat to sell. I wonder what items you might want to offer in exchange? If you are not interested in my rations, then I'll leave." Yue Zhong gazed at Peng Mingda indifferently. He had no interest in the new world order that Peng Mingda was raving about. While Peng Mingda was capable, he was lacking in his guidance of his kid. His son had actually caused so much trouble that he should have been executed, but this type of degenerate was still allowed to live under Peng Mingda's protection. Furthermore, it was a good lifestyle. If Yue Zhong really sold his life to Peng Mingde just based on the ideals he was talking about, his brain must have been knocked silly. Yue Zhong did not have lofty dreams. Currently he was living life to the fullest, and was the leader of 30,000 people. With just an order, he could immediately execute over 100 people. To throw all that away and be someone else's dog just because of some illusionary ideal? He wasn't willing. This young man is not a simple character. Peng Mingde was thrown off by Yue Zhong's practicality. As his brows furrowed, he continued carefully sizing him up. Peng Mingde decided to throw all talks about ideals and righteousness to the side, before he replied pragmatically, "The terms of the negotiations will be handled by my people later on. However, I hope to at least fulfill the quota of 1,000 tons. Ideals and righteousness are used as tools by Peng Mingde to win people over. Those who succumb to the idealistic thinking were perfect for being passionate cannon fodder. In fact, this was not a bad tactic. Under the pretext of ideals and righteousness, Peng Mingde had actually gathered over 200 youthful people as his young guards. The results made it so they were all crazy supporters, to the extent that they were willing to give their lives up for him." Yue Zhong lightly smiled before giving the same terms he gave when Baogua. "I can gift you 1 ton of rations as a sign of our friendship. However, the remainder will have to be matched by items that are suitable and to my liking. Otherwise, no deal." Peng Mingde immediately laughed and responded graciously. "Since this is the case, then let me gift to you the Rolls-Royce and the beauty Xiao Shirshir as a sign of our friendship as well. I hope we can always be friends." Yue Zhong looked at Peng Mingde and laughed lightly. I hope we'll always be friends." Peng Mingde was indeed extremely capable. Yue Zhong could not help but have a good impression of him. However, even if the father was a hero, the son was a bastard. Just based on the aspect of his upbringing of his kid, it cost him some points with Yue Zhong. Yue Zhong brought the Rolls-Royce and Xiao Shirshir that Peng Mingde presented him and headed towards Wen Baogua's villa, before leaving with his entire party. At a nearby river, there was a group of survivors gathered together, looking towards the river with a look of greed. Right beside the river, the water was full of nutrients. There were countless thick, mutated vegetables growing. Even abundant aquatic life was showing in the waters. Although the river seemed to be flourishing with food, few people were willing to go there and gather food. Only when they were starved beyond belief and had no options, would some pale and weak women brave the danger to pluck some of the vegetation at the outskirts. There were some who were under the control of Sy County, and if they didn't go look for food, those who were waiting for them would definitely be killed. Tian. These 2 paragraphs don't seem to make sense. Addition. He's trying to say that the river looks beautiful and bountiful, first paragraph. But it is in fact misleading and dangerous, and that some of the people there are, in reality, forced to be there, second paragraph. Zhang he carefully climbed out from the water. In his hands, he had a few river prawns that were the size of his fingers, as well as a heap of shellfish and mussels. He knew there was a shoal nearby, and the mutant beasts inside the water seldom appeared there. However, nothing was for certain. He had witnessed his partner being torn apart by a mutant beast just 3 days ago, and fresh blood had dyed the shoal. He could vividly recall the despair and fear of his friend when he was torn in 2. His friend was only 11, Zhang he himself 12. Zhang he looked at the few river prawns and heaved a sigh of relief. These river prawns could be exchanged for 1 or 2 jean of cornmeal, which could feed him, his brother and sister for 1 or 2 full meals. Zhang he looked towards his left and right, before keeping the river prawns inside a plastic bag, and hid it in his clothes. He took the mussels and shellfish and placed them in another plastic bag, before digging up some wild vegetation that could be eaten, before walking towards the exit. "You! Come over here and pay your taxes." A middle-aged man in uniform saw Zhang he approaching from the riverside and called out to him with a wooden expression. Right beside the man in uniform, there were 7 burly men. All those who tried to make a living from the riverside had to pay them taxes, otherwise they would receive a beating, and if they were beaten to death, they would be thrown into the river to be fed to those monsters. 6 extremely frail-looking women helplessly presented their spoils to these tax officials. Even after being skimmed by them once, they would still be skimmed another time by the other underground societies as protection fees. Zhang he walked towards them frigidly. as he handed them the plastic bag filled with the mussels, shellfish, and wild vegetation. "These are yours. You can go." After taking over half of the items in the plastic bag and throwing them into a basket, he threw the plastic bag with the remaining items back to Zhang He. Zhang He received the bag that was reduced one and wanted to turn around to leave. "Wait a minute." The tax officer seemed to have suddenly thought of something, as he grabbed onto Zhang He and ordered the 7 burly men, "Hold him down." Addition, you need 7 big guys to hold down a 12-year-old? Chapter 0259 Zhang He. Translated by Kuan. Edited by Alamog Edition the No One Fan. As Zhang He struggled, the tax officer opened up his shirt and patted his tiny body, before finding the bag of prawns with a satisfied expression as he said, "Stinky brat, you want to pull a fast one over me, you're still lacking. Because you tried to evade tax, these prawns will be confiscated. Return them to me. Please just return them to me. I caught those myself." Zhang He shouted out, struggling, as his eyes turned red. Those prawns meant that his family could last for a few more days. Without them, his family would go hungry. "Damn it! You better know what's good for you." The tax officer's face turned darker as he waved his hands, which led the 7 burly brutes to start kicking and punching Zhang He. Zhang He was after all just a kid. After that round of beating, he was quickly covered in bruises before being thrown in a corner. "Whoever dares to evade tax will face the same consequences." The tax official glared coldly at all the other frail ladies present. He had to use the cold, harsh reality to shock these people. That way his job would go on smoothly. The survivors who had come forward to pay tax had seen such scenes countless of times and were numb to it. "How can you do this to a kid?" Right at this time, a furious voice resounded out. The tax officer turned his head towards the voice. He was just in time to see a few young men and women dressed neatly, and could tell with one look these survivors were not the common survivors. The person who had verbally reprimanded the tax officer was Wen Peishan, who was dressed in red, making her look incredibly innocent yet sexy at the same time. The tax officer glanced greedily at Wen Peishan. After all, most women had gone frail and lost their looks and health during the apocalypse, while someone young with such fair skin and a healthy glow like Wen Peishan was rare. The tax officer looked at Wen Peishan and responded neither hastily nor slowly. "I am doing my job according to the rules. Miss, if you have any grievances or complaints, please take it up with my superiors." While the tax officer had some sort of background, he wasn't willing to come to loggerheads with Wen Peishan, who anybody can tell is not from a simple background as well. "You're an asshole," Wen Peishan scolded a little agitatedly. However, she was brought up well, and was usually more reserved. She didn't know how to deal with bullies, and could only resort to scolding. Yue Zhong looked on at the scene, and slightly frowned. While what the tax officer did was indeed overboard, they were in a chaotic time. If the tax officer did not show some form of harshness, he might not even be able to collect a single tax. "Yue Zhong, help me teach this asshole a lesson." Wen Peishan could not think of any way to discipline the tax officer and decided to turn to Yue Zhong for help. Yue Zhong took big strides forward. He decided he could not stand the overboard actions of the tax officer as well. The tax officer looked at Yue Zhong approaching with alarm. "What do you think you're doing?" "I'm just doing my job." The 7 burly men also stepped forward to surround Yue Zhong, staring at him with vicious gazes. Yue Zhong stared coldly at the tax officer and said, "Your takings are obviously over 50%. I don't believe the top brass had actually set such a ridiculous amount. Do you want to cough up the excess? Or do you not want to see the sun ever again?" The top brass of SY County would definitely not be so stupid to engage in a 50% tax. However, it was that as the line went further down, the requirements became more absurd. In truth, SY County only expressed that those who went out to forage for wild vegetables and fishing would only have to pay 20% tax. And as for these outrageous tax officials who took more than 50%, the remaining 30+% went to their own pockets. The tax officer saw that his tricks were exposed, as he stared at Yue Zhong and said, "I am Zhang Xueming. My cousin is the Deputy Commissioner of the Inland Revenue, Wei Tong. Who are you?" The tax bureau, regardless of the apocalypse, was a department with a lot of power. Especially after the end of the world, those who were in power had huge influence. Wei Tong could become the deputy commissioner must have been due to his wide network of contacts. Zhang Xueming had hoped to use his cousin's name to cause Yue Zhong to back off, so that everyone can continue peacefully. Yue Zhong directly pointed out Wen Peishan's identity. Slap yourself, otherwise you won't see the sun anymore. She is Mayor Wen's daughter Wen Peishan. Zhang Xueming instantly turned pale. Mayor Wen was one of the two major powers in Sy County. With just a flick of his hand, he could call for the deaths of measly people like Wei Tong and Zhang Xueming. This was a world where human lives were almost worthless. He himself was just a small fish. Even if he disappeared tomorrow, no one would care. Instead, there would be many people who would celebrate his departure. It's my fault. I was despicable. It's all my fault. Miss One, I won't dare do this again. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Please let me off just this once. I was also doing things according to orders. Zhang Xueming had kneeled in front of Wen Peishan and was smacking himself profusely while crying out pitifully. Zhang Xueming had forcefully slapped his own mouth, to the point where blood started to flow from the corners of his mouth. Wen Peishan's heart softened and said, "Forget it. I'll let you off this time. Give the confiscated items back to the kid." "Yes." Zhang Xueming then stood up, before walking personally to Zhang He and returned his items. "Little brat, these are all items gifted by Miss One. Hurry, go and thank her." Zhang He held on to his prawns tightly like a wounded wolf, as he looked at the well-dressed, good-looking Wen Peishan. Looking down, he mumbled extremely reluctantly, "Thank you." After that, he immediately turned around and limped towards the distance. Zhang Xueming looked at Zhang He, who had looked extremely defiant, as he frowned and asked Wen Peishan, "Damn it, that little brat doesn't know his manners. Miss One, shall I go catch him back and teach him a lesson?" "No need." Although Wen Peishan was ticked off by Zhang He's unruly behavior, she was after all extremely kind-hearted, and did not want to make things difficult for Zhang He. Yue Zhong looked at the few frail female survivors plucking the wild vegetation, before looking at those survivors staring into the horizon blankly, as he frowned and seemed to ponder, before walking towards Zhang He. "Wait! Yue Zhong, wait for me!" When Peishan saw that Yue Zhong was moving, as she hastily chased after him. Zhang He had just moved a distance, and saw Yue Zhong chasing after him from behind, as he gripped his plastic bag of prawns even tighter and asked warily, "What are you following me for?" Yue Zhong immediately took out a huge bag of bread and held it out to Zhang He, asking, "Do you want to eat your fill?" Zhang He looked at the plastic bag in Yue Zhong's hands, as he swallowed his drool, while a look of greed shone in his eyes. He clenched his fists tightly and shouted out, "I won't hand my sister over to you people. Even if you give us more food, I will not sell my younger sister away." Yue Zhong frowned as he knew Zhang He had misunderstood. "Younger sister?" Yue Zhong immediately offered his conditions. "I want you to work for me. Help me do things. In exchange, I will let you eat your fill every day, and give you half a gene of cornmeal. If you do your tasks well, I will even give you cans of meat and dried pork." This Zhang He in front of him was only 12, just a kid. Yet he had courage and principles that was lacking in some adults. While the river was bountiful and many survivors gathered, few dared to venture in to actually fish. Since Yue Zhong wanted to gain a foothold in Sy County, he naturally required someone who knew the workings on the ground. He had already made friends with the upper echelon of society like Wen Peishan, Lu Chengwang, and Tai Yan. These people, he also needed someone on the ground. Zhang He had courage and his own resolve. Yue Zhong admired that and did not mind helping him out. Zhang He's eyes grew bright, with an expression of hope, and asked, "You can really let me eat my fill?" Truthfully, with regards to a large number of the survivors in Sy County, as long as there was food, they would be willing to do things. Zhang He had wanted to even join gangs, but those gangs did not want scrawny brats without attacking strength or combat power. Tong Xiaoyun walked to Yue Zhong's side and eyed the little beggar-like boy and spoke on Yue Zhong's behalf. "How would brother you lie to you? Our rations are really beyond comparison." Zhang He looked at the pretty Tong Xiaoyun and the group of special soldiers behind Yue Zhong, and immediately kneeled in front of Yue Zhong and swore, "Benefactor, I don't ask for much. just for my younger brother and sister to eat their fill. I'm willing to give my life for you. Whatever you ask of me, I would do it. Zhang he was young but mature. Those who could pull out such a troop was definitely not a small power in Sy County, and he would only benefit from relying on him. His conditions were not outrageous as well. As long as his younger siblings could eat, he would be willing to slave for Yue Zhong. In times like this where human lives weren't worth much, for the price of a meal, countless survivors were willing to sell themselves. It was just that, in this cruel world, even if you are willing, you may not find a buyer. Yue Zhong curiously asked, "Get up. I want to know, near this river, why won't those people go and fish?" The river that surrounded Sy County's borders was a huge treasure in Yue Zhong's eyes, and the water was extremely beneficial in the growth of the plants and even aquatic life. If the river was made use of well, providing a constant source of food for a few 10,000s of people would not be an issue. Since the upper brass of Sy County were not idiots, there must be a problem for them to not make use of the river. Zhang he hesitated. "How do I address you, benefactor?" "I am Yue Zhong," Yue Zhong replied in a deep voice. Zhang he swiftly continued. "Boss Yue, the fact that this river has many aquatic life is not false, but similarly, there are all sorts of fearsome beasts in there. There are snakes that grow over tens of meters, there's a big black fish that can swallow a person whole, and there are some huge crabs that can cut a person in two with just a claw." At first, there were many people fishing, but very quickly, they were all preyed on by these wild beasts. After the death count hit over hundreds, very few people are willing to fish anymore. A few hundred people had died in the river, the rest of them had been frightened off. Naturally, no one was willing to fish anymore in those waters. Therefore, even though there was a river surrounding the county, the people of Sy County were still lacking. Yue Zhong continued, "Didn't the government or army make any moves to deal with those mutant beasts? The mutant beasts might be extremely terrifying, but they were not invincible. Since Sy County had so many survivors, there would definitely be experts within the government and military. Dealing with those mutant beasts should not be an issue." Zhang he thought for a while before replying. There were indeed some experts who stepped forward to deal with those mutant beasts, and they did manage to kill a few, but after that, the mutant beasts got even fiercer. Even those experts were eaten. Now there are few experts willing to come and hunt these monsters. Experts were after all a rare resource, with every death meant one less expert. There were simply too many mutant beasts hiding within the river, and after the government and military lost over 20 powerful enhancers, they halted all assaults on the river mutant beasts. The price was too heavy to bear. As Zhang He and Yue Zhong continued talking, more details of the life of the lower members of society began to emerge. The people in the worst situations were the lower members of society in Sy County. Although the upper brass had given the order for some emergency rations to be handed out to preserve these survivors' lives, as there was greed, countless rations were siphoned by greedy officials, and many of these survivors did not obtain their rightful ration. There were countless women selling their bodies for just a bun. There were even people willing to sell their children at various survivor camps. Under Zhang He's guidance, Yue Zhong's party came to an alley near a sewer, where the buildings were dilapidated, and stinking human waste everywhere. On the street, there were various survivors sitting down numbly by the road, their bodies giving off an odor, while a large number of mosquitoes and flies were currently circling them. There was a woman with tattered clothes, dark eye bags, sunken face, and emitting a sour smell from her body, grabbing a little girl's hands, kneeling on the floor in front of Yue Zhong, pleading profusely, "This master! Please, buy my daughter. Just a box of instant noodles. As long as you pay a box of instant noodles, I'll sell her to you. She knows how to do everything. Bring her with you, and she can help you do anything." The little girl of roughly 11 to 12 years, whose hair was in a ponytail, and had starved to the point where she looked like a little bean sprout, was also kneeling and begging, "Master, please buy me. I'm willing to do anything." Tong Xiaoyun saw this, and she could not help but ask, "Auntie, isn't she your own daughter? How can you bear to sell her away?" When Pei Shan saw the scene in front of her and could not believe her eyes. It was her first time coming to this sort of place, and in her thinking, selling one's son or daughter was something that happened only in books or the societies of old. The SY county that her father was governing over definitely would not have something like that. Chapter 0260, The Truest Scum. Translated by Kuan. Edited by Alamog Dedition the No One Fan. Chapter 260. Scum. The woman who had dark circles around her eyes. She spoke in a grieved manner. We haven't had anything to eat for 2 days. 2 days ago, we managed to eat some buns because I let someone have his way with me for one night. These 2 days, no one is willing to use food to buy my services. If this goes on, Qiqi and I will starve to death. If I sell her to you, she can at least live on. When Pei Shan looked at the mother-daughter pair, and her heart was full of sympathy. Yue Zhong, they're so pitiful. Help them, please. Yue Zhong glanced at them before giving 2 pieces of chocolates. I'm buying both of you, but let me say this first, since I've bought you. You are my people. If in the future you disregard my orders, I will be merciless. If you agree, eat the chocolates. Yue Zhong did not lack food, but he did lack people. Accepting these people under his wing weren't an issue. Thank you, master. Thank you, master. The moment the mother-daughter pair received the chocolates, their eyes flashed with delight, and thanked Yue Zhong profusely, especially the mother, Zhang Qiong, who thought that the best scenario would be Yue Zhong buying her daughter. Never did she imagine that she would also be accepted by Yue Zhong. Even if Yue Zhong wanted her to strip in front of everybody now, she would do so without hesitation, to show her gratitude towards him. During the initial stages of the apocalypse, as their bodies were more robust, men had a slight advantage over women. However, with the flow of time, the strong men mostly died in the fight against zombies. Others perished as a result of power struggles with other strong people, even against some mutant beasts as well. Currently, SY County's ratio of women to men was huge. Zhang Qiong and her daughter were not beauties, and naturally would not catch the eye of any groups around them. These groups were not willing to squander precious rations to care for the 2 of them. Hence they had no one to rely on. Now that Yue Zhong was willing to keep them, their hearts were filled with gratitude. When Pei Shan saw that Yue Zhong had accepted the mother-daughter pair, and she was surprised as she sighed in her heart. He is actually a good man. Please, take me in. I can do anything. Master, please take me in. No matter how you want to play me, I will definitely make you satisfied. Master, please take in us mother and daughter. We are willing to wait on you. After Yue Zhong took in Zhang Qiong and her daughter, the entire alley went into an uproar, and a few dozens of women surrounded Yue Zhong, pleading with him profusely. They wanted to live as well. Yue Zhong frowned and called out in a heavy voice, "All of you, keep quiet. Whoever makes any more noise will have to scram." The women instantly became silent and looked at Yue Zhong with a little fear while awaiting the next words that would decide their future. Yue Zhong called Zhang Qiong over and asked, "Zhang Qiong, I want to buy a street to accommodate all of you. How much rations would that cost?" "Master, you would require 50 tons of rations to buy this street." Zhang Qiong carefully calculated before replying. *Tn roughly translates to replying master, which doesn't make sense in the English context, but in Chinese, it was quite common in the past for subjects of the king to always refer to themselves as replying the king before continuing their sentences. In the age, houses were not valuable anymore. In SY County, as it could accommodate over 100,000 survivors, one normal alley for survivors to stay in would not cost much. 50 tons of food was sufficient to buy it with some balance. Yue Zhong immediately called out 2 of his special combat warriors. Xuanhuan, Kong Wei, you guys make a trip with Zhang Qiong. Go by the entire street. As long as they did not meet someone too overly powered, Xuanhuan and Kong Wei could easily deal with 20 delinquents or troublemakers. It was enough to ensure that Zhang Qiong would not be taken advantage of. Yue Zhong looked at the women around him and he said coldly, "As for you all, stay here and await my orders." Those women, including their children, numbered a few dozens, and Yue Zhong could not bring them and move around. The group heard his orders and stayed there obediently, not daring to wander about. He really does have the capital. He looked at Yue Zhong easily taking in all the women and kids around, and his mind was set, and decided to follow Yue Zhong wholeheartedly. Xixian, Xiaolan, I'm back. Zhang he excitedly ran into a dilapidated garden and hollered loudly. He had followed a capable person, and from today onwards the trio wouldn't have to worry about hunger anymore. However, the moment Zhang he stepped into the garden, he saw his younger brother Zhang Xixian beaten up till his entire face was swollen, and was lying on the ground motionless. His precious younger sister was nowhere to be seen, and a foreboding feeling arose in his heart. Zhang Xixian, who had just recently turned 12, spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, as he looked to his brother with a stricken expression and said, "Big brother! Mimi had been captured by Shur-Urgu, that bastard. Go save her quickly. Otherwise it will be too late." Addition. The real question is, what did the brothers expect their youngest brother to do to save her? Zhang He's face turned pale, as he immediately kneeled in front of Yue Zhong and begged, "Boss Yu, please help me save my sister. As long as you save her, I'm willing to do anything to repay you. Even if you want my life, I'd give it to you willingly." Yue Zhong furrowed his brows and asked, "What sort of person is Shur-Urgu?" "He's scum." Zhang he spat out as he was kneeling. Shur-Urgu was a scum. Prior to the apocalypse, he was a watchdog for a gambling den and a loan shark. He was a resident of Sy County. Then, after the change of the world, he made use of his various connections to engage in many dealings, and became a huge figure in the underground scene, all the while obtaining numerous benefits. Currently, Shur-Urgu had a small force of 50 fighters. Thus, he was someone people didn't dare offend in this part of the county. Those who antagonized him had their families broken, mostly because he was supported by various backers, all of whom were strong. "How is it, boss? How are the goods this time?" "She is that little dog Zhang, his younger sister Zhang Yulan. A huge burly man, with decent features and an aura of self-righteousness pointed towards a little girl of about 11 years old. She had snow-white, delicate and pretty-looking skin. Not bad. She's decent." Shur-Urgu's eyes flashed as he broke into a smile. Leisurely, he reached his hand out to grab Zhang Yulan's face. "Pay!" Zhang Yulan looked at Shur-Urgu's disgusting expression and directly spat at him, as Shur-Urgu did not have enough time to block and he received the spit on his face. He reached to wipe his face with his hand and he proceeded to lick his hand of the saliva and said in an extremely perverted manner, "How fragrant! Tin." I was truly disturbed by this, and I don't think there's anybody's saliva in the world that actually smells good. Addition. Spits on hand and shows it for inspection. I beg to differ. Ulamog. I distinctly smell chicken and chips. I'm sure of it. As for the scum, torture is not enough. Zhang Yulan broke out in cold sweat and felt the hair rise on the back of her neck, as she used her voice that had yet to mature and shouted, "Damn pervert! Little bitch, you dare to curse me." Shur-Urgu's eyes flashed icily. His palm immediately slapped Zhang Yulan's face, causing her pretty face to swell, as he laughed coldly. "Don't worry. I like you very much. I will train you properly to become the most shameless bitch. The esteemed buyer likes shameless bitches like you the most. Once you are delivered to him, he will definitely guide you well. However, before then, let me taste you first." Ulamog. "Okay. Maybe slightly less torture time for this guy, so that I can spend more time on the buyer." Sharpens hatchet. After that, Shur-Urgu reached out towards Zhang Yulan's clothes. Zhang Yulan's heart started to beat faster in fear, and tears started to stream down her pale face. "Boss, there's someone killing their way in." Right at this time, one of Shur-Urgu's subordinate rushed in and shouted out loudly, "How many are there?" Shur-Urgu furrowed his brows as he stopped his intention to violate Zhang Yulan and questioned his subordinates. "4 of them. There are only 4 of them." The subordinate cried out in alarm. Shur-Urgu immediately lashed out in fury. "You have 50 people, there are only 4 of them, and you can't take them down. Do you guys eat shit or something?" The subordinate quivered in fear and exclaimed, "They are experts. They are all high-level enhancers." Shur-Urgu's face instantly fell. Enhancers had strength that vastly surpassed normal people, and one enhancer could take on 10 people with no issues. He had 3 or 4 enhancers amongst his underlings, but they were at most level 3 or 4, and were not much stronger than normal people. Against higher-level enhancers, they were basically useless. Right at this time, following a huge explosive bang, one of Shi Ergu's subordinate was kicked in and violently smashed into a table, knocking the table away. Yue Zhong strided in. Shi Ergu looked at Yue Zhong, as he immediately bowed in a respectful manner and said, "May I ask who you are? Dare I ask what business might this esteemed guest have with us?" Zhang Yulan looked towards the previously arrogant and despotic Shi Ergu, treating Yue Zhong with respect, before looking at Yue Zhong, her eyes flashing with a strange gaze. "Hand her to me." Yue Zhong pointed to Zhang Yulan. Shi Ergu put on an extremely complicated expression as he tried to find a way out of the situation. "Honored guest, this is a person that Director Yuan Yueshan from the Tax Bureau wants. Doing things like this is a little overboard, isn't it? In my courtyard, there are a few more little bitches like her, although they may not compare to her, but they are definitely more obedient than her. The Tax Bureau held a great deal of resources after all. The director of the Tax Bureau was also an important person, such that even when Baogua and Peng Mingde had to keep an eye on him. If it's like that, then scum like you do have some use after all." Yue Zhong immediately stepped up and lashed out with a kick, causing Shi Ergu to fly and hit a table, fainting immediately. With the flash of a blade, the ropes on Zhang Yulan's body were immediately cut loose. "Your elder brothers have already followed me. From now on, you're also under me. I will protect you guys to the best of my capabilities." Yue Zhong eyed Zhang Yulan as he spoke in a heavy voice. Zhang Yulan blinked twice, as her eyes had a strange gleam. She walked over to Yue Zhong's side and hugged his arm tightly, as though it was the one place she could feel the safest. Chapter 0261, Go Die. Scum. Translated by Kuan. Edited by Alamog Edition The No One Fan. Book 2. The Sea of Zombies. Scum. He really deserves death. Yue Zhong eyed the scene in front of him, as he gritted his teeth and spat out the foul taste in his mouth. What a bastard. He needs to die. Zhang Yulan and Tong Xiaoyun could not help but curse loudly. Especially Zhang Yulan, who thought that just earlier, she almost became part of this group in front of her, and her heart felt cold. For young girls of roughly 11 or 12 were enclosed inside a cage, with collars around their necks. The height of the cage made it so that the girls could only squat inside the cage, and their bodies had scars all over, their faces numb and frozen, causing those who saw their plight to feel immense pity. Yue Zhong released the 4 of them, upon which they crawled out on all 4s. They immediately headed towards Yue Zhong and lowered their heads to lick his shoes. Yue Zhong immediately pulled them up and lectured them sternly. "All of you stand up. From now on, you will learn how to protect yourself. Only you can save yourself." The 4 girls only cried out in alarm, as their bodies shuddered and pleaded, "I will listen. Don't hit me. I will listen. Please don't hit me." Yue Zhong lightly sighed, but his eyes flashed with incomparable fury. He wanted to kill someone. Yue Zhong told Tong Xiaoyun, "Xiaoyun, they will be under your care." Tong Xiaoyun looked towards those pitiful girls and nodded her head. "Brother Yu, you can be at ease. I will take good care of them." "Where is Yuan Yeshan?" Yue Zhong grabbed Shi Ergu and asked icily. "The Fragrant Hill Villa. He should be at Fragrant Hill Villa conducting his business." Shi Ergu had no backbone and immediately sold his backer out. He valued his life and didn't want to throw it away with a way out in front of him. In Fragrant Hill Villa, Yuan Yeshan was living an extremely luxurious lifestyle. He had 2 girls licking his smelly feet, and another servicing him at his crotch. He was indeed enjoying himself. As the director of the Tax Bureau, he controlled a huge amount of the resources. Even the big powers in Sy County, like when Baogua and Peng Mingde, had to give him face. Though he knew that he could not come out on top of when Baogua nor Peng Mingde, so he quietly stayed in his job and continued to siphon resources as he led his high life. Yuan Yeshan suddenly shivered as he ejaculated, and let out a light breath of relief before looking at the young girl's face in front of him. He felt young and full of vigor. In the current world, he could do as he liked in broad daylight. If it was before, he wouldn't have the guts to do so. He could do it precisely because he possessed power and authority. Those who had power were above authority and remand. Even the useless son of Peng Mingde had caused so much troubles. Yet he remained free. If Yuan Yeshan, wanted to play with a few women, whose business was it? Of course, he did all these knowing that it was shameless and was afraid of retribution. Therefore, he used his resources and authority to gather a few experts under him. After all, expert fighters also needed to eat. They also had relatives and friends, family members, women and children. To survive and live better, they had no choice but to work for a government official like Yuan Yeshan. Yuan Yeshan had 4 level 15 enhancers working under him. As long as they did not meet a powerful expert, the 4 of them could take down an enhancer that was below level 20. Even an enhancer that had a higher level than that had to be careful, otherwise he or she might fall at their hands as well. Furthermore, near the villa there was a special forces squad. If anything were to happen, within a few minutes the squad would immediately rush to provide reinforcements. Just as Yuan Yeshan was having his way with those few girls, one of his subordinates suddenly barged in and spoke anxiously. "Director, there's an enemy attack." Yuan Yeshan was alarmed and exclaimed, "Who?" The subordinate continued hastily, "I'm not sure. He's only one person. All our brothers have been defeated by him. He is definitely an expert." Right at this time, with a pong, the subordinate that had reported to Yuan Yeshan was kicked viciously to one side, as he flew to the wall and smashed into it forcefully, before he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood and fainted. Tian. Seems familiar. Yue Zhong strode in power on full display, as he stared at Yuan Yeshan and spoke coldly. "You are Yuan Yeshan?" Ten. Definitely familiar. Yuan Yeshan frowned as he spoke sternly in a self-righteous tone. "Who are you? This is government grounds. Do you want to go against the government and people?" From a small house on the side, 4 men swiftly arrived by Yuan Yeshan's side and stared at Yue Zhong coldly. They were the 4 experts that Yuan Yeshan had hired. One of them was wielding a Tang replica sword and looked to be about 46 to 47, while dressed in farmer's garbs as he called out, "Quickly surrender. This is Director Yuan. If you want to go against him, it's tantamount to rebelling. You will be regarded as treacherous to your comrades, the government and the people." Yue Zhong glanced at the 3 girls who were lying naked on the floor, with collars around their necks, as he spoke out in an incredibly icy tone. "Yuan Yeshan, how is a scum like you able to represent the citizens?" Yuan Yeshan replied without batting an eyelid. "Before I'm replaced, I represent the people of this country, and the citizens. Young man, you may be capable, but in front of the government and the people, your power counts for nuts. You better turn yourself in while you still have the chance. You must believe in the law will definitely treat you justly. If you don't wake up, you will only face death." Yue Zhong eyed the 4 experts as he pointed to the girls and questioned them. "Do the 4 of you insist on helping this scum? Have your eyes been blinded? Don't tell me you can't see this." The 4 of them maintained their indifference. They were not good men after all. After protecting Yuan Yeshan for so long, how were they not sure of the type of animal Yuan Yeshan is? However, he had the power to ensure that they would not go hungry. Almost more importantly, they could have the women they wanted. Hence they threw their moral conscience away. "Damn brat! If you don't surrender now, don't blame your father for being merciless." The farmer-like middle-aged man activated his shadow steps with a cold look in his eyes, as his entire being seemed to soar as he shot towards Yue Zhong. Another man who looked decent and cultured also activated his skill airlock, and an invisible airlock shot towards Yue Zhong. Another beefy yellow-skinned man activated his skill super strength enhancement, as his strength soared to 55 points. With the mace he wielded that was heavier than 100 jin, he rushed towards Yue Zhong ferociously. While he liked to use the Tang replica sword to deal with the zombies, against humans he preferred to use the mace, because it allowed him to exhibit his full strength. The last guy just stared at Yue Zhong coldly, while he activated his level 3 skill. Spirit shock, and a huge amount of spirit energy rushed towards Yue Zhong. The power of such an attack was overwhelming, and if a normal person was to receive it, he would immediately lose his mental faculties or die on the spot. Even someone who possessed a similar spirit level as the man would lose concentration for a while. These 4 men each possessed a different skill, and when the 4 of them acted together, even a level 20+ enhancer might be defeated under their joint attacks. The spirit attack reached Yue Zhong first. Turns out it was just that Yue Zhong's spirit was much stronger than the man's, and the attack had no effect on him at all. This was the spirit shock's weakness. It could not do anything to a person with higher spirit. Yue Zhong brought out 2 guns with a wave of his hands, and he casually fired a shot at the farmer-like man. With a bang, a bullet wound appeared in between the man's eyes, fresh blood flowing out, and he fell limply to the ground, with an expression of disbelief that someone could draw and fire a gun that fast. The next moment, the invisible airlock had locked Yue Zhong's shoulder. Yue Zhong frowned and used all his strength to shake it off, but found that even with his strength, he could not undo the airlock. His right shoulder was sealed by the airlock and couldn't move. The mace-holding expert saw his chance and he laughed craftily, before swinging the mace towards Yue Zhong's head. It was as though he could see Yue Zhong's head being smashed to a pasty pulp already. Yue Zhong eyed the mace-holding expert, before his left hand rose and aimed while simultaneously firing 3 times. The 3 cold forged leaden slugs immediately found their targets in the heads of the mace-holding expert, the airlock-using enhancer, as well as the enhancer with the spirit shock skill. With the appearance of the bullet holes, these 3 enhancers were defeated by Yue Zhong just like that. While enhancers were definitely stronger than normal humans in most aspects, they were not invincible. A bullet could easily take their lives unless it was Yue Zhong, Lai Tianyang, or even Ice King Zhang Yun, those enhancers who knew how to use imbalanced skills to protect themselves against bullets. You can't kill me. I am the director of the tax bureau. If you kill me, the government will not let you off. As long as you let me go, rations, gold, women, anything you want, I can give it to you. Seeing his 4 experts falling under Yue Zhong's hands, Yuan Yeshan's complexion turned, as he trembled uncontrollably and started begging. He did not want to die at all. At this moment, sounds of siren resounded from the outside. It was the Special Forces squad making their way over. The Fragrant Hill Villa was the residence of many government officials. The moment some trouble brewed, the Special Forces squad would immediately rush over. Hearing those loud sounds of siren, Yuan Yeshan felt relieved and knew he had bargaining power, as he spoke to Yue Zhong. Those experts outside are the elite of elites. You will definitely not be able to escape from here. Release me. As long as you release me, I can guarantee that your life will be intact. Scum, go and die. Yue Zhong lightly laughed and shot forward like an arrow, swinging down his blade towards Yuan Yeshan's neck. In his moment of death, Yuan Yeshan's head rolling to the floor, his eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Chapter 0262, Exceptional Trades. Translated by Kuan. Edited by Alamog Dedishin, the No One Fan. Book 2. The Sea of Zombies. The Special Combat Forces were quick to react and had swiftly surrounded the entire villa. To the people inside, listen up. You have already been surrounded. Your only option is to put down your weapons and surrender immediately. Only by doing that can we guarantee a way out for you. The captain of the Special Combat Forces, Xiao Panshan, hollered out. The few girls in the villa looked at Yue Zhong with fear, uncertain if this killing machine was going to kill them casually like he'd done the others. Don't worry, I am here to save you guys, Yue Zhong said indifferently as he glanced at those girls who were scared witless. With that, Yue Zhong strode up to the window of the villa and spoke out clearly. I am Ningguang County's Yue Zhong. Today, I was under orders to clean up the degenerates of the government. You can affirm this with Secretary General Peng and Mayor Wan. Xiao Panshan heard Yue Zhong's words and was thrown off for a moment. After some hesitation, he still didn't give the order to attack. Secretary General Peng and Mayor Wan were the 2 major powers in SY County after all. If it was an order by either of these 2 people, he didn't dare to question nor go against it. Therefore, he decided to report it to the higher-ups first. The murder of a director of the tax bureau wasn't a small matter, both when Baogua and Peng Mingda had rushed over the moment they received the news. When Baogua's face had turned green as he looked towards Yue Zhong and spoke heavily, Yue Zhong, This time you have crossed the line. If you can't give me a suitable explanation, then I can't help but to announce that you're not a welcome guest of SY County, and would have to order your arrest. Yuan Yeshan wasn't Wen Baogua's subordinate, but he was a government official after all. Yue Zhong had actually killed him in front of other people, without the use of a disguise, and had seemed extremely tyrannical. Yue Zhong pointed to the girls who were trembling uncontrollably as they kneeled on the ground and hugged his leg tightly, sternly speaking to Wen Baogua. Mayor 1! Yuan Yeshan, that scum did this kind of disgusting and perverse things. Don't tell me he doesn't deserve death. Wen Baogua stared at Yue Zhong, spitting one word out at a time. Yes, he is scum. He deserves to die. But he's a government official after all. If you want to take him down, you need to go by the lawful route. Nobody has the right to carry out judgment on a government official. If you want his life, you have to go by the lawful way. Those who sat in the government positions were very concerned about their lives and stability. If everyone acted out in vengeance like Yue Zhong, then all the officials in the government would not sit easy. This had reached Wen Baogua's threshold. Regardless of how overwhelmingly strong an expert was, they had to adhere to the rules SY County was running on. This was on the insistence by both Wen Baogua and Peng Mingde. Peng Mingde sighed, while his eyes lit up inwardly with delight. He maintained a steely look as he spoke softly. Yue Zhong! Yuan Yeshan was indeed scum. Yue Zhong laughed lightly as he blatantly distorted the facts. What are you guys talking about? I did not touch a single hair on Yuan Yeshan. When I came in here, I saw his 4 bodyguards fighting amongst themselves and killing each other. He simply was not careful and was caught in the fray. The rest then died under each other's merciless attacks. Wen Baogua and Peng Mingde frowned. They were also experts at twisting the truth, but facing Yue Zhong's shameless lie, they didn't know how to react. The few girls kneeling by Yue Zhong's feet were even more confused. They had clearly seen Yue Zhong beheading Yuan Yeshan with their own eyes. Yue Zhong smiled before he gave an offer. This time, I have invited the 2 of you to discuss a potential deal. I want to use 100 tons of rations to buy 400,000 sets of quilts between the both of you. Wen Baogua and Peng Mingde were smart people, and naturally knew of Yue Zhong's intentions to wipe the slate clean with these 100 tons of food. Right now in SY County, a quilt was not even worth a gene of rations. Hearing those words from Yue Zhong, the 2 of them finally started to relax. After the end of the world, 50 tons of rations was not a small amount. In SY County, 5 gene of rations could cause a huge fight to break out and a slaughter amongst the survivors. One person after another would bite, kick privates, gouge eyes, punch and fight as dirty as they could. 50 tons of food could support 100 people for almost 200 days. Yue Zhong was after all a strong expert and had a huge force under him. As long as it didn't reach a point of no return, Wen Baogua and Peng Mingde weren't willing to butt heads with Yue Zhong. Furthermore, Yue Zhong had provided them a subtle way out. As long as they put in a little more effort to convince the other officials, this matter would not be too huge of an issue. Wen Baogua pondered a while before exchanging a cold look with Peng Mingde. He then stepped forward and said, Yue Zhong, this time I'll overlook this. I hope there won't be a second time. If it happens again, I can only give the order for your arrest. Yue Zhong lightly smiled and indifferently said, I got it. Seeing the obstinate Yue Zhong giving way, Wen Baogua and Peng Mingde let out a breath of relief. Dealing with this stubborn and prideful Yue Zhong, who could easily go on a rampage, was a headache to them. I have a proposition for the 2 of you. Yue Zhong suddenly spoke out. What is it? Wen Baogua spoke somewhat coldly. After Yue Zhong had killed Yuan Yeshan without regards for the law, Wen Baogua had somewhat less of a favorable impression of Yue Zhong. I want to impose tax near the river. Yue Zhong smiled as he threw out this unexpected bomb. No way. Definitely not. At almost the same time, Wen Baogua and Peng Mingde immediately rejected the proposal. Taxation was of utmost importance to a power. While there were few people who dared to fish at the river, and the tax gained per day could not even hit a ton of fresh seafood, it was still a form of rations. Wen Baogua and Peng Mingde would definitely not give this up. Let me finish speaking. I want to clear the mutant beasts in the river. As long as the mutant beasts are exterminated, then we can ensure a fresh and unending supply of seafood for SY County. I'm going to be delegating my power and resources to clear the river. I naturally can't do it for free. Once the river is freed up, anyone can just enter the waters that I cleared to fish or pluck vegetation, but I will take 30% as tax. Yue Zhong spoke out heavily. The river was a treasure trove in Yue Zhong's eyes, and it had a huge amount of potential in terms of food. If it could be made use of, the people of SY County could all have decent meals. Of the 30% tax, I will use 5% to pay SY County, and it's up to you guys to split it your own way. Once the river is cleared of the mutant beasts, the 5% of freshwater products as well as wild vegetation will surpass the current amount by 10 times, or even 100 times. Yue Zhong's words shook the hearts of Wen Baogua and Peng Mingde, and they knew Yue Zhong was not exaggerating. The river was indeed a precious resource pool. It wasn't for the fact that there were so many mutant beasts, they would not even be worrying about rations. Wen Baogua considered a while before speaking, 50 to 50. After you clear the river, we split the tax 50 to 50. Yue Zhong replied readily, sure. Wen Baogua and Peng Mingde's eyes lit up in delight. While they might be at loggerheads, they wanted to join hands to fleece Yue Zhong like a fat little lamb. However, Yue Zhong's following words caused them both to frown deeply once more. Yue Zhong continued speaking, seeming indifferent to their machinations. If you can dispatch 30 level 20 and above enhancers to help me, then once the river is cleared the tax can be split 50 to 50. If you guys aren't willing to send help, then I can only give you 5%. I will also need to leave some for the people from the military. If one hoards everything, it would not bode well. Should Yue Zhong monopolize the tax percentage, even if he used all his strength to clear the river, other people will get jealous. He had to give a little as a sign of goodwill. The government and military were both powerful heads of state in SY County, and Yue Zhong's foothold in this county was still too small. Peng Mingde's eyes narrowed, as he thought carefully before replying softly, then we'll stick with 5%. Recently, our manpower is a little tight. We can't leisurely afford to send out so many experts. Countless strong mutant beasts currently resided within the river, and the SY County's government and military had sent out many forces to try and clear the place many times before. As of now, the government, military, and even some civilian experts had joined hands to kill many mutant beasts, yet they always came out on the losing side. In fact, the total experts that had died in these clearing expeditions numbered in the 100s, and a few precious evolvers had already died at the hands of those mutant beasts. Wen Baogua and Peng Mingde naturally did not have much faith in Yue Zhong's preposition. Furthermore, even without doing a single thing, they stood to gain 5% of tax. They will naturally delighted to watch Yue Zhong exhaust his strength. If he was defeated, it was not their problem, and if he won, they stood to benefit from it. My manpower in SY County is not enough to battle against those mutant beasts. I need to gather a few more people as well as some form of accommodation. How about selling me Xinglong Street and Nanshan Street? I'm willing to buy them for 100 tons of rations. Yue Zhong continued asking without even batting an eyelid. Wen Baogua replied without much care, add another 50 tons? You can have Xingye Street as well. Xinglong Street, Nanshan Street as well as Xingye Street were all near the river, and there were currently many survivors living there now. Most of them were prostitutes, thieves, robbers, kids, old people, hoodlums, and even gang members. Furthermore, the 3 streets were dilapidated. Dirty water ran in the ditches, and it was smelly beyond words. By throwing the 3 streets to Yue Zhong, Wen Baogua could stop worrying about the situation there and save on rations as well. Thanks, Mayor 1. Yue Zhong laughed lightly. The 3 streets had plenty of apartments. If squeezed a little bit, he could fit 2,000 to 3,000 people there. With these 3 streets, Yue Zhong could also be considered to gain a foothold in SY County, or a stronghold. And all he paid was 150 tons of food. After the business transaction, Yue Zhong came to Xinglong Street. Yue Zhong walked the entire street and called for Zhang He. Zhang He, I need to gather some people. Go and disseminate the info. Say I'm looking for people who are willing to fight and work hard. Those who work for me, whatever I require of them, they have to do it. Every day I will ensure that they get to eat their fill. In addition, if they do well, I will not scrimp on rewards. I will only accept 200 people, not any more. Cheng Yu, follow him. Although Zhang He was young, he was mature, and he was a local resident after all, thus he was extremely familiar with the area. Therefore, he was the most suitable person for this role. Yes, boss you. Zhang He replied in a respectful manner, before he dismissed himself. Cheng Yu followed Zhang He silently. Little kid, what's the catch for today? I can use my cornmeal to change with you. 1 gene of fresh fish for 2 gene cornmeal. If you let me play with your sister for a night, I can give you 2 gene rice. At one of the streets, a decently dressed middle-aged man eyed Zhang He and spoke out while wearing a steely smile. Zhang He looked at the man with undisguised contempt as he coldly replied, Boss Niu, I'm not here to exchange food with you. The man in front was called Niu Dahui and was a businessman. He used cornmeal and rice to exchange for various items with the survivors, and was well known amongst the people here as a vicious and callous man. Niu Dahui immediately turned grim and chuckled, Then pay your debts. For days ago you borrowed 4 gene of cornmeal from me. You owe me 6 gene of cornmeal. If you can't pay up, I will take your sister as guarantee. Niu Dahui had long set his sights on Zhang He's sister. The pretty little flower could be used to bargain and be sold for at least a 100 gene worth of food. Because of this, Niu Dahui had generously loaned Zhang He 3 gene of cornmeal. Zhang He's face turned black, as he gritted his teeth and said, I only borrowed 3 gene of cornmeal for 10 days. How is it that only after 4 days you demand a payment of 6 gene of cornmeal? Niu Dahui's expression did not waver as he looked at Zhang He coldly and said, Now that rations are so precious, don't tell me my loan to you doesn't require interest? My rates have always been 9 out, 13 return. Everyday's interest is 20%. Requiring your payment of 6 gene is already cheaper than what is required. Damn brat. You're still not paying up. If you don't take out the rations, I will take your sister as a guarantee. Niu Dahui had given the 3 gene of food with the grace of a magnanimous man, and had seemed decent, but the moment he required payment, he would be extremely callous. Nearby, the survivors came around and looked on numbly. Too bad. The small kid was hoodwinked by that dog. What a pity! Those survivors saw the scene and broke into discussion. However, that Niu Dahui had 4 extremely burly thugs protecting him. Thus no one dared to provoke him. Zhang He's face was full of fury as he looked at Niu Dahui, and he didn't expect that this scum had actually thought of such an idea. Niu Dahui stared at the infuriated but helpless Zhang He, and his face broke out into an extremely proud expression. Chapter 0263, Kneel or Die. Translated by Kuan. Edited by Alamog Dedishin the No One Fan. Book 2. The Sea of Zombies. Chapter 263, Kneel or Die. This should be enough. Cheng Yu stepped forward and threw a bag in front of Niu Dahui. Niu Dahui pulled open the bag, only to discover that the bag was filled with white rice, and even had about 10 gene worth. His eyes revealed a hint of greed. He had just lent out 3 gene of cornmeal and managed to obtain 10 gene of superior white rice. This time he had really struck it rich. It must be made clear that white rice was much more valuable than cornmeal. The survivors looked at the white rice inside the bag, and their eyes all lit up. 10 gene of white rice was enough for these starved survivors to kill for. Niu Dahui's eyes shook as he spoke out fiercely. No way! I lent you cornmeal. I want back cornmeal. If you don't take out 6 gene of cornmeal right now, hand me your sister. The 4 burly men behind Niu Dahui stood up to pressurize Zhang He. If it was any other situation with the 400% of interest, Niu Dahui would have stopped there. It's just this time, if he could obtain Zhang Yulan, he would gain more than 10 times the interest. This was why he couldn't care less, and wanted to get his hands on Zhang Yulan so he could earn a whole lot more. Zhang He shook with fury as he shouted out loudly. It's obvious that white rice is much more valuable. I only borrowed 3 gene of cornmeal from you, and returned you 10 gene of white rice. What more do you want? Niu Dahui harshly criticized. You say white rice is more valuable than cornmeal? In my eyes, a gene of cornmeal is worth 10 gene of white rice. You can either pay me 6 gene of cornmeal or 60 gene of white rice. Then we can call it even. Otherwise, bring your sister here. The 4 burly bodyguards encircled Zhang He and Cheng Yu to try and oppress them. Zhang He was thoroughly infuriated by Niu Dahui's shamelessness, and he shook uncontrollably while looking at Cheng Yu. A bunch of trash. Cheng Yu's eyes flashed coldly, as his body seemed to disappear. In one move he kicked out, viciously sweeping his leg in a circle and caused the 4 burly men to fly back and hit the shop wall. With another kick aimed at Niu Dahui's stomach, he kicked again. Cheng Yu's attack caused him to double over and his knees gave out, causing him to faceplant the ground into a rather fresh pile of green dog shit. Addition. Wouldn't the dogs have been eaten? This is a poor area, there wouldn't be no dogs for dog shit? Unless somehow. Ulamog. Martian dogs equipped with personal teleportation matrices. It's 100% then truth. This white rice is for you. From today on, the debt between you and Zhang He is cancelled. If you still want to find trouble, you will lose your dog life. Cheng Yu pulled Niu Dahui by his hair viciously, as he spoke with enormous killing intent, while pouring the white rice on top of his head. Niu Dahui had a look of horror as he pleaded loudly, "No more, master. I dare not. Please take mercy and spare my lowly life." Someone who was capable of dealing with 4 strong men was obviously a powerful enhancer. He was an existence that Niu Dahui could not afford to offend. Zhang He looked at Cheng Yu enviously and imagined himself possessing the same strength one day, as to let others fear him. How powerful and domineering! I must be as capable as him in the future. My fellow elder brothers and uncles, I am Zhang He. I am now under Boss Yu. Yue Zhong ordered me to gather workers. As long as you work for Boss Yu, everyone gets to eat their fill. Zhang He stepped onto Niu Dahui's stall and called out to the surrounding survivors. Take me, Zhang He. I can do anything. Will I really get to eat my fill? The moment Zhang He finished talking, all the survivors surrounded Zhang He and Cheng Yu, then started pleading profusely. To be able to eat one's fill was an incredibly tempting offer. In SY County, there were nobody who didn't want to join the various powers. There were only powers who weren't willing to accept survivors. It was mainly because these powers did not have any more rations. The moment they exceeded their capacity, they would run out of food as well. Yue Zhong currently did not bring too much weight in rations, so gathering 200 subordinates was the maximum that he could allow. When the ration trucks arrived, he could then engage in a wide-scale employment. And then, of course, Yue Zhong couldn't just take in too many. Otherwise, the government of SY County would not be able to relax. Zhang He had gotten along in this part of town for a long time, and somewhat knew the various survivors pretty well. Under his selection, a few of the honest and hard-working ones who were not afraid to slog were chosen. Those hoodlums, thieves and liars, or those who liked to slack or fool around were immediately rejected. Niu Dahui at this time had already crawled up, his eyes filled with a venomous look as he stared at Zhang He and said through gritted teeth, "Zhang He, just you wait. I won't let you off this easily." After that, Niu Dahui hastily left the place. Zhang He brought the 200 people he gathered in front of Yue Zhong and said, "Boss Yu, as per your instructions, 200 people have been assembled." Yue Zhong sat in the middle of the courtyard. On his left stood Wen Peishan, who had a look of curiosity. Located on his right, Tong Xiaoyun and Zhang Yulan stood together. The rest of the special combat soldiers were on different duties and missions, infiltrating SY County and observing any strange movements from the different power factions. Right at this time, a group of knife and axe-wielding men rushed in, while an arrogant young man with blonde hair and ear piercings sauntered over and glanced at Yue Zhong. His eyes quickly landed on Wen Peishan, Tong Xiaoyun and Zhang Yulan, and he couldn't betray the look of lust in his expression. A tanned man wearing a shirt with no buttons, revealing his tattoos, immediately walked forward towards Yue Zhong, fiercely swinging a huge knife, before cursing, "Fuck your mother. Yue Zhong, you bastard. You come to our Black Tiger Gang's territory to gather people? Have you asked for our permission? Damn it. You didn't go through us and dare to take people in? You must have a death wish, right?" Seeing the Black Tiger Gang members appearing out of the blue, the 200 people who had been gathered immediately hid to one side, their faces full of fear as they watched on. The Black Tiger Gang was, after all, the tyrant around these areas and operated gambling dens and brothels. They loaned out resources at huge interest rates and engaged in various other shady business. At the same time, they possessed a decent fighting force and had over 100 members in their gang who could fight, therefore no one dared to provoke them. The blond young man with pierced ears and an incredibly arrogant face was the son of the gang leader Yun Fei. Yun Fei was also a ruthless youth and had caused the deaths of a few people. The tan burly man wielding the knife was called Chang Yunshu and was one of the top 5 fighters in Black Tiger Gang. Even prior to the apocalypse, he was a fighter for a gang, and his knife skills were brutal and ruthless. Of course, he had taken numerous lives as well. Go and die. Yue Zhong frowned and immediately fired a shot at that Chang Yunshu. Bang! A bullet hole appeared in Chang Yunshu's head, and his entire person slumped lifelessly backwards. His eyes were filled with disbelief and shock. He didn't expect that Yue Zhong had not spoken more than a sentence, and instead had just decided to kill him instantly. Those members of the Black Tiger Gang who had walked in with strong killing intent watched Chang Yunshu slump to the floor in disbelief as well. That was one of the prized top fighters in their gang. In the battles for territory and control, he was someone who could take on 6 different people, and such a bull had actually died at Yue Zhong's hands. The whole lot of you kneel or die. Yue Zhong coldly eyed those 20 gang members who had rushed over and spoke. He didn't even stand, and had still remained sitting on the chair. 4 special combat soldiers walked out with their .05 submachine guns aimed at the gang members. Outside of the courtyard's gates, Chang Yu wordlessly aimed a .05 submachine gun at the 20 members of the Black Tiger Gang. As long as Yue Zhong gave the order, the 5 of them could instantly decimate the over 20 members from the Black Tiger Gang. Yun Fei saw the scene in front of him, and his back broke out in cold sweat, and right now he absolutely hated Niu Dahue who had goaded him into this. The man in front of him was obviously extremely decisive and vicious. He would kill without engaging in idle banter. With a single word from him, he forced people to kneel. This was the tyrant of tyrants, devil of devils. Yun Fei had wanted to say something, but once he saw Yue Zhong's eyes which were filled with killing intent, his heart went limp. He immediately kneeled down and said loudly, "It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding." The members of the Black Tiger Gang immediately kneeled one by one. There were, however, some who seemed to be hesitating. They had their pride, and they were actually being forced to kneel in front of a young man, and that made them indignant. Bang bang. Tien. All over Yug, the sounds of gunfire resounded from the .05 light machine gun. Those Black Tiger Gang members who had not thrown their weapons down in time were immediately shot full of bullet holes, their entire body bleeding, as they slumped to the floor, fresh blood flowing out of their wounds. The 11 members had just died like that without the chance to resist, and the cruel scene let Yun Fei truly feel frightened at the ruthless slaughter of this youth in front of him. He had always been tough on his enemies while treating his people well, and was afraid that Yue Zhong could just execute them all on the spot. Those who were gathered by Zhang He on Yue Zhong's orders witnessed the cruel scene, as their hearts went cold, and they all kneeled subconsciously. Seeing everyone kneeling down, Zhang Yulan's eyes flashed with a hint of passion, as she looked towards Yue Zhong with reverence. Yue Zhong eyed Yun Fei kneeling on the ground icily and asked, "Who are you?" The deaths of the 12 members of the Black Tiger Group was of no importance to Yue Zhong. In Sy County, as long as Yue Zhong did not publicly execute any government officials, the murder of a few gang members weren't worth shit. In fact, because of the struggle for dominance, the gangs would be engaged in fighting every few days with a few deaths as a result. The government would not bother with them too much. Chapter 0264 Basement. Translated by Kuan. Edited by Alamog Dedishin the No One Fan. Book 2. The Sea of Zombies. Chapter 264 Basement. I am Yun Fei, the son of Black Tiger Gang's leader Yun Chong. This time we were tricked by Niu Dahue. That's why we offended you. Please be magnanimous and let us off. Our Black Tiger Gang is willing to offer 3 tons of white rice as compensation. Yun Fei kneeled on the floor, his back full of cold sweat. From young, he had never felt such tyrannical pressure before. Honestly, he knew if he wasn't careful he would easily become a corpse. Yue Zhong called Zhang He over. Black Tiger Gang? Zhang He. What's this Black Tiger Gang? Zhang He did not hesitate, and immediately replied loudly, Boss Yue, this Black Tiger Gang is Xinglong Street's biggest triad. They are actually pretty good at this kind of stuff. They control the gambling dens, lend out money at high interest rates, force women to sell their bodies, and are basically a huge evil. If it was anyone else asking Zhang he might have his reservations. But because Yue Zhong was his backer, he didn't have to fear anyone. Yue Zhong continued asking, Do you know where their headquarters is located? I know. Zhang He nodded. His sister was very pretty after all, and he was constantly worried that she would be taken by bad people. Hence he knew the layout of the area very well. Yue Zhong casually gave out an order. Chang Yu, bring the rest and follow Zhang He. Go annihilate the Black Tiger Gang. Those who don't surrender, kill them. The 5 fully equipped special combat warriors going against 100 hoodlums without decent weapons, it was definitely going to be a victory. It was only a question of how long. Boss Yue, it was our mistake. It was my fault. Please let our Black Tiger Gang off. Yun Fei knelt on the floor and immediately kowtowed profusely, causing his forehead to bleed. He wasn't an idiot. Their motley crew of hoodlums would definitely not be able to take on Yue Zhong's warriors. The moment they clashed, there was only death for the Black Tiger Gang. Yue Zhong looked at Yun Fei coldly and said, I'm giving you a minute's time, unless you can give me something worth mentioning. The entire Black Tiger Gang will cease to exist from tomorrow onwards. Yun Fei immediately broke out in further cold sweat, and his brain raced to come up with a way for the Black Tiger Gang to escape this crisis. Yun Fei immediately replied in a loud voice, Boss Yue, our Black Tiger Gang is willing to throw in with you and treat you as our biggest boss. Whatever you ask of us, we would do. If the Black Tiger Gang could rely on Yue Zhong's strength, they would be able to expand and become stronger as well. Yun Fei had thought of this. 1 stone, 2 birds. Yue Zhong replied coldly, You still have 30 seconds. Yue Zhong could not be bothered with Black Tiger Gang and its resources. He only had to put out rations and could gather a random team together. Training them for a few days plus equipping them with his items, the Black Tiger Gang would not even compare to that. Yun Fei's back constantly perspired as he racked his brains again, before his eyes lit up and he said, I know a place that has a lot of rations. Yue Zhong asked in a drawly voice, How much rations? If it was just 1 or 2 tons of rations, Yue Zhong wouldn't give a shit. He could easily pull out that amount. Yun Fei replied, Definitely no less than 500 tons. Tell me the location. After we salvage it, I will let you guys leave. Yue Zhong called out indifferently. 500 tons was not a small sum. It could let even the likes of Wen Baogua and Peng Mingde to go green. With this 500 tons of food, Yue Zhong could immediately maintain a group of 1,000 people for half a year. Is it here? Yue Zhong followed Yun Fei to a village within the city, as he pointed to a 7-story high detached building on a plot of land and asked. Yun Fei told Yue Zhong the secret he had kept for quite a while. It is right here. Not too long ago, I saw some people moving some items here, and where the vehicle passed by, I noticed some white rice spilled around the area. After that, the same vehicle continuously moved items to and fro this place. Based on my calculations, I think there were about 100 trips. Since the vehicle can carry about weights of up to 5 tons. After 100 trips, there should be 500 tons of food at the very least. Yun Fei had initially wanted to strike this place and take the items for his own. However, before he had the chance to, Yue Zhong had gained the opportunity. He could only give this place up to exchange for the survival of his Black Tiger Gang. Yue Zhong frowned, before asking softly, Is this place under the military supervision? 500 tons, it was not a small sum. If it was a granary that belonged to the military or government, then if Yue Zhong made any move on it, there would be trouble. Yun Fei had also done his research. Nope. The granaries under the government and military usually have experts guarding them. Almost always the surrounding areas of up to 1 kilometer around those granaries are usually brightly lit, and there are various checks. Even a fly would find it hard to fly in. This place, however, lacks the type of security usually given to those of importance. Stealing from the government and military was a huge offense. Even the Black Tiger Gang would be easily crushed by either the government or military. Yun Fei and Yun Chong were normal people and did not dare go against the government or military. Yue Zhong observed the place carefully and discovered that the luxurious-looking Western-style bungalow did in fact seem to not belong to the government or military. Yue Zhong eyed the bungalow, then gave the order to Cheng Yu. Go take care of them. Try to keep them all alive. Upon receiving Yue Zhong's orders, Cheng Yu brought 2 special combat soldiers with him. Cheng Yu used to be a top-rated killer before the world changed. In the apocalypse after, he had gained numerous benefits from the God and Devil system with Yue Zhong's help. Killing countless zombies had made him become a level 25 enhancer. If he gave his all in his assassination, even level 30 enhancers would be killed by him in just a move, needless to say anything about other normal humans. Not long after, the 7 guards around the courtyard were taken care of. Yue Zhong brought his new workforce of 150 men, strode into the courtyard with a domineering air and started rummaging for the 500 tons of rations. Boss Yue, we found it. We found the rations. Come over quick. One of the survivors excitedly rushed to Yue Zhong's side and called out. Yue Zhong immediately brightened up and followed the survivor to a huge underground basement. He discovered that within that huge underground basement, there were stacks and stacks of white rice, cornmeal, wheat, and various other rations. All sorts of rations were stockpiled in huge numbers, forming many small mountains. Yue Zhong looked at the amount of rations the basement contained, and his eyes flashed with delight, and based on his experience, he estimated, "Not right. The rations here are not just 500 tons. It should be above 3,000 tons. Boss Yue, there are more good things here. It seems there's much more." Xuanhuan was in one of the corners as he called out excitedly. Yue Zhong strode over with big steps and discovered that there was a huge chest in the corner. The chest had already been pried open, revealing brand new .03 rifles inside. Military firepower. There's this much? The amount of firepower here could equip an entire battalion of soldiers. Yue Zhong took a look at the guns contained within the chest and swiftly came to a judgment on the amount. In the basement, other than the lack of rocket launchers and other missile and explosive types of weapons, all the rifles were enough to equip an entire battalion. Assuming one coupled them with the ample ammunition, it was enough to engage in a huge battle. Good find. Move all these back immediately. Yue Zhong wore a delighted expression and gave the order to Xuanhuan. Everything contained within this basement, Yue Zhong had decided to swallow all the items up. He didn't care if the original owner was someone to be provoked or not. With the support of these rations and firepower, Yue Zhong could immediately train up a battalion of soldiers to be deployed here, instead of taking some from his Ningguang County or Qingyuan County. Yue Zhong looked towards Cheng Yu and casually barked orders as was his wont. Go spread the command to those newly recruited guys. Whoever speaks of this will be directly executed. Those 7 guards we captured? Take them to the Scum Battalion in Ningguang County. Those in the Scum Battalion were treated harshly as befitted a slave unit. Before they killed enough zombies to obtain their freedom, they had to remain in the camp jails or in cages. They could not even step outside for communications with others. Cheng Yu nodded his head and immediately went to convey Yue Zhong's orders. Yue Zhong looked at Yun Fei indifferently and spoke. Yun Fei, your information was solid. You're free to go with your men. Today's matters. Should you reveal even the tiniest bit of information, I will personally come after every single person in your Black Tiger Gang. I'll even slowly eviscerate the one with loose lips as an example. As of today onwards, if your Black Tiger Gang still wants to operate your prior shady businesses on my territory, don't blame me for being merciless. If you and your guys are willing to work for me, bring your dad to meet me at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. Yun Fei wiped his sweat rapidly as he told Yue Zhong, Thank you, Boss Yue. Thank you for your mercy and kindness. Our Black Tiger Gang is definitely willing to work for you. I will go convince my father to meet you here tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Who was the owner of the underground basement? Yue Zhong asked the 7 guards directly. Before sending the 7 of them to the Scum Battalion, Yue Zhong wanted to gain information. Since he had obtained such a huge amount of resources, the person who owned it must have been a big figure. Hey, if you want to kill me, then kill me. Your father, I, will still be a good man after another 18 years. One of the guards stared at Yue Zhong with a hardened gaze. What a good man with backbone. Please die. Yue Zhong laughed coldly and waved his hand. Xuanhuan chuckled at such staunch replies and directly swung down on that guard's neck with his blade. His powerful slash cleanly decapitated him. Fresh blood spurted violently at first, then slower and less. Soon enough only a sluggish drool of blood was leaking listlessly from the wet stump. The lifeless head feeling slightly bounced with a sickening squish before it rolled on the ground and stopped. Ever so coincidentally, the man's aghast final stare locked on his face was stopped in such a way that it looked towards his colleagues, his cold and flat eyes slowly glazing over. Chapter 0265, Cleaning Up the Gangs. Translated by Kuan. Edited by Alamog Dedition the No One Fan Jonixon. Book 2. The Sea of Zombies, Chapter 265. Cleaning Up the Gangs. Who's the owner of this basement? Yue Zhong glared icily at the 6 remaining guards. Seeing their comrade's corpse, their eyes flashed with fear. The enemy in front of them was more vicious than they had ever imagined. Somehow, under such duress, they kept their silence. The owner of the basement was too powerful. Those who betrayed him would not have a good ending. You can die then. Yue Zhong directly pointed to a guard coldly. The guard's eyes flashed with horror, his entire body convulsing as he struggled to say, I. Before he even got the words out, Xuanhuan had already chopped off his head, and the lifeless head whose face was full of hatred and reluctance fell to the floor. This very effectively further added on to the fear of the remaining 5 guards. You were too slow. Yue Zhong eyed the dead body, before his gaze moved to the other 5 guards. I'll speak. I'll say anything. Don't kill me. I'll speak. Don't kill me. I'll tell you everything I know. The remaining 5 guards lost all sense of their composure, and bawled as they fought to let Yue Zhong know what they knew. They did not want to die at his hands. So it was him. Interesting. Really interesting. After hearing the words from the remaining guards, he gained some interesting information. The owner of the 3,000 tons of rations and a battalion's worth of firepower was the private property of Su Dongming, one of the 5 heads of the military. In the military, as Su Dongming was the overall commander, he was under the scrutiny of the other 4 powers, and every actions of his was closely observed. In order to expand his power, he had siphoned out parts of the military's resources and sent it to this small, unassuming bungalow. At the same time, he was building up a civil force. However, they didn't expect that their hard work would fall into the hands of Yue Zhong. These 7 guards were also the elites of the civil force and possess weapons on themselves. They could easily deal with a triad of 100 members. In this part of town where the number of experts could not possibly be greater or stronger than this group of 7, Su Dongming had not expected that his prized possessions would be swallowed by Yue Zhong. These resources of Su Dongming had been obtained secretly and could not be revealed to anyone. The moment he did, he might have to deal with the joint efforts of the other 4 heads to dethrone him, and his commander position would not be secure. While the position of the division commander might be in name only and could not possibly affect the other 4 troops, Su Dongming was not willing to part with it. Since Yue Zhong knew Su Dongming would not dare to openly send troops for revenge, Yue Zhong couldn't care less about offending him. Even if Su Dongming knew it was Yue Zhong who did it, he could only grit his teeth and accept the facts. Early the next morning at 8, the blonde-haired Yun Fei and his father Yun Chong stood at the courtyard awaiting Yue Zhong obediently. A small triad like the Black Tiger Gang helping Yue Zhong, whose power was more significant, wasn't much of an issue. A few experts could easily wipe such a small triad out. Therefore Yun Fei and Yun Chong father-son duo weren't willing to offend Yue Zhong. Zhang he walked out and spoke indifferently to Yun Fei and Yun Chong. Boss Yu wants you to go in. Follow me. Yun Fei, Yun Chong both followed Zhang he in quietly. He really is strong. Yun Chong saw the various special combat soldiers standing around the villa with .05 rifles and he was shocked. Last night, after Yun Fei had advised him, he had his doubts about Yue Zhong. However, today, he really opened his eyes and discovered Yue Zhong's strength to be more fearsome than Yun Fei described. Yue Zhong eyed Yun Chang indifferently and said, "You're Yun Chang." Yun Chang looked to Yue Zhong in front of him and spoke extremely respectfully. "This small one is Yun Chang. Boss Yue. Last night my Black Tiger gang had offended you greatly. I hope you will forgive us. Today, my useless son and I are here to make amends. And from today henceforth, we are willing to work for you." After the apocalypse, whoever had the largest fist was the boss. Naturally, someone like Yue Zhong, who had so much power at his fingertips, usually wasn't someone to antagonize others because of prior events. In fact, most would wish to throw in with him to obtain such a strong backer, and in the future create more possibilities for oneself. Yue Zhong coolly replied, "I want you to show your face and go to Xinglong Street, Nanshan Street as well as Xingye Street, and clear up all the different gangs. Once they are cleaned up, the entire area will be handled by you. Do you have the confidence?" Yue Zhong had bought over the 3 streets filled with all sorts of characters, and had the intent to clean things up. Otherwise, if it were allowed to continue deteriorating, it would be a hassle for him in the future with regards to security. Yun Chang hesitated a while before replying, "Boss Yue, the number of men I have are not enough to clean up so many gangs. Nanshan Street's Azure Dragon Gang, as well as Xingye Street's Vermilion Phoenix Gang have over 100 people who can fight, plus those bitches in Vermilion Phoenix Gang have guns. Our Black Tiger Gang is definitely not their match. The Azure Dragon Gang and Vermilion Phoenix Gang might sound intimidating, but they were only 2 small triads after all. To eliminate them, 20 fully equipped soldiers was all it needed." Yue Zhong replied indifferently, "I will send people to help you. You just have to bring my men to capture their leaders and suppress their strength. That will suffice. If they aren't willing to surrender, kill them. If they surrender, absorb them into your ranks. No unnecessary killings." Yun Chang's face immediately brightened up, and he replied excitedly, "Yes, Boss Yue. I promise to execute this mission well." Yue Zhong swept a cold gaze at him. "Your son Yun Fei will stay here to assist me. To put it bluntly, whatever you guys did before, I don't care. From today on, if you guys still continue to do those immoral things, then don't blame me for being merciless." Yun Chang's heart went cold as he replied, "Yes, Boss Yue. Then I'll entrust my useless son to you. From today on, whatever I do, I will be sure to seek your approval. I promise that I won't let you down." Yun Chang was very sure that Yue Zhong had kept his son behind to not only guide him properly, it was to ensure he had a hostage as well. If Yun Chang were to betray Yue Zhong outside, his son would only face death. However, Yun Chang felt elated. This meant that Yue Zhong truly intended to groom and test him. Otherwise, there was no need for a hostage. The leader of the Azure Dragon Triad, Ran Qingzai, was feeling restless. His backer had just informed him that a Yue Zhong had appeared in Nanshan Street, and then had warned him to be careful. He was told not to provoke or offend this huge dragon. Otherwise, those on top could not help him. Should I send him a gift? Ran Qingzai hesitated a while. He was after all the leader of over 100 fighters. If he took the initiative to gift Yue Zhong something, it would cause him to lose face. Furthermore, without any rhyme or reason, who knows, Yue Zhong might look down on him. One of the Azure Dragon Triad members rushed in breathlessly reporting, "Leader! Leader! The Black Tiger Gang has brought people to attack us." Ran Qingzai frowned and said, "What are you panicking for? It's only just that small Black Tiger Gang. What can they do? Let Lulu and Li Bo handle it." Lulu and Li Bo were the top 2 experts in the Azure Dragon Gang. They were both above level 10 enhancers, and possessed the God and Devil system skills. In these kind of riff-raff triads, there were really no normal people who were the match for these 2. The lackey immediately replied fearfully, "They have already been defeated. They were defeated within 1 move by those experts that the Black Tiger Gang brought." Ran Qingzai's expression soured. "What? How did Yun Chang get such experts? Only the government or military will have people of that caliber." Right at this time, the sounds of merciless slaughter resounded from outside. 15 members of the Azure Dragon Triad ran into the meeting hall, embarrassingly fleeing from the enemy. Yun Chong had brought a bunch of the Black Tiger gang members and was sauntering into the meeting hall with an extremely pleased face. He looked around as he scanned the area and saw the leader Ran Chengzai. His eyes brightened up as he laughed coldly. Ran Chengzai, do you want to surrender or die today? 10 of the Black Tiger gang members held .03 rifles pointing at Ran Chengzai. It was quite evident that as soon as Yun Chong gave the order, they would immediately open fire and execute the Azure Dragon Triad members. With these 10.03 rifles, Ran Chengzai knew that even if all his brothers were to rush up, they would be slaughtered immediately. Ran Chengzai looked at those .03 rifles and looked at Lu Lu and Li Bo, who were tied up tightly. As he clenched his fist, a hint of fury flashed in his eyes, before he gritted his teeth and asked, Yun Chong, have you been bought over by Yue Zhong? Ran Chengzai was, after all, also a capable person. He thought to the previous night where the Black Tiger gang had actually offended Yue Zhong, and came to the conclusion with just a little more guesswork. He also knew the actual strength of the Black Tiger gang, and knew it was impossible for them to possess the .03 rifles. 100% impossible. O'Hare-wise, the entire area might have already been dominated by the Black Tiger gang long before. It must be known that the government and military controlled the guns very strictly. Even after expending a huge amount of effort, Ran Chengzai had only obtained 2 handguns, 3.81 rifles, and 60 magazines of ammunition. That's right. I am now Boss Yu's man. Yun Chong did not feel ashamed as he said it. Ran Chengzai, you only have 2 options now, to surrender or to die. Ran Chengzai hesitated a while, before replying extremely reluctantly, I surrender. Leader, you can't. We will fight it out with them. One of the lackeys from the Azure Dragon Triad immediately shouted out, his eyes red. With a bang, the lackey from the Azure Dragon tribe found a new hole in between his eyebrows, as he fell straight to the floor, not moving anymore. Is there anyone else? Just speak. Chang Yu held a handgun, as he looked at the people from the Azure Dragon Triad as though they were already dead people. Under the cold gaze of Chang Yu, the members' hearts went cold. No one dared to speak further. Ran Chengzai looked at his subordinate that was executed and his eyebrows twitched, not daring to voice anything else. If it was before the apocalypse, he could still holler that he would get a lawyer. However, in the post-apocalyptic world, so-called human rights were basically non-existent, and those who were not satisfied were immediately executed, so there was no need to discuss about rights. The members of the Azure Dragon Triad did not dare do anything else. Under the threat of the rifles, they obediently allowed themselves to be tied up by the members of the Black Tiger gang, before being taken away from that place. Ran Chengzai's face was currently the color of ash, as he looked towards the extremely complacent Yun Chong and muttered in deep regret. Damn it! If only I had gained Yue Zhong's backing earlier. I didn't expect that I would actually lose to this bastard. The moment the leader of the Azure Dragon Triad was taken away, the rest of the Triad became devastated, and a number of the members left at the first notice. Yun Chong brought people and obtained 50 tons of rations from the place. Really, without these rations, the Azure Dragon Triad could not have gathered over 100 fighters to establish a foothold around here. After dealing with the Azure Dragon Triad, Yun Chong gathered his subordinates and in a good mood made their way towards the Vermilion Phoenix Triad. The Vermilion Phoenix's territory was in Xingye Street. They were a triad that consisted of only female members. These women were mostly mistreated by men in the past, and hated them to the core of their bones. The Queen Bee Lu Yujiao was also an extremely ruthless and vicious person. All ruthlessness aside, she possessed strong interpersonal skills, and had garnered a group of over 100 women. Under her leadership, the rest of the women in Vermilion Phoenix could fight and risk their all, and weren't much weaker than most men. In actuality, they were a lot more ruthless. Amongst the Triad members of the Vermilion Phoenix, there were 5 rifles, and their power was recognized around the area. The Black Tiger Gang and Azure Dragon Triad had refrained from antagonizing this fearsome group of women in the past. The Vermilion Phoenix also got their news extremely fast. After obtaining info that the Azure Dragon Triad had been annihilated, they immediately sent a group towards Nanshan Street to fight for control of the territory, and came across Yun Chong's team. A decent-looking woman with fair skin, called Zhang Yun, whom had a huge knife scar running across her face that disfigured her looks, was also the fourth sister of the Vermilion Phoenix Triad. She looked at Yun Chang with the huge troops behind him as she asked coolly, "Boss Yun, what is the meaning of this?" The 23 young women behind Zhang Yun wielded their huge knives as they stared at Yun Chang fixedly. The moment Zhang Yun gave the order, they would rush forward to hack Yun Chang and the other men to death. The Vermilion Phoenix Triad could survive in this cruel post-apocalyptic world was because they had the capability. The women in the Triad were extremely tight and united. With one order from Zhang Yun, even if they know of the imminent death, they would rush up to battle to the death. Yun Chang eyed Zhang Yun, as he coldly smiled and threatened, "Zhang Yun, our boss Yue Zhong has given the order to subdue you all. Surrender immediately, or face imminent death." The nice guys that did not hit nor kill women did exist in the post-apocalyptic world. However, they were few and usually not in power. Those who could survive for so long were usually leaders that did not care so much about chivalry. If there were obstructions to their goals, they would dispose of the person regardless of gender. Human life had little value anymore. Chapter 0266, Queen Bee. Translated by Kuan. Edited by Alamog Edition, the No One Fan Jonixon. Yue Zhong. Zhang Yun glanced at Yun Chang, then looked at the .03 rifles his subordinates were holding and frowned. After Yun Chang came into the possession of these guns, his strength was definitely not to be underestimated. Even if the 23 knife-wielding members of her Vermilion Phoenix Triad were to rush up, they would only become riddled with bullet holes. Zhang Yun hesitated for a moment, before saying, "I can't make the decision. I need to confirm with Lu Jejia. Please wait here first." Chang Yu eyed Zhang Yun in front of Yun Chang and said coldly, "Go. I will only wait for an hour. After an hour, if you still haven't come to a decision, don't blame me for being rude. Women still deserve a little leeway after all." Chang Yu saw the determination of the 23 women in front. If Zhang Yun were to give the order, these crazy women would definitely engage in an all-out battle. He was reluctant to slaughter them. Zhang Yun heaved a sigh of relief and immediately sent one of her subordinates to go report back to their headquarters. "Big sis, what do we do?" A dark-skinned woman of huge stature and big limbs asked softly, looking towards her leader Lu Yujiao, who had extremely slender legs, bountiful curves, and exquisite looks. Dedition. Pretty looks? Smart? Welcome to another member of the harem. Scattered applause. Jonixon. Another concubine on the list. Lu Yujiao was not a simple woman. She was also extremely capable and calculating. At the initial stages of the apocalypse, she had manipulated countless numbers of men to sell themselves for her. As one can imagine, this ensured her survival in this cruel world. After that, she came to a small power, and before long, with the exploitation of her looks and strength, she managed to steal away those women who were constantly abused by the people within that small power and established her Vermilion Phoenix Triad. Lu Yujiao was extremely intelligent. She specialized in looking out for women who had received abuse or humiliation, and by extending a little helping hand, she gained the fierce loyalty of these women. At the same time, she trained them up to become fighters that could hold their own against men. These women who had lost their self-respect and everything in their lives, having been given a second chance, became Lu Yujiao's most loyal supporters. Lu Yujiao frowned as she pondered quietly. Yue Zhong, it really is him. This time, it's hard to get out of this. Lu Yujiao had also recently gotten wind of Yue Zhong's fame. She had insiders within SY County's government, and although they weren't very high-ranking, their information was still relevant. The fact that Yue Zhong had murdered the director of the tax bureau Yuan Yesan had caused waves and reached her ears. Someone who could murder the director of the tax bureau and still get away with it, if he wanted to snuff out the Vermilion Phoenix Triad, it would be beyond simple. I need to meet him personally. Lu Yujiao stood up, and her eyes flashed with a resolute glint. While her personal strength might not be enough to overcome Yue Zhong, the only method she had left was to convince him. Big sis, let me go with you. Lu Manyu, another beauty with long black hair, delicate and fair skin, and pretty features, stood up and told Lu Yujiao. A group that consisted entirely of females would find it extremely hard to survive in this post-apocalyptic world. Lu Manyu was responsible for public relations. Just with her efforts alone, she managed to source for the protection and backing of a few powerful factions. Due to that, Vermilion Phoenix Triad could stand on equal grounds with the Black Tiger Gang as well as the Azure Dragon Triad. Without a strong backing, any small force would not be able to stand up to the government. Just a few policemen could annihilate the entire triad. Lu Yujiao maintained her stance and said, "No, this time I have to go personally. Otherwise, our Vermilion Phoenix Triad will truly cease to exist." Lu Yujiao passed on some commands to her two sisters. "If I can't come back, you all should disband. If they get you all surrounded, just surrender. Big sis, let me go with you." Lu Manyu, Zhang Lili looked and shouted loudly for Lu Yujiao to change her mind. However, the Vermilion Phoenix Triad leader did not give a second look, as she left with big strides. Yue Zhong glanced at the Lady Lu Yujiao in front of him as he asked indifferently, "So you are Vermilion Phoenix Triad's leader Lu Yujiao?" Lu Yujiao was currently standing in front of Yue Zhong clad entirely in tight black, with black leather boots and a whip hanging by her waist accentuating her explosive figure and fully exuding her commanding charm. Lu Yujiao smiled lightly towards Yue Zhong, as she did not hold back with her appeal. "That's right. I am Lu Yujiao. Boss Yu, this time I've come to plead the same case as the Black Tiger Gang. That is for you to let us Vermilion Phoenix Triad off. As long as you let us off, from today onwards, I will bring the Triad to follow your lead." While Lu Yujiao could not compare to Yue Zhong or Zhou Yanxue in terms of absolute beauty, she knew how to use her attractiveness effectively. So naturally, every single move of hers was done with calculation to attract and move hearts. That, coupled with the strong, independent character she had forged for herself, gave a strong, intense desire in men to dominate her. However, these men usually became the stepping stones on her path. Yue Zhong looked coldly at Lu Yujiao, and his eyes did not even contain a hint of excitement. "State your price. As long as you offer something worthy, I will let you continue living." Amongst Yue Zhong's harem, he had 3 absolute beauties. He wasn't the sort that would be fazed by more beauties. Lu Yujiao's charm was ineffective against him. Ulamog. "Ha ha ha, ye teammates of little faith. Yue Zhong is too picky for this chick." Lu Yujiao saw that her charms did not work on Yue Zhong, and she finally revealed her last resort. "Bullets. I'm not sure if you will be interested in making bullets. You know how to make bullets?" Hearing Lu Yujiao's words, Yue Zhong's eyes finally shone with a hint of anticipation, and the gaze he had for Lu Yujiao was also different. "No, not me." Seeing that her final resort had worked, Lu Yujiao lightly smiled, before continuing. "But I know someone who does." Yue Zhong finally revealed a smile. "Very good. As long as you hand the person to me, I will let your Vermilion Phoenix try it off. However, as Xinglong Street, Nanshan Street, and Xingye Street are under my control, your triad will have to leave." Bullets were hard to manufacture. While Yue Zhong now had men who could reinstall bullets, the amount was not much. However, Yue Zhong did not possess the skill to manufacture bullets, and reinstalling bullets had its cons. One of that was that the reused bullets had low accuracy. Bullets that were not accurate were of no threat to zombies, and having new bullets was an issue that weighed heavily on Yue Zhong's shoulders. If Yue Zhong could manufacture his own bullets, his forces would increase their fighting capabilities. The Vermilion Phoenix Triad was nothing compared to the skill. "Boss Yu, I have one more request." Lu Yujiao continued to look at him with her round eyes. "I hope to follow in the Black Tiger Gang's footsteps and join your faction, to work for you. While the fighting capabilities of our Vermilion Phoenix Triad may not be on par with your subordinates, we are extremely efficient with our information gathering. If you need, we can become your eyes and ears." "Fine." Yue Zhong looked at Lu Yujiao and lightly laughed as he promised her. This was a smart woman, and she knew how to get to where she wanted. With Yue Zhong as a backer, the Vermilion Phoenix Triad could only expand further. In the post-apocalyptic world, it was not possible to survive without a strong support. One would only be bullied without it. Yue Zhong gave an order to Lu Yujiao. I have a mission for you within 5 days. I want the entire Xinglong Street, Nanshan Street, and Xingye Street to be cleansed of the riffraff, thieves, and liars. They are to be captured and brought to me. I will give you 10.03 rifles with 300 bullets and send some experts to assist you guys. Those who resist are to be executed on the spot. Yes, boss you. I will carry this out. Lu Yujiao replied excitedly. On the other side, the Black Tiger's Yun Chong also received the same mission. In the following 5 days, the Black Tiger Gang and Vermilion Phoenix Triad joined forces and engaged on an extensive sweep of Xinglong Street, Nanshan Street, as well as Xingye Street. They ended up capturing all the hoodlums, liars, and thieves and sent them to Yue Zhong. They were after all the leaders of their groups and were extremely well informed of the territories, so these riffraff could not escape their attention. After the 5 days, all 3 streets had transformed into a safe and secure place. The hoodlums, liars, and thieves were all forced to become a coolie battalion. Tian. Seriously, what is up with the author, haha? And made to clean all 3 streets, as well as to clean up the ditches of the dirty water and smelly contents. Whoever was caught littering or anyhow doing their business was thrown into the coolie battalion and made to do corrective work order. Soon, no one dared to relieve themselves nor litter on the streets. The hygiene on the streets became a lot better. After cleaning up the 3 streets, they were split into 8 different gangs, each gang possessing 50 to 60 fighters, and the total number was over 500. After the 8 gangs were established, they immediately sent a request to SY County to seek permission to search for items on the outskirts. After obtaining approval, these 8 gangs brought people and left SY County, when they just disappeared with only a few coming back. After these 8 gangs disappeared, not long after, another 8 gangs were established, and again they gathered over a few hundred survivors. After some time, these new gangs again sent a request to be allowed to go out to search for resources. They left and disappeared in the same manner. Through this method, Yue Zhong covertly smuggled a number of the survivors in SY County out. Chapter 0267 Assassination Attempt. Translated by Kuan. Edited by Alamog Dedition the No One Fan Jonixon. Book 2. The Sea of Zombies. Yue Zhong looked to the extremely skinny and cultured-looking Gao Ming, who seemed 37 or 38, and asked, "You know how to create bullets?" Gao Ming flinched a little before replying, "I do know how to make bullets. However, without the proper tools and materials, I can't do it." Creating bullets was not a simple matter. Without the right tools and materials, even an expert would not be able to make them. Yue Zhong continued, "Where can I find the items you need?" Gao Ming immediately began to reply with a torrent of words. "Longhai County. I was the technical director of the XXX machinery plant in Longhai County. In the machinery plant, there is an entire set of tools that can create bullets, as well as materials enough to create 1,000,000 bullets. Furthermore, the XXX machinery plant has some barrel manufacturing tools." From Gao Ming's info, Yue Zhong discovered that within Longhai County, there were factories that specialized in manufacturing all sorts of ammunition. There were also factories that made mortars, grenades, and even artillery shells. If they could subdue Longhai County, then Yue Zhong's army would stand to benefit hugely. Should I make an attempt to attack Longhai County? Hearing Gao Ming's words, Yue Zhong was thinking quietly to himself. Currently, whenever Yue Zhong wanted to send his forces out to clear the zombies around his strongholds, he could only send 3 out of his 7 battalions. The remaining 4 had to always be on guard in case SY County attacked. If he sent out a huge force to Longhai County, and SY County were to suddenly backstab him, then Yue Zhong would be in danger. Longhai County had over 700,000 zombies, and it wasn't a small number. Furthermore, the zombies were continually evolving, and were not as easy to kill as before. At that time, the reason SY County had been easily subdued by the military was due to the fact that not only was the military well-equipped, the zombies had not yet evolved to a fearsome level. Now that the zombies were continually adapting, the 700,000 zombies were stronger than a 700,000 zombie horde of the initial apocalypse by a wide margin. If Yue Zhong wanted to thoroughly eliminate the zombies, he would have to expend a huge force. After pondering a while, Yue Zhong decided to abandon the plan to set out for Longhai County, as the threat of SY County was still too huge to ignore. Go back to Qing Yuan County first. I appoint you as the production director in the ammunition production department with a rank of lieutenant. Once you are in Qing Yuan County, immediately train up a group of people. Even if it's in theory, it's fine. Once I've obtained the materials and tools, we will have to start production straight away. As long as there are bullets manufactured, I will appoint you as the deputy minister of the department with a rank of captain. If you can manage to manufacture grenades, then I will appoint you as the minister with a rank of major. As long as you work hard, if you want to be an official, I will confer upon you the official position. If you want women, you will get women. Yue Zhong stared at Gao Ming as he said this clearly. Gao Ming's eyes filled with warm tears as he replied in a loud voice. Thank you, boss you. Thank you. I will definitely work hard for you. Gao Ming was a technical person, and unless he met with some fortune, he was basically useless. He could not even hope to compare with the likes of a farmer. As a farmer had more strength and energy than him, the farmer could at least fight and risk it all. In the post-apocalyptic world, a farmer or villager who could fight and dared to risk gained benefits. Before meeting Yue Zhong, Gao Ming had been living on meal-to-meal day-to-day. If it wasn't for Queen Bee Lu Yujiao accepting him, he might have already become a pile of bones. Lu Yujiao had an astute foresight. She knew Gao Ming was useless to normal triads. But to stable powers with ambitions, he was a treasure that was hard to come by. Therefore, it was considered that due to her sharp foresight, she saved the Vermilion Phoenix Triad as well as gifted Yue Zhong with such an impressive technical worker. After settling Gao Ming, Yue Zhong strode towards the outside. Left turn mark? As Yue Zhong came close to the river, he saw Chen Shirtu currently training the 400 survivors he had just gathered. Chen Shirtu had grown to become an outstanding commander after countless hours of training, and he was extremely adept at training new recruits. Therefore, Yue Zhong had specially arranged for him to be transferred over to train these survivors. These 400 survivors were currently decked in green military clothes, and were training diligently under Chan Shidu's orders. After joining Yue Zhong's power, they could eat their fill every day and even meet from time to time. This led them to feel extremely grateful to Yue Zhong, and they gave their all during training. It must be clear that there were countless people who were envious of their current good fortune, and if they were to be eliminated, someone else would immediately fight to gain their position. When Yue Zhong appeared on the street, the initially dirty and smelly alley had been cleaned up. The numerous reeking piles and puddles of noxious human waste that appeared everywhere was nowhere to be seen, and the litter had long been cleaned up, giving the entire street a clean and fresh feel. The target has appeared. Just as Yue Zhong was walking alone in the street, Su Chun, who had been lying in ambush for an entire 7 days in Xinglong Street, gave the order, his eyes flashing dangerously. At that moment, Yue Zhong felt a strong sense of impending danger, and he immediately activated his shadow steps, before retreating backwards swiftly. With 3 loud bangs, 3 bullets from indeterminate locations shot over towards Yue Zhong. While Yue Zhong's reaction was extremely fast, out of the 3 snipers, 2 were top snipers of the military, and the remainder had the sniper specialization skill. Yue Zhong managed to dodge 2 of the sniper bullets, but was shot in the right shoulder by the last bullet. The force of that sniper bullet was fearsome. Upon impact, even the Type 2 mutant black scaled boar hide that Yue Zhong was wearing could not cancel out the force, and Yue Zhong felt as though an expert had used his entire strength to blast him, fracturing a bone. This was under the condition that Yue Zhong had high endurance. Be aware that if it was any normal person, even donning the various hides as protection would still definitely have their entire shoulder blasted apart and they would be unable to move. Even Yue Zhong found that he could not utilize his right arm after that shot. The moment the attack landed, Su Chun had already brought 8 experts and rushed over. Furthermore, there were 2 other experts hiding in another room, and they looked at Yue Zhong as they started to chant different magical incantations. These skills were dropped from the God and Devil system, and though they required a long casting time, their might was immense. The moment they launched the attack, even Yue Zhong would be annihilated by the skill. Yue Zhong glanced at the 2 chanting experts, and a chill appeared in his eyes. He quickly drew a .03 rifle in his left hand and fired frenziedly towards the 2 chanting assassins. A dense hail of bullets was fired at the two assassins, when all of a sudden a huge bear appeared in front of the two assassins. The enormous bear used its massive body to block the assault. This was one of the skills that the two experts possess, summoning a beast to block Yue Zhong's attack. Su Chun brought the 8 experts as they all launched their attacks on Yue Zhong. The attackers used their hands to hit the ground forcefully, and a huge spear shot towards Yue Zhong from underground, aiming for his waist. Yue Zhong's face instantly changed as he moved his body in a flash and dodged the incoming underground spike. His immediate response was to raise his gun at Su Chun and the other 8 experts and once again spray and pray wildly. Ulamog. So this is a term kind of used to say one pulls the trigger and simply unloads the magazine hoping to hit the targets. Usually it's in reference to a machine gun or a weapon with very high rates of fire, i.e. more bullets, higher chance of hitting something. Enhancers were still human after all, with the exception of those with overpowered defenses. Guns still posed a threat to most enhancers. Amongst the group of assassins, one lunged forward and waved his hands to activate a psychic barrier skill. Yue Zhong's bullets floated in the air and were immediately dispersed by the psychic barrier. Ulamog. How cheaty. 3 of the agility-based assassins activated their shadow steps, pushing their speed to the maximum. They attacked while wielding daggers, and came from 3 different directions to lock Yue Zhong down. An assassin with the firearms control skill pulled out a .05 submachine gun and fired at Yue Zhong wildly. Another 2 strength-based assassins also activated their skills. The both of them were lugging a large hammer and a mace respectively, each weighing over a 100 gene, as they rushed towards Yue Zhong. Those huge hammers and mace type of weapons were extremely effective for strength-based enhancers to wreak havoc among normal humans. With the swing of the 2M-long mace, regardless of one's swordplay or blade skills, it was useless. Su Chun icily kept his eyes on Yue Zhong like his prey, preparing to activate everything at a moment's notice. Immediate summon. Yue Zhong activated the skill in an instant, and white bones appeared from goodness knows where, and stood in front of Yue Zhong. Yue Zhong activated his encompassing bone armor, and the bullets from the .05 rifles bounced off his body. Yue Zhong's right shoulder was temporarily incapacitated, and his strongest weapon, the anti-tank rocket launcher, could not be utilized to deal with these assassins. Plan B. He looked towards the assassin with the firearms control skill and activated his Art of Fear skill. A huge oppressive aura assaulted the mind of the assassin, and he threw up fresh blood before he fell to floor with horror in his eyes and died with a twisted expression. At the same time, he extended his palm, and 3 bone spears shot towards the agility-based assassins. The eyes of the 3 assassins were filled with shock and dread as they hastily retreated, trying to escape the reach of the bone spears. However, while they were fast, the speed of the bone spears was faster, and within a few blinks, the 3 assassins had been pierced in the heart, head and throat, before they fell to the ground twitching in death. While Yue Zhong was taking care of the 4 assassins, the other 2 strength-based assassins took advantage of the time to rush to Yue Zhong's side. Arriving there, they yelled as they swung their weapons downwards ferociously. If the attacks landed, even if Yue Zhong was covered with the bone armor, he would definitely suffer heavy injuries. Maybe even death. Chapter 0268, Tragic Victory. Translated by Kuan. Edited by Ulamog Edition, the No One Fan, Jonixon. Book 2. The Sea of Zombies. Chapter 268, Tragic Victory. Yue Zhong's feet shifted and his body flashed, dodging towards the side. Yue Zhong had just stepped to the side when the sniper with the sniper specialization skill fired another shot. An armor-piercing round immediately shot towards Yue Zhong's body, shooting through his waist and smashing a piece of bone armor. Sniping a moving target from afar was a really hard feat to accomplish. Prior to the apocalypse, the sniper was already a top sniper. Coupled with the sniper specialization skill, and even allocating a skill point to it, it allowed his sniping skills to reach unprecedented heights. He could efficiently utilize an ultra-long-range sniper rifle with his dynamic skills. The other 2 snipers also fired at Yue Zhong continuously. It was fortunate that they could not achieve the type of overpowered firing that their comrade was exhibiting. As their bullets landed on Yue Zhong's sides, it gave him a sort of pressure. At the same time, it also limited his movement space. Yue Zhong took a deep breath as his danger perception skill was pushed to its maximum, reminding him of the fearsome hold the snipers had over him. Once he became careless, he would absolutely suffer some injuries from them as well. This was the most dangerous situation he had ever been in since the apocalypse. Compared to the mutant beasts and zombies, humans were much more intelligent and could utilize their skills as a team. Even if their skills could not match him individually when together, they created an extremely tough situation for Yue Zhong to handle. Yue Zhong's body continually flashed about like a specter as he made his way towards a small ditch. He had the confidence to be certain he could kill the two strength-based assassins in 2 breaths. The problem was that while killing them, he would suffer the magic incantations of the spell-casting experts. The magic incantation skills possessed a frightening power, and the best way to deal with it was to kill them before the process was finished. If they released the skill, Yue Zhong would face a larger problem. Yue Zhong's speed was inhumane, and only an agility-based evolver or those enhancers who focused on agility growth could surpass him. As illustrated by the fact that Su Chun and the rest were not even able to catch up to Yue Zhong's afterimage. Right at this time, Su Chen's eyes flashed with a domineering chill as he activated his vertical gravity skill on Yue Zhong. In that instant, Yue Zhong felt his body becoming heavier, even much heavier, as a gravitational force 3 times that of usual pressed down on him. It severely constrained his speed. Damn it! Yue Zhong's eyes glinted fiercely in anger. With his speed now, wanting to escape to the other side of the ditch would only result in him becoming a target for those expert snipers. With the pursuit from the assassins behind, he would have to pay a hefty price to even think of escaping to the ditch. The small assassin team led by Su Chun had incredible teamwork, and their methods vicious. Their exemplary teamwork managed to come up with counters to each and every ability of Yue Zhong's. Of course, having made so many preparations, they were well prepared just to force him down a road of despair. You want my life? You'll have to pay for it first. A maniacal killing intent surfaced in Yue Zhong's eyes as he charged towards the strength-based assassins. Seeing that Yue Zhong was rushing over, the heavy weapons-wielding duo grinned in delight as they waved their massive weapons towards Yue Zhong to crush him. After all, with his speed it would be impossible for him to dodge their attacks completely. Yue Zhong did not show any hints of dodging in his actions. Instead, he activated his Art of Fear skill as he ran, and the fearsome monstrous aura spread out with Yue Zhong at the center. Those within a certain circumference could not escape the terror. The 2 strength-based enhancers were enveloped by that soul-chilling aura nearly immediately. As their spirit stat was low, they could not defend against its assault and fell to the ground, terrified and broken. Yue Zhong's Art of Fear also reached Su Chun. It was somewhat you expected, though, that while Su Chen's spirit was not as high as Yue Zhong, it wasn't low either. All he felt was a little headache as he swiftly retreated backwards in response. Addition. That crappy excuse. Yue Zhong wanted to rush towards Su Chun but was suddenly hindered when the assassin possessing the ground manipulation ability struck the ground, and a sharp spike rose from the earth in front of Yue Zhong, almost bifurcating him at the crotch and thoroughly blocking his advance. Yue Zhong opened his right palm and shot a bone spear towards the ground, propelling him upwards as he spread his legs to avoid the tip of the spike and angled himself perfectly in descent. The result was a beautiful-looking maneuver followed by Yue Zhong shooting fiercely towards Su Chun like an arrow. The assassin wielding the .05 submachine gun took out a hand grenade at this time and threw it at Yue Zhong. With a bang, the grenade exploded in front of Yue Zhong. A fearsome amount of shrapnel flew out, causing Yue Zhong to be blasted backwards. Yue Zhong tried to dodge at the first moment, but was still heavily struck by the sudden attack from the grenade, and parts of his encompassing bone armor were shattered and sent flying by that attack. Fortunately, the shrapnel and resulting explosion did not affect his body that was boosted by his high endurance. Go die! While in midair, Yue Zhong looked towards that assassin with the .05 submachine gun and activated his Art of Fear skill. The assassin wielding the .05 submachine gun immediately went rigid with fear as he curled up and let out a soundless scream while struggling, before he spat out a mouthful of blood and died. Seeing this scene, the assassins with the psychic barrier and ground manipulation skills immediately felt fear. This was the first time they saw someone being killed off by such an ability. Right at this time, the two assassins muttering their incantations finished the chanting. Their level 2 skills Rapid Fireballs and Great Wind Blade finally activated, as 5 bright red fireballs like a row of pearls and the wind blade shot towards Yue Zhong. If there was a special characteristic of the God and Devil system spells, it was that as long as a user had used his or her spirit to lock on to the target and finish casting the spell, the activated spell would definitely hone in on the target. Due to this, Su Chun had selected 2 of his strongest enhancers with magic skills to deal with Yue Zhong. Break for me! Yue Zhong faced the fearsome rapid fireballs and the great wind blade. His eyes flashed as he activated his Devil Flame skill, and with a wave of his right hand he instantly expended 50 spirit points and 20 stamina points to produce a huge fireball that met the attacks of the spells head-on, exploding upon impact. Under the catastrophic explosion, the rapid fireballs and great wind blade dispersed violently. However, they were after all level 2 skills and had undergone enhancement. They managed to break past the Devil Flame fireball and exploded on Yue Zhong's body, knocking him back 6-7 meters when they hit. He crashed into a nearby building violently, resulting in a huge hole amidst dust and debris. Fire attribute skills tend to be more offensive, while ice attribute skills tend to favor defense. If Yue Zhong had obtained an ice attribute skill, then as a spirit-based evolver, he would just have to expend the necessary amount of force to deal with the attacks. While the Devil Flame was devastating in terms of its destructive power, it did little to protect Yue Zhong, and was of not much use to block the remaining attacks. Su Chun saw that Yue Zhong had received the full brunt of the explosion, and he immediately rushed towards Yue Zhong's position swiftly. He wanted to make sure Yue Zhong was dead. If not, he would make use of the chance to end Yue Zhong's life. Su Chun didn't have much time left. The battle had caused a huge disturbance, and Yue Zhong's subordinates were most likely on their way. The moment they arrived, if Yue Zhong was not dead, then their assassination would be a failure. Su Chun made his way hastily towards the large hole, when a sharp bone spear suddenly shot out from the settling dust, aiming for Su Chen's head. Seeing that the bone spear was almost going to penetrate Su Chen's brain, the assassin with the psychic barrier skill activated his skill, and a transparent wall appeared in front of Su Chun, preventing the bone spear from piercing through. Yue Zhong leapt out from the hole right after. By this time, the encompassing bone armor on his face had already been blasted away. His hair was burnt black, and even his eyebrows were burnt off. He had multiple wounds across his face and on his chest. There was even a deep slash piercing through the bone armor. Fortunately, the Type 2 black scaled boar hide was sturdy. There was only a long white scar on the hide that was a result of the great wind blade. After jumping out from the debris, Yue Zhong felt his whole face burning in pain, as though someone was spraying him constantly with a high-pressure hose. His high endurance had saved him once again. If it had been less than 60 points, he might have lost his life to those spells. I want to see how your psychic barrier will block this. With that, Yue Zhong's eyes flashed with a murderous glint, and the Devil Flame appeared in his right hand again. Expending yet another 20 points of spirit to mold it into a spear, he threw it with all his might. The Devil Flame spear shot towards the heart of the psychic barrier enhancer. The psychic barrier user had gotten on Yue Zhong's nerves for the last time. Without him, Yue Zhong had many chances to wipe out the rest of the assassins. The psychic barrier user was taken aback, as he raised his hands and conjured another transparent wall in front of him. The Devil Flame spear Yue Zhong molded exploded violently on the transparent barrier, and the resulting force broke the barrier into pieces. The flying pieces struck the enhancer's face, and at the same time, the enhancer was assaulted by the intense flame and explosion. Ah! The psychic barrier enhancer could only let out an anguished scream, as he was enveloped by the fearsome devil flames and was lit ablaze. The result was that he almost instantly died a most miserable death, with noxious charred-smelling smoke billowing off of his crispy corpse even after the flame died out. Su Chen's eyes flashed coldly as he directly raised his hands, and intended to throw a grenade towards Yue Zhong. Yue Zhong waved his hands and a .05 submachine gun appeared in his left hand, as he raised it and fired wildly at Su Chen. Su Chen did not dodge the small-caliber fire. Instead, His body seemed to emit a strange holy light, preventing the bullets of the .05 submachine gun from penetrating. Su Chun swung his hands, and another hand grenade flew towards Yue Zhong. With a bang, even though Yue Zhong tried to dodge under the effect of the 3 times gravity, his movement was too slow. Of course, this made him affected by the resulting explosion of the grenade, propelling him through the air for 6 meters, while the shrapnel cut into his head. The flying debris caused numerous ugly wounds again to his already painful face. Yue Zhong pointed towards Su Chan and raised a finger, as a huge fireball and an ice pick was conjured out of thin air, viciously smashing onto the protective aura surrounding Su Chan. The protection of Su Chan had its limits as well. After the force of the fireball and ice pick, the strange light vibrated, before it disappeared entirely. Su Chan's face was cold by this time, and his eyes flashed with a hint of frenzy, as he knew he could not escape Yue Zhong's pursuit. He also abandoned all hopes of escaping. Instead, he threw out another grenade with extreme haste. Yue Zhong jumped to the side, and he waved his hand, pulling out his stinger, firing 3 times rapidly at Su Chun. 3 stinger bullets landed on Su Chen's skull, and with a light puff of blood proceeded to bore through, directly causing it to explode into pieces. The pink pulpy brain residue splattered violently out the back and sprayed onto the ground behind Su Chun with a sickening series of glop noises. The grenade exploded not far from Yue Zhong, and the blazing explosive force blew Yue Zhong back 7 meters, as he slammed into another wall violently, with bits and pieces of shrapnel again cutting into his face and body, adding on to the amount of injuries. Ulamog. Apocalypse Glam Magazine. Most scarred man poses for cover photo next issue. What a tough fellow to deal with. Yue Zhong coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood and stood up and checked Su Chun, who had just been shot in the brain by him. He couldn't help but give a high evaluation of this person in front of him. Not only was Su Chun thoroughly ruthless towards Yue Zhong, he was the same towards himself. He didn't even leave behind a path of retreat. If Yue Zhong wasn't an evolver, the assassination attempt this time might very well have succeeded. After eliminating Su Chun, Yue Zhong swiftly advanced, wanting to detain the rest of the assassins. However, when he rushed out, he realized they had already fled the scene. By this time, Chen Shirtu had brought 100 guards as they rushed over, and he asked worriedly, "Commander Yu, are you all right?" Yue Zhong sullenly gave the order. "Immediately conduct an investigation. Go notify Cheng Yu. Get him to bring men and set off for the SY County area. Whoever attacks, they're free to retaliate. They cannot open fire first, and whoever dares to stop the investigation, let them know about the assassination attempt on me." Chan Shirtu saw Yue Zhong full of wounds, and his heart was filled with unbridled fury as he replied, "Understood, Commander Yu." Chan Shirtu quickly brought men to search every single household of the 3 streets. Not a single person resisted. They were all frightened as they watched on, not daring to hinder the investigation. On the other side, Cheng Yu brought over 100 soldiers that were recently undergoing training, carrying their .03 rifles as they rushed towards the downtown area of SY County. The over 100 soldiers carrying .03 rifles was a fearsome force. Watching Cheng Yu bringing these men into SY County gave rise to a lot of shock and panic amongst the masses. Chapter 0269 Restraint. Translated by Kuin, DCBLOL. Edited by Ulamog Dedishin, the No One Fan, Jonixon. Book 2. The Sea of Zombies, Chapter 269, Restraint. The entire SY city was startled by the sudden wail of sirens constantly sounding out as police squadrons hurried over one after another. As they arrived, they grouped up, forming many blockade lines. The 100 riot policemen stationed nearby were also rapidly mobilized to form a defensive line at the front. Cheng Yu brought people over, only to see that those policemen hadn't actually opened fire yet. The survivors had occupied various bunkers and were armed, beginning to face off against the police. "Hello to the little brother over there. I am the bureau chief of the police station Niu Jinbao. I don't know what has happened to cause your side to start a riot like this." A fat, middle-aged man with a massive beer belly and reeking of the sweat streaking down off him in waves, used a loudspeaker to shout loudly towards Cheng Yu's side. Niu Jinbao was extremely hesitant to engage in a battle with Cheng Yu's side. If both sides started to fight, it would be very difficult to avoid casualties. He himself certainly didn't wish to die. Moreover, if he were the one to fire the first shot, then things would get troublesome from then on. Chang Yu threatened coldly, "You people actually dare to try assassinate our commander, you? Do you really think that we're that easy to bully? If you don't give us a confession, then we will have no choice but to fight it out. Even if the battle carries on until only one man is remaining, we will not give up on our revenge." Niu Jinbao replied loudly in an appeasing manner, "Misunderstanding. This is only a misunderstanding. You wait a moment. First, let me go to Mayor 1 to quickly make a report. Think carefully. This matter should only be a misunderstanding. You guys should first disperse. All right?" Chang Yu continued to threaten icily. "Humph. We will wait here. I will wait 4 hours for you. If 4 hours have passed and I still don't see Wen Baogua or Peng Mingde, then we will launch an attack. Even if we all die in battle here, our 4,000 brothers in Ningguang County will still avenge us." Chang Yu was also very clear on the fact that Yue Zhong was rather unwilling to engage in battle with Sy County. However, if it continued in this way, that loftiness would become even more difficult to dissolve. They would only be able to obtain greater benefits by being more aggressive. Niu Jinbao wiped off some cold sweat and called over his own assistant Wu En, speaking in a stern voice. "Wu En, I want to go see Mayor 1, so this place will be left to you. Remember, don't provoke the opposing side, and we also must not fire the first shot. If anything happens, you'll be the only one responsible." "Got it." Glancing at Niu Jinbao, Wu En replied coldly. This Niu Jinbao's ability was much lower than that of Wu En's. It was just that Niu Jinbao was good at currying favor and had various supporters behind the scenes. Those were the only reasons for why he was able to firmly step down on Wu En's head. Hence Wu En naturally held Niu Jinbao in contempt. After leaving commands for Wu En, Niu Jinbao immediately got into a car and hurried towards Wen Baogua's office. He reported everything from the beginning to the end. "What? Yue Zhong was met with an assassination attempt? Has he died or not?" Hearing Niu Jinbao's report, Wen Baogua's face paled and he asked solemnly. The matter of Yue Zhong's life and death directly affected Sy City's attitude towards his forces. Niu Jinbao lowered his head and thought for a while before saying, "I don't know. You just said, Yue Zhong's subordinate brought troops over to confront you?" Wen Baogua's eyebrows furrowed as he continued to question. Niu Jinbao quickly replied, It is like this." A hint of disappointment flashed past Wen Baogua's eyes. Then he should still be alive. Otherwise his subordinates wouldn't have all fought their way over here and failed to keep this sort of restraint. If Yue Zhong did die, the huge force he had established by himself would definitely fall apart, making it just right for Sy City base to send out troops and eliminate those forces, to eventually become the true overlord of the entire region. Yue Zhong's side and Sy City had both restrained themselves from battle because both sides had similar battle strength. Even if one side forcefully annexed the other, the winning side would still suffer disastrous damages. Wen Baogua contemplated for a while, before standing up and striding out of his office. "I am Sy City's mayor Wen Baogua, here to see Yue Zhong." Wen Baogua rushed up very quickly to the front lines of the two sides' confrontation and said to Chang Yu, "Please enter." Chang Yu glanced at Wen Baogua and leaned sideways, allowing him to pass through. Without showing any signs of fear, Wen Baogua thus proceeded to stride into the streets by himself without any bodyguards. Currently, the 3 old streets were very heavily guarded. Warriors armed with Type 03 rifles defending each and every road, coldly watching everything that was happening. All the gangs, such as the Black Tiger Gang and the Vermilion Bird Gang, began to move out while inquiring everywhere for information about the assassination or assassins. 15 warriors of the Special Combat Battalion had also returned, each of them concealing themselves in the vicinity of the villa in which Yue Zhong was residing. With such tight security, it was simply impossible for anyone to make an attempt on Yue Zhong's life again. Inside the villa, Wen Baogua saw the nearly disfigured Yue Zhong lying on a bed with his head nestled in Tong Xiaoyun's embrace. His face was covered in swollen purple lacerations and burn marks. A small puddle of blood had run down his body and dyed the sheets crimson from the numerous wounds everywhere on him. He almost didn't dare to believe that the near-disfigured man before him was actually Yue Zhong. Yue Zhong glanced at Wen Baogua and spoke tersely, his voice overflowing with killing intent. Mayor 1, you've come. SY City's security really is substandard. Today I almost died in SY City. SY City really does have skilled individuals in hiding, making me really want to go on a killing spree and use artillery to plow through this place at once. If you and Secretary Peng are unable of giving me justice, then just let me use cannons and bayonets in exchange for justice instead. Yue Zhong, you mustn't be impulsive. Today's matter, none of us wanted to see it. I will make people properly investigate this incident and bring you justice. When Baogua's eyebrows furrowed as he spoke in a low voice, he didn't actually believe that SY City's military strength was weaker than that of Yue Zhong's. If they fought, though, both parties would definitely suffer huge losses. He was afraid that Yue Zhong was as rash as he was young, and might really bring all his troops to fight it out with SY County's military. Yue Zhong stared at Wen Baogua and spoke in a heavy tone. Su Tianyang. The person who wanted to assassinate me is Su Tianyang. There were a total of 15 enhancers above level 10 who came to kill me today. 3 of them were expert snipers, and it's obvious that only the military or government commands such experts. After coming to SY County, the only person I have not seen eye to eye with was Su Tianyang. I believe only he would have expended such forces. Therefore, the only person who could have ordered the assassination is Su Tianyang. When Baogua frowned, and he replied softly, "This is just your conjecture. Do you have evidence? Without evidence, you can't just go around spouting nonsense." Su Tianyang was, after all, the son of one of the 5 heads of the military. A person with such a background could not be slandered nor deemed guilty without evidence just because of Yue Zhong's words. Yue Zhong coldly stared at Wen Baogua. "Evidence? Sure. I will find it for you. I'm tired. Please go back now. Please rest well then," Wen Baogua said, as he walked towards the exit. Yue Zhong had actually gotten a treasure from Su Chen's body and was thoroughly exploring it. Level 3 treasure. Sacred Arm Guard. Upon equip, Strength +2. It gives the user the skill Sacred Protection, which allows one to activate a barrier of sacred protection to protect themselves from a set amount of harm. Cooldown, 24 hours. Su Chen had used this sacred protection to protect himself as a last resort. However, Yue Zhong's attacks were too ferocious, and the sacred protection had not lasted more than a few hits before collapsing. Yue Zhong directly equipped the Sacred Arm Guard. Who knew if it might save his life at some critical juncture in the future? Su Tianyang was currently hiding within the military camp, his heart in turmoil. Why isn't he dead? Damn it! Su Chen, that useless fucker, couldn't even complete something as simple as this. He actually failed in killing that bastard Yue Zhong. Right at this time, Su Dongming walked in with a steely expression. "Dad, why have you come?" Su Tianyang immediately climbed off a serving girl's body, as he asked a little embarrassedly, "Get out." Su Dongming looked at the absurd scene in the room, and he coldly told the few serving girls. They immediately grabbed their clothes and exited the room swiftly without turning their heads. "Did you do it?" Su Dongming stared at Su Tianyang as he asked. Su Tianyang hesitated a while before saying, "No! You still dare to deny it?" Su Dongming roared, thoroughly enraged. He then slapped Su Tianyang across the face harshly, causing his face to swell. "Su Chen is dead. Lu Jun is dead. All because of you, you little bastard. I lost 8 experts. 8? You still don't want to admit your mistake? Do you want to push me to the grave?" While the number of experts in the military were numerous, to groom a high-level enhancer was not easy. Su Chen's assassin team was one of the 2 elite enhancers team that Su Dongming controlled. Since this time he lost 8 experts, Su Dongming could be considered to have lost 25% of his experts. Su Tianyang jumped up, as he hollered loudly at Su Dongming, "How was I in the wrong? Didn't you also want to kill that asshole Yue Zhong? I merely set out to do what you didn't dare to. I am your son. You hit me because of some mere outsider? Are you still my dad? After Mum left, you want to start mistreating me, right? Aren't you letting Mum down? Su Dongming was absolutely fuming as he pointed at Su Tianyong. Unfilial! You're an unfilial son. How did I have someone like you? This entire month, you're not allowed to leave the villa. You will stay here obediently. After which, Su Dongming left the room in anger. He only had Su Tianyong and had always pampered and spoilt him. This led to Su Tianyong having a domineering character. Each time Su Tianyong had done something wrong, he would have it intercepted on his behalf. Yue Zhong's assassination attempt shook the entire Sy county. When Baogua and Peng Mingde met up to discuss, and ordered for the police to conduct an investigation throughout the county, it was just that those assassins had already hidden at Su Dongming's military camp. Regardless of how meticulous the police were, there were no results. Yue Zhong was quietly recuperating in his villa with the effect of his level 4 skill, regeneration. Within a day, his bones that had been shattered by the sniper bullets had finished mending. After just 2 days, the facial wounds from the fireball skill and countless shrapnel had closed up and recovered, to the point that one would not believe Yue Zhong had just suffered huge injuries 2 days ago. Is this intel for real? Yu Hong looked at Lu Yujiao in front of him. Definitely, Lu Yujiao replied confidently. Chapter 0270, Revenge. Translated by Kuin, DCBLOL. Edited by Alamog Dedishin the No One Fan Jonixon. Book 2. The Sea of Zombies. Yue Zhong gazed at Lu Yujiao and spoke. Very good. If this intel turns out to be true, after the matter is completed, I will definitely not treat you shabby. Many thanks, Commander Yu. Lu Yujiao broke out in a grin. The night was dark and the winds were strong, without even the barest sliver of moonlight. Everything was shrouded in darkness, and only a few areas were lit up in the entire Sy county. The 5 heads of the military had conflicts of interest within one another. Therefore, there were 5 different residences set up within the military itself. Consequently, the distance between each of them stretched for a few kilometers. Under the cover of the pitch dark, Yue Zhong brought his special combat forces as they snuck towards Su Dongming's residence within the military camp. Lu Yujiao's Vermilion Phoenix had plenty of women, some good-looking ones at that. These women prostituted themselves in the military camps, at the same time obtaining valuable intel as well as protection for the Vermilion Phoenix triad. Part of the recent intel gained was that the experts who tried assassinating Yue Zhong had been seeking refuge within Su Dongming's military camp. Yue Zhong carefully maneuvered his way to the front of the camp and saw 2 soldiers standing on guard. Yue Zhong gave Cheng Yu a hand signal, and Cheng Yu brought out a blowpipe, shooting a poison dart at one of the soldiers' neck. Upon impact, the soldier immediately grabbed towards his neck and struggled to keep his eyes open, before fainting to the floor. Yue Zhong instantly activated his Art of Fear skill on the other soldier, and under the assault of the mind-shattering fear, the other soldier died while foaming at the mouth. He even passed without a sound. The agility-based evolver Yao Yao, who had been standing by Yue Zhong's side, activated her shadow steps, and her entire body flitted towards the camp like a dark leopard in the night. Within just a few blinks, she was nowhere to be seen. Yue Zhong had already activated his encompassing bone armor, and led the special combat forces inside the military camp, only to discover that along the road, there were many soldiers' corpses. Each and every one of them had their necks slashed. Yao Yao was a naturally talented agility-based evolver, and under the constant forging through battle as well as the strict training of the elite soldiers, she had developed beyond even the strongest soldiers of the world prior to the apocalypse. The moment she was near, even Yue Zhong would feel a headache. Those normal soldiers never stood a chance against her. While the soldiers were silenced one by Yao Yao, the rest of the special combat forces went to attach bombs on various armored tanks and infantry fighting vehicles and even some helicopters as well. Inside the camp, Yue Zhong came across 5 tanks. It was a pity that his storage ring could not accommodate these beasts. Otherwise, he would have already swiped them all. Since he couldn't have it, no one else could have it as well. Yue Zhong decided to use his Devil Flame to open up holes inside those tanks and place the time bombs inside. Along the way, whenever the special combat forces came across soldiers doing their patrolling, they would swiftly kill them. These warriors were, after all, specially selected and trained by Yue Zhong. In all reality, each and every one of them became enhancers above level 20. With their combat tactics learned, as well as having undergone all sorts of special forces training, they were nearly unstoppable. Very soon, Yue Zhong and his team arrived at the residence which the assassins were taking refuge in. Yue Zhong did not barge in directly, however. Instead, they surrounded the entire estate with timed detonation explosives. After finishing, Yue Zhong waved his hands in a predetermined signal, and the Special Forces soldiers assembled into 4 teams. As they dispersed to the various parts of the camp, placing more timed explosives as well as killing the other soldiers who were not even prepared. After approximately 15 minutes of slaughter, the special combat soldiers arrived back at Yue Zhong's side. Yue Zhong waved his hands once more, and the special combat warriors all left, leaving Yue Zhong alone. This time, Yue Zhong's motive wasn't to annihilate Su Dongming's forces completely, but to cause a huge ruckus. If it came to a clash to the death between his warriors and Su Dongming's forces, both sides would face heavy losses. Yue Zhong wasn't willing to lose these experts that he had painstakingly trained up. Time's up. Yue Zhong looked at his watch, as he whispered silently to himself. Boom! 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 In an instant, sounds of explosions resounded one by one within the military camp, and the various armored vehicles and military equipment exploded into pieces, becoming piles of useless metal. The military residence buildings also exploded in a huge ball of fire, instantly crushing and killing the soldiers inside. Countless soldiers were plunged into utter chaos, as they ran amok, shouting at the top of their lungs. The entire camp was in a mess. The residence of the assassins also collapsed under the explosive assault, as the ceiling debris fell and buried the assassins within. Inside that particular building were the experts that Su Dongming had gathered with his utmost efforts. If they were to face off in a battle, even Yue Zhong would be forced to retreat. However, with one fell swoop, Yue Zhong had killed over 90% of them. With a hong, as some debris exploded outwards, a huge body rushed up towards the sky from the pile of rubble. Expert! Yue Zhong raised his eyes and discovered it was an enhancer that had activated his werewolf transformation skill. This enhancer had actually managed to escape from the destruction. He was obviously an expert. In fact, Yue Zhong's guess wasn't off the mark. This werewolf transformation enhancer was an agility-based evolver named Luo Bufan. It turned out that Su Dongming had spent an exorbitant amount on him, and was also the first expert that Su Dongming had nurtured. As an agility-based evolver, when Luo Bufan activated his werewolf transformation, his speed had reached freakish levels, and there was nobody in the entire SY county that could face him. As well as the fact that he had enhanced his werewolf transformation 3 times, his other attributes gained tremendous boosts as well, to the point that even 12.7mm bullets could not penetrate his body, and 7.62mm bullets could not penetrate his skin. It was truly fearsome. Let me send you to your death. Yue Zhong eyed Luo Bufan, who had leapt out of the wreckage into midair, and he laughed coldly. Yue Zhong winked and hoisted a PF-98 anti-tank rocket launcher up. Click, click, boom. Mouthed Yue Zhong under his breath as he lined up the aim and shot at him. No! Luo Bufan saw the anti-tank missile and his eyes flashed with wild desperation. His only thought as he shouted out loudly was to push his werewolf transformation to the maximum, as his muscles grew even larger and his fur coarser. At the next instant, there was a flash and a moment of muteness as the rocket landed on Luo Bufan's chest. The result was the creation of a stunning roar of flame and shrapnel. Even though he tried to resist with his valiant body, it still ended up with him roaring in denial as his body swelled up on impact and exploded into just so many semi-charred, meaty pieces covered in sizzling hair. Regardless of how fearsome the werewolf transformation is, he could not possibly withstand the might of a PF-98 anti-tank missile. Even Yue Zhong was not impervious to the might of an anti-tank missile. Enhancers might be strong, but they were not invincible. As long as the proper weapon was utilized, enhancers could be taken down like anyone else. However, compared to most normal people, those enhancers who were familiar with the modern weaponry were even more terrifying. Yue Zhong had never foregone any chance to learn about modern weaponry. Facing different enemies required different tactics after all. Yue Zhong proceeded to gather Luo Bufon's half-scorched head and left the chaotic camp. One by one, reinforcements poured out from different areas of the camp to help put out the fire and tend to the wounded. At the same time, the alarm was sounded and a search was conducted to capture any enemies. However, Yue Zhong had already long ago brought his men away, and the search turned up nothing. Even though there were conflicts amongst themselves, the moment Su Dongming's camp came under attack, the rest of the four powers had dispatched a battalion of soldiers each to assist. In just a short span of time, the entire camp was surrounded tightly. This was one of the reasons Yue Zhong had left the place swiftly. If he had delayed for just a while longer, he might have been trapped within. Damn Yue Zhong! Damn it! Damn you! Su Dongming looked at the scene of carnage, and his eyes flashed with a furious gaze. This time, his losses had caused him to almost spit out blood in anger. His tanks, helicopters, infantry fighting vehicles, and even howitzers were all rendered to little more than really expensive scrap metal. His entire force of 2,000 people had been reduced by 162 soldiers, and the experts he had gathered painstakingly were all decimated. This time, his power had dropped way below the rest of the five heads, which led him to hate Yue Zhong with a vengeance. The young sure are rash. Peng Mingde took a look at the details concerning this case, and sighed. Although there was not a single shred of evidence that pointed to Yue Zhong, everyone knew in their hearts it was definitely a retaliation from him. No one had expected Yue Zhong's revenge to be so swift and vicious. In just one night, Su Dongming suffered unimaginable losses. Of his weaponry, he lost 2/3 of them and lost nearly 200 men. The casualty rate was 10%. This led all the top brass of Sy County to open their eyes and witness for themselves how ruthless Yue Zhong could be when provoked. In the meeting amongst the five military powers, Su Dongming submitted a proposal with an ashen face. I reckon that we should gather the army and eliminate the vermin Yue Zhong. He dares attack our military, his guts have really reached the heavens. Today he dared launch an assault on me, who's to say who he will target tomorrow? We need to work together and take care of this problem before he escapes. Shen Hongyang frowned, as he gazed at Su Dongming and spoke softly. Division Commander Su, do you have some proof that it was Yue Zhong? If not, how can we just take up arms? Qian Weimin looked to Su Dongming and lightly smiled. Division Commander Su, I feel that it's better if we proceed with caution and conduct a thorough investigation. We cannot possibly let a criminal off, but likewise, we can't just blame a good person. Don't you agree? Su Dongming frowned as he looked towards his ally Luo Tianyi and asked, Old Luo, what's your take? Luo Tianyi drew a long breath on his cigar and spew out a smoke circle. Without looking at Su Dongming, he thought for a while. I think it's time for us to have a chat with Mr. Yue Zhong. Chapter 0271, Assault Helicopters Incoming. Translated by Kuan. Edited by Alamog Dedishin the No One Fan Jonixon. Book 2. The Sea of Zombies. The surprise attack by Yue Zhong was executed extremely beautifully. Not a single loss was suffered on his side. Meanwhile, he had eliminated an entire company of soldiers, as well as destroyed almost 2/3 of Su Dongming's combat capabilities, displaying his keen sense for tactics and destruction. If Yue Zhong had set his sights on Sy County, then the five heads of the military would definitely come together to take Yue Zhong down. However, this was a personal grudge between Yue Zhong and Su Dongming. They were not willing to risk it all just for Su Dongming. Based on Yue Zhong's prowess, if they couldn't eliminate him thoroughly, why try? Like some kind of cockroach, he would definitely come back, but more overpowered than before. Undoubtedly, he would make them pay many times over. Su Dongming's expression grew steely as he asked Lu Huifeng, What about you, Lu Huifeng? I have no stance. Whatever everybody's decision is, I'll follow. Lu Huifeng laughed lightly. He wasn't willing to entangle his forces with Yue Zhong either. There weren't many benefits to it to begin with. This was a personal score between Su Dongming and Yue Zhong, and he couldn't bear to expend any of his precious subordinates as sacrificial pawns. Su Dongming slammed the table and stood up. As he turned to leave, Good, good, good. All of you may be scared of Yue Zhong, but I'm not. I'm going this instant to exterminate that bastard. Division Commander Su, please wait. Right at this time, when Baoguo pushed the door and came in, blocking Su Dongming. Su Dongming shoved Wen Baoguo aside with a steely expression. Mayor 1, I am going to go destroy that Yue Zhong. Whatever you have to say can wait until afterwards. Wen Baoguo once again blocked his path as he stared at him levelly and said in a clear voice, Division Commander Su, do you have any evidence that it was Yue Zhong? Su Dongming instantly bellowed back. What bullshit evidence do we still need? It was obviously that motherfucking Yue Zhong's doing. Over 100 of my soldiers have died at his hands. You want I, your father, to swallow my anger? Wen Baoguo maintained a serene expression and spoke quietly. Yue Zhong also claimed that your son Su Tianyang had sent assassins after him. I remember that when I sent people to question you, you halted the investigation process demanding conclusive evidence, before you would hand Su Tianyang over to be interrogated. Now, without any evidence, you want to take up arms against Yue Zhong. Isn't it inappropriate? When Baoguo had previously sent people over to the military camp, wanting to subpoena Su Tianyang. However, Su Dongming had clamped down with his domineering attitude and did not even put the people Wen Baoguo sent in his eyes, as he directly refused Wen Baoguo's summons. Su Dongming coldly glared at Wen Baoguo, before pushing him aside and strode out of the room, his voice echoing behind him. Wen Baoguo, you best clean up your government first. If you want to touch my son, you better execute Peng Mingda's son first. Niu Jinbao, take your men and immediately evacuate the area. Wen Baoguo sighed, before he spoke into the walkie-talkie and gave an order to Niu Jinbao. It seems like the clash between Su Dongming and Yue Zhong was hard to avoid. Withdraw! Withdraw! Withdraw quickly! Niu Jinbao hollered, and brought all his policemen who were currently on standby at Yue Zhong's turf and left the front line. He wasn't willing to be embroiled in the imminent fight. Su Dongming gave a slew of orders, as companies of his soldiers gathered, and quickly boarded various armored vehicles. Under the command of 3 infantry fighting vehicles, they made their way towards Xinglong Street. Those powers in Sy County with a strong intel outreach had gathered. At the same time, they sent people to report on the situation. A number of powers were making their preparations because the moment Yue Zhong was beaten to the ground, they would immediately join in and spit on Yue Zhong to reap some rewards. The long procession of armored vehicles and military weaponry arrived at a station near Phoenix Street. They're here. The special combat soldiers who were lying in wait at Phoenix Street saw the huge fleet, and their eyes flashed with a cold glint. Just as half the fleet entered Phoenix Street, Yue Zhong suddenly stuck his head out from inside a room and hoisted his PF-98, firing an anti-tank rocket towards the infantry fighting vehicle. With a flash, followed by a huge sound of explosion, the infantry fighting vehicle became a fiery ball of flame. This explosion was like a signal. Each special combat warrior lying in wait simultaneously rose from prone, and each of them were carrying a PF-98 as they all fired at different armored vehicles. Hong! Hong! The sounds of chain explosions rang out continuously. Under the sudden attack, many of the various infantry fighting vehicles and armored tanks exploded into balls of fire. There were flying soldiers ejected from blast sites, pieces and whole. The remaining ones were crying out in anguish amidst the flame while struggling to escape the hellish engagement. The sudden attack this time had destroyed over 23 armored vehicles, and the slightly more than 200 soldiers inside were instantly decimated. 2 companies of soldiers had died meaninglessly. Out of those 200 soldiers, there were 60 or more soldiers who formed the core of the experienced soldiers. With the deaths of these soldiers, the overall combat ability of Su Dongming's forces had diminished yet again. After firing those rockets, the Special Forces soldiers started to make use of their guns to pick off the other mostly scrambling warriors of Su Dongming. Within a short span of time, another 20 over soldiers had been killed. Under such a sudden and relentless attack, many of the new soldiers lost their will to fight and started to throw their weapons down and desert. The battalion commander Zhou Wei, that Su Dongming had trained up, executed a few of the deserters, before he called out with an utterly savage face, "No one is to desert. Whoever retreats will be executed." VVVPPT. Zhou Wei's brain matter had exploded like tofu, red and white head chunks arcing in the sky. Very quickly, The flying pieces splattered on the ground moistly. Tap-a-pap. On the rooftop of a building about 2 kilometers away, he shifted his gaze coldly, looking for the next target. He had the sniper specialization skill, plus he had enhanced it twice, causing his sniping to reach a perverse level. Even from a distance of over 2 kilometers, he could do what a normal sniper might find hard to accomplish within a distance of 1 kilometer. With the existence of such an overpowered sniper, he could easily control a part of the battlefield by his own efforts. Sniper! There's a sniper! Everyone take care! One of the seasoned soldiers hollered. However, in the next instant that seasoned soldier had his brains bored through by a bullet as well, he had skillfully silenced him with one well-placed shot. Alamog. Killtacular. Under the threat of death, those soldiers who had come here with the intent to fight started to waver. A number of the new soldiers had started to look for cover, not daring to risk their necks. Yue Zhong's sudden preemptive attack had caused a devastating blow to the soldiers of Su Dongming's 1st Battalion. However, this battalion was the one which contained a lot of seasoned soldiers, and after a number of their soldiers had met with mishap, the expert soldiers banded together and started to engage in an intense firefight with Yue Zhong's special combat warriors. Amongst Yue Zhong's special combat force, there were 6 extremely well-versed snipers. While the other 5 could not match up to Bai He, they were still extremely efficient snipers, and had hidden themselves at various elevated places. Their shots were continually picking off Su Dongming's soldiers, as their comrades around them watched them each die helplessly. The forces of Su Dongming were strong, and soon the unharmed soldiers of the 2nd Battalion joined in the fray. However, without the support of experts and under the control of the 6 elite snipers, the soldiers of the 2nd Battalion found it hard to advance. Instead, they watched their own comrades getting killed off as well. The experts gathered by Su Dongming had been ambushed and killed by Yue Zhong. Thinly, whenever the snipers of the military had just stuck their heads out to line up a bead, they would be killed instantly by the 6 snipers on the rooftops. They served to restrict any form of personnel reinforcement. Right at this time, 2 assault helicopters appeared in the skies. Seeing the arrival of the 2 attack helicopters, the soldiers of the 2nd Battalion who had lost their morale started to feel more bolstered. These assault helicopters were beasts of the air and were the perfect counter to tanks. Without any anti-air weapons, these helicopters were basically invincible. Yue Zhong's special combat force saw the 2 assault helicopters, and their eyes could not help but narrow in trepidation. The 2 assault helicopters swiftly arrived over the battlefield. With a flash, 2 rockets were fired and shot at one of the buildings. The flames engulfed it in a serious explosion, which instantly pulverized one of the special combat soldiers inside. After killing that soldier, the 2 assault helicopters began to fire continuously at the other buildings, destroying them and killing some of the survivors and special combat soldiers hiding inside. In just a few moments, 4 special combat soldiers had died under the ruthless slaughter of the 2 assault helicopters. This was the first time that they had suffered such losses on the battlefield. Every single one of the soldiers were decked in the black-scaled boar hide as armor, and their heads protected by helmets made in Big Stone Village. These helmets were further covered with a layer of the black-scaled boar hide. They basically revealed very little of their bodies. Unless they were shot in a location where there was no protection from the hide, it was hard for normal bullets to kill off any soldiers of the Special Combat Force. It was precisely due to their ample equipment that the casualty rate of the Special Combat Forces were shockingly low. Of course, they had fighting capabilities that were above most soldiers as well. Just as the assault helicopters were about to give them too much pressure and reduce morale, Yue Zhong had already jumped onto the roof of a tall building and lifted his trusty PF-98. He aimed quickly and fired a missile at one of the helicopters. With a heaven-rending flash, the rocket near instantly impacted on the helicopter's frame, and the explosion caused the helicopter to blaze valiantly before falling to the ground in a ball of smoking shrapnel and fire. The other helicopter immediately turned and tried to leave. Yue Zhong, however, had already activated his art of fear skill. When he did, he directed it towards the pilot of the assault helicopter, bypassing the metal shell and shocking him with it. The pilot's face twisted as he threw up crimson foam and slumped on to the controls. The assault helicopter wobbled and accelerated before crashing into another bungalow, and exploded with a huge batum. The entire bungalow was correspondingly reduced to rubble by the explosion. How is this possible? He actually destroyed 2 assault helicopters. It's too scary. Is he still human? The soldiers under Su Dongming watched the scene from afar, and their eyes all flashed with fear and shock. Their morale instantly dipped lower than before. The assault helicopters were their strongest killing machines and trump card. Regardless whether fighting against zombies or these small factions, they were extremely efficient. Wiping out a small power faction only needed the appearance of the assault helicopter and it could thoroughly rout them. Su Dongming had been at the forefront of the 5 heads because of his possession of these assault helicopters. However, last night, Yue Zhong had decimated a huge part of his force, and hence he had no choice but to bring these 2 monsters to bear. Seeing the 2 assault helicopters destroyed by Yue Zhong, the morale of the Special Forces soldiers soared. In the remainder of the firefight, they completely suppressed the soldiers of Su Dongming's 2nd Battalion. Especially the snipers on the rooftops led by he, they were consistently picking off the commanders and seasoned soldiers. For them, suppressing the soldiers and preventing them from even regrouping to fight as a force was the only goal. After destroying those 2 assault helicopters, Yue Zhong swiftly made his way towards Su Dongming's direction. After having lost their experts, the soldiers of the 2nd Battalion found it hard to retaliate against the suppression from the 6 snipers. However, the military still had a weapon that could deal with Yue Zhong's forces, and it was the heavy artillery. As long as the military did not care for the cost of the usage, which was the survivors in the Phoenix Street, as long as they fired a shot and flattened the entire street. Other than those snipers who were hidden further away, all of the special combat forces would instantly become ash. Su Dongming's 2nd Battalion was weaker than the 1st Battalion. However, the moment they saw Yue Zhong passing by, they immediately fired a hail of rounds at him. Yue Zhong's body constantly flitted to and fro, evading the rain of bullets every way he could. At the same time, he constantly threw a few grenades in the midst of the soldiers wherever he went. This obviously caused 2 things: them to be blasted to their deaths, and a lot of crimson blood splattered everywhere. The commander of the 2nd Battalion Wu Mingyi stood at the front lines and observed it all. Before giving an order through the microphone, the 2nd Company moved to the right. 3rd Company switched to the rockets. Use the rockets to blast him. Pong! The sound of a lone gunshot rang out. Wu Mingyi's brain exploded, the now familiar, chunky brain matter splattering on the ground. Commander! Commander! The soldiers near Wu Mingyi instantly cried out in despair. After losing the command of Wu Mingyi, the pressure on Yue Zhong decreased a lot. The soldiers saw that the light weaponry had no effect on Yue Zhong and decided to switch to using the mortars. Surely with these, the grenade launchers and hand grenades they possessed, they could fill the land with a purgatory of flame and finally kill him. The soldiers all rapidly took aim. The clink of falling grenade pins and safeties being removed heralded hell as they fired them all simultaneously at Yue Zhong. Chapter 0272 Devil Flame Destruction. Translated by Kuin, DCBLOL. Edited by Alamog Dedition The No One Fan Jonixon. Book 2. The Sea of Zombies. Yue Zhong had activated his Shadow Step skill at the first moment, and his speed instantly exploded out. He ran, charging straight through the soldiers of the 2nd Battalion like a gust of wind. The large-scale heavy ammunitions could only hit his shadow. At the same time, Yue Zhong's danger perception was utilized efficiently in the hail of bullets. Amongst the dense barrage, even Yue Zhong would find it hard to completely evade every single bullet. He chose to dodge the ones that posed the most threat, while allowing the weaker rifle bullets to hit his body and bounce away. As the commander of the 2nd Battalion had his head blasted, Su Dongming's 2nd Battalion was thrown into chaos. Those heavy weapons that posed the most danger to Yue Zhong were not utilized properly. This allowed Yue Zhong to directly pass through the defense of the 2nd Battalion. After breaking past their defenses, Yue Zhong discovered the 3rd Battalion currently flanking Phoenix Street from the right. The 4th Battalion was kept by Su Dongming as backup. Although Su Dongming held the position of division commander, he only held 4 battalions worth of power, consisting of almost 2,000 people. This time, in order to completely wipe out Yue Zhong, Su Dongming had brought everything, not intending to hold back. Yue Zhong had just broken past the defenses of the 2nd Battalion, when Su Dongming finished assigning 2 squads to start firing wildly at Yue Zhong with their rockets and grenades. Hong! Hong! The sounds of explosions rang out continuously, as round after round of rockets chased Yue Zhong closely as he dodged, causing destruction everywhere. Although Yue Zhong's speed could not compare to the rate of firing of the rockets, it was enough for him to accelerate to dodge the trajectory. Each time the rockets locked on to him, he would respond at the very last critical moment and evade it. If he didn't have the danger perception skill, just based on his current enhancement, Yue Zhong would definitely not dare to weave in and out of the enemy's constant firing. He's really hard to deal with. Su Dongming was currently holed up in the operations center. He was using unmanned reconnaissance drones to observe the fighting, and he stared fixedly at Yue Zhong while gritting his teeth. Just one Yue Zhong alone had caused such mayhem amongst a huge part of his army. Without Yue Zhong, he would have already conquered Phoenix Street a long time ago. As Yue Zhong was dodging, he constantly threw out hand grenades, and these grenades landed on those soldiers attacking him. The constant explosions ensured that a number of soldiers would also be taken out. The 1st and 4th Battalion were Su Dongming's elite forces, as well as the battalions with the most number of seasoned veterans. They were extremely tough and resilient, and were keeping Yue Zhong at bay, preventing him from coming too close. Soon, there appeared in the distance 2 mobile platform howitzers. Damn it! Damn it! What do I do? Yue Zhong was starting to become frantic, as he ran to different cover to adjust his firing angles. Pretty soon, they would begin shooting. Their effective range was over 1,000 meters, and this distance was beyond what he could do with his PF-98. Resolving the issue with the 2 companies of soldiers in front of Yue Zhong still required more time. If this dragged on, those 2 howitzers would definitely pose a problem to his special combat forces. Let's go all out. Yue Zhong's eyes flashed with chilliness, and he activated his Devil Flame. Upon activation, he expended 30 spirit and 10 stamina to condense it into 2 huge spears. Yue Zhong threw the Devil Flame spears at the 2 howitzers with all his might, and they shot towards the howitzers like arrows. As the Devil Flame spears were a product of Yue Zhong's ability, their effective range was as far as Yue Zhong's vision. Tien, overpowered, however far Yue Zhong could see, the Devil Flame spears could be thrown that far. Additionally, with Yue Zhong's robust spirit power, its hit rate was 100%. Under the guiding of Yue Zhong's sight, the 2 Devil Flame spears penetrated the armor of those howitzers, before the fiery hot flames engulfed the 2 howitzers, turning them into balls of fire. With the sounds of explosions, the 2 howitzers combusted, destroying them and blasting into flaming pieces. While his Devil Flame's defense capability could not compare to that of ice, its destruction capabilities vastly outstripped it. It was due to its fiery destructive nature that it could totally annihilate the howitzers at a distance of 1 kilometer. At the same time, the remaining howitzer fired its shot as well. Following the sound of explosion, a building on Phoenix Street was directly blasted apart by the artillery shell. Hot flames enveloped the building, directly burning the occupants and 1 special combat force soldiers inside. The heavy ammunition from the howitzer was one of the most fearsome weapons in warfare. Just a single shell could decimate an entire building. Even someone hiding in any part of the building would be unable to escape from the destruction. What a fearsome guy! Inside the operations command center, Su Dongming saw the 2 howitzers destroyed from a distance of over 1 kilometer by Yue Zhong, and his eyes flashed with shock. After destroying the 2 howitzers, Yue Zhong felt exhausted. He glanced at the 2 companies of soldiers in front of him, before making his way towards the 3rd Battalion without looking back. He had already tested and found the 1st and 4th Battalions to be the toughest to deal with, hence the 2nd and 3rd Battalions should be full of new and inexperienced soldiers. These inexperienced soldiers had the weakest fighting morale and will. As long as one shakes them up enough, they would become desperate. Those 2 companies that were in charge of hunting Yue Zhong saw that he was retreating, and one of the companies rushed out to give chase. However, Yue Zhong immediately fired wildly, killing 6 of the soldiers, before the rest hastily retreated behind cover. Yue Zhong quickly caught up with Su Dongming's 3rd Battalion, They were currently engaged in an intense firefight with the survivors that Yue Zhong gathered in Sy County, led by Chan Shirtu. The majority of the soldiers in the 3rd Battalion of Sudongming were new soldiers. Only a few seasoned veterans were among the ranks, so their fighting capability was low. Yue Zhong, on the other hand, had gathered a battalion's worth of new soldiers, and similarly had a few seasoned warriors leading them. However, the party on defense usually had a slight advantage. Su Dongming's 3rd Battalion had been trying relentlessly to break past Chun Shida's point, but was always pushed back. In fact, they left behind many corpses, and soon it was turning into a firefight with no results. The two sides were constantly firing from behind cover. Ammunition was expended like crazy, and yet both sides' losses did not amount to much. Right at this time, Yue Zhong had directly charged into the command post of the 3rd Battalion and fired wildly for a while. This led to the deaths of all the commanders within the 3rd Battalion. With a Hong, Su Dongming's 3rd Battalion command post was directly destroyed by the grenade Yue Zhong threw. "We've lost! We've lost! Our commanders have all perished. Everyone let's escape. If we still stay on, we're going to get trapped here." Yue Zhong had blown apart the command post of the 3rd Battalion. Afterwards, he used his .05 submachine gun to fire continuously and killed people, as he hollered at the top of his voice. When the soldiers saw their own commanders blasted to smithereens, they were all shaken. Some even threw their weapons down and began fleeing wildly, while some others continued to put up a resistance. The entire 3rd Battalion was thrown into chaos, with sounds of crying, shouting, and calling out ringing out everywhere. Chun Shirtu took advantage of this time, and selected a company worth of soldiers to rush in. The attackers swiftly killed those soldiers who were devastated. The soldiers of Chun Shirtu were also new soldiers and weren't up to standard in terms of warfare. If the enemy decided to counter and if they were successful, he would have lost control of this battalion. Therefore, he only dared to send in a company's worth of soldiers to complement Yue Zhong's assault. Under the two-pronged attack, the soldiers of Su Dongming's 3rd Battalion lost all bearings and started escaping in all directions. Yue Zhong focused on picking off those who were staunchly standing their ground, adding further to the devastation. The company that Chun Shirtu ordered to attack also managed to capture over 100 prisoners of war. However, Su Dongming's reaction was fast as well. He swiftly gave the command to route 2 of the elite companies within the 4th Battalion to assist the remnants of the 3rd Battalion. After Chun Shirtu sent out a company to attack, he saw the 2 companies of Su Dongming approaching from afar and immediately retreated. Without enough cover, the soldiers under him would not dare fight against the elite soldiers of Su Dongming head-on. Yue Zhong was still weaving in and out, firing his .05 submachine gun, using grenades and rockets to entangle with the 2 companies of soldiers. Although these soldiers were the elite under Su Dongming, Yue Zhong's ease of dealing with them showed just how terrifying his abilities were. One by one, the seasoned veterans fell under Yue Zhong's hands, causing the morale to break down amongst the 2 companies, and it was only a matter of time before they were totally annihilated. Shen Hongyang walked to Su Dongming and spoke deeply. "Cease the fighting! Su Dongming, if this continues on, you will just squander the soldiers' lives meaninglessly." Su Dongming had gone beyond reason by this time, and had the look of a lost gambler as he looked towards Shen Hongyang and asked loudly, "Shen Hongyang, lend me 2 battalions of soldiers. As long as we work together, we can definitely bury Yue Zhong here." Shen Hongyang immediately refuted. "Then what? He only had a new battalion here. Even if you decimate this motley crew, it wouldn't be a huge loss to him. He still has 7 battalions back at Ningguang County. He could just easily activate them and send them to attack us. I can't think of a valid reason to waste my precious soldiers' lives just because of your personal feud with him. Su Dongming, cease this pointless fighting. There's still time to do so. If the 4 army heads really joined Su Dongming and attacked Yue Zhong now, Yue Zhong would definitely suffer a huge defeat. However, all he was utilizing now was a bunch of newly trained soldiers. The moment he deployed the elite soldiers of his, even if the rest died, it wouldn't be a huge loss to him. Chapter 0273, Master of Negotiations. Translated by Kuan. Edited by Alamog Dedishin, the No One Fan. Book 2. The Sea of Zombies. After witnessing the terrifying strength of Yue Zhong and his special combat forces, the other four heads of the military were not willing to clash against him and risking their all. The only exception was if it was a case where Yue Zhong crossed their thresholds. Su Dongming looked towards the other four heads. All of them did not say anything, instead just silently looking at him. They would definitely not send their troops out. Everyone retreat. Su Dongming looked towards the screen again, just in time to witness another two soldiers being blasted to death by Yue Zhong's grenade. He grimaced as he gritted his teeth and issued the humiliating order. After the command had been given, all his subordinates retreated orderly. Yue Zhong stood alone and continued harassing them with shots from the sides, continually causing more deaths. After Su Dongming's forces had gathered, Yue Zhong still didn't relent, and swiped his ring to take out a sniper rifle. Aiming the weapon skillfully, he continued to snipe another 13 soldiers, and by that time, Su Dongming's forces had left the area. Yue Zhong saw Su Dongming's forces really retreating from the area, and he heaved a huge sigh of relief. This time, fortunately, the other four heads had stood aside and did not participate. If there was any additional major power joining in, Yue Zhong could only retreat and bring his special combat forces with him. While Su Dongming's forces had retreated, Yue Zhong's own forces had no energy to give chase as well. Although the special forces were strong, if they left their cover and chased the enemy in the wild, it would be a disaster. When Baogua found Yue Zhong and directly said, "Yue Zhong, this matter should end here. I hope you pull your forces back and leave from here. The remaining matters we have, I hope we can come together and discuss about this. If you continue to wreak havoc, the government will not stand idly by." Yue Zhong's expression turned frosty as he spoke softly. "Mayor 1, this time Su Dongming, that bastard, had actually moved against me. I had lost a few of my brothers. If he doesn't give me an explanation, I will not let this go." The war this time had cost Yue Zhong a number of people. The list included 5 of his special combat forces, and over 30 of the soldiers from the newly recruited survivors. When Baogua frowned lightly as he replied back, "You have lost only tens of people. Su Dongming has lost over 400 people and 100 missing people to you guys. You have already taken the advantage. Yue Zhong, please don't go overboard. Our patience has its limits." This time, Yue Zhong had thoroughly crippled Su Dongming's force. A large number of his weapons had been destroyed by Yue Zhong as well. Even the elite 1st Battalion was wiped out by Yue Zhong. The 3rd Battalion was thoroughly defeated, while over 40 veterans of the 4th Battalion also lost their lives. The 2nd Battalion had suffered greatly while fighting against Yue Zhong's special combat forces. Su Dongming had become the weakest link amongst the 5 major heads. When Pei Shan could not bear it and pleaded with Yue Zhong, "Yue Zhong, just fall back for now. If you continue, many more will die." "Fine. I will give Pei Shan face. I will temporarily withdraw my troops. You would do well to heed my words, Mayor 1. Su Dongming, that bastard, came and attacked me with no rhyme nor reason, and he has to give me a suitable explanation." Yue Zhong decided to back off, not before he warned Wen Baogua. After all that fighting, Yue Zhong also did not wish for it to continue. If he insisted on it, the other 4 heads of the military would definitely not sit idly. By then Yue Zhong would have made an enemy out of the entire Sy County, with neither side backing down. "Thank you." When Pei Shan gave a sweet smile to Yue Zhong had agreed to withdraw his troops on her behalf, and it made her extremely happy. She honestly felt that her position in Yue Zhong's heart must have risen by a number of points. Yue Zhong brought his troops away from Phoenix Street as promised, and retreated back to Xinglong Street. The battle between Yue Zhong and Su Dongming had shaken the entire Sy County. Everyone was quietly awed by Yue Zhong's strength. Even those who had wanted to take the opportunity to join in on the Yue Zhong bashing party were sorely disappointed and slinked away. The 2 gangs that came to be under Yue Zhong, Black Tiger Gang and the Vermilion Phoenix Triad, rose in status amongst the people in Sy County. The rest of the factions all lowered their heads to curry favor with the 2 gangs. No one dared offend them anymore, adding on to their imposing manner. 2 days later, in the government's council meeting room where the 5 military heads, the 2 government heads, and Yue Zhong have all gathered for negotiations. Su Dongming looked at Yue Zhong, his expression frosty as he spat out his words. "Yue Zhong, You brought your men to conduct a sneak attack on my military camp. Your attack ended up killing 162 of my soldiers, as well as destroying my equipment. I can let that go, but what guts you have to dare ambush my army. Do you not put the people of Sy County in your eyes? Yue Zhong cocked his brow in challenge, and likewise, pointedly asked back, Su Dongming, you say I attacked your camp. Do you have the proof? If not, don't malign me. As for ambushing your army, what a joke, you had sent them to attack me. I was merely protecting my own interest and retaliated. Don't tell me it's fine for you to attack me and I'm not supposed to fight back. Where's the logic in that? But, coming back to that, why did you send people to assassinate me? Fortunately, my years are not up. Otherwise, I would have died at your hands. You think I'm easy to bully? If you provoke me, even if it means fighting to the death with you, I will activate all 7 of my battalions. I will call out all my 4,000 good brothers to exterminate you. You piece of reeking green dog shit. In this type of negotiation, no one was willing to appear weaker than the others. The moment weakness was shown, the opposing faction would jump on the chance to apply pressure. Of course, Yue Zhong did not plan to fight to the death with the military nor Sy County, but he would never show it. Su Dongming's expression went cold, as he spat out icily. You say I sent men to assassinate you? Do you have the proof? Without proof, don't go around smearing my name. Evidence. Of course I have. Men, bring him over. Yue Zhong glanced at Su Dongming, laughing coldly. In a matter of seconds, Chang Yu brought an emaciated youth in. I'm guessing that you know this guy, right? Su Dongming. Yue Zhong eyed Su Dongming as he voiced out sarcastically. Su Dongming took a look at the person, and his face turned pale because he naturally knew the person. He had personally conveyed the position of the 3rd Battalion 2nd Company's officer to this person, Su Guang. Let me introduce this person to you. This person is a commanding officer personally granted by Su Dongming. Yue Zhong laughed lightly and pulled out a bunch of photos before he gave them to Wenbaogua. Mayor 1. These are the photos of the assassins' corpses. Am I right? That's right. Wenbaogua eyed those photos and confirmed the authenticity of the photos. Su Guang. Who is this person? Yue Zhong pointed at the photo of an agility-type assassin and asked Su Guang. Without hesitating, Su Guang directly said, This person's name is Wen Yu. He is a veteran who entered the army in the same year as I did, later joining Su Dongming's special forces. What about this person? Yue Zhong replaced the photo of Wen Yu with another one, depicting an enhancer who possessed the firearms control skill, as he asked Su Guang once again. Su Guang said, This person is called Guoming. He is proficient at using all sorts of guns and is also very accurate at shooting. He also eventually became a member of the special forces established by Commander Su. Enough! This is all your side of the story. You forced him to say all of it. You are framing me. Su Dongming let out a loud shout, interrupting Su Guang's narration as he stared at Yue Zhong and fiercely roared. Yue Zhong glanced indifferently at Su Dongming and continued to speak lightly. Mayor 1, Secretary Peng and all commanders, I have already provided enough evidence to prove that this Su Dongming was the one who prompted people to try to assassinate me. Please uphold justice for me. Otherwise, I will take matters into my own hands. Hearing Yue Zhong's words, the 4 heads of the military and the government's 2 magnates all furrowed their eyebrows. Yue Zhong's meaning was clear. If they couldn't provide a satisfactory answer to Yue Zhong, then Yue Zhong would take the initiative to kill Su Dongming by himself. Currently, Su Dongming still had around 1,500 soldiers under his control. This meant that if his soldiers fought against Yue Zhong, there would also be a huge loss to Sy City. This was not to Sy City's interests. Su Dongming glanced at Yue Zhong before coldly saying, If you want my life, come take it by yourself if you have the skill. Su Dongming had correctly anticipated that the other big bosses of the military and the government's 2 magnates would not remain indifferent to him. An ominous glint flashed past both of Yue Zhong's eyes and an oppressive killing intent surged out. You think I don't dare? Su Dongming's bottom lip quivered. Yet he did not have any comeback to Yue Zhong's threat. It seemed he could only stare fixedly at Yue Zhong. The tension in the meeting room became palpable. Everyone felt tense. The experts behind the military heads all kept their eyes on Yue Zhong, preparing to move in case Yue Zhong suddenly attacked. When Baogua looked at Yue Zhong and asked indifferently, "State your terms. Yue Zhong, what do you want?" When Baogua could see that Yue Zhong didn't want to be at loggerheads with the entire SY county, he was only throwing his weight around to prove that he could not be pushed. Yue Zhong did not skip a beat as he replied, "Execute Su Tianyang. Then I will let this matter rest. I will return the 100 captives to you guys." Su Dongming's expression turned steely as he refused flatly. "That's impossible. As long as there's me, Su Dongming. No one can dream of touching even a single hair on my son." Su Dongming only had Su Tianyang, his only son. If Su Tianyang was executed, his Su line would cease to have descendants. 2 assault helicopters and supporting pilots. The incomparable attack prowess of the assault helicopters had enticed Yue Zhong. He had discovered a few attack helicopters within the mechanized infantry brigade camp. He just lacked the people with expertise to operate it. Su Dongming seemed to spit fire from his eyes as he said, "My assault helicopters and pilots have been destroyed by you." Yue Zhong then went on to state a few more terms with regards to the military compensation, and they were all rejected by Su Dongming. The rest of the 6 heads also silently backed Su Dongming up. They weren't willing to see Yue Zhong obtaining even more firepower and strength. Yue Zhong pulled out De Guzi beside him and said, "Since it's like this, I will allow my subordinate De Guzi to negotiate on my behalf." De Guzi was extremely gifted at negotiating, and could be relentless. His bargaining skills were even more superb. After De Guzi was pushed out by Yue Zhong, he grinned and immediately opened with his sky-staggeringly high price. "We want 3,000 pretty virgins. Then this matter will be considered over." His intention, of course, was less the women, but to use his superb verbal skills to put the opposition on the defensive right from the start. Then wouldn't everything they owned be available for the taking? Alamog. This guy reminds me of weed. My wallet hurts just thinking about what's going to happen to these guys XD. Chapter 0274, Transaction. Translated by Kuin, DCBLOL. Edited by Alamog Dedition the No One Fan Jonixon. Book 2. The Sea of Zombies. Hearing De Guzi's words, all the people were momentarily stunned. The entire SY county would not be able to deliver such a sum of 3,000 virgin beauties. In the post-apocalyptic world, most of the women with a little more beauty would have already been taken by people of power. If they were asked to give a few pretty ladies to Yue Zhong, it wouldn't be an issue, but 3,000 beauties it was too hard to find. At that moment, the 5 heads of the military, plus Peng Mingde and Wen Baogua all looked towards Yue Zhong with a strange gaze. Yue Zhong's face had turned dark after hearing De Guzi's words. He didn't expect that De Guzi would call for such absurd terms. However, he did nothing to stop De Guzi, instead, sitting there silently. Su Dongming directly rejected, "No way!" De Guzi then proceeded to call out, "Then give us 6,000 pretty women. Yes, we want 6,000 women. Those older ones, kids younger than 16 and males? We don't want them. Ugly women we also don't want." Yue Zhong's side was sorely lacking in manpower. So if they had called out for strong males, SY County would definitely not agree. It was because after a little training, those able-bodied males could become soldiers and workers, thus forming a stable power. Therefore De Guzi just tried his luck to ask for women. Su Dongming icily replied, 6,000 women. How are we going to pull that number out for you? Since you like beauties so much, I will give you 30 beauties. But each beauty has to be exchanged with 1 ton of rations. De Guzi looked at him strangely, before responding in a crude manner. 1 ton of rations? Why don't you just go rob me? The women outside are at most prostituting themselves at 1 bun for a night. Even a beauty would not cost more than 1 jean of rice for a day. 10 jean rice could easily buy a woman. You want 1 ton for each woman? Are your beauties made of gold? The female survivors in SY County sold themselves cheaply. As long as there was enough food for them, most female survivors were willing to sell themselves. However, Yue Zhong could only accept a small number. If he engaged in a large-scale purchase and brought these female survivors over into his own camp without a viable excuse, SY County's top brass would definitely be suspicious. Deguzi's face hardened as he threatened coarsely, Su Dongming, you sent people to assassinate our commander and you are trying to shirk compensation now? You must be seeking death, no? Our 4,000 brothers are just waiting for Commander Yu's orders to fight it out with SY County. We will come and kill and destroy you and burn your entire family to the ground. Su Dongming stared coldly at Deguzi as he replied indifferently, Fine, let us fight then. Let's see who's afraid of who. Yue Zhong stood up in a jiffy and gave Su Dongming an icy look filled with killing intent. Su Dongming, you're taking things too far. I'm gonna go activate my troops right now. Everyone, you've heard him. It's Su Dongming who wants to fight it out. I hope that when we clash, you can maintain your neutrality. This is a personal grudge between us. I have no ill intentions towards anyone else here. Whatever happens in the future, it is all on Su Dongming. Shin Hongyang frowned as he opened his mouth. Yue Zhong, don't be so agitated. We can understand your feelings. However, everything can be talked through. Don't just go to war each time. Warfare costs lives. Sit down. Let's talk things out. When Baogua spoke out softly, let's do it this way. A trade of 100 beauties, 900 young ladies, 3,500 children, and 500 males. Our SY County will give you 5,000 people. You will give us 1,000 tons of rations. Then we'll let the matter rest. A child could only use up resource and not contribute to it, when Baogua had been mulling over the problem of the number of children in SY County. This time he could use this as an excuse to hand over 3,500 of them. As compensation, he would give Yue Zhong 500 men. Yue Zhong sat down and continued to be silent, looking at Deguzi. Deguzi continued his haggling. There are too many kids. They can only eat and can't help to fight the zombies. Not to mention they can't work, so we're at a disadvantage here. Why not do it like this? We still keep those 3,500 kids, but on top of those 100 beauties, there must be 30 additional virgins. Furthermore, we will use 10 rounds of ammunition to buy a male, 5 rounds of ammunition to buy a female, to trade for 1,000 males and 1,000 females. Peng Mingda's eyes flashed, before he lightly smiled. Good, I promise you. Seeing Peng Mingda accepting Yue Zhong's request just like that, when Baogua, who had wanted to say something, decided to stay silent. The rest of the 5 heads of the military accepted the request as well. Although Yue Zhong gained 7,000 people, most of them were weak women and children. The number of males numbered only 1,500. Also, Yue Zhong had to pay 1,000 tons of rations as well as 15,000 rounds of ammunition. Both parties actually benefited. After the negotiations between both parties ended, when Baogua quickly notified the government, and they swiftly selected 7,000 to throw to Yue Zhong. The sudden inclusion of 7,000 people gave Yue Zhong quite a bit of pressure. Amongst the 7,000 people, other than the 100 beauties, the rest had an emaciated look. Their meals and accommodation was going to be a problem. When Baogua had thrown 7,000 people to Yue Zhong, because they harbored ill intentions and wanted to see how he made a fool out of himself. It must be clear that 7,000 people was not a small number. Handling them would be a tough job. Other than that, these people required a few tons of rations every day. Without ample support, one would not be able to maintain such a number. Such a huge number of survivors had suddenly been thrown into Yue Zhong's territory. It really was a headache. Especially the 1,500 males. They were all weak and emaciated to the point that they could die any moment. Even prior to the apocalypse, such physiques would require nourishment for over 1 or 2 months before they could be considered healthy. As for the women and the children, every one of them were skinny to the point they could be blown away with a low gust of a wind. Amongst the 7,000 people, there were some who were rotten characters. On the first day after being handed over to Yue Zhong, there were 30 men who indulged and raped a few women. These men were afraid to fight the zombies and look for treasure drops, yet used force to bully those weaker than themselves. Those men were quickly apprehended by Yue Zhong's subordinates, then swiftly executed in front of everybody. A cold reminder of the consequences of acting out of line. Deguzi was in charge of affairs when he was at Stone Village, as well as Qingyuan County, and he quickly settled everybody down and arranged for their accommodations and duties. Yue Zhong had also reassigned some of the soldiers who had performed well during the clash with Su Dongming, giving them the responsibilities of managing these new survivors. As for the issue about rations, Yue Zhong had already stolen 3,000 tons of rations from Su Dongming, so for the time being, there were no issues concerning food. It's time to start preparations. After the situation was somewhat stabilized, Yue Zhong assigned Deguzi to buy steel in bulk. At the same time, he commenced the operations of digging trenches around the riverbank. Regardless of gender or age, even members of the Vermilion Phoenix and Black Tiger Gang were routed over, and they all started digging. Under the combined efforts of over 8,000 people, huge trenches with depths of about a few meters were dug out, and inside those trenches, there were sharp steel beams hammered in. The mutant beast meat that had been manufactured into cans were also delivered over from Ningguang County, and those weak survivors who had gone so long without having decent meals and nutritions got to enjoy the mutant beast's meat and started to recover quickly. Whenever it was mealtime, there would be massive woks, tian, huge pans that Chinese use for cooking that were filled with piping hot rice, wild vegetables as well as plates and plates of meat from mutant beasts. Everyone got a share, and they all wore expressions of satisfaction and delight. Cheng Pei was passing by and saw the survivors working and eating heartily by the riverbank, and her eyes flashed with shock. They actually get to eat meat? This Yue Zhong is also too formidable. No? Where did he get this much meat? Beside Cheng Pei was her close friend Tai Yan. After the matter of the Dark Crows, their relationship got a lot closer. Both were stuck together, going everywhere together, and had specially gone to find Yue Zhong this time. Both Cheng Pei and Tai Yan had decent backgrounds, hence they could move about freely in Sy County. Because of that, they could walk around and had the free time to find Yue Zhong to entertain themselves. However, even though Cheng Pei had a decent family background, even her household could not get to eat meat every day. Seeing the normal survivors eating better meals than her own family, it caused her to be shocked. Tai Yan looked at those survivors, and she lightly grinned. This is Yue Zhong's ability. Yue Zhong's capability could be seen from the decent meals and care the survivors receive under him. Cheng Pei laughed and replied, "He really is something else." Tai Yan teased, "I wonder who was it that hated Yue Zhong till his bones. What, now you're fallen for him?" "I did not." Cheng Pei flushed red and immediately retorted, "I think you're the one who's fallen for him. Otherwise, why would you come looking for him? I do like him. What's wrong about that?" Tai Yan did not seem abashed to admit that to her friend. Cheng Pei was startled when she heard it, as she hesitated a while before saying, "But Yan, he already has so many women. Even Zhou Yanxue has become his women. Plus I heard he's extremely lustful, every night engaging in acts of pleasure with different ladies, even doing things that would have been frowned upon." The matter of Deguzi asking for 3,000 virgins from Su Dongming had spread far and wide, and morphed into a version where Yue Zhong is the true lustful character, one who didn't turn down any women, got high on nightlife, capturing any beauty that he saw and becoming a huge sex maniac in the bedroom. However, because of his strength and authority, no one dared to offend him. Of course, these were all rumors. In fact, Yue Zhong had been kept busy running his affairs. He didn't even have time to bed that beauty, Zhou Yanxue. Tai Yan laughed and said a little willfully, "So what?" Tang Taizong Li Shimin was also a huge pervert and had been unabashed about it. In the end, he was still the ruler of the nation, second to none in the entire country. I like this type of men. Tien, Tang Taizong. https://en.m.wikipedia.org/wiki/emperor_Taizoing_of_Tang. Cheng Pei looked helplessly at her friend. Her friend was a gutsy lady who loved and hated freely, her free-spiritedness and decisive nature. A soldier led Tai Yan and Cheng Pei towards the firing zone, as Yue Zhong was there doing target practice. "Amazing! Brother Yu, you destroyed 100 targets with just 10 shots." When Pei Shan was currently passing a bottle of mineral water to Yue Zhong with a look of idolization. These days, when Pei Shan had the free time, she would hang out with Yue Zhong, becoming a frequent guest of his. when Bao Gui had also approved of it, as it meant that his relationship with Yue Zhong would be improved as well. Thanks. Yue Zhong received the mineral water and smiled at her. Chang Pei glanced at Wen Peishan and muttered under her breath, "Little vixen." After the attack of the Dark Crows, it had led to a rift between Chang Pei and Wen Peishan. Although it wasn't to a point where they were enemies, it had caused the once friendly relationship to turn a little cold. "Brother Yu." Tai Yen broke out into a sweet smile and walked towards Yue Zhong's side. Yue Zhong glanced at Tai Yen and asked, "Miss Tai, is there something you need?" Tai Yen cocked her eyebrow as she put on a grumpy expression. "Brother Yu, you can just call me Yen. If you call me Miss Tai, I will be angry." Yue Zhong adjusted his register. "Yen, is there something you need me for?" Tai Yen fixed her gaze on Yue Zhong and asked, "Must we only look for you when something's up? Can't we find you for fun?" Yue Zhong gazed at Chang Pei and said, "Sure, but I'm pretty busy. I'm afraid I can't entertain both you and Miss Chang." Yue Zhong had to handle a lot of things, and he had already delegated most of the other responsibilities to his subordinates. There were some matters that required his personal attention, especially the 7,000 new survivors he had just accepted. He needed to settle this pressing issue as well as their lives in the future. After all, they couldn't always be digging and setting up traps. Tai Yen looked at Yue Zhong and laughed lightly. "I want to rely on you and become your secretary. I am, after all, a graduate from Harvard University in administration. Having someone like me as your secretary should not be a shameful thing, no?" Yue Zhong glanced at Tai Yen curiously and asked, "How old are you this year? How can you be a graduate of Harvard University?" Tai Yen looked to be at most younger than 20. How could she be a graduate from Harvard University? Chang Pei stood at the side and said a little proudly, "It is true. Yen is very smart. She skipped a few grades when she was studying. She is truly a graduate from Harvard University. Furthermore, Brother Yu, you should call me Pei. No need to refer to me as Miss Chang." Yue Zhong glanced at the self-confident Tai Yen and said, "Fine. I will accept you on a probation of 1 month. If you perform well, then you may stay." Having a capable beauty as a secretary was also somewhat seductive and cool. Right at this time, Zhang he ran in gasping for breaths, saying, "Boss Yu, something's wrong. There are many people gathered outside." Chapter 0275, Mutant Black Fishes. Translated by Kuin, DCBLOL. Edited by Alamog Dedishin the No One Fan Jonixon. Book 2. The Sea of Zombies. Chapter 275. Mutant Black Fish. "Bring me there." Yue Zhong frowned, and immediately let Zhang he lead the way. The rest of the ladies present quickly followed behind. Soon, Yue Zhong's party came to the outskirts of Xinglong Street, only to discover that Xinglong Street was packed with countless survivors. Over 100 of Yue Zhong's subordinates were currently pointing their guns at the survivors, being cautious of any survivors that might incite an uproar. "Boss Yu is here. Boss Yu, please, hire me. Boss Yu, I'm begging you, hire me. I can dig as well. I was in the civil engineering business prior to the apocalypse. Please hire me." Upon seeing Yue Zhong's arrival, those survivors immediately cheered and started to kneel and beg to be hired. These survivors were not here to create trouble. Instead, they just wanted to make a living with Yue Zhong. They were leading hard lives and were willing to do anything just to have a decent meal. Needless to say, those who were under Yue Zhong could eat their fill and even have meat from time to time. This treatment led those outside to be envious, and they wanted in as well. Yue Zhong looked at all the survivors and frowned because he was indeed in need of help. However, if he continued gathering so many people, it would definitely get on the nerves of the government. They would not allow him to expand his reach. When Peishan looked at those survivors in tattered clothes, and her heart was filled with sympathy. "Brother Yu, please help them. See how pitiful they are. Dedishin, I hate this girl. Too much glowing innocence. Or maybe I'm just a screwed person. Alamog. Yep, you're irreparably broken according to human standards. It's okay. We still love you, Dedishin." Yue Zhong maintained his silence as he tried to come up with a way to deal with the situation. Tai Yin glanced at Yue Zhong and immediately asked, "Brother Yu, do you need more help here?" Yue Zhong replied, "Yes. In the post-apocalyptic world, most of the machines had issues and could no longer be utilized. Yue Zhong could only rely on manpower to help set up the traps. He really did need a lot of manpower." Tai Yin looked at Yue Zhong and grinned, before suggestion a marvelous plan. "In this case, let me hire them on your behalf. That way, these people will be under the wing of my Tai family and have nothing to do with you. This should bypass the government's annoyance nicely. Is that idea okay?" Tai Yin had discerned Yue Zhong's difficulties, and thus proposed this solution. Yue Zhong's eyes immediately brightened and he laughed. "Good. Then I'll have to trouble you. I need 5,000 more people to help with the work here. I will let you handle this. Anyone who works for me for a day, I will pay you a dozen jin of food." If Yue Zhong personally hired these people, it will lead to a clampdown from the SY County's powers, but if it was an internal faction that hired these people, it would not be a problem. Tai Yin grinned at Yue Zhong and strode towards the survivors as she said, "I will arrange it properly for you." Tai Yin walked to the gathering of survivors and called out in a clear voice, "I am Tai family's Tai Yin. Whoever wants to work for Yue Zhong, report to me now. I'm willing. Pick me." The survivors jostled and fought to be first as they called out loudly. They followed Tai Yin and left the place. Tai Yin was incredibly capable. After borrowing some subordinates from Yue Zhong, she managed to gather 10,000 survivors and arranged for a shift system between two groups of 5,000 people, taking their turns to work for Yue Zhong. As long as they could eat their fill, they were incredibly satisfied. Therefore, they gave it their all in helping Yue Zhong, digging up many huge trenches. The areas of Yue Zhong's territory near the riverbank were covered with large holes, each holes filled with numerous sharp steel beams. As long as a living creature were to fall in it, they would be penetrated by countless steel spears and die. Yue Zhong's actions of digging trenches near the riverbank were seen by some of the people sent by the government to observe, after which no one paid any further attention. They thought that Yue Zhong was wasting his time and energy on these. After half a month's time, SY County had sent out troops to the southeast direction, destroying a few minor power factions and absorbing about 6,000 people. At the same time, they killed over 60,000 zombies and obtained numerous spoils as well as over 6,000 tons of rations. Addition, El Diablo. Ulamog. What about Diablo 2? I only found it years after its heyday. But phew, what a game. Yue Zhong's side kept themselves busy as well, activating troops towards Longhai County, conducting minor assaults and investigations. The 7 battalions rotated their shifts and managed to decimate 3 minor power factions as well, gaining roughly 3,000 people. They killed over 10,000 zombies, and while their rations gained might not be a lot, they benefited in other areas. On this day, it was about noontime, as Yue Zhong looked at his special combat troops who were all prepared and equipped, before he gave an order, "Commence operations!" Under Yue Zhong's lead, the special combat forces went towards the riverbank. "Throw the bait," Yue Zhong commanded coldly. "No, don't kill me." A survivor who had raped and murdered 6 women was currently being dragged to the front, his face full of fear as he begged. Chang Yu stepped up and slashed a few times, with a few accurate strikes at various points on the survivor's body, causing him to bleed and shriek in pain. Song Wen calmly activated his explosive strength skill, as he grabbed the survivor and threw him 15 m away into the riverbank. The survivor started struggling madly in the water, while his blood flowed freely in the waters. Pretty soon, the blood attracted the attention of the various mutant beasts within the waters, and as the waters started to stir, a huge fish of about 2 m swam out from the depths. It swiftly lunged, open jaws full of sharp teeth, and with a chomp, bit down voraciously on the man. His body was easily sheared in two, and some of his intestinal remains and various organs floated away, while others sank as his fresh blood quickly dyed the water red. Level 30 Mutant Beast. Mutant Black Fish. It is a fiercely carnivorous mutant fish with relatively powerful jaw pressure which enjoys the taste of humans. Yue Zhong stepped out and aimed for the obvious weak spot of the mutated black fish, as a huge fireball swiftly rushed towards the black fish and exploded on its eye. With a flash, the huge black fish was instantly blinded by the crackling fireball. After being blinded in one eye, the black fish submerged itself as it thrashed in pain. Huge ripples spread out from the spot. Continue to lower the bait. This time, put it closer. Yue Zhong watched the struggling black fish as he coldly called out. Xuanhuan immediately pulled out another survivor that had committed grave sins. He mercilessly broke his knees and viciously slashed his Achilles tendons before throwing the wailing man into the waters. As the survivor struggled hopelessly, his body that was spewing blood attracted the huge fish over. Once again it opened its huge jaws and clamped down on the doomed survivor, making the somewhat muffled screams increase to a fever pitch. Xuanhuan pulled with every ounce of his strength, tugging the dying but somehow still screaming survivor like a broken rag doll back to shore. The black fish's teeth were embedded in his spine, and thus it was also pulled up onto shore along with it. Alamog, Cabela's, Apocalypse Fishing. Pre-order now to get special Nod Corpse Bait Skin DLC. The huge mutant blackfish was about 2 m wide, 1.2 m tall, and was covered entirely in black scales that had a layer of slimy mucus. Its muscular front fins supported its body as it swooped forward, allowing it to traverse on land at speeds that were generally faster than a normal human. Under those conditions, without undergoing enhancement, a normal person would not be able to escape its clutches. Seeing the mutant blackfish come ashore, Yue Zhong waved his hand, and Tong Xiaoyun rushed up. Killing mutant beasts of this level was enough nourishment for her to enhance and level up quickly. Tong Xiaoyun neared the mutant blackfish and activated her telekinesis. As she controlled the dark magic blade, it flashed down in a majestic arc. The sharp dark magic blade immediately decapitated the mutant blackfish, fresh blood violently spraying out. Even after being beheaded by the dark magic blade and with less than half of its head left, the blackfish was still extremely resilient. Somehow it survived as it twisted its body and made its way towards Tong Xiaoyun in a frenzy. Tong Xiaoyun activated her telekinesis ability once again. Under her practiced guidance, she controlled the dark magic blade to shoot down viciously from the sky. The attack sliced forward, penetrating what was left of its head, before twisting hard and scrambling its brains, finally killing the blackfish. When the blackfish died, a huge orb of experience entered Tong Xiaoyun's body, allowing her to advance in level. Release the blood, Yue Zhong commanded in a low voice. Tong Xiaoyun immediately used the dark magic blade to cut more wounds on the carcass, causing fresh blood to flow out and dye the waters a further dark red. Tasting the blood, those mutant beasts hiding deep within the river were immediately attracted over. The once calm waters of the river was suddenly overcome with activity, as 2 huge black fishes swam out from the depths, furiously chomping the carcass of their comrade. These mutant black fishes even consumed the flesh of their own species without hesitation. Yue Zhong, who had always been fighting on the front lines, and was also assigned here, wielded her god and devil system equipment, a huge mace, and rushed out swinging it down ruthlessly onto the head of one of the black fishes. The huge mace swiped down with immense force, and directly caused the head of the black fish to explode, splattering the now common sight of chunky brain matter everywhere. On the other side, Tong Xiaoyun was calmly activating her telekinesis ability as she controlled the dark magic blade that Yue Zhong passed to her. Her attacks caused it to flit in and out, penetrating the dark fish's brain, before slashing it viciously and killing it. This time, without time for Yue Zhong or Tong Xiaoyun to even catch a breath, a huge spout of water shot towards the sky. Following that, 9 mutant black fishes started swimming towards the shore crazily. Other than those 9 mutant black fishes, there were 2 huge elite black fishes that swam out, mouths bristling with even somehow bigger teeth, each of them possessing a body over 3 m wide, 2 m tall, and a length of 20 m. TN. That's freaking big. https://s-media-cache-ak0 pinimage.com/736x/8b/14/0c/8b 140c6b 7 E3 1 E4 83 82-86207C 8086B0C1 JPG. Level 40 Mutant Beast. Elite Mutant Black Fish. Yue Zhong and Tong Xiaoyun looked at the 11 mutant black fish, and their first reaction was to retreat. Trying to handle 11 mutant black fishes on their own was too overwhelming, especially since they did not know what the huge elite mutant black fishes could do. Chapter 0276 Fishes on Land. Translated by Kuin, DCBLOL. Edited by Ulamog. Book 2. The Sea of Zombies. The 11 mutant black fishes started towards Yue Zhong and Tong Xiaoyun in a frenzy. Seeing the appearance of the 11 mutant black fishes, the special combat warriors by Yue Zhong's side all felt excited, and they rushed towards the mutant black fishes. Yao Yao's speed was the fastest. As an agility-based evolver who had gone through multiple level enhancements, her speed had long surpassed Ji Qinggu and Yue Zhong, and was the fastest attacker within Yue Zhong's force. Flame King Gu conjured a flame spear and threw it at once, which shot towards one of the mutant black fish like a flash of lightning. The elemental spear pierced its head before exploding, killing it instantly. Chang Yu held his Tang replica sword, as he made his way agilely towards the side of the black fish. He swung his sword over and over, slashing a few times before the black fish was truly dead. All the mutant black fish had a slimy layer of mucus, and when Chang Yu wanted to slice apart its skin, he found it extremely difficult to do so. Therefore, he expended much more time to kill just one mutant black fish. All the enhancers trained by Yue Zhong charged forwards, and those who were slightly weaker worked together in teams of 3 to deal with a single black fish, while those who were stronger fought a black fish on their own. Ji Qinggu had set her sights on the 2 elite mutant black fishes. They were much bigger in size compared to the other black fishes, and their speed outstripped the rest by more than half. They were level 40 mutant beasts, and if Ji Qinggu could successfully hunt them, she would gain a huge boost in experience. The 2 elite black fishes saw Ji Qinggu coming towards them like a speck of dust, and one of them opened its huge mouth, revealing rows and rows of sharp teeth, biting down as it swam repeatedly as if in provocation. These elite mutant black fishes had teeth that were incredibly sharp. Even armored money trucks would probably be crushed between those teeth. Facing the assault of the elite mutant black fish, Ji Qinggu activated her shadow steps in preparation. Then, right at the moment before she would be bitten, she moved towards her right, evading the attack from the elite mutant black fish with flair. She pulled out her Qingfeng sword, activated her blade strengthening skill, and directly pierced the belly of the elite mutant black fish in retaliation. Quickly she rushed to the front of the fish with her blade still stuck in its side, opening up a huge wound as copious amounts of reeking fish blood flowed forth from the wound. That huge mutant black fish started struggling in its agony, and twisted its immense body as it slapped the ground, forcing Ji Qinggu to retreat back a few steps. Due to its size, its sheer power could not be underestimated. Just a simple slap from it could cause Ji Qinggu to be gravely injured. Therefore she had no choice but to retreat while watching it bleed from its wound. Ji Qinggu had wanted to wait for the mutant black fish to die from loss of blood, but never did she imagine that its recovery rate was freakishly astonishing. Under the effect of the slimy mucus that it excreted, its wound actually closed up and stopped bleeding. After the wound closed and it stopped bleeding, the elite mutant black fish stared at Ji Qinggu, its eyes shining with undisguised hatred, and it opened its mouth, shooting a fluorescent green jet of water at Ji Qinggu. Ji Qinggu was wary of its actions for a while, and the moment she saw it open its mouth, she had already dodged to one side with a flash of her body, only to see that the moment the green water beam landed on where Ji Qinggu was previously, the piece of land was immediately corroded away at, as strange wisps of green smoke rose up. Ji Qingwu's heart fell, as she knew the elite mutant black fish was not easy to deal with. She shot towards the fish once again like an arrow. The elite mutant black fish did not let up, and shot multiple green water jets at her. Ji Qingwu's battle prowess was outstanding. Thus she managed to narrowly dodge the incoming green water jets, and got near the elite mutant black fish. A long green water jet had just landed behind her, causing the ground to immediately dissolve into a sinkhole. The elite mutant black fish saw Ji Qinggu beside its body, and it twisted itself to swipe hard at her. Ji Qinggu flitted about and dodged the shocking blow from the black fish, as she swung her sword and managed to pierce its head, after utilizing the skill she gained after her evolution. Sword Qi, an invincible beam of sword Qi emitted from the Qingfeng sword, shooting out explosively, piercing the brain of the black fish, turning it into mush and killing it instantly. The moment the brain was destroyed, the black fish struggled a while more before falling lifelessly to one side, as a huge experience orb entered Ji Qingwu's body, causing her to gain 2 levels in one go. However, the burden of Ji Qingwu had been equally high. The sword Qi skill that she understood was powerful and shocking, but it expended a huge amount of her spirit, and the sword Qi could only extend for about a meter. Each time she activated the sword Qi, she had to spend 40 points of spirit. Furthermore, the more spirit she expended, the more power and threat it obtained. After one of the elite mutant black fish had been dealt with by Ji Qingwu, the remaining black fishes had already been killed by the members of Yue Zhong's special combat forces. There was only the other elite mutant black fish left, and it was incredibly resilient, its defenses tough. The special combat forces were not like it, struggling to fend off their attacks, but it was barely injured and was not dying anytime soon. The elite mutant black fish saw its comrades dying under the attacks of the humans led by Yue Zhong, and it let out a shrill and strange cry. After the strange cry resounded, the water in the river started being agitated, and following multiple jets of water shooting towards the skies. Following that, a huge school of mutant black fish appeared from the river, the total number exceeding 100. With a massive tidal wave, 4 huge black fishes appeared, their bodies towering above 6 m and covered entirely with scales, as though they were buildings, with the intent to destroy everything in their paths. Level 56 Mutant Beast. Type 2 Mutant Black Fish. Yue Zhong saw the towering black fishes, and his face changed, and finally understood why the treasured river was left alone. For Type 2 mutant beasts were exceptionally terrifying existences. Just being within the river, they were invincible. No one could even take on a single blow from these monsters. Even if Yue Zhong was a dual attribute evolver, if he had to battle any of these Type 2 beasts in the water, he might really be taken down easily and crushed in a single bite. Disperse immediately, Yue Zhong hollered. The special combat forces that had been surrounding the elite mutant water snake immediately retreated to the back. These mutant black fishes were unyielding, forming an army of black fish as they chased up onto the shore. This army of mutant black fishes numbered more than 100, and they were all above level 30. There were even 4 Type 2 mutant black fishes, 10 elite mutant black fishes. This monstrous group was enough to annihilate Yue Zhong's special combat forces twice or thrice over. Facing this situation, the warriors of the special combat force were also well prepared, and made their way towards the trenches that Yue Zhong had arranged to be dug. After all, these black fishes could not be craftier than humans, and many of them fell into those holes that were 3 m deep and 20 m wide, and were immediately pierced by the numerous sharp steel beams. When those black fishes fell in those huge trenches, they started struggling wildly, but the more they struggled, the faster they died. Those huge trenches swallowed up many of the black fishes. However, those trenches were ineffective against those Type 2 mutant black fishes that were more than 6 m tall and 60 m long. Their scales could block even the explosive power of 25mm missiles and would definitely cause those steel pipes to bend. Their massive bodies just cover the holes, and were not impeded in any sense. What fearsome creatures! Yue Zhong looked towards the 4 Type 2 mutant black fishes that towered above 60 m, and his eyes flashed with a burning look. He had not lifted his hands to attack the mutant black fishes because those low-level mutant beasts would not be useful to him. However, these 4 Type 2 mutant black fishes were a different story. They could provide him with the best experience. Yue Zhong activated his bone-encompassing armor, and shot towards one of the 4 Type 2 mutant black fishes, and within a few breaths, he had appeared in front of it. He extended a bone spear to propel him on top of its body. However, getting onto the body was harder than Yue Zhong had anticipated. The layer of slimy mucus prevented him from grabbing onto the scales regardless of how he tried. The Type 2 mutant black fish just shook its body, and Yue Zhong was sent flying from its body. Another Type 2 mutant black fish turned its body and sucked in, as a huge vortex of air started exerting suction on Yue Zhong, who was still in mid-air, causing him to fly towards the gaping mouth of the Type 2 black fish. Yue Zhong flew through the air and was alarmed, as he reached out his right hand and shot out a bone spear. The spear penetrated the ground fiercely. Only then did he prevent himself from being sucked into the mouth of the Type 2 mutant black fish. The other two Type 2 mutant black fishes seemed to not notice Yue Zhong. Instead, they made a beeline towards the direction of Xinglong Street. They could detect the rich source of human energy and could not forget the taste of humans when they had camped near the bank of the river previously. Chapter 277. Type 2 Green Eagle. Greenie evolved. Book 2. The Sea of Zombies. Yue Zhong flew through the air and was alarmed, as he reached out his right hand and shot out a bone spear. The spear penetrated the ground fiercely. Only then did he prevent himself from being sucked into the mouth of the Type 2 mutant black fish. The other two Type 2 mutant black fishes seemed to not notice Yue Zhong. Instead, they made a beeline towards the direction of Xinglong Street. They could detect the rich source of human energy and could not forget the taste of humans when they had camped near the bank of the river previously. The attacking Type 2 mutant black fish saw that it could not suck Yue Zhong towards it, and instead twisted its body to move towards him, opening its huge jaws to bite at him. The body of the Type 2 mutant black fish was really massive, meaning that with each little movement of its forefins it would propel itself a dozen meters or so. This speed enabled it to quickly reach its destination. Yue Zhong activated his shadow steps and pushed his speed to the limit as he jumped and rolled. This way he barely managed to dodge the saw-toothed maw of the Type 2 mutant black fish. Taking advantage of the moment when the black fish bit into air, Yue Zhong activated his Devil Flame ability. The ability caused two fireballs to appear in his hands, while a bone spear shot out from his back and propelled him into the air to land again on top of the back of the black fish. He thrust his blazing hands down towards the body of the black fish, while viciously using his landing momentum to increase his attack. Under the burning hot Devil Flame's impact, his hands caused the thick slimy mucus to evaporate and he managed to grab on tightly into a scale. Yue Zhong's Devil Flame had been enhanced to level 2, and its power was overly terrifying. The fish, which had formidable scales that could even defend against rocket missiles, had 5 small holes burnt into it. This was followed by his burning fingers finally penetrating the scales and brain of the black fish. Unfortunately, it was just that the body was too enormous, and the 5 holes were like a toothpick prick to a human. Ulamog. How much damage is that? The Type 2 black fish shook its body with all its strength, and a huge shock wave emitted from it. Yue Zhong could only hold on tightly and braced for the full impact of that shock wave. Fortunately, his body's endurance was over 100 points, and although the shock wave was powerful, it could not shake him off. The Type 2 mutant black fish continued twisting and turning for a while, before finally quietening down in momentary tiredness. Yue Zhong took a huge breath, as the Devil Flame in his right hand flared up, and he expended 50 points of spirit and 20 points of stamina to condense it into a 2m-long Devil Flame spear. The moment it was fully formed, Yue Zhong stuck the Devil Flame spear ruthlessly into the head of the Type 2 mutant black fish. The Devil Flame spear pierced the scales of the Type 2 black fish. In fact, it was only stopped for a mere second, before burning a huge hole in the scale and directly penetrating the head of the Type 2 black fish. The Devil Flame spear released its form after it was stuck into the head of the Type 2 black fish, and under Yue Zhong's control, its power surged out explosively, frying everything that could be burned. The Type 2 black fish immediately started thrashing about wildly. In its struggle, it caused the surrounding ground to be stirred, as huge shock waves emitted out, and anything in its path was smashed to pieces. As it flopped, it even took out huge boulders and trees. Of course, Yue Zhong had long since jumped off from the body of the Type 2 black fish. Right at this time, one of the other Type 2 black fish that had ignored Yue Zhong earlier opened its huge mouth and shot out a green glob of slime like a rocket towards him. The moment the Type 2 black fish had opened its mouth, Yue Zhong felt a huge sense of danger. He could even feel his scalp go numb from the impending death. He immediately jumped away towards the side. Fortunately, Yue Zhong's reaction was fast, so the green glob of slime spat out by the Type 2 black fish only narrowly brushed past his body and exploded behind him. Following the green wisps of smoke that rose, there was a huge hole that had appeared behind Yue Zhong, and the strange green smoke continued rising from the mini crater. The green glob of slime was a killing move of the Type 2 black fishes. Just one of it was enough to thoroughly destroy an infantry fighting vehicle. Back when SY County had assigned experts to try and hunt the mutant beasts in the waters, a few of the experts had perished and 5 infantry fighting vehicles were destroyed by that green glob of slime. Precisely because of the existence of these overpowered Type 2 black fishes, SY County stopped sending experts to come and hunt the mutant beasts of the river. The price to pay was too steep, and one of the top experts of the military had died in one stroke by that green glob of slime shot out by the Type 2 mutant blackfish. Yue Zhong's body flashed about, as he continuously dodged the sticky green globs, as each of them landed and burst behind him, creating many big holes through its corrosiveness. Damn it! I have to resort to that. Yue Zhong was pressured to constantly evade. He continued to run as he looked towards the 2 Type 2 black fish crawling crazily towards Xinglong Street and gritted his teeth, before whistling towards the sky. After that shrill whistle from Yue Zhong, a huge green shadow shot downwards from the skies, and within a few breaths it had arrived at the battlefield. What is that? Type 2 green eagle. How could there be such a monster here? A number of the power factions within SY County saw the huge green eagle standing with a wingspan of over 70 m blocking out the sun. Its massive body was covered entirely in green feathers, and their expressions changed as they all scurried for cover. The airborne mutant beasts were absolutely the most fearsome. This was because they came and went like the wind and were usually fast. The moment they attacked, even agility-based evolvers would find it hard to escape their clutches. SY County had its air defense mechanisms in place, however they were heavily concentrated at the government areas as well as important military camps. As long as the swift Type 2 Green Eagle did not approach those areas, it would not attract the fire from those defense mechanisms. Even the smaller power factions within SY County did not dare provoke the mighty Type 2 mutants beasts in the air. Just a single one of them could cause the annihilation of over 100 people easily. They had no choice but to hide in their houses, and pray that the Type 2 mutant green eagle would eat its fill and be on its way. In front of the frightened gazes of the survivors in SY County, the Type 2 mutant green eagle sped down from the sky as it broke the sound barrier, arriving at the riverbank by Xinglong Street. It shot down like a flashing blade, and used those massive claws to penetrate the tough scales of one of the Type 2 mutant black fish with a crunch, piercing its brain ruthlessly. The Type 2 mutant green eagle flapped its mighty wings and a huge gust of wind was created, as it lifted the Type 2 mutant black fish weighing over 100 tons into the skies. Ulamog. Greenie. I choose you. Gust attack. Great job. Greenie. Yue Zhong eyed the Type 2 mutant green eagle, and his eyes lit up in delight. This Type 2 mutant green eagle was precisely the beast he had tamed using his tamer skill. After feeding it with the huge amount of mutant beast meat as well as nuclei from the ordinary mutant beasts and 2 from the Type 2 water snake and Type 2 black-scaled boar, Greenie had evolved into a level 60 Type 2 mutant green eagle. After Greenie had successfully evolved into a Type 2 mutant beast, it had become one of Yue Zhong's hidden trump cards. Obviously, it was the source of his confidence in dealing with the riverbank issue. The Type 2 mutant black fish struggled incessantly by twisting its gargantuan body and trying to escape Greenie's clutches. But it was all to no avail. However, as it was so massive that each time it struggled, it actually caused Greenie to wobble in midair. The evolved Greenie maintained its ascension stubbornly. Greenie flew to an altitude of more than 200 m, and then it released its grip. On the other side, the Type 2 mutant black fish that was pierced by Yue Zhong's devil flame spear took its last breath and laid there lifeless. Congratulations! You have reached level 43 and gained 2 attribute points to be allocated. Congratulations, you have reached level 44 and gained 2 attribute points to be allocated. Following the sounds of notification, Yue Zhong had reached level 44 in a stroke, and he swiftly made his decision, allocating all 4 points into agility, raising it to 84 points. Even without activating any skills, he was on average faster than a normal person by 8 times. So the moment he moved, He was as swift as the wind, and any martial arts practitioner might not be able to land a blow on him easily. When the Type 2 mutant black fish died, a blue treasure box and skill book appeared by its body. Yue Zhong reacted quickly, grabbing the items, and immediately opened up the treasure box. Ulamog. It's a brick. By embarking on the Tao of the brick, excuses now abound to turn this into a xianxia. Sorry, I'll shut up now. Level 4 treasure. Black Tooth Blade. This is a treasure blade with an incomparable sharpness. Any level 3 god and devil system weapon that is struck by it will be instantly broken. Level 4 skill book. Type 2 Devil Flame. Rank up book for Devil Flame. To learn this skill, the user must have enhanced Devil Flame thrice, and 2 free skill points. What a great find! Yue Zhong looked at the Type 2 Devil Flame book, and he was overjoyed. With this Type 2 Devil Flame skill, once he had enough skill points, he could immediately learn it. The prerequisites to learning it were harsh, but likewise its power was terrifying. Currently, the strongest weapon Yue Zhong had against most of the mutant beasts was his Devil Flame. Obtaining this Type 2 Devil Flame book gave him the direction to focus on his Devil Flame instead of other skills. Yue Zhong equipped the new Black Tooth Blade that didn't seem too different from a Tang replica sword, except that it was 2m in length, and rushed towards the remaining 2 mutant black fishes. As Yue Zhong's speed was incredibly fast, and he quickly caught up to an elite mutant black fish along the way, and he waved his Black Tooth Blade in attack. As he attacked, he swung down on its head, immediately slashing a gaping wound and neatly partitioning its brain in 2 crossways. After its brain was sliced in twain, the elite mutant black fish struggled a while, before inevitably slumping lifelessly to the ground. So sharp! He gasped. Yue Zhong saw that the elite mutant black fish was taken out in just a single stroke, and his eyes flashed with excitement. A good weapon could increase the battle prowess of a fighter by leaps and bounds. After obtaining this level 4 Black Tooth Blade, killing ordinary mutant beasts was as easy as chopping vegetables. However, dealing with the Type 2 mutant beasts required more than that. Yue Zhong dashed about like lightning. With each flash of his blade, an elite mutant black fish would meet its end. If it were in the water, Yue Zhong might not even be able to handle a single elite mutant black fish. However, since they came on land, their speed was slower than that in water by several times. After all, they were aquatic life forms and could take advantage of their terrain to terrorize humans. However, facing experts like Yue Zhong's special combat force, they were helpless. Only the 2 Type 2 mutant black fish continued to move towards Xinglong Street like unstoppable tanks. They wanted to have a feast once they broke through and kill all those who hurt their comrades. The special combat forces evaded the paths of the 2 Type 2 black fishes. Instead, they dispersed to kill those black fishes that landed in the trenches and were not yet dead. Many of the black fishes that landed in the traps that Yue Zhong had set did not die immediately, and hence the special combat forces had to ensure their immediate deaths. Yao Yao, the agility-based evolver, was currently wielding a dark magic blade and weaving in and out of the swarm of mutant black fishes, hacking and slashing her way through. With each level up, she was constantly gaining enhancements. This type of massive invasion from the mutant beasts was a rare occurrence, and many of the special combat soldiers took the opportunity to gain experience and enhancements. Under the frenzied killing by the special combat forces as well as the effectiveness of the traps, before the 2 Type 2 mutant black fishes even reached Xinglong Street, over 50 to 60 of the other black fishes had already died to the traps or were killed. From the skies, Greenie flew down swiftly once again, its huge claws ruthlessly grabbing one of the Type 2 mutant black fishes, and flew once again towards the skies. At this time, the other Type 2 mutant black fish opened its mouth, and a huge green glob of slime shot towards Greenie. As a Type 2 mutant beast itself, Greenie had an advanced perception of danger as well. It was immediately forced to release its grip on the Type 2 mutant black fish as it shot upwards, dodging the green glob of slime by a narrow breadth. The Type 2 mutant black fish that escaped Greenie's clutches lifted its head and shot multiple green globs at Greenie, only to see them rising and falling back to the ground after missing Greenie. When the green globs missed and landed, they landed in Xinglong Street itself. Those that landed on buildings immediately caused huge holes to appear through corrosion. Upon landing on a person's body, the person would dissolve and turn into a puddle, Although Yue Zhong had arranged for a large number of the survivors to leave and avoid the danger, there were some stubborn fools who refused to leave. Yue Zhong could not force them as well. Hence, when the green globs landed on some of these poor souls, they were immediately dissolved. Chapter 0278, Mutant Crab Horde. Translated by Kuan, DCBLOL. Edited by Ulamog, Kuan. Book 2. The Sea of Zombies. Upon seeing this horrendous scene, the stubborn householders immediately began to escape from Xinglong Street one by one, crazily fleeing towards other places. They even left all their personal property behind. Yue Zhong quickly caught up to the two Type 2 mutant black fishes that had been impeded by Little Greenie, and he immediately retrieved a Type PF-98 120mm anti-tank rocket launcher, pulling the trigger after aiming at one of the fishes. With a blazing flash, a rocket bombarded the Type 2 mutant black fish head, directly blowing out a large hole with fresh blood dripping out. It immediately began to writhe about in a frenzy, struggling on the ground with all its might. With Yue Zhong's power, dealing with a beast as such was already very strenuous. His energy consumption was huge. He could thus only make use of a slaughter weapon like the Type PF-98 120mm anti-tank rocket launcher to deal with the Type 2 mutant black fishes. Until now, there still hadn't been many mutant beasts that were able to block the Type PF-98 120mm anti-tank rocket launcher's attacks. The only regrettable thing about using the rocket launcher to slaughter mutant beasts was that there was no way of gaining God and Devil system enhancements from this. The other Type 2 mutant black fish was enraged, and as it opened its huge mouth and shot green balls of slimy mucus at Yue Zhong. Yue Zhong's body flitted, as he dodged the incoming projectiles continuously, taking advantage of the scuffle between that Type 2 mutant black fish and Yue Zhong. Greenie flapped its wings and shot down from the skies, opening its huge talons in attack. It grabbed the Type 2 mutant black fish by its head and directly rushed back towards the skies. After ascending to an altitude of more than 200 m in a moment, it released its grip. The Type 2 mutant black fish landed on the ground with such an impact that its brain was instantly pulverized by its own weight. After thrashing about for a few moments, it slumped lifelessly to the ground. After the 4 Type 2 mutant black fishes were dead, the battle was decided. Near the riverbank, after expending a month's worth of time with the efforts of over 13,000 people, the trenches were filled with the numerous remaining ordinary mutant black fishes. They were lured there craftily by Yue Zhong's special combat forces. They then proceeded to finish the monsters off. Ji Qinggu, Yao Yao, Shui Yadong, Gu Zhixing and Cheng Yu wasted no time and hunted the mutant black fishes. Thoroughly wiping them out was only a matter of time. Yue Zhong held his black-toothed blade as he observed the surroundings and didn't join in. He had reached a high level in terms of enhancements, and killing the ordinary mutant beasts were not very beneficial to him. Only by hunting and killing Type 2 mutant beasts could he level up faster. With the passing of time, one by one, all the mutant black fishes were finally killed off, and the entire place was filled with a fishy smell as well as the smell of blood. After determining that the battle was over, Yue Zhong went over to the Type 2 mutant black fish that he killed. Next he used the black-toothed blade to cut open its head and began burrowing his body wholly into its massive entirety, retrieving the red blood essence and white nuclei from the brain as he always did. When he burrowed out from the Type 2 mutant black fish body, he had a huge change in expression. He discovered that near the riverbank, numerous huge crabs, each the size of a human face as well as a pair of huge thick claws, were crawling up from the water. Level 13 Mutant Beast. Mutant Crab, an extremely ferocious horde. When they're together, they are the nightmare of many creatures. The mutant crabs were only level 13 individually, but their horde numbered above tens of thousands. They were clustered together like a wave that slowly encroached upon the shore. When they crawled up the carcasses of the mutant black fishes near the riverbank, they would use their huge pincers to pinch and cut up the bodies. Yue Zhong looked at the sea of mutant crabs that were clustered together densely like ants, and he immediately shouted into the walkie-talkie, "Disperse! All soldiers from the Special Combat Force disperse right now. Chan Shirtu, activate the 8th Battalion." These mutant crabs had low levels, and if they numbered in the thousands, Yue Zhong would not be too worried. However, it was way over tens of thousands, Even his special combat forces would not be able to deal with being overrun by these critters. Ji Qinggu glanced at the concentrated horde and gave an order to Yao Yao and Cheng Yu. Yao Yao, Cheng Yu, both of you go to the front lines and get as many blood essences as you can. The rest of you, after you have retrieved the blood essence from the mutant beasts in front of you, immediately fall back to Xinglong Street. Yao Yao, Cheng Yu and Ji Qinggu had always favored the strengthening of their agility through their enhancements, and had the confidence to escape from the horde of mutant crabs if need be. Upon receiving Ji Qingwu's and Yue Zhong's orders, the special combat forces swiftly pried open the heads of the mutant black fishes and dug out many of the blood essences before striding back towards Xinglong Street. Every single soldier of the special combat force could easily deal with 10 of these mutant crabs. However, the horde was way more than they could handle, thus they could only retreat. Otherwise, if they were trapped in the midst, they would only end up in a fight to the death. At the riverbank, the mutant crabs were currently swarming over the dead carcasses of the mutant black fishes, using their sharp claws to dismember the bodies near effortlessly. The entire body of these mutant black fishes were treasures to Yue Zhong, especially the 4 Type 2 mutant black fishes. Their blood essences and nuclei were even more precious. Yue Zhong was naturally unwilling to let the mutant crabs snatch his prize away. He waved his black-toothed blade about and slashed at the mutant crabs in a frenzy, making his way to the remaining 3 Type 2 mutant black fishes' carcasses. Greenie, who was flying about in the sky, also flew down and gobbled up those mutant crabs. When they tried to crawl towards it, it would flap its wings, causing 2 huge gusts of wind to blow them away, allowing it to feed at leisure. Yao Yao, Cheng Yu and Ji Qinggu continued slaughtering any mutant crabs they came across, and swiftly moved to the carcasses of the elite mutant black fishes. As soon as they did, they pried open the heads and retrieved the blood essence and nuclei. The total number of mutant crabs who were climbing upshore numbered over 30,000, and out of which 10,000 plus of them were attracted to the dead carcasses of the mutant black fishes and were dismembering and gorging on the meat in a frenzy. The remaining ones were making their way towards Xinglong Street. Chen Shirtu eyed the horde crawling towards Xinglong Street and hollered at the soldiers of the newly formed 8th Battalion, "Open fire! Kill these mutant crabs. Tonight, we'll feast on steamed crabs. Whoever kill more gets to eat more. I want to eat 3. I want to eat 2. Following the excited hollers, the new soldiers of the 8th Battalion raised their guns and started firing at will. Although the mutant crabs had levels beyond normal zombies, from the exterior, they did not seem as fearsome as the zombies. While they had a lot in numbers, in the eyes of the soldiers of the 8th Battalion, these mutant crabs were all juicy meals. They were simply not afraid of these crabs. As the bullets rained on the mutant crabs, many of them would be riddled with bullets. While their horde gave off a huge pressure, since they were on land, their capabilities were reduced by over 50%, and the hail of bullets left little to chance, causing many of the mutant crabs to be killed. In order to deal with the possible scenario of a horde, Yue Zhong had long arranged for over 20 Type 56 light machine gun, as well as 50 Type 56 heavy machine guns to be transferred from Ningguang County. Facing the imminent assault of the horde of mutant crabs, the Type 56 heavy machine guns opened fire, spraying a fearsome line of bullets. This fire caused a concentrated rain of bullets to fall on the densely clustered horde of mutant crabs. The soldiers of the 8th Battalion were also currently using their .03 rifles and firing wildly at the mutant crabs, picking off the critters one by one. If it were humans facing these attacks, they would definitely lose all morale and retreat. However, these less intelligent mutant beasts only braced the assault and continued marching on towards Xinglong Street. At this time, the experts from the Special Combat Force, as well as the close-quarter combat specialists from the 8th Battalion, stepped up to engage the mutant crabs that had breached the line of defense. Upon engaging in battle with these mutant crabs, the soldiers understood why these were level 13 creatures. Although they were not extremely fast, their defenses were super tough, and those soldiers who had not undergone enhancement could not even break past their shells even when wielding the Tang replica swords. It took those with strength above 20 points to be able to break their shells open. Furthermore, these mutant crabs had great strength of their own. Their claws could dismember the scales of the mutant black fishes that were level 30. If a normal person got their own legs caught within the claws, it would immediately be clamped off. After a short battle, Yue Zhong's 8th Battalion had already suffered 6 casualties who lost their legs. As soon as they fell, the mutant crabs climbed over them and clamped their heads off. Seeing the horde of mutant crabs coming in like a wave, the warriors of the 8th Battalion switched to using grenades. Ulamog, thou shalt throw thine holy hand grenade, and thy enemy shalt bloweth uppeth. The which rained down amidst the horde of mutant crabs, caused those critters to be blasted, easing the overall pressure on Xinglong Street. However, the numbers of the mutant crabs were simply too many, and those using grenades and guns could not block the onslaught of those mutant crabs forever. As time ticked by, the casualties on Yue Zhong's side was starting to pile up. Time to feast on crabs. Right at this time, over 100 survivors wielding shovels, sticks, baseball bats, and large hammers charged into the battlefield, using their weapons to attack the mutant crabs wildly. Under the frenzied assault of the survivors, 40 of the mutant crabs had their shells forcefully smashed and died. After killing those 40 mutant crabs, the survivors dragged the bodies of the dead mutant crabs and left the battlefield in high spirits. As that team of survivors left, another team of red-eyed survivors rushed forward in guerrilla warfare, waving their crude weapons to catch those delicious mutant crabs. Chapter 0279, Crabbing Team. Book 2, The Sea of Zombies. When those survivors joined in the crabbing with fanaticism, the pressure on Yue Zhong's forces lessened. Who are these people? Chen Shirtu saw different groups of survivors joining in the fray, his eyes flashing with suspicion as he asked. Chun Shidu's second-in-command Chun Yu reported back, I've checked. These people are the crabbing team assigned by Miss Tai Yen. Tai Yen stood atop a platform as she observed the 10,000 survivors below, as her clear voice rang out. Remember this. Each time you head out to catch the crabs, you can only go in a group, and each group consists of 100 people maximum. Each team can only catch 40 crabs, and after passing 4 to me, the rest can be shared amongst yourselves. If you dare take more, there won't be another opportunity like this for you in the future. Whoever wants to catch crabs, come and report your name to me. Form your teams. Get in position. I want to eat crabs. Me too. Under the instigation and motivation from Tai Yen, the 10,000 survivors were swept along with hungry passion and shouted out at the top of their voices. At the same time, many of them got into orderly groups and had sent representatives to report their names, awaiting their turns to go catch the mutant crabs. Working with Yue Zhong, the survivors had learnt that Yue Zhong prioritized discipline. Those who did not behave or acted out of line were either beaten or immediately kicked out from the team. Therefore, they learnt to act with discipline and were incredibly orderly. Tai Yen saw the 10,000 survivors lining up in such a fashion and entering Xinglong Street to capture the mutant crabs, and her eyes flashed with a glint of satisfaction. If those survivors were made to kill zombies, they definitely wouldn't dare go. However, if they were sent to go crabbing, even if they had to catch crabs the sizes of washbowls, those starved survivors would still throw themselves at the crabs without any hesitation. Tai Yen hadn't actually organized too many people to enter Xinglong Street at once. On the one hand, Xinglong Street couldn't hold that many people, whilst on the other hand, it was to let those survivors know that it was a very rare opportunity. It would make them long for the opportunity of crabbing, and so when it came to their turn to go crabbing, they would put in much more effort. It wasn't long before teams of survivors began to walk out of Xinglong Street one by one. The numerous washbowl-sized crabs that they carried made the other survivors' eyes all turn red. That was quite a few kilograms worth of meat, perhaps even a dozen. This made them long for the opportunity to catch the washbowl-sized crabs even more. Teams of survivors began to frantically rush into Xinglong Street under Tai Yen's watch one after another. They crazily captured the crabs that had broken into Xinglong Street in their hungry frenzy. Swinging all manner of makeshift weapons, He killed the crabs one by one before snatching them away. Under the fanatic energy of the survivors, the pressure on Chen Shirtu and his team was reduced by a lot, and the casualty rate was decreased as well. They only had to open fire and shoot at the mutant crabs, while those mutant crabs which broke through and entered Xinglong Street were immediately killed by the Special Combat Forces, as well as the crabbing team from Tai Yen and the experts in the 8th Battalion. Under the passionate help of the crabbing teams, the situation in Xinglong Street was stabilized. Although the firepower that Yue Zhong obtained from the huge armory could not compare with the mechanized infantry brigade, it won due to its sheer amount, and was enough for the 8th Battalion to equip and utilize in just such a scenario. On the other side, by the riverbank, Yue Zhong had finished digging out the blood essences and nuclei from the 4 Type 2 mutant blackfishes. He saw the densely packed mutant crabs around the area, and he frowned. They had devoured the many mutant blackfishes that he had painstakingly killed. The number of the mutant crabs was truly unbelievable. Even after Yue Zhong killed a few tens of them in a few moves, the total number did not seem to have shrunk. He could only defend the carcass of the Type 2 mutant blackfish near him, not allowing the mutant crabs to devour it. Little Greenie also protected the carcass of the other Type 2 mutant blackfish under Yue Zhong's command. After all, it was already a Type 2 mutant beast by now, one that was taller than Yue Zhong by a dozen times. A casual swipe from one of its wings could create a hurricane-like outburst that could blow the mutant crabs away. This defense was thorough. Right when the crowd of survivors was in a deadlock with the crab horde, the waters of the river churned again. As a whole lot of critters the size of footballs and claws of about 20 millimeters came up ashore. Following the mutant crabs were mutant crayfish. There were even 60 elite mutant crayfishes of 1m height and 12 to 13m in length crawling behind. Level 10 mutant beast. Mutant crayfish. Level 30 mutant beast. Elite mutant crayfish. Damn it! Are you not really gonna let up? Yue Zhong saw the countless mutant crayfishes crawling up from the riverbank, and he could not help but exclaim in desperation. The mutant crab horde was already enough to cause a headache. Now these countless mutant crayfishes had just joined in the fray. Unless he arranged for the artillery or armored team to come, it would be nearly impossible to deal with these 2 mutant beasts' horde. Just then, the moment the mutant crayfish came ashore, those mutant crabs suddenly changed direction and crawled towards the mutant crayfishes, and used their claws and attacked the mutant crayfishes viciously. The smaller mutant crayfishes were dismembered one by the mutant crabs. Those mutant crayfish did not remain impassive either. They used their similarly large pincers to counterattack, and some of the mutant crabs were likewise clamped clean in two by the mutant crayfishes. The 60 elite mutant crayfishes were like 60 mini-tanks, directly rushing headlong into the horde of mutant crabs, using their massive claws to snap about, each attack dismembering 2 mutant crabs. Their shells were even tougher than the level 30 mutant blackfish scales, and those mutant crabs found it hard to break past their shells. This was why they could proceed forwards within the clash unharmed. The horde of mutant crabs and mutant crayfishes were engaging in an all-out slaughter amongst themselves, and Yue Zhong watched on with delight. He hoped that they would kill each other off. After the two sides were killing each other for a while, the waters again churned and frothed. Shortly, 50 elite mutant crabs that towered above 3m tall crawled out from the water. Level 35 mutant beast. Elite mutant crab. The moment the 50 elite mutant crabs appeared, they instantly clashed furiously with the 60 elite mutant crayfishes. Amidst the slaughter, the victors would gobble up the blood essence from the losers and proceeded to level and enhance themselves. Those level 40 and under mutant beasts had no nuclei. Their bodies, flesh, and blood essence were the only things that provided enhancement. Mutant beasts above level 40 as well as variations like the elites and type 2s would generate a nuclei. Swallowing the nuclei was the most beneficial form of enhancement and evolution. This was precisely why the beasts were so bloodthirsty. The appeal of evolution was too attractive. The battles between the two hordes near the Type 2 mutant blackfish's carcass were the most brutal. Every few seconds, there would be 1 or 2 elite mutant beasts being clamped in two by the opposing horde, their limbs dismembered and bodily fluids spraying everywhere. Yue Zhong hid at a side and observed the all-out slaughter between the two hordes. It must be said that he was enjoying the spectacle. Any mutant crab or mutant crayfish that got too close to him would be immediately killed. These low-level critters could not pose a threat to the heavily armed Yue Zhong. The encompassing bone armor skill reached its limit, and after detaching, White Bones stood by Yue Zhong's side and waved its huge axe about, chopping any mutant crab or crayfish that got too close. White Bone's continuous slaughter for just a few moments already resulted in the deaths of a few dozens of the mutant beasts. Yue Zhong was seated atop the head of the mutant black fish, drinking his divine spring tea. It could add a little spirit upon drinking it for the first time, and if the user had expended a huge amount of spirit prior to drinking it, it could replenish spirit quickly. The only downside to it was that the divine spring tea could cause people to become dizzy, and Yue Zhong was actually drinking in right smack in the middle of danger. It was almost like he was courting death. However, Yue Zhong's vitality was indeed high. The incapacitating effects of the tea was rather short-lived for him. That was why he dared to drink the divine spring tea to replenish his spirit even in the midst of danger. Just as Yue Zhong was looking on expectantly at the slaughter between the two hordes, the waters of the river churned again, and this time, a huge mutant crayfish towering over 3 m and a length of over 40 m came out. Tien. How big is this damned river? Ulamog. It's big like the Mississippi Obvo. 50 m away from the appearance of that huge mutant crayfish. A huge mutant crab of over 6 m and pincers of more than 5 m also broke through the water surface. Level 50 mutant beast. Type 2 mutant crayfish. Level 53 mutant beast. Type 2 mutant crab. The moment the two monstrous beasts appeared, those critters of the hordes that were clashing seemed to have received some order, and immediately ceased all entanglement. At the same time, a huge wave rippled out from the middle of the river. A huge crocodile-like head emerged, its body covered entirely with scales, its tail serrated, its height exceeding 8 m, as if a huge tower had emerged out from the lake. Level 66 mutant beast. Type 2 mutant snapping turtle. A huge turtle that is extremely ferocious. Ulamog. The patriarch has arrived. The moment the Type 2 mutant snapping turtle arrived, the Type 2 mutant crayfish and Type 2 mutant crab went over to their smaller comrades, and they all stood obediently to the side. A huge oppressive aura was overflowing from the body of the Type 2 mutant snapping turtle. The Type 2 mutant beasts were after all strong and fearsome beasts. This Type 2 mutant snapping turtle was a peak existence amongst the Type 2 mutant beasts, and could easily kill the Type 2 mutant crayfish and Type 2 mutant crab. The Type 2 mutant snapping turtle had an extremely cold gaze as it emitted a huge sound. The Type 2 mutant crayfish and Type 2 mutant crab responded with their own calls. After the sound rang out, the hordes of mutant crayfish and mutant crabs ceased all fighting and started making their way towards Xinglong Street. The Type 2 mutant snapping turtle brought its two smaller brothers as they walked towards the direction of Xinglong Street. Not good. If I don't take care of these three huge fellows, I'm afraid we can't hold out anymore. Yue Zhong looked at the horde of mutant sea creatures, and his eyes flashed with extreme worry. Chapter 0280 Teenagers. Mutants. Ninjas. Turtles. Translated by Kuan. Edited by Ulamog. Edition. Book 2. The Sea of Zombies. The total number of mutant crayfishes and mutant crabs combined together exceeded over 70,000. While Yue Zhong's forces standing guard at Xinglong Street were only about 500 people. If those two hordes joined forces and attacked Yue Zhong's subordinates, it would almost be impossible to resist. The only consolation was that after obtaining the huge armory of weapons, Yue Zhong's forces had gained a huge amount of ammo and it could be utilized freely here. When the three Type 2 mutant beasts had come upshore about 60 m from the waters, Yue Zhong, who had buried himself inside the body of the Type 2 mutant black fish, jumped out and swiftly took out his PF-98 anti-tank rocket and fired a shot at the weakest-looking Type 2 mutant crayfish. With a flash of flame, the rocket shot towards the Type 2 mutant crayfish and exploded on its body. The explosion rang out loudly, and bits of shell and flesh were blasted everywhere, causing a huge wound on the Type 2 mutant crayfish's body as it was almost blasted to smithereens. However, the crayfish was after all known for its extremely hard shell. Even after the rocket had successfully destroyed its shell, it was not enough to destroy its body. Receiving such a grievous wound, the Type 2 mutant crayfish immediately struggled in agony and twisted its body about. Its writhing about caused the surrounding dust to be kicked up, as it accidentally fell into one of the trenches and was pierced in its wound by the numerous sharp steel spikes within, adding on to its misery and pain. Yue Zhong's attack had revealed his position, and the Type 2 mutant snapping turtle and Type 2 crab turned their heads towards him. Yue Zhong didn't dare delay too much, as he switched out another PF-98 and fired a shot at the Type 2 mutant crab. With a flash, the anti-tank missile shot towards and exploded violently on the Type 2 mutant crab's shell, causing a huge hole to be blasted in the Type 2 mutant crab's shell and body as well, and green fluid started flowing out from the Type 2 mutant crab. The mutant crab started struggling in its incomparable pain, and it violently moved about, before also falling into another huge trench Yue Zhong had ordered dug. It flipped and continued scurrying. Just as Yue Zhong wanted to swap out for another PF-98, a huge sense of danger welled up in his heart, and he immediately activated his shadow step skill, dodging to the side in a frenzy. An extremely sharp ice spear pierced through the space and penetrated Yue Zhong above his left abdomen, across his shoulder. Breaking a hole in his bone-encompassing armor, the ice spear brushed past, almost penetrating his body. Yue Zhong stared fixedly, only to see the Type 2 mutant snapping turtle summoning a huge layer of ice around it, causing its entire body to be submerged in a layer of thick ice, as though it had become a mountain of ice. With just a thought, long spears would be conjured out of thin air and shot towards Yue Zhong like missiles. Ice control was the special ability belonging to its species, and after seeing Yue Zhong ruthlessly attacking the Type 2 mutant crayfish and Type 2 mutant crab, it brought out its own abilities as well. Right at this time, Greenie shot down from the sky like a lightning bolt, its talons outstretched, and it grabbed the Type 2 mutant crayfish and carried it as it rushed towards the skies. The weight of the Type 2 mutant crayfish could not compare to the Type 2 mutant blackfish, and Greenie easily reached a high altitude before flinging the beast downwards. When the Type 2 mutant crayfish fell from the sky and landed viciously on the ground, it was killed by the impact. The Type 2 mutant snapping turtle continued its advance towards Yue Zhong like an ice mountain, continuously firing the ice spears at him. Facing the barrage of attacks from the mutant beast, Yue Zhong flitted about, evading the attacks. Fortunately, his agility was high enough, and he somehow managed to dodge most of the attacks. If he was hit by even one of them, he would most likely be penetrated instantly by 10 ice spears and be made into a corpse. All of a sudden, the Type 2 mutant snapping turtle activated its ability, and 30 ice spears shot out from the ice mountain, aiming for Yue Zhong. The many spears locked down any space that he could possibly escape to. It had cunningly forced Yue Zhong to a location with no cover, before activating its killing move. Yue Zhong's expression changed, and he immediately rolled towards a huge trench. The sharp steel beams in the trench pierced him, but fortunately for the bone-encompassing armor, the sharp steel beams could not do any damage to him. The 30 ice spears lost their target, passing through the air and striking the ground, before the ground became a patch of ice, causing the surround temperature to drop by 1 or 2 degrees. Yue Zhong climbed up swiftly from the trench, and hoisting the PF-98, he fired another shot at the Type 2 mutant snapping turtle. With a flash, the rocket shot towards the mutant beast explosively. Just after Yue Zhong pulled the trigger, a thick wall of ice appeared out of thin air in front of the mutant beast. With a bang, the rocket exploded, causing a large hole to appear in the wall of ice. Yet it did not do a single thing to the Type 2 mutant snapping turtle. What an overpowered mutant beast! Yue Zhong exclaimed as he took a look at the Type 2 mutant snapping turtle, not believing his eyes. He had used the PF-98 anti-tank missiles on so many Type 2 mutant beasts, but this was the first time one had actually managed to defend against it. After blocking the impact and explosion from the PF-98 120mm round, the Type 2 mutant snapping turtle fired its ice spears at Yue Zhong. While it attacked, it continued moving towards him with big steps. It wanted to thoroughly squash this small enemy. It surprisingly felt a sense of danger from this little bug. Yue Zhong dodged into one of the trenches and evaded the assault of the various ice spears before swiftly swapping in another rocket with his PF-98. He jumped out in a flash and rolled right in front of the Type 2 mutant snapping turtle and fired the anti-tank rocket at point-blank range. With a flash, the anti-tank missile immediately exploded in the face of the Type 2 mutant snapping turtle, causing the protective layer of ice to be shattered, revealing its shell. However, in just a blink of an eye, the ice layer was immediately reformed. The ice control ability of this Type 2 mutant snapping turtle was truly overpowered, even stronger than the natural defense of most Type 3 mutant beasts. Its only weakness was that the movement on land was reduced, and the attacking speed was affected as well. However, it allowed this Type 2 mutant beast to be a true tyrant amongst its peers. I don't believe that there is no end to your ice ability. Yue Zhong stared at the mutant beast, while he gritted his teeth and fired another shot towards the head of the mutant snapping turtle. The mutant snapping turtle saw the incoming rocket aimed at its head. It seemed to cease all other movement, and expended its ice control ability to form an ice wall in front of it. With another explosion, the ice wall faced a similar fate as the previous one, and Yue Zhong's attack was contained easily. It was just that Yue Zhong did not show any signs of stopping. Instead, he continued to fire his PF-98 at the Type 2 mutant snapping turtle. Under the pressure of the rockets, the Type 2 mutant snapping turtle had no choice but to continue conjuring the ice wall to stop the attacks. The Type 2 mutant snapping turtle could withstand the anti-tank rockets of Yue Zhong, at the cost of a huge expenditure of its spirit and natural ability to control ice after it had evolved to a Type 2 beast. Its ultimate defense would not be able to withstand Yue Zhong's attacks for long. Yue Zhong swiftly swapped out the rockets of the PF-98 continuously and did not let up, firing multiple rockets at the mutant beast and slowly wearing down its ice ability. On the other side, after dealing with the Type 2 mutant crayfish, Greenie flapped its wings and shot towards the Type 2 mutant crab, grabbing it and flying to the skies before flinging it the same way it did with the Type 2 mutant crayfish. Upon forcefully crashing onto the ground, it was killed by the impact. Even its incredibly hard shell could not withstand the force and protect its life. The moment the Type 2 mutant crayfish and mutant crab met their end, the smaller mutant crayfishes and crabs had no way of maintaining the peace and went back slaughtering amongst themselves. Near Xinglong Street, the horde of mutant crayfish, mutant crabs and humans were engaged in a killing frenzy. However, when the two hordes attacked each other, the pressure on Yue Zhong's side was lessened by a great deal. This made it so that they only had to deal with those mutant beasts that breached the defense and were intending to attack the humans. After which, they just had to watch the show and observe the two hordes killing each other. Yue Zhong had fired a total of 22 rockets, almost exhausting his entire supply of anti-tank ammunition. In Yue Zhong's storage ring, he had kept 30 loaded PF-98 anti-tank rocket launchers. After firing the 30 of them, he had to reload them individually. The PF-98 was extremely tyrannical, useful, and efficient when dealing with higher-level zombies. Yue Zhong could not possibly keep all the PF-98s with himself and without leaving for any of his troops. That way, even if he was extremely well prepared, his subordinates might meet an undeserving end without ample firepower. Under Yue Zhong's constant onslaught, the Type 2 mutant snapping turtle was forced to expend a lot of its ice control ability, and there was a dispirited look in its eyes. After blocking the latest rocket from Yue Zhong, it actually turned around and made its way back towards the river. This type of high-level mutant beasts possessed some intelligence, and knew that if it could not win, it would definitely retreat instead of maintaining a futile resistance stupidly. Good chance! Yue Zhong saw the Type 2 mutant snapping turtle trying to escape towards the river, and his eyes flashed with delight, and let out a victorious roar. From the sky, Greenie flew downwards like an arrow, its hook-like talons viciously aiming for the Type 2 mutant snapping turtle. The Type 2 mutant snapping turtle could only stop in its tracks, and lifted its head, before controlling the ice layer around its head to form an ice spear to shoot at Greenie. Greenie flapped its wings and changed directions in mid-air, dodging the ice spear extremely easily. However, it was forced to stay at a distance because of the ice spear and did not dare approach the Type 2 mutant snapping turtle. Instead, it circled in the air, exerting a pressure on the behemoth. Yue Zhong's body flashed forward. In a short span of less than 10 seconds, he caught up with the Type 2 mutant snapping turtle, shooting out a bone spear from his back, propelling him on to the turtle's back. The moment he jumped on the back, he activated his devil flame, and a huge fiery ball of flame blossomed in his hands, exploding towards the head of the Type 2 mutant snapping turtle. Under the intense burning of the devil flame, the ice layer covering the Type 2 mutant snapping turtle started to melt. The burning capabilities of fire was the best counter to ice. Of course, the prerequisite was that both must be of similar levels in terms of power. The Type 2 mutant snapping turtle had expended a lot of energy to defend against Yue Zhong's attacks earlier. Now its ice control ability was running out of power to stand against his devil flames. When the Type 2 mutant snapping turtle noticed its ice layer melting, it immediately withdrew its head and limbs into its shell, controlling the remaining ice to seal up the holes in the shell. Yue Zhong exerted all his strength to force the devil flame through the holes, melting the ice quickly. The ice walls were constantly melted down and refrozen, but each time the layer got thinner. After about 10 seconds of exposure, Yue Zhong's devil flame finally burned through the wall and made contact with the head of the Type 2 mutant snapping turtle. When it was touched by the scorching hot devil flame, the Type 2 mutant snapping turtle immediately stuck out its limbs and pushed with all its strength, rolling rapidly on the floor. Yue Zhong landed on the ground after leaping off its back, while controlling the devil flame to continue assaulting the head of the Type 2 mutant snapping turtle. In a flash of inspiration, he activated his tamer technique and guided it towards the mutant beast. The Type 2 mutant snapping turtle had its ice control ability worn down entirely by Yue Zhong, and was tormented by the devil flame that he used. The moment the tamer technique landed on its body, it barely reacted. A strange rune appeared on the Type 2 mutant snapping turtle's forehead, and gently entered its brain. That rune entered in between the Type 2 mutant snapping turtle's brows, and Yue Zhong felt a strange sense of connection between himself and the beast form. Chapter 0281 Huge Victory. Translated by Kuin, DCBLOL. Edited by Ulamog, Dedishan Jonikson. Yue Zhong felt excited. He was initially worried that it would require more energy to try and tame the Type 2 mutant snapping turtle. At the very least, he might have needed to try 3 times. He did not expect that he would be successful upon the first try. Yue Zhong immediately stopped the burning of the devil flame. After all, it was a mutant beast under his control now, and he did not want to injure his pet. The moment Yue Zhong ceased his devil flame, the Type 2 mutant snapping turtle immediately crawled towards him. It came to Yue Zhong and lowered its head, expressing subservience. Yue Zhong took a look at the Type 2 mutant snapping turtle, only to discover that its eyes were showing signs of exhaustion, as it had expended a huge part of its energy, to the point of injury. The black fish's green slime projectile, as well as the ice mountain and ice wall skills of this Type 2 mutant snapping turtle, were the last resorts of such mutant beasts. However, activating them came at a huge price. After expending huge amounts of energy, they would become weak. Therefore, unless they came across a powerful opponent, they would usually not resort to these moves. As Yue Zhong had incapacitated the other Type 2 mutant beasts with his PF-98, the Type 2 mutant snapping turtle had spared no effort to try and deal with him. "Let's call you Turtle." Yue Zhong looked at his new pet that was the size of a bungalow, and proclaimed its name in an extremely satisfied manner. Yue Zhong had no talent in coining names. He liked it simple, so as long as he could say it easily, it would suffice. The Type 2 mutant snapping turtle nodded its head, seemingly accepting the name. After all, it possessed some intelligence. After being connected with Yue Zhong, it could understand a bit of his speech. Yue Zhong looked at his new pet turtle and his eyes flashed with excitement and joy. It was a Type 2 mutant beast, and extremely powerful. Could even block the power of PF-98 anti-tank rounds. With this new Type 2 mutant beast, the river would become Yue Zhong's inexhaustible resource. With Turtle's help, as long as Yue Zhong gave the command, the entire river channel would become Yue Zhong's fishing grounds. Similarly, with just an order, the entire channel could only allow fishing and no boats. Yue Zhong looked at the exhaustion in Turtle's eyes, and immediately retrieved the 2 nuclei that he picked from the Type 2 black fishes. When Turtle saw the 2 nuclei, its eyes brightened up, and stuck its tongue out, swallowing the 2 nuclei from the Type 2 mutant black fish. Yue Zhong had not discovered any use for the nuclei. It did not seem to have any effect on humans. However, it was different for mutant beasts. Greenie could evolve so quickly into a Type 2 beast was precisely because Yue Zhong gave it plenty of nuclei to swallow, of which there were nuclei from the Type 2 mutant black-scaled boar and mutant water snake, that had hastened the evolution process. After Turtle swallowed the 2 nuclei, its eyes seemed to shine with vigor, and its health started to regenerate quickly. Yue Zhong saw that Turtle was recovering well, and jumped on top of Turtle and commanded, "Turtle, let's charge. Take care of those guys." Hearing Yue Zhong's command, Turtle started to take huge steps towards the battlefield of the mutant crabs and mutant crayfishes. Turtle's speed was not extremely fast, but that was when compared to mutant beasts of the same level on land. It was after all a Type 2 mutant beast, its body massive. Every step it took was like tens of steps taken by a human. Its ordinary movement could already match up to an enhancer with 6 times the speed of a normal human. If it exerted its strength, it could reach up to speeds 9 times that of humans. Turtle charged and crushed everything in its path. All the mutant crabs and mutant crayfish unfortunate enough to be in its path would become meat paste. When those ordinary mutant crayfishes and mutant crabs lost their Type 2 leaders, they launched an assault on Turtle. However, while their claws were sharp, they could not do anything to Turtle's defense, since it was a Type 2 mutant beast. What monster is that? Heavens! There's such a monster! The soldiers of the 8th Battalion who were guarding Xinglong Street noticed the building-like turtle, and their eyes were filled with shock. The size of the mutant beast was too shocking. "Boss Yue! It's Boss Yue! Commander Yue! Goodness! It really is Commander Yue on top that mutant beast! What? He even managed to subdue such a beast?" The soldiers of 8th Battalion and the Special Combat Force saw Yue Zhong on top of the Type 2 mutant snapping turtle, and their morale shot through the roof. Countless shots were fired and bullets rained on the horde of mutant crabs and mutant crayfishes, riddling them with holes. The Special Combat Forces also rushed out to engage the mutant crabs and mutant crayfishes in battle. Although the experience gained would not be too much, accumulating it all would still be beneficial. Yue Zhong urged Turtle towards the elite mutant crayfishes and elite mutant crabs engaged in slaughter amongst themselves. Turtle quickly reached their location, as it opened its huge mouth and bit off the heads of the elite mutant beasts, gobbling them up. When the elite mutant crayfishes and elite mutant crabs saw that the tyrannical turtle attacking them, they dispersed and scattered, each trying to make a run for it. These elite mutant beasts possessed intelligence, and could sense the overbearing danger from the Type 2 mutant snapping turtle. Without the adequate strength, they could not even muster the courage to face it. When the elite mutant beasts of both hordes started to scatter, it created confusion and chaos amongst the hordes. A huge number of the mutant beasts also made their way towards the river, escaping into the water. "We won! We won!" Seeing the elite mutant beasts retreating and escaping like a receding tidal wave, the entire Xinglong Street erupted in celebration. Many of the soldiers of the 8th Battalion were elated. Earlier, when the two hordes had moved against them together, they were sure that they were going to die. Never did they imagine that the mutant beasts would suddenly fell apart and escaped towards the river. "Go back to the river." Yue Zhong patted Turtle's head and gave it an order. Turtle nodded towards Yue Zhong and lifted its massive body as it entered the waters. After the huge victory, the entire stretch of land from Xinglong Street to the river was filled with corpses of mutant crayfishes, mutant crabs, and mutant black fishes. Yue Zhong immediately ordered some troops to keep watch and sealed the place, not allowing any outsiders in. This time, the huge number of mutant beasts that had launched an assault on them resulted in the deaths of 9 soldiers from the 8th Battalion and another 8 with injuries. However, Yue Zhong had gained a lot more. Over 10,000 mutant crayfishes and mutant crabs had been beaten to death on the ground. On top of that, there were over 100 mutant black fishes, as well as the bodies of 6 Type 2 mutant beasts. The corpses were enough to provide 1,000 tons of food for Yue Zhong. Furthermore, this was not normal meat. Instead, it was mutant beast meat, which was an incredible gift that helped nourish the bodies of normal people who ate it, especially those who had been tormented by hunger over an extended period of time. It was the best supplement for those people to recover. The survivors that Yue Zhong had arranged to be sent out of Xinglong Street were brought back. All the women and ladies were put to work, dehelling the mutant beasts and collecting their meat. After all, such a huge load of meat could not be eaten in a day. A huge portion of it would be converted to dried food or canned food, otherwise most of it would start to decompose in a few days. "Commander Yue, I'm afraid we don't have enough manpower." De Guzi observed the ongoing work and reported to Yue Zhong. Although Yue Zhong had deployed all available hands, for 8,000 people to handle 1,000 ton of mutant beast meat, Everyone had to handle over a 100 gene of meat. Out of the 8,000 survivors, 3,000 were kids, and the responsibilities were too much for them to handle. Yue Zhong directly commanded, "Go notify Tai Yen. Get her to bring 10,000 survivors to help deal with the meat. Get those who handle the 6 Type 2 mutant beasts to send the meat directly to the processing plant." Yue Zhong had spent 50 tons of food to buy a processing plant from Wenbaogua, as well as another 50 tons to purchase generators and fuel to support the manufacturing of processed meat. The meat of the Type 2 mutant beasts were exceptional treats that were hard to come by. As long as the weak survivors were to eat a few genes, they could recover their health quickly. If the soldiers who fought at the front lines continuously managed to eat the processed meat, it would help their recovery in battle. The moment Tai Yen received Yue Zhong's orders, she delegated and deployed 10,000 survivors to join in the handling. Everyone near the riverbank was working hard. They were in high spirits, as they received news that there would be a feast that night. The anticipation of the tasty seafood in their hands fueled their drive in handling the meat. Chapter 0282, Intel on the Horde of 1 Million Zombies. Translated by Kuan. Edited by Ulamog Dedition the No One Fan. Book 2. The Sea of Zombies. Even Ji Qingguo and Yue Zhong, who were considered experts, were assigned to help cut up the hard shells of the mutant beasts. Yue Zhong even lent his Blacktooth blade to Ji Qingguo to use. The level 4 treasure Blacktooth blade was incredibly sharp under the blade strengthening skill of Ji Qingguo. Even the tough scales of the Type 2 mutant blackfish that had withstood Yue Zhong's PF-98 anti-tank rounds were cleanly cut apart by Ji Qingguo, revealing the fresh fish flesh underneath. Ulamog. Say that 5 times fast. Fresh fish flesh. The Type 2 mutant crayfish and Type 2 mutant crab had shells that were slightly tougher though. Even Ji Qingguo found it hard to cut apart their scales regardless of the combination of her skill and the Blacktooth blade. Yue Zhong, however, had an idea. She wielded her mace that was over 100 gene, lifting and swinging it downwards to shatter the shell into pieces. Doing this, she slowly broke them apart. Under the joint efforts of over 18,000 people, and by the time evening fell, the countless mutant beasts' carcasses near the river had been cleaned up. Only a huge mountain of bones from the Type 2 mutant blackfishes were left. If it was just Yue Zhong alone, he would definitely have no way of settling the issue with the meat of the dead mutant beasts. However, what he could not accomplish on his own, 18,000 could easily accomplish it. In the evening, the survivors under Yue Zhong's banner started cooking the seafood. Every survivor of age received a gene of mutant black fish meat, while the kids received half a gene of mutant black fish meat. The black fish meat was absolutely fresh, and even tastier than the meat of the black fish prior to the apocalypse. The survivors sat together and enjoyed the fish soup while eating the fish meat, and everyone had satiated expressions on their faces. They were extremely satisfied with their lives currently. As long as they did their work honestly, not only were they able to eat their fill, they could enjoy meat as well. At the same time, the territory under Yue Zhong was the best governed amongst the rest of the county. If there was something they had to say they were unhappy about, it would be that there were too many rules. The slightest infringement of a law could result in whipping, but the main point was that after being whipped, the person would be chased out of the camp. Seeing those survivors who fell back into hard times the moment they were forced out, all the survivors under Yue Zhong's care were secretly alert and constantly reminded themselves never to flout any rule. White Bones walked to the huge pile of bones and activated its bone manipulation ability to absorb the bones into its body. Your special summon, White Bones, has gained an enhancement of 15 points to endurance. Yue Zhong was sitting in his own quarters, and when he heard the sweet sound of a system notification, he was not distracted in the slightest. Instead, he popped the 6 blood essences from the Type 2 mutant beasts into his mouth and swallowed. The moment the 6 blood essences entered Yue Zhong's abdomen, they transformed into a warmth that surged throughout him, nourishing and enhancing his body continuously. With the help of blood essences, every pore of Yue Zhong's body started oozing out black dirty blood, and soon he was covered entirely in dark grime. Ulamog. Ciencia elements anyone? After some time has passed, the effects of the 6 blood essences wore off, and Yue Zhong heard the familiar notification of his own enhancement. Congratulations on gaining 40 points in vitality and 10 points in endurance. Due to his increased immunity to the essences, even after swallowing 6 blood essences, he only gained 40 points in vitality and 10 points in endurance. The effects could not compare to the first time he consumed the first blood essence from the Type 2 mutant black-scaled boar. Additionally, Yue Zhong had been consuming so many blood essence that even the Type 2 blood essences were starting to lose their potency. Yue Zhong opened his eyes and could feel the tremendous vitality surging within himself. He knew he had grown stronger yet again. What a stench! Yue Zhong sniffed the pungent grime on him and frowned in disgust. He immediately got up and went to take a cold shower, cleaning himself up. After his bath, Yue Zhong came to the dining hall. Right now, the dining hall was filled with many beautiful ladies. Along the long dinner table on the left sat Wen Peishan, Tai Yan, Cheng Peipei, Zhou Yanxue, while Ji Qinggu, Zhuo Yadong, Yao Yao and Tong Xiaoyun sat on the right. What absolute beauties! Both parties were evaluating the other, and their eyes could not help but widened in shock. The women on both sides were thoroughly awed by each other. Tian. I laughed out loud at this. Only Yao Yao, that lowly, was still dressed in her military garb, and was glancing around with impatience. She sat restlessly in her seat like a little monkey. No one dared to look at her. In today's battle, the numerous mutant black fishes that were felled by Yao Yao were above her in enhancement levels. Most importantly was that she was the top agility expert within Yue Zhong's forces. In just terms of agility, even Yue Zhong could not match Yao Yao. After all, he was a spirit and endurance dual attribute evolver. When Yue Zhong came to the main seat, he smiled at the ladies. There's no need to wait for me. Go ahead and eat. Don't stand on ceremony. I want to eat the claws of the crayfish. Yao Yao immediately reached for the claws of one of the crayfish without reserve, and used her strength to crush the external shell, crunch before digging into the sumptuous meat ravenously. Yao Yao's somewhat childlike behavior broke the awkward atmosphere, and the ladies all started to help themselves to the food. The dining table was truly laden with delicacies. There was mutant crayfish and mutant crab, as well as huge slices of Type 2 mutant black fish meat. Also, there was Type 2 mutant crayfish claw meat, as well as Type 2 mutant crab claw meat. It was incredibly tasty and luxurious in this age. The women could not stop once they started, and enjoyed the food tremendously. Congratulations on gaining 1 point in strength. Tai Yan was enjoying a few mouthfuls of the Type 2 mutant black fish meat when the notification sound rang out in her mind, and her expression was full of joy, and she immediately disregarded her etiquettes and continued to consume her meal in huge bites. She was after all a normal person and not an enhancer. Therefore, the meat of the Type 2 mutant black fish was extremely beneficial to her, allowing her to gain a point in strength. Boss Yu. Someone is requesting an audience. Right as the people in the dining hall were enjoying themselves, Zhang He walked in and reported to Yue Zhong. He had already become a member of Yue Zhong's youth corps, and was extremely loyal to Yue Zhong. Loyal even to the point of idolization. He was in charge of relaying messages to and from Yue Zhong, including his orders. Who? Yue Zhong frowned, and asked in a low voice. Zhang He replied. She said she's called Shen Shui. Yue Zhong immediately recalled the extremely beautiful and elegant, yet cold to the point of indifferent lady. Let her in. Yue Zhong thought for a while, before replying softly. He did not have a favorable impression towards Shen Shui, and it was likely the same for her. However, he guessed that she must have something to discuss with him. Under Zhang He's guidance, Shen Shui walked in with a proud gait. Shen Shui eyed the 8 absolute beauties in the dining hall, and her gaze towards Yue Zhong increased in contempt and disgust. I have something important to discuss with you. Here's not the place. Yue Zhong brought Shen Shui into a meeting room and immediately said, What do you need? Just say it. Shen Shui directly replied, I heard that you have taken care of a few Type 2 mutant beasts. I want to use 1 ton of gold to purchase 30 tons of Type 2 mutant beast meat. In SY County, they had also hunted down a Type 2 mutant beast before, but it was at the expense of 2 infantry fighting vehicles, a tank, 3 evolvers, 13 enhancers. The top expert of SY County had also perished after being eaten by the Type 2 mutant beast. However, the nourishing and beneficial properties of the meat from a Type 2 mutant beast were discovered by the top brass of SY County, and it became their privilege alone. Only a few top officials could enjoy it. This time, upon hearing that Yue Zhong had killed a few of these Type 2 mutant beasts, Shen Shui had rushed over at the first minute. Yue Zhong coldly gazed at Shen Shui. "No way! On account of Commander Shen, I can gift you with 20 gene of Type 2 mutant beast meat. As for the gold, keep it for your own use." Gold could move people's heart. Even in SY County, gold was still used as a form of currency, to exchange for food. However, to Yue Zhong, gold was basically trash. It could not be eaten nor used and is useless unless it was given free to him, otherwise he would not even want it. Initially he had agreed to exchange the food for gold was a form of expediency and convenience. Now that he had the sufficient power, he naturally would not lower himself. Shen Shui glared at him coldly. "I knew you wouldn't be willing. Why not we do it like this? I have an important piece of intel to exchange. A top secret one." Yue Zhong continued without batting an eyelid. "What intel?" Shen Shui responded in an extremely serious manner. "There is a horde of zombies that number around 1 million that seems to be aiming for SY County and are currently moving here. Based on their sustained movement speed, within 20 days they would be here to attack. Is this for real?" Yue Zhong had a huge change in expression, as he bolted up and asked. Initially at Qing Yuan County, the horde of 100,000 had already given Yue Zhong a headache, and he had suffered major losses. Now that he was well prepared and had an army as well as the firepower to boot, he was not as apprehensive. He really wasn't, but the figure this time was actually 1 million. That was a different story. It was 10 times larger than the previous time. If they really charged, it would be like an unstoppable ocean wave. Shen Shui replied indifferently, "Definitely true. This was the result of drones that were sent out to collect info. Furthermore, we lost a total of 10 drones because of this. Amongst the skies, while there were no zombies, there were mutant birds, and the drones that were sent out by the SY County's army would definitely come across some mutant birds, and a number of them were destroyed." Shen Shui looked at Yue Zhong and asked, "Is this piece of information worth 30 tons of mutant beast meat?" Yue Zhong replied heavily, "Yes." With this, Yue Zhong could go about preparing and preempting disaster. This way he didn't have to wait till the last moment and panic. Ulamog. Dum Dum Dum. Chapter 282. Did I trick you? Not a fake title XD. Chapter 0283. Conditions for deployment. Translated by Kuan. Edited by Ulamog Dedishin Jonikson. Book 2. The Sea of Zombies. Yue Zhong asked somewhat curiously, "What are the military's plans?" A horde of over 1 million zombies. This was on a different scale compared to 100,000. The sheer number made Yue Zhong's scalp go numb. The zombies had an advantage over mutant beasts, and that was that they did not know death. Add in the disease and infection they carried with them, this could cause resisting humans to feel desolate. Many of the survivors dared to take up arms against the mutant crabs and mutant crayfishes, yet they would not have the same courage to face the zombies. Shen Shui spoke with extreme confidence. "We will initiate a frontal assault, annihilating them completely." At the initial phase of the onset of the apocalypse, the army had defeated the 700,000 zombies in SY County easily. To them, the million zombie horde was just an issue that required a matter of time. Offense was the best defense, and since the army had a huge amount of modern weaponry, these included the infantry fighting vehicles, assault helicopters, and even tanks, they naturally would not fear the million-strong horde. Yue Zhong pondered a while, before asking the crucial question, "Do you have enough ammunition?" A modern army that was adequately equipped with logistics and supply would naturally not be afraid of a million-strong horde. However, the logistics issue was currently pressing on SY County. After the SY army had regained control over SY County and killed off the 700,000-strong horde, its ammunition usage was pretty high. Normally speaking, for an expert like Yue Zhong, it would take a bullet to kill a zombie. However, not everyone were sharpshooters like him. For the inexperienced soldiers, even a few rounds might not be enough to kill a zombie. As for the veterans, they would require a few shots to take out zombies at a distance as well. After wiping out the zombies in SY County, Yue Zhong estimated that the ammunition left should number around 2 million rounds. In fact, when the SY military were clearing SY County, they had expended over 2 million rounds. At the same time, they even used heavy rounds on the Horde then, which allowed them to regain control over SY County. However, this led to the huge expenditure of ammunition, and was precisely the reason why Shen Hongyang and the other military heads were not in favor of fighting against Yue Zhong. If the two sides really fought it out, the ammunition would really be depleted quickly. Without ammunition, in a world where danger was everywhere, they would lose their stronghold. Shen Shui gazed at Yue Zhong icily. Our ammunition is sufficient. There's no need for your concern. That's good to hear then. Yue Zhong smiled lightly and did not press further. After a few minutes of silence, Shen Shui stared at Yue Zhong and said, Yue Zhong, this battle is extremely important to us. My father Shen Hongyang hopes that you can lead your troops and join us in battle, killing the Horde as they come. Yue Zhong coldly asked, if I provide reinforcement, what good is in it for me? Bringing his own troops to assist SY County in facing the zombies? Not only will it consume a huge amount of ammunition, there would be casualties on Yue Zhong's side. If there were no benefits, he would definitely not lend a hand. Yue Zhong's aim was the huge military plants in Longhai County. Even if he brought people to wipe out the horde of million zombies, he wouldn't gain any territory. It would just be a waste of his military strength. Shen Shui frowned and coldly lectured. Yue Zhong, how can you always only think about your self-interest? Can't you just see the bigger picture? This is an issue concerning the lives and deaths of over a few 100,000 people here in SY County. You should forsake any personal interest and send your troops as reinforcement. Only then can you be considered a hero. If you are willing to send people to help save the county, over a few 100,000 people would be thankful. Yue Zhong eyed the slightly agitated Shen Shui and icily replied, I'm sorry. I'm not some hero, nor am I looking to become one that your county is looking for. I am just a normal commander. I need to think for my people and subordinates. Without enough benefits, I would definitely not send my troops to their certain death. Yue Zhong continued on with a hint of contempt towards Shen Shui. Furthermore, Miss Shen Shui, if your father was such a big hero, why isn't he doing anything about Su Tianyang or Peng Ji, those criminals of SY County? Su Tianyang and Peng Ji were not good things. However, due to the fact they had powerful fathers, even after all the mistakes and catastrophes they caused, they were only grounded. Yue Zhong was not willing to stick his neck out for this type of SY County. Shen Shui grew red in the face upon hearing Yue Zhong's tone and retorted in a loud voice, What do you understand? My dad has to think of the bigger picture. That was why he chose not to fall out with them. He himself does not condone the actions of Su Tianyang nor Peng Ji. Yue Zhong looked at Shen Shui's flushed face as a result of his provocation and laughed. Forget it. There's no point in arguing with you. I just want to know if I send my troops out, what is in it for me? Otherwise, please head back. Otherwise, I am not interested in partaking in this war alongside you guys. Shen Shui gritted her teeth as she glared at this man in front of her, who had managed to become the most hated person in her life. He made her feel that she just wanted to tear him apart. However, she calmed herself down and asked, Don't you like beautiful women? We will gift to you 20 beautiful women. This should be enough, no? Yue Zhong was speechless for a moment because of that judgment from De Guzi. His own reputation had become like this. He quickly shook his head and said, No, it's not enough. Shen Shui's tone became incredibly cold as she replied, We'll add the 10,000 people you have hired under Taiyan. They will be free to leave SY County. This should be enough. The workers that Taiyan had recruited were all working for Yue Zhong, and their hearts had long since favored him. SY County thus decided to let them join him to get him to deploy his troops. This way, Yue Zhong had in fact gained over 20,000 people from SY County. Yue Zhong's eyes flashed, and he pushed his luck. Add on another 5,000 men. I will deploy my soldiers. Shen Shui immediately rejected flatly. Impossible. Letting you take those 10,000 survivors from Taiyan is our bottom line. If you still aren't willing to, then forget it. Yue Zhong pondered for a while longer, before he replied, Fine. I promise you, when the time comes, I will send 3 battalions to take part in the action. However, let me make this clear. My troops will only listen to my commands. Our cooperation will not have any mutual interference. Shen Shui did not press for the issue of command and immediately answered, "Good." After concluding her negotiations with Yue Zhong, Shen Shui immediately left the place. She wasn't willing to stay a moment longer by his side. Shen Shui had just left, when Yue Zhong also set off towards his villa and beckoned Greenie over. He then proceeded to get on top of its back and they flew off towards Sy County. He wanted to confirm the intel that Shen Shui had brought. Flying through the skies was not that romantic as people thought. After Greenie had evolved into a Type 2 beast, its flight speed was as fast as the wind speed during a hurricane. Yue Zhong was sitting on its back and could feel the piercing winds as they brushed past him, causing all sorts of discomfort. If it was any other normal person, they would definitely not be able to take the journey. In midair, there were a number of mutant birds that were circling the skies, but they could feel the oppressive aura from the Type 2 mutant bird Greenie, and they all avoided it, not daring to be within a 100 m radius of Greenie. Under Greenie's lead, Yue Zhong came to the skies above Sy County. As his eyesight was better in the night than the day, he could clearly see the surrounding horde of zombies surrounding Sy County, like a sea that had no end. Every direction he looked, there were zombies. Yue Zhong continued his exploration atop Greenie, and discovered that the horde stretched for 10 miles. Furthermore, there were large groups of zombies that came from elsewhere and were joining the horde. Yue Zhong observed the sea of zombies, and he furrowed his eyebrows while thinking nervously, "This time, Sy County will be hard to defend." Based on a rough estimation, Yue Zhong found that the situation was more serious than Shen Shui had estimated. The number was actually way above 1,200,000. The entire population of Sy County prior to the apocalypse numbered 7 million, and within the downtown area, the 700,000 that had turned into zombies were decimated by the military. Throughout the region, there were still a total of over 6 million zombies roaming. The current 1.2 million encroaching the surroundings of the downtown was but only 1/5 of the entire number. Tien. Yes, it's a little confusing. Basically think of Sy County like a continent, with over 7 million people. The army had cleared the downtown area and claimed it for their own after defeating 700,000 zombies, 10% of the entire population. They started calling themselves Sy County, even though it's a small part. There are still over 6 m zombies around the entire county not yet explored, and currently 1.2 m of them has gathered near the downtown area. However, to deal with just these 1.2 million zombies would be tricky. It must be clear that within Sy County, there was only a regiment of 6,000 soldiers, and that regiment's firepower had been greatly reduced, while the new recruits were aplenty. Under these conditions, wanting to face off an enemy with over 100 times their numbers, it was going to be incredibly difficult. After he finished his investigations and confirmed the seriousness of the situation, Yue Zhong swiftly made his way back to his villa and called for a meeting to delegate duties amongst his commanders. The next day, Yue Zhong arranged for the 8,000 survivors under him to be moved to Ningguang County. Post-apocalypse, fuel was extremely valuable. The journey for the 8,000 survivors was not aided by any vehicles. Therefore, every single one of them had to make the journey on their own feet to Ningguang County over a 100 li, 50 kilometers, away. Only the warriors of the 8th Battalion and the Special Forces were escorting them on armored vehicles. Within the survivor group, they were mostly women and children. Originally, without the nourishment of the mutant beast meat, just relying on their weak constitution and health, the journey would definitely take toll on at least over 100 people. However, with the supplementary properties of the mutant beast meat, their health and vitality were recovered, and no one showed signs of dropping out of the journey. Almost all the survivors harbored high hopes and looked forward to a new life in a new place. Yue Zhong had given them a life that had steady meals, a decent living, and these led them to anticipate a better future. As for the 10,000 survivors that had been transferred from Taiyan to his hands, he arranged for them to all work in the canned meat processing factory, pushing for the Type 2 mutant beast meat to be packed. At the same time, those meats from the mutant blackfish, crayfish, and crabs were all processed into dry meat. To bolster the strength of these 10,000 survivors for the migration journey to come, Yue Zhong specially distributed Type 2 mutant beast meat through Taiyan to these survivors. Only the Type 2 mutant beast meat could quickly replenish and nourish their health, while the ordinary mutant beast meat might be delicacies hard to come by. Compared to the more precious Type 2 mutant beast meat, the effects were not as beneficial. When those 10,000 survivors ate the distributed Type 2 mutant beast meat, every single one of them regained their vitality swiftly and became extremely energized, and their work became even faster. Out of the 10,000 survivors, Yue Zhong then selected another 2,000 robust males and formed a new preliminary group. Chen Shirtu was transferred to act as the chief instructor over this preliminary group and started to train and instruct them. They were preparations made by Yue Zhong to replenish the ranks of the various teams as new recruits. The preliminary team got to eat meat and rice every day, and the food consisted of the meat from mutant blackfish as well as the Type 2 variant, causing the rest who were not selected to be envious. They wished to be selected as well, but Yue Zhong had closed off the selection after 2000. Furthermore, the back-end factories all required manpower to manufacture all sorts of weapons against the zombies, turning the hide and skin from the mutant beasts into protective garments, as well as repacking ammo. All these support jobs required manpower. Without sufficient people, the fighting forces would not have the equipment and supplies. On the other side, as per Yue Zhong's commands, Lu Erei, Xiong Zhang, Zhang Yujiang, and Guoquan brought 4 battalions to Sy County. Guoquan had become the first in command in Ningguang County's 1st Battalion after Yue Zhong, and was in charge of Ningguang County's 1st Battalion when Yue Zhong was not around. These 4 battalions consisted of numerous elite veterans from Qingyuan County that served as the backbone, and after countless battles against zombies, they had all grown together. They were no longer some motley crew that would fall apart at the first sign of trouble. Yue Zhong's elite soldiers from Qingyuan County within the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Battalion remained at Qingyuan County, maintaining their defense and constant assault towards Longhai County, wiping out the zombies towards the direction of Longhai County. They searched for resources and rescued any survivors, expanding their power slowly. The moment all 4 battalions of Yue Zhong arrived, the entire Sy County was shocked. This time when Yue Zhong entered the city with grandeur, everyone could see the amount of preparation and equipment on each and every soldier of the battalions. On top of that, there were various advanced weaponry and machinery escorting the troops, including the 14.5mm double-mounted machine guns, red arrows, Type 95 anti-air missile vehicles, 40 self-propelled rocket launchers. They were not lacking in any sense. Sy County's own army could not even compare with it. When Sy County had re-established themselves after the onset of the apocalypse, they only had 2 regiments left. These were the 2nd line of attack and weren't the elite soldiers. They didn't even have tanks prior. The tanks and assault helicopters they obtained were borrowed for the purpose of the exercise. As for Yue Zhong, he had opened up a real mechanized infantry brigade, and thus his equipment and weaponry was much more advanced. Chapter 0284 Deployment. Translated by Kuan. Edited by Alamog, Dedition, Jonixon Book 2. The Sea of Zombies. Upon seeing the equipment and strength of Yue Zhong's troops, everyone in Sy County celebrated the fact that they had not gone head-to-head with Yue Zhong. Based on his weapons and machinery, if it had really come to a clash, even if they won against Yue Zhong, they would have suffered greatly. While equipment was not the deciding factor of the success of a battle, it was one of the strongest factors. If 2 armies of similar size were to clash and one side was using rifles against the other with tanks, it was next to impossible. Commander Yue, according to our agreement, please send your troops to assist with the clearing of zombies. When Yue Zhong arrived, the army had sent out an envoy to remind Yue Zhong. I know. Go tell Commander Shen that I'm about to set off. Yue Zhong directly replied. After the fierce battle between Su Dongming and Yue Zhong, the tanks and assault helicopters that were destroyed by Yue Zhong, as well as the numerous elite soldiers that were annihilated, Su Dongming's once tyrannical military strength was greatly diminished. It had fell to the lowest position of the 5 major heads, and was now only the vice division commander. The division commander post went to the strongest now, which was Shen Hongyang. Of course, the other 3 powers only had their smaller corps, but were conferred the vice division commander posts as well. After sending the envoy on his way, Yue Zhong went to find Guoquan. Guoquan, this place here is our path of retreat. If this place comes under attack, The brothers of the 4 battalions will all be in peril. This time, I'm bringing the troops to clean up the horde. You have to protect this place. Are there any questions? Tien. Guoquan is the leader of the small recon group that had been on watch when Ningguang County tried to attack Yue Zhong previously. He also gained a lot of merit for holding the fort when Shen Shui attacked. This time, Yue Zhong only intended to bring 4 battalions to fight at the front line. The best of Ningguang County was kept at Sy County, to prevent any potential trouble. After all, in this post-apocalyptic world, anything could happen. Yue Zhong did not wish to see while he was fighting in the front line. His path of retreat would be suddenly cut off by his allies. Guoquan stared at Yue Zhong, and his face displayed a resolute expression as he replied, "No problem, Commander Yu. Even if I have to risk my life, I will definitely defend this place." Guoquan had went through countless battles, and grown from a normal survivor to become the vice-commander of the 1st Battalion of Ningguang County. He was an exceptional military personnel. War was the best form of tempering, and it had caused Guoquan to grow into a good commander in just the short span of 2 months. Yue Zhong left Guoquan, while bringing Ningguang County's 2nd, 3rd and 4th Battalion, Sy's 8th Battalion, and his special forces. He left with a total of 5 battalions and joined the military as they made their way towards the zombie horde that was coming. Sy County's military had also mobilized a total of 5,000 people, marching towards the direction of Sy County. Due to the preciousness of fuel, other than the self-propelled rocket launchers, and the infantry fighting vehicles as well as the various armored vehicles, the rest of the fighters had to use their feet to march on. Sy's army had been attacking their way towards Sy County, and a large number of the zombies along the way had been killed by them. Yue Zhong's forces thus had a relatively relaxed time. After 2 days, Yue Zhong's forces had come to a clearing that was about 10 kilometers away from Sy County. The entire 8,000-strong army was segregated into 6 parts. The mutual trust between each party was not strong, especially since the relationship between Yue Zhong and Su Dongming was like water and fire. The 8,000-strong army split into 6 different paths as they went on to clash with the zombies. While both Yue Zhong and the military of Sy were on guard against one another, they were also using one another. The zombies were the enemies of humanity. Not only were they Sy's problem, they were Yue Zhong's problem as well. The moment Sy County fell to these zombies, they would target Yue Zhong next. Yue Zhong led his troops and they came to a stop at Tiger's Mouth Gorge. Tiger's Mouth Gorge was a channel that led to Sy County. It had 2 hills that were a few tens of meters high on either side. The space of the valley in between only allowed for a maximum of 2 huge tracks to pass through. It was easy to defend and tough to attack, and was the perfect place to set up defense. The moment they arrived at Tiger's Mouth Gorge, Yue Zhong commanded the 1st and 2nd Battalion to commence work on some construction. A few steel barbed wires were laid out, while some steel strips, wooden fences, barricades, and a huge pit soon appeared in the gorge itself. The 2 small hills on either side were then occupied by some of Yue Zhong's troops, in case the zombies made use of them to break past this line of defense. After bringing the troops to Tiger's Mouth Den, he handed over command to Su Zhengong. Su Zhengong was an outstanding officer, and had experienced many battles against both zombies and mutant beasts. Commanding a battle of defense was not an issue. Yue Zhong himself went to the command center. The 5 heads of the military were currently within giving commands as well. There were many drones activated in the skies with positions as the commanders of the military. The heads only had to give out orders from within the safe confinements of the command center, while the battle would be fought by the subordinates. Yue Zhong also obtained a few command vehicles and drones. However, he did not have the technical know-how to train up UAV, unmanned aerial vehicles personnel. Therefore, he could only watch as the equipment collected dust within the armory. Su Dongming saw Yue Zhong walking over, as he coldly snorted, before turning his head and not looking in his direction. Yue Zhong possessed a military might that was way stronger than Su Dongming, and thus he could only resort to such petty means to display his unhappiness. As for picking a fight with Yue Zhong, Su Dongming was not that stupid. Shen Hongyang saw Yue Zhong entering and laughed. "Yue Zhong, you're here. Are your preparations done?" This time, Yue Zhong had deployed more men than Shen Hongyang had expected, and thus he had a more favorable impression of him. Yue Zhong laughed. My side's done. I can deploy them any time. Shen Hongyang casted a meaningful look to Yue Zhong. Let's set off then. Begin the assault. The 6 heads gave the command within the command center, and their subordinates set off and began their ferocious assault on the zombie horde. Various self-propelled rocket launchers spat out fire in a frenzy as the rockets landed in the densely packed horde of zombies, blasting several patches of zombies into smithereens. Regardless of the strong L1 or L2 which had high defense or even the speedy S2S, any zombie that got caught in the blast zone of the rocket would immediately be rendered into pieces. After a round of fearsome blasting, the soldiers of the military proceeded forward with the armored vehicles as cover and started their assault. With the barrage of the bullets covering the battlefield, huge patches of zombies would fall like wheat that was reaped. The zombies that had been caught by surprise seemed to awaken from their stupor as they quickly reacted, and under the command of the Z-type, the zombies made for the soldiers like a huge wave. The moment the horde moved, it was unstoppable, and the soldiers from the military experienced for themselves firsthand the true fear of being charged by zombies. Initially, when they had launched their assault, the zombies were not organized and were easily disposed of, but this time it was very different. One can imagine how the waves of assault that came from an organized charge of over 1 million zombies was unstoppable. Behind the army, the numerous self-propelled rocket launchers and Type 40 rocket launchers fired their missiles in a frenzy into the horde, blasting more patches of zombies to oblivion. Under the barrage of heavy fire, the densely packed zombie horde had lost over 30,000 of their numbers. If it was a human army that had lost 30,000 of their comrades, the morale would have been lost. However, these zombies knew no fear nor death, and continued their relentless assault towards the soldiers and the weaponry. The pockets of dead, flattened zombies were quickly filled up by other zombies. The soldiers continued their relentless firing, and the fearsome attack rained down on the zombies, killing many of them. Those zombies which were rushing towards them in a frenzy would find themselves dead before they even managed to get too close. However, the waves making up 1 million zombies were more terrifying than facing 1,000 or even 10,000 zombies. It was as though there was no end to the nightmare. Addition. No shit. The relentless barrage of bullets did not seem to stop, and under those firing conditions, many of the heavy and light machine guns, as well as rifles, had heated up by the continuous firing. The military soldiers immediately swapped out their guns and barrels, and during the switch the firepower was reduced by a lot. Just as the soldiers from the army paused in their attacks, the horde suddenly split open, and over 100 H1s suddenly appear, as they opened their mouths and shot numerous fireballs at the armored vehicles. Many of the vehicles were instantly destroyed at the first moment of that fireball attack. As they exploded, it engulfed and killed the nearby soldiers. The moment the first attack was successful, the countless S2S hiding within the horde immediately shot outwards with speeds like howling winds towards the soldiers. The speed of the S2S were incredibly fast, crossing a distance of over 100 m in only 7 seconds. Although many of the soldiers had finished reloading, quite a number of S2S had already reached the soldiers, and used their claws to slash at the soldiers, killing lots of them. Facing the sudden attack of the S2S, the soldiers of the military immediately lost their fighting spirit and started to escape towards the back. Covering fire! Covering fire! Under the orders of the command center, the self-propelled rocket launchers, mortars, multi-barreled missiles all fired at will into the horde of zombies. Large patches of the horde were instantly pulverized and swallowed in flames, burnt into crisps. Those huge H1s numbering in the hundreds were also turned into ash. The various enhancers within the army also made their moves and started slaughtering the S2S. Everyone must fight if they want to survive. Chapter 0285. Beginning of the Battle. Translated by Kuan. Edited by Alamog Edition The No One Fan. Book 2. The Sea of Zombies. When the various enhancers of the army made their move, those soldiers under attack were saved. However, while the 5 battalions of the army had crushed over 60,000 zombies, the bulk of it through the rockets, it had cost them over 300 people who were clawed, leaving them either dead or severely injured. Those who were slashed by the S2S were definitely dead. Adding the 20 armored vehicles that had been destroyed by the H1S, their losses were already huge. Yue Zhong's side was extremely cautious, He had commanded his men to make use of the mortars and blast the zombies from afar, making use of the opportunity to train up the mortar team. The mortar team was a specialized unit in some sense, and Yue Zhong's troops were considered professionals, while those from the army were considered to be semi-proficient. This time, Yue Zhong had brought his troops with the aim to shape them up as well. Regardless of how well-trained and well-equipped a unit might be, they could not be considered experienced or elite until they were forged through war. Other than the mortar team, Yue Zhong assigned his elite snipers to engage in picking off the zombies from afar. None of the other units were deployed, as he knew without tanks, facing the zombies in an open area was tantamount to suicide. The army having suffered such heavy losses from the get-go was due to their separate command of the 5 battalions. There was no organization. Furthermore, they had underestimated the threat of the Horde. The Horde continued their pursuit of the soldiers, chasing towards their posts. The artillery of the army was constantly firing without stopping. Each time their attacks landed, it would pulverize a huge number of zombies. The soldiers on the battlefield also took turns to fire, and they finally managed to stop the advance of the Horde. After maintaining 15 minutes of constant firing, the artillery all started to overheat and turn red. They could only wait it out and let them cool down. The non-stop firing of the artillery was terrifying, and it had destroyed over 100,000 zombies. However, the sea of zombies still seemed endless, as though there was no reduction in their numbers, and it gave birth to a sense of helplessness within the soldier's heart. Right at this time, the zombies stepped over the corpses of their comrades and continued their advance towards the soldiers. Seeing the zombies that were seemingly endless, even many of the veterans of the military had fear in their eyes. It was simply too terrifying. The sea of zombies was too terrifying. Within a short span of 2 hours, the military had used loads of heavy artillery and countless ammo to kill over 180,000 zombies. However, right in front of their eyes, the sea of zombies seemed endless. Furthermore, as they had to fire the artillery continuously, the weapons would heat up easily, and during the downtimes, they could not support the soldiers. This battle had become hard to fight. The military soldiers maintained their stand at their various stations, making use of their rifles, guns, grenade launchers, and any other weapons they could get their hands on to strike out savagely. The moment their weapons overheated, their comrades would provide assistance to swap out the guns. At the same time, grenades rained from the skies onto the zombies, blasting numerous zombies into pieces. The battle was increasingly intense, but without the support of the heavy artillery, the zombies were surging forward, with the deaths of their comrades not fazing them in the slightest. They continued to charge forward, engaging in an all-out slaughter with the soldiers. Under the rush of the sea of zombies, the various sites that were not reinforced or aided by any form of construction were instantly swallowed by the Horde. Other than the few experts that managed to extract themselves from the danger, most of the soldiers died, or became part of the ranks of the zombie horde. A few of the experts were entangled with a few of the S2S, and one of them died after killing a few S2S, before being pounced on immediately and devoured. Seeing the different positions facing crisis and being decimated one by one, the 5 heads within the command center had ugly expressions. "Send out the tanks!" Following Shen Hongyang's orders, 10 tanks immediately set off and joined the fray. On top of that, they were joined by 20 IFVs and 1 battalion of soldiers. The moment the tanks entered the battlefield, they were like tigers amongst sheep, directly obliterating everything in their paths. They flattened the zombies into meat paste, and used their cannons to unleash fearsome balls of fury onto the zombies, incinerating them. At the same time, their mounted machine guns fired heavy round after round into the horde, killing off numerous zombies. The 20 IFVs following behind were also utilizing their ZPT-90 and firing wildly, lobbing grenades into the groups of zombies, blasting them out of the way and turning any zombies who blocked their paths into spraying waves of meat paste. The battalion of soldiers followed the fleet of armored vehicles, picking off those zombies that did not die or slipped the net. All of a sudden, the horde parted, and 300 L2S with their immense strength appeared, as they rushed towards the 10 tanks in a frenzy. One of the L2S managed to crash into a tank viciously, causing the entire tank to shudder. By the next moment, the tank had knocked the L2 down, and was crushed mercilessly into meat paste. The remaining L2s that had charged over faced the same fate. A single fist of theirs could punch a huge hole in those small armored jeeps, but against these thick armored tanks they did not possess too much of a threat. The 300 L2s that had charged forwards were either knocked down and crushed beneath the tanks, or were directly blasted by the heavy rounds of the Type 69 tanks. These fearsome L2s that had evolved and become stronger were absolutely nothing in front of the kings of the battlefield. The 300 L2s had just been annihilated by the fleet of tanks. When 400 S2s emerged from the group of zombies, after paying a painful price, they managed to jump onto the Type 69 tanks, and were currently using their sharp claws to assault the weaponry. One of the mounted machine guns was immediately destroyed by the S2s. However, they could not break past the tortoise-like armor surround the tanks. The battalion of soldiers using the tanks as cover were currently firing wildly at those S2s, killing those zombies as they were crawling on top of the tanks. The 20 IFVs behind the tanks were also making use of their Type 25 ZPT-90 to fire crazily, killing off many S2s. In the midst of the horde, some patches started squirming before 200 hours 1 second appeared at about 200 m away from the tanks. The moment those 200 hours 1 second appeared, the 20 IFVs started firing at them, causing tens of them to directly explode. The remaining H1s opened their huge mouths as fireballs landed on the 10 tanks. It was obvious that the Z-types within the horde has determined the tanks to be the most dangerous weapons. Fireballs landed on the 10 tanks one after another, before exploding into huge gouts of flame. The flames had not yet scattered, when the 10 tanks burst out from the fiery inferno, and charged towards the direction of the 200 hours 1 second, firing their weapons, and a huge explosion occurred, directly blasting most of them into pieces. The battalion of foot soldiers were also firing their guns, riddling the remaining H1s full of holes. Yue Zhong looked on as the tanks exhibited their prowess and advanced forward without a care for its surroundings nor being hindered by anything, and he could not help but sigh in his heart. As expected, the tank is the king of the battlefield. If I had 100 tanks, even 1,000,000 zombies would not be able to amount to much. The 5 military heads looked on as the 10 tanks proceeded to crush everything in their path, seemingly invincible, and their eyes lit up in delight. However, their joy was cut short. While the tanks were indeed effective against the zombies, the number of zombies was simply overwhelming. After the tanks had rolled over and crushed God knows how many zombies, causing them to become meat chunks. After so much killing, the total number seemed to decrease only by a little, and their positions were soon filled by others. Furthermore, the zombies were still advancing in their assault on the soldiers of the military. The 10 tanks and 20 IFVs could only become a fleet that helped save some of the soldiers, traveling everywhere and crushing any zombies that came in their path. With the assistance of the 10 tanks and 20 IFVs, the soldiers of the army managed to catch a moment of breath, and got rid of those zombies who were filling in the empty spaces. After another 10 minutes, the artillery of the army had finally cooled down, and the 10 tanks and 20 IFVs made their way back to rest the equipment as well. Earlier, under the attacks of the H1s, one of the tanks suffered a damaged launcher and had to change the barrel. Similarly, a few of the mounted machine guns had been damaged by S2s and required some swapping out there as well. The ammunition and fuel that were expended had to be refilled too. The artillery of the military started their relentless firing again, shooting rockets into the horde, directly exploding huge patches of zombies into ash and cinders. With the support of the heavy artillery, the soldiers were in a better shape. On the other side, Su Zhengong had gotten his snipers to lure the zombies over. The moment they were in range, the soldiers immediately retreated back to the traps and constructions set up in Tiger's Mouth Gorge. The densely packed horde soon advanced towards the Tiger's Mouth Gorge. The light machine guns that Su Zhengong had ordered to be mounted on both sides of the small hills started firing, as the barrage of bullets caused the nearby zombies to be shot full of holes. At the same time, Su Zhengong activated the command to fire the artillery, as round after round of rockets landed in the midst of the zombies, blasting them into pieces. Under those conditions, Yue Zhong's artillery team also grew quickly. As the valley of Tiger's Mouth Gorge was extremely narrow, combined with the support of Yue Zhong's artillery team, the defense was relatively easy. A huge number of the zombies that went through the gorge would be immediately killed off, or blasted into ashes. Su Zhengong observed the battle for a while, before ceasing fire immediately, and deployed Ningguang County's 3rd Battalion forward with their Tang replica swords, as they began their close combat fight against the zombies at Tiger's Mouth Gorge. Chapter 0286, Uphill Struggle. Translated by Kuan. Edited by Alamog Dedishin the No One Fan. Book 2. The Sea of Zombies. The soldiers of Ningguang County's 3rd Battalion were all wearing the hide of the mutant black-scaled boar as armor, gloves, and other bits of body armor. Just like the black-scaled boar, these protective coverings were thick and resilient. The strong scales could block the attacks of any ordinary zombies. With the protection of the mutant black boar hide, the soldiers of Ningguang County's 3rd Battalion were like winged tigers when facing the ordinary zombies. Every swing of their Tang replica swords cut through the zombies like they were chopping vegetables. With such non-stop slaughter, the soldiers continuously received enhancement. The experts of the Special Combat Forces were still relying on sniper rifles as well as their abilities to pick off the evolved zombies. The sound of a clacking semi-automatic bolt was inevitably followed by zombie heads exploding. Under the cover of the heavy artillery, the soldiers of Ningguang County's 3rd Battalion courageously charged forward, massacring the zombies with wild chops of their Tang blades as blood flew everywhere. Yue Zhong's forces were extremely proficient in melee combat. This was a requisite bit of training. When being whipped into shape, every single battalion had gone through close-quarter combat with zombies. Of course, equipment was important to morale. The protection of the mutant black-scaled boar's hide greatly reduced the chances of being infected. Therefore, they were fearless as they charged into the horde. The slow reaction speeds of the ordinary zombies were simply no match for these soldiers. As there was a limit to the cover and support of the artillery, and after firing continuously for some time, Su Zhengong had to let the artillery cool down or risk damaging it. In response to this unavoidable fact, he ordered for the soldiers to fall back. The sea of zombies continued advancing towards Tiger's Mouth Gorge regardless of the bullets and shelling. They knew no fear. At this time, the earlier preparations at the gorge were set in motion. Right in front of the gorge, there were numerous sharp steel spikes aimed outwards like a barbed fence. When the zombies knocked onto the spikes, they would be pierced through by them. Add on to the mindless advance from the other zombies behind, and the zombies in the front found themselves properly impaled by those spikes. Very soon, there were numerous spikes full of mostly squirming zombies. The zombies continued squeezing forward, causing the steel spikes to be continuously stuck with zombies, blocking off the route for the zombies behind. After losing more than a few hundred basic zombies, the hundreds of remaining L2 charged out with the horde in attack. As these huge freaks were obvious within the crowd due to their size, the 12.7mm heavy machine guns started firing. Due to the well-planned sweeping fire from the heavy machine gun, those armored L2s were also incapacitated, giving more breathing room. Tong Xiaoyun had been hiding behind cover and at the right moment took the opportunity to thrust the dark magic blade and pierce one of the L2 in its head, before twisting it like a blender and killing it. Tong Xiaoyun's telekinesis ability could exhibit its prowess under these conditions like a fish in water. Those L2s that tried to get back up from the machine gun fire knocking them down, they were systematically picked off by her and the dark magic blade. Flame King Gu was also an old hand at these situations, one should know. His attacks were multiple conjured fireballs and he exploded them on those L2s heads, causing skull shrapnel and flaming, fleshy pulp to fly as they were blasted into pieces. After he had joined Yue Zhong back in Qingyuan County, he had taken part in many other battles against zombies and had reached to an enhancement level of 35. His flame control skill had been enhanced 3 times, and the fireballs he conjured were no longer small or faded ones, but instead were voluminous blazing spheres. He had an extremely icy gaze as he held his sniper rifle and picked off the L2s one by one. The L2s kept dying, as their heads exploded gloriously under his attacks. The valley was too narrow, and the result was the horde could not force their way through. Su Zhengong ordered the soldiers of the 4th Battalion to lock the place down. With the assistance of the Special Combat Forces, they slaughtered a large number of zombies, while their own casualties were almost zero. The intense battle continued all the way until evening, and no one had the luxury of time to rest. The zombies were constantly rushing to their deaths, and the soldiers from the army had to maintain their staunch defenses. Due to the overall lack of rest and constant firing, many soldiers' shoulders were starting to swell from the repeated recoil of their guns. The majority of the guns' barrels had to be changed a few times as well. The intensity of the battle was way out of the five heads' expectations. Even Yue Zhong's force, who were guarding Tiger's mouth gorge, were feeling the fatigue. Su Zhengong had rotated in the 8th Battalion to take over the 2nd Battalion, which had been fighting non-stop for the entire day. Out of the 10 tanks and 20 IFVs which formed the steel fleet that was constantly dispatched into the battlefield, 4 of the IFVs had been destroyed by H1S which were hiddenly firing amongst the horde. On this first day of intense fighting, with the assistance of the heavy artillery, the military and Yue Zhong had jointly massacred over 400,000 zombies. However, the cost was the gruesome death of 482 of their soldiers. Furthermore, the important and highly effective artillery had fired over half of their available ammunition. Without the artillery, the military and Yue Zhong would definitely not be able to obtain such a promising result. Even if it were 400,000 pigs given to be slaughtered, the 6,000 people had chopped and slashed to the point of exhaustion. The self-propelled rocket launchers could fire rockets into the midst of the horde, causing an area of effect within a radius of 18 m, violently exploding and incinerating all zombies caught in its blast zone. Additionally, the shrapnel was incredibly effective at taking down any remaining zombies as well. Each rocket could decimate a few hundred zombies. With the support of the rockets, Yue Zhong and the military had the means to wipe out over 400,000 zombies and had tenaciously defended their positions. However, even after killing almost 500,000 zombies, the sea of zombies seemed as dense as ever, and one still could not see the end. Inside the command center, the 5 military heads and Yue Zhong were having a review. Su Dongming suggested in a loud voice, "Retreat! We should quickly retreat," before deploying small teams to snipe them at various places they advanced to. The majority of the army should head back, regroup and prepare defenses, before engaging them. Chen Weiman frowned and spoke softly. "No. The moment we retreat, how will we deal with those S1S? Our soldiers cannot outrun the S-types. Amongst the million-strong horde, the ordinary zombies numbered the most, but the L1S and S1 type also numbered in the tens of thousands. While the soldiers' speed outstripped the L1S, they could not compare to the S1S. If they were to retreat, and the S1S formed a unit to chase up, those soldiers who could only rely on their legs would definitely die miserable, bloody deaths." Luo Tianyi took a deep puff of his cigar, as He released a smoke circle and frowned. After some thought he spoke. "But if we were to continue fighting, who knows when the battle will end? Our troops may die first." The 5 heads of the military and Yue Zhong had seen the terror of a million-strong horde today. Even with the support of the artillery and the assault of the tanks, it was an incredibly tough battle. There was the constant danger of the front line collapsing, morale was incredibly low, and it was only under the condition of the military sending their 7 assault helicopters to join the fray that they managed to hold the fort. Although they had killed over 400,000 zombies, every single soldier was exhausted. If this continued on, they would not be able to hold for more than 2 days. The crux of the matter was that the battle was too intense. Anyone who had to fight continuously for more than 8 hours without rest was definitely going to feel exhausted. When fighting against other humans, the war could take a pause and both sides would retreat to rest. Against these inhumane zombies, which only knew how to charge forward without fear of death, the soldiers did not even have the time to catch a breath and had to maintain the defense like a robot. Under that high intensity, a lot of gun barrels were used to the point of waste, and many soldiers had swollen shoulders. Of course, it was not without merit. After killing the 400,000 over zombies, there were some individual zombies straggling about that retreated, converging with those in Sy County. This led the soldiers to breathe a little. Su Dongming laughed coldly. "That's right. We should retreat immediately. As for the assault from the zombies, we can let one of the teams stay behind and cover our retreat. Since Yue Zhong's forces are the strongest, and they had suffered the least losses, I suggest to let Yue Zhong and his men stay behind to cover our retreat." After Su Dongming's words, the rest of the 4 heads all shifted their gaze towards Yue Zhong. Yue Zhong's crafty yet brilliant move in defending Tiger Mouth's gorge, in addition to the preparation and construction they had done, had indeed wore down the zombies' fighting capabilities, and thus they had suffered almost no casualties. Luo Tianyi looked towards Yue Zhong apologetically and said, I too feel that Vice Division Commander Su's words are right. Yue Zhong's forces are indeed the strongest. Letting him stay behind and cover our retreat is the best option available. Yue Zhong, as long as you are willing to do so, you will become a huge hero in SY County's eyes. All the citizens will definitely remember this. Yue Zhong flatly refused. I disagree. Covering the retreat is definitely a good idea, which I feel that the responsibility should fall on Su Dongming Commander Su and Luo Tianyi Commander Luo. The chance to be a hero, I'll leave it to you guys. Su Dongming let out a cold laugh and raised up his right hand. Let's vote. Then it'll be fair. Those who are in favor of letting Yue Zhong stay behind, please raise your hand. Luo Tianyi also raised his right hand. Chen Weimin and Lu Huifeng seemed to hesitate a while and raised their hands as well. Yue Zhong was an outsider after all. Letting him stay behind, even if there was loss, it would be borne by Yue Zhong. It was not their problem. Shen Hongyang pondered a while before offering some conditions. Yue Zhong, as long as you stay behind and cover our retreat, once you're back at SY, as long as you have the power, how many survivors you want to take you may take. Since you like women, we'll try and find 300 pretty virgins for you as well. Yue Zhong had an icy expression as he directly refused. Not interested. If you insist on my staying back, I'll pull my troops back immediately. If Yue Zhong covered their retreat and suffered losses without power, the military would pounce on him the first chance they got. Luo Tianyi frowned and spoke loudly. Yue Zhong, why are you like that? Can't you see the big picture? Our army is now facing a crisis, only you have your fighting power intact. Just to protect your own power, you're not willing to stay behind. Do you really want to force all of us to our deaths? Yue Zhong gazed at Luo Tianyi contemptuously and said coolly, since Commander Luo can see the bigger picture, why can't you stay behind and cover the retreat? Luo Tianyi was naturally unwilling to stay behind. It was a job that was tantamount to suicide. If one was not careful, he might lose everything. Without troops nor the equipment, Luo Tianyi would not be worth much. He was not willing to bring his troops to their deaths. Lu Huifeng thought quietly for a while, before suggesting an offer that made Yue Zhong's heart itchy. Yue Zhong, if you're willing to stay behind, we can give you 3 assault helicopters and their pilots, as well as their maintenance crew. 3 assault helicopters were potent weapons. With just 3, Yue Zhong could be considered to possess an aerial unit. Facing any small powers would just require a single assault helicopter. It could easily cause the enemy to lose the will to fight and surrender immediately. Furthermore, he could use the assault helicopter to directly fly over any places that were surrounded by zombies. Hearing Lu Huifeng's offers, Yue Zhong was slightly tempted, but he still shook his head and refused. I'm not interested. If you guys insist on my staying behind, I will immediately pull my troops back. It was still the same logic. If Yue Zhong lost his strength, he would have no way of protecting himself against the army, much less demand for what was promised. Regardless of their pleading and offers, Yue Zhong rejected them all. None of the 5 heads were willing to stick his neck out for the rest as well, and pretty soon the talks came to a deadlock. After a long while, Shen Hongyang had no choice but to dismiss the meeting, letting the various leaders to take a rest and have some food. Su Dongming immediately found Luo Tianyi and asked, Old Luo, what do you think about the battle? Luo Tianyi and Su Dongming were from the same regiment, and their relationship was decent. Furthermore, Su Dongming was the one who always held the lead position. Only after clashing with Yue Zhong did he suffer heavy losses, and thus their relationship had undergone a little change. However, it was still closer compared to the rest of the 3 heads. Luo Tianyi furrowed his brows and came to a precise conclusion. It's gonna be tough. If those zombies launch a mass-scale assault in the night, we would definitely not be able to hold. Battling in the night was one of the hardest part of war. Under the cover of darkness, even the most elite of snipers would find it hard to discern friend from foe, not to mention the ordinary soldiers. While the army brought plenty of flares, they could not compare to the illumination by daylight. Su Dongming laughed coldly. Tough. There's only death awaiting us all if we stay. It's not like you have no idea how crazy it is to fight in the night. Based on the troops' morale and fighting capabilities now, the moment there is a slight mistake, the entire formation would fall. Luo Tianyi maintained his silence. He knew Su Dongming was right. They had such a high number of inexperienced soldiers who had not gone through tough training or experiences like the veterans. The moment a mistake occurred, they were bound to lose their will to fight. Luo Tianyi pondered a while, before saying, "What do you suggest?" Su Dongming's eyes flash with viciousness. "We take our troops and leave. By that time, even if they don't want to cover us, it'll be too late. Stopping the horde will consume their resources. And then we'll be the rulers of SY County." Chapter 0287, Collapse. Translated by Kuan. Edited by Alamog Dedishin, the No One Fan. Book 2. The Sea of Zombies. Luo Tianyi considered a while, before a resolute gleam flashed in his eyes and he nodded in agreement. "Fine! If one does not fend for himself, the sky will come falling down star." Luo Tianyi was not willing to lose his capital here. Without his troops, his post as Commander Luo would be a joke. After coming to a decision, Luo Tianyi and Su Dongming quickly boarded their vehicles and left the command center. Under the protection of their own experts, they went to the positions of their troops. Soon, the entire battalions of Luo Tianyi and Su Dongming had left their posts, leaving behind some weapons, and were escaping directly towards SY County. Division Commander. Luo Tianyi's troops and Su Dongming's troops had deserted. Shen Hongyang, the other two heads, and Yue Zhong had just come back to the command center when one of the officers ran up to Shen Hongyang and reported the news gravely. "What?" Hearing the news, Shen Hongyang, Lu Huifeng, Chen Weimin, and Yue Zhong all turned pale. Luo Tianyi and Su Dongming had left without a word at this critical juncture. This caused their defense earlier agreed upon to have two large holes. The horde could easily breach the defense through the holes and surround the other troops from behind. Even the strategic point of Tiger's Mouth Gorge that Yue Zhong was controlling would lose its effectiveness. The zombies could go through the gaps left by Luo Tianyi and Su Dongming to cut around the gorge and attack Yue Zhong's troops. "I curse your entire families." Luo Tianyi and Su Dongming. The usually calm Lu Huifeng was currently so agitated that he cursed out loud. He was beyond infuriated as the deserting actions from the other two heads would definitely cause the loss of the war. Chen Weimin's eyes were currently bloodshot as well, and he scolded out loud, "Fuck! Div Commander Shen. I recommend that we announce that Luo Tianyi and Su Dongming as traitors, and to activate the assault helicopters to wipe the deserters out." The remaining 7 assault helicopters were under the command of Shen Hongyang. If they were deployed, they could easily annihilate Luo Tianyi and Su Dongming. Yue Zhong also walked forward furiously and said, "Commander Shen, please send out your helicopters to make an example of the deserters. Also, make the announcement that Luo Tianyi and Su Dongming are traitors." This was absolute treason. At the most critical point of the battle, Luo Tianyi and Su Dongming had backstabbed them ruthlessly. Yue Zhong could not help but feel infuriated as well. Shen Hongyang lowered his head in thought before replying, "No! Luo Tianyi and Su Dongming have deserted. That's true. But their subordinates are innocent. They are all good soldiers and have done SY County a lot of merit. I can't give this order." Hearing Shen Hongyang's words, Yue Zhong felt extremely disappointed. Shen Hongyang was caring for the soldiers under the two traitors, and weren't willing to label them as traitors and deserters, nor did he want to punish them. While his intentions were good under these circumstances, it was basically cowardice and indecisiveness. "Division Commander, the horde is attacking," one of the officers called out. Those zombies had retreated earlier to regroup and await more of their comrades to join in. Once they were gathered, they launched their assault again. Yue Zhong glanced coldly at Shen Hongyang. "Commander Shen, since you're not willing to give the command, I can't force you. Goodbye." After that, Yue Zhong immediately strided out. He did not want to stay here any longer to be buried with Shen Hongyang. The moment Luo Tianyi and Su Dongming deserted their posts, the battle was lost. He could only retreat at the fastest speed, bringing his troops along with me. Talking any more words with Shen Hongyang was wasting time. Shen Hongyang's face changed as he called out agitatedly, Yue Zhong, come back! Yue Zhong, come back this instant! If Yue Zhong were to leave, the situation will become more dire. Yue Zhong ignored Shen Hongyang, and in a few breaths he got on top of Greenie, flying towards his troops. Heed my command. All battalions are to retreat immediately and make your way back to SY County. Special combat forces maintain your resistance from where you guys are. Su Zheng, you organize the retreat. Sitting aboard Greenie, Yue Zhong talked through the walkie-talkie, giving a slew of orders to his subordinates. Commander, what happened? Su Zhengong, who was in the midst of commanding, immediately asked Yue Zhong. He could detect that there was something wrong from the urgent tone of Yue Zhong. Yue Zhong gritted his teeth and said, Those bastards Luo Tianyi and Su Dongming have deserted. We can't hold the horde back anymore. I understand. I will complete your orders. Su Zhengong replied and immediately started organizing the retreat. The 1st Battalion, which had the least equipment to worry about, were the first to retreat. They started making their way back towards SY County in huge steps, every one of them holding a can of Type 2 mutant meat. They ate while walking, and the precious Type 2 mutant meat helped recover their vitality. The various equipments and setups on the hills were torn down and packed into the vehicles, and the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th Battalions started making their way back. Only the Special Combat Forces remained behind to defend the gorge, buying some time for the rest of the battalions. Yue Zhong transmitted an order to Guoquan. Guoquan, take all the troops now and conquer the riverbank bridge. Transfer all the survivors to the other side. That is the only path of retreat for our troops. You must definitely protect it. Guoquan replied loudly, Yes, Commander Yu. After Yue Zhong left, Lu Huifeng and Chen Weimin both stared coldly at Shen Hongyang, not even bothering about him anymore, before they both left the command center and gave the urgent commands to their subordinates to abandon their posts and prepare to evacuate. As long as there were people remaining, there would be a chance back at SY County. The moment the troops of Lu Huifeng and Chen Weimin left their posts, the entire defense line collapsed, and the zombies made their advance through the various posts. Shen Hongyang had immediately deployed the tanks and IFVs to fire crazily at the zombies in an attempt to kill them. However, the moment the soldiers on the ground received news of the retreat of the other 5 powers, Shen Hongyang's troops all felt despair. Some of the companies started to lose their will to fight and ran for their lives. Zombies had routed around from the gap left by Luo Tianyi and were attacking Shen Hongyang's soldiers, surrounding them on both sides. With their retreat cut off, the troops started to lose composure, and a huge number of the soldiers abandoned their positions, throwing their equipment and running into the night. The S1S and S2S amongst the horde were the most terrifying killers. They chased down those soldiers who tried to run, killing them effortlessly. There were many deaths happening every single second. The defense line collapsed and the soldiers lost all composure and will to fight, throwing down their equipment. All sorts of ammo belts, heavy machine guns, mortars, rocket launchers were all left behind. They only had the thought of lightening their weights so as to escape faster. One officer ran up to Shen Hongyang's side and pleaded bitterly, Division Commander, please evacuate. We can't hold on any longer. If we don't, the zombies will reach here soon. Shen Hongyang looked at the chaos and death on the screen and looked crestfallen. Was I wrong? Where was I wrong? How did it become like this? Shen Hongyang looked at his elite soldiers being bitten to death and felt pain in his heart. These were the hope for mankind. Due to Lu Huifeng and Chen Weimin pulling their troops at the first moment, Shen Hongyang's troops were encircled by the zombies, and a huge number of them were dying out. In fact, only Shen Shui's elite 1st Battalion was left fending for themselves. The officer could not care less about ranks and hierarchy anymore as he shouted at Shen Hongyang, Division Commander, if you still don't act, Miss Shen Shui's unit is going to be annihilated. Let the 1st Battalion retreat. Send the armored vehicles to cover them. Shen Hongyang seemed to have been jolted to his senses after that shout and quickly issued the orders. Upon Shen Hongyang's activation, the tanks and IFVs formed an assault line and charged into the horde, crushing any zombies in their paths. The 7 assault helicopters were also activated by Shen Hongyang, and followed the armored vehicles to rescue the first battalion that was surrounded by zombies. Facing the sea of zombies, other than Shen Shui's unit, the other troops had abandoned their equipment and ran like crazy back towards Sy County. Defeat. It was a complete and utter defeat. On the road, there were many soldiers running back, having thrown their armor and equipment. The moment they were caught by the S-type zombies, they would die. Those S2s had speed that vastly outstripped the ordinary zombies. Very soon, they had caught up with the retreating troops of Lu Huifeng and Shen Weimin, launching a ruthless assault upon them. The troops of Chen Weimin and Lu Huifeng had their enhancers step out to take care of the S2s that were chasing up. However, under the relentless assault, numerous soldiers from the different battalions were all defeated and killed. Yue Zhong had rushed to Tiger's Mouth Gorge at the first moment. He wanted to join his special forces in fighting back the zombies, buying more time for his own subordinates to retreat farther. Without the support from the other positions, Tiger's Mouth Gorge would definitely be overrun. They could at most withstand for a little longer, which in turn meant that the advance of the zombie horde would be slowed down as well. By the time Yue Zhong arrived at Tiger's Mouth Gorge, the battle had reached an extreme intensity. The endless waves of zombies were constantly advancing towards the gorge. At the Tiger's Mouth Gorge, there were a few heavy machine guns being fired rapidly, and with the hail of bullets, the zombies were being slayed by the numbers as well. With the continuous advance and death of the countless number of zombies, a 4m high mountain of corpses soon piled up at the mouth of the valley. Chapter 0288 Capturing the Bridge. Translated by Kuan. Edited by Ulamog. Edition. The Riverbank Bridge was an important channel of transportation towards the north in Sy County. It was also the only channel that led to Ningguang County. If it wasn't for this bridge, if one wanted to go to Ningguang County from Sy County, it would be over 80 kilometers, and one had to travel the outskirts of Sy County to find the other channels. Accordingly, the Riverbank Bridge was like a lifeline for Sy County. Therefore, on the bridge, there were 20 policemen who were guarding both ends of the bridge. Zhang Cheng was a policeman of Sy County. He was also the vice director, who had been stationed at the bridge long-term. He was extremely satisfied with his current position. Not only did he get to eat his fill every day, his wages were 30 jin of rice in a month. 30 jin in the current post-apocalyptic world was a sizable sum, and allowed him to pay to toy with a few women. "Boss, wanna go for a round?" One of the younger policemen called out to Zhang Cheng. Inside the room, 6 of the policemen were currently playing Fighting the Landlord and Win the Chicken, and had bet their wages as stakes. "Tian. Gambling games of sorts, I guess. You guys go ahead." Zhang Cheng laughed. Right at this moment, the door was kicked wide open, and a number of soldiers rushed in with their .03 rifles, aiming the guns at the policemen as they coldly shouted out, "Nobody move! Put your hands up!" Zhang Cheng and his team were all shocked, and immediately raised their hands. The current world was not like in the past. The moment there was a bit of resistance, their lives might be gone in the next instant. "I say, this brother, is there some misunderstanding? I don't think we have offended you guys in any way, right?" Zhang Cheng looked towards the military-dressed soldiers and worked up his courage to ask. The leader of the soldiers shouted out coldly, while waving his hands, and a few other soldiers stepped up to tie up the 7 policemen, as he said, "Shut up! Keep your mouth shut, the whole lot of you." This police station was thus won easily by Guoquan. Although there were over 20 policemen standing guard near the bridge, they were not wary enough, and their fighting capabilities were weak. Before they even knew what had happened, the bridge was easily subdued and conquered by Guoquan and his men. Obtaining control of the bridge was easy, but defending it was going to be tough. Guoquan had ordered for a few streets near the bridge to be closed off within the first chance he got, and the survivors were all chased out. At the same time, Guoquan had assigned a platoon of soldiers to launch an attack on the policemen on the other side of the bridge. As they were caught unprepared, the policemen on the other side were also easily subdued, and all the policemen were brought together and locked up. The first group of soldiers also started constructing some defense under Guoquan's orders. As long as they did not face the attacks of any artillery, the defense fortifications would be of extreme use. "Guoquan, what is the meaning of this?" Guoquan's actions were picked up by the 2 heads of the government, and when Baogua had personally come into Guoquan's zone, asking with a steely expression. Guo Quan replied curtly, "I'm doing this on Commander Yu's orders." When Baogua continued, "Leave here immediately. I'm telling you to leave here. Otherwise I'll be forced to announce that you guys are not welcome here anymore." Guo Quan replied icily, "Before Commander Yu comes back, we're not going anywhere." When Baogua stared fixedly at Guo Quan and thought deeply before asking suddenly, "Is there something wrong with the front lines?" Guo Quan hesitated a while before revealing to Wen Baogua. Luo Tianyi and Su Dongming had abandoned their posts first and made a run for it. The entire defense line had collapsed. "This time, we're defeated. The huge horde of zombies are currently making their way towards us." It was as though Wen Baogua was struck by a lightning bolt out of nowhere, as he stammered to confirm the news with Guo Quan. "Is this true?" If it was as Guo Quan said, things had gotten to a seriously bad point. When the army had left to deal with the horde, everyone had seemed so full of themselves and confident. Who would have expected that the army which possessed modern weaponry and high-tech equipment to have lost to a horde of mindless creatures? It must be clear that initially, the army had easily taken care of the 700,000 zombies within SY County itself, after expending huge amounts of ammunition and suffering little casualties. This time, most of the survivors thought that dealing with the horde was only a matter of ammunition, and never did they imagine that the army was actually defeated. Guo Quan coldly replied, "This is what Commander Yu transmitted to us. If you don't believe it, you can ask Shen Hongyang personally." When Baogua did not seem to notice Guo Quan's indifference, he immediately rushed back to the government, assigning a subordinate to confirm the news with Shen Hongyang. "What do we do?" When Baogua's first course of action was to seek Peng Mingde to discuss. Peng Mingde pondered a while, before speaking, "There are two paths we can take now. The first is to activate the survivors, to construct fortifications and defense mechanisms, giving them weapons, to join the army in defending SY County. The other is to forgo SY County and to evacuate the survivors." When Baogua shook his head, "The zombie horde could overcome even the army. What hope will we have with our citizens? The first path you speak of is not possible. SY County had over 100,000 survivors, their numbers exceeding the soldiers of the military. However, most of them had been starved to the point of emaciation, their bodies extremely weak. It was too much to ask of them, seeing that throwing a punch would drain them, not mentioning taking up arms against a huge horde of zombies as well as evolved ones." Peng Mingde frowned as he softly replied, "Then we can only abandon SY County and shift. However, where can we go with 100,000 survivors? Yuzhong's Ningguang County and Qingyuan County were naturally the safest places to be." However, Peng Mingde was not willing to take the survivors to Yuzhong's strongholds. The moment the survivors ended up in Yuzhong's hands, his position as Secretary General Peng would not last long. When Baogua thought for a while and said resolutely, "Let's move to Yuzhong's Ningguang County. The place is big enough. Accommodating an additional 100,000 people shouldn't be an issue." When Baogua had his desires to remain as a government officer and loved his authority. However, he knew what his bottom line was. He would definitely not risk the lives of 100,000 people for the sake of his own power. Peng Mingde hesitated a while, before shaking his head. "Let's slow down. Maybe things aren't as bad as we thought. Power was an amazing thing. To give up the power and authority a person has required a huge deal of courage and determination." Peng Mingde could not see the end picture, and was thus unwilling to give up his own power. Peng Mingde did not agree with Wen Baogua's suggestion to evacuate the survivors. However, he started to activate them to begin fortifications at the borders. Guo Quan was currently organizing the survivors calmly, preparing for them to leave towards Ningguang County. At the front lines, Yu Zhong had been engaged in battle against the horde with his special forces, and a huge group of zombies had just routed behind them from the other positions and were starting an attack on them. The Special Combat Forces unit had already done their preparations beforehand. Every one of them tied a rope to themselves which were tied to Greenie's legs. With a flap of its wings, Greenie rose towards the skies, bringing the Special Combat Forces with it. The soldiers, carried by Greenie, enjoyed the aerial flight that was hard to come by. Yu Zhong, Zhuo Yadong, Ji Qingguo and Tong Xiaoyun were seated on Greenie's back. Tong Xiaoyun was hugging Yue Zhong tightly, her expression comfortable. Yue Zhong was also hugging Yue Zhong tightly, taking in her fragrance, a look of satisfaction on his face. Tian and Ji Qingguo was hugging Greenie tightly, wondering why she was not included, like Yue Zhong could have been hugging her and smelling her fragrance. When Greenie was in midair, as the winds were too harsh, no one spoke. They all huddled tightly together, enjoying the rare moment of peace. After flying for a while, Yue Zhong patted Greenie's back and said, "Fly a little lower, Greenie." Upon hearing the command, Greenie started its descent, flying at a low altitude. Yue Zhong laid on Greenie's back and looked below. Greenie's flight speed was extremely fast. Not long after, it had chased up to Su Zhengang's unit that had left an hour earlier. At the same time, there were over 100 S2S chasing Su Zhengang and his men from behind. However, Yue Zhong's troops were experienced when dealing with these S2S with high speed. 5 IFVs tied with wire charged towards the S2S. As the speed of the S2S were extremely fast, when they made contact with the thin wires, their own speed coupled with the frontal charge of the IFVs caused their own head to be sliced through by the combined force. Other than the 5 IFVs charging forwards, a few steel wire nets were already taken out, forming an entire piece. While these steel wire nets were of no use against the L2S, which had incredible strength and defense, they were extremely efficient against the S-type zombies. Many of the S2S charged into the nets before being brought down by them. The soldiers then stepped forwards to execute them. Some of the warriors decked in mutant water snake hides and wielding their Tang replica swords even dared to come up and hack off the heads of the S2S. Bright flashes of gunfire illuminated the skies, causing this entire area to be lit up like a normal day. Yue Zhong's troops were engaged in an intense battle with these S2S. While Yue Zhong's troops had the upper hand, the S2S were simply too fast. From time to time, there would be some soldiers who had their mutant boar hides slashed through, and being injured as a result. Right as the battle was going on, Greenie had flapped its wings and arrived. Yue Zhong leapt down from Greenie's back, activating his shadow steps and rushed into the midst of the zombies. He attacked, waving his 2M long black-toothed blade as he killed the zombies effortlessly. The rest of the special combat forces also undid their ropes and joined in the fray. The moment the special combat forces joined in, the remaining more than 100 S2S were decimated. The performance of the little lowly Yao Yao was especially eye-catching. Her speed had long surpassed the S2S, of course. As long as she was moving about, the S2S found their heads decapitated, and her speed of executing the S2S was even faster than Ji Qingguo and Yue Zhong as a result. Chapter 0289 Breakout. Translated by Kuan. Edited by Ulamog, Edition. Book 2. The Sea of Zombies. After killing the S2S that had chased up, under the command of Su Zhengang, the 4 battalions immediately gathered together and continued on with their retreat towards Sy County in an orderly fashion. Su Zhengang was the defeated commander that Yue Zhong had brought over to his side from Qingyuan County previously, and he was truly an exceptional commander. Under his command, even in the darkness, other than a measly few who had escaped during the retreat, the rest of the 4 battalions maintained their order and spirit. This prevented any falling apart at all. Those who had escaped were also from the preliminary group that had to join in the fray at short notice. The soldiers from the preliminary group had not gone through any tough battles. So when the S2S arrived and began their assault, the soldiers from the preliminary group had escaped and parted from the army due to fear. However, compared to the SY's military that had collapsed till they lacked all resemblance to an army, Yue Zhong's troops were considered to have been preserved well. Yue Zhong's army being maintained was due to Yue Zhong's efforts in leading his special combat forces to buy time for the rest of the soldiers led by Su Zhengang. After disposing of the group of S2S, Yue Zhong and his elite special combat forces with the strongest fighting capabilities out of the entire army stayed behind, continuing to cover the retreat for the rest of the troops. At this time, the special combat forces each took out their dried fish meat of the Type 2 mutant blackfish. Upon feasting on this meat, it replenished their depleting energy, allowing them to regain the strength to fight. After fighting for an entire day, the special combat forces were exhausted. If it wasn't for their condition that surpassed most normal humans, they would have lost the will to fight long ago. This time, the horde that Yue Zhong and the army had to face? Firstly, the zombies numbered above 1.2 million. During the day, they had managed to kill over 400,000 of them. Unfortunately, there were still 800,000 of them left. The number of S2S within this horde of 800,000 still exceeded over 3,000. These S2S were urged by the Z-types within the horde, and charged forwards like knives, chasing and killing the retreating soldiers of both the army and Yue Zhong's troops. As long as they were marked by the S2S, the S1 army would quickly catch up, and the lethal combination could break down any resistance that the humans had left. Therefore, Yue Zhong had to take his special combat forces to kill those S2S in pursuit. Otherwise, if the fight dragged on too long, Su Zhengong and the 4 battalions would definitely be wiped out. In the wilderness covered by darkness as well as the lack of any forms of construction? Obviously, the moment the S1S reached them, Yue Zhong's 4 battalions would not be able to last long. Yue Zhong and his special combat forces killed off a few other straggling zombies that had managed to catch up. Suddenly, 10 defeated soldiers appeared and ran towards them, with 4 S2S in pursuit. "Help! Help!" The leader of the team saw Yue Zhong and eyes brightened as he shouted out madly. Without any equipment, nor terrain advantage, even 30 soldiers would die against 4 S2S. "Go save them!" Yue Zhong glanced at the 10 soldiers and commanded. Yao Yao, who was feeling excitement and lingering battle lust after killing so many zombies, charged into the ranks of the 4 S2S. As she arrived, her dark magic blade began flashing about, and the heads of the 4 S2S instantly fell on the ground. After killing the 4 S2S, Yao Yao immediately rummaged through the items they dropped. Seeing that there was nothing of use to her, she stuffed them in a bag and threw it to Yue Zhong. The 10 soldiers looked on with an expression of shock. They did not expect that this little lowly decked in the smallest military attire, with such cute looks, would be capable of such fearsome combat skills. The 4 S2S that they, as grown men, could not handle were disposed off easily by this little lowly. The 10 soldiers came forward to Yue Zhong, and the leader kneeled as he begged pitifully, "Commander Yue, I am the commanding officer of Division Commander Shen's 3rd Battalion 2nd Company, Lu Legion. Please, I'm begging you to bring your men to save our Commander Shen. Our brothers from 2 battalions have been surrounded by zombies. If no one goes to save them, they will die soon." The rest of the soldiers who managed to escape death's door also kneeled and started begging bitterly, "Commander Yue, please save our Commander Shen." Although Shen Hongyang was not perfect, he was a commander that valued his soldiers. He could even remember the names of any officer or commander he groomed. Furthermore, regardless of any issues that his subordinates might face, he would be the first to step out and help. It was because of his nature that he was admired and loved by his troops. Of the 6 armies, Shen Hongyang's troops were the slowest to evacuate. Thus, even though he had tanks and assault helicopters, he was bogged down by those S-types. And it was because Shen Hongyang had attracted the attention of the zombies that the pressure on Yue Zhong's troops was reduced a lot. Song-Wen quipped in harshly, "Commander Yue, that bastard Shen Hongyang didn't give the orders to take down those traitors Su Dongming and Luo Tianyi. There's no need for us to care about him. Let them feed the zombies. At least they can be useful for slowing the horde down. It's the best outcome possible." Shen Hongyang's decision to not pursue Su Dongming and Luo Tianyi, who had abandoned their posts, created a dip in morale and fighting spirit amongst the rest of the army. Based on the situation, if Shen Hongyang had deployed the 7 assault helicopters to give chase, Luo Tianyi and Su Dongming did not possess any anti-air defense, and thus would be defeated, slowing their retreat down. The rest of the army could then work together to capture the 2 of them and their troops to act as cannon fodder to slow the zombie horde down. That would have been the best course of action to take. Yue Zhong glanced at Lu Legion and said indifferently, "From now on, you're under me. You are no longer Shen Hongyang's men. I will bring some people to take a look. If he's still worth saving, I will lend a hand." Any veteran soldier that had gone through the forge of war was a prized treasure. They possessed combat ability as well as a strong fighting will compared to newer soldiers. This time, the military had underestimated the horde, as they had retained the thinking of the prior battle where they managed to conquer Sy County and the 700,000 zombies without counting for the evolved zombies this time round. This was the main reason for their loss, however. They still managed to clear 400,000 of the zombies with Yue Zhong. If it wasn't for the fact that there were selfish and personal interests, the army might still have lost, but it would not have been this bad. After speaking, Yue Zhong directly brought his special combat forces and headed towards Shen Hongyang's direction. Shen Shui currently felt despair at the situation. Shen Hongyang had given the orders to evacuate too late, and thus a large number of the zombies had already surrounded them, cutting off their retreat. At this time, the 1st Battalion being led by Shen Shui was engaging in an all-out fight against the zombies together with the armored vehicles and tanks, which formed a defensive post, coupled with the assault helicopters in the air. They had managed to kill off waves after waves of S2S, however, before the total number of S2S had been killed, the S1S had arrived. The total number of S1S far outnumbered the S2S, and they were simply endless. Even with the constant heavy fire by Shen Shui and her unit, which resulted in a lot of deaths of the S-types, there were still few who managed to rush past the defense line and started killing the soldiers. Shen Hongyang had sent in his experts to the front lines at the first moment he could. A few experts who were extraordinary, their strength only slightly inferior to Yue Zhong's own special combat force, appeared on the battlefield. With their abilities, they managed to lock down those S1S and S2S, killing them all entirely. Yue Zhong was not the only one who knew how to raise experts. The 5 heads of the military as well as the 2 governing heads of the government had a handful of experts that were similar to Yue Zhong's special combat force. Amongst these experts, some were even naturally awakened evolvers. Amongst Shen Hongyang's experts, there was a burly, dark, middle-aged man with calloused hands. His name was Su Xiao, and he was the leader of the group of experts. He also possessed the strongest fighting capabilities as an evolver amongst the group of experts. Su Xiao was a spirit-based evolver, and had a ferrokinetic ability called steel manipulation. Surrounding him, there were 4 Tang replica swords and 2 dark magic blades, sealing the space within 10 m of him. As long as he passed near the horde, the 6 god and devil system equipments would fly out crazily, chopping and slashing those S2S. As Shen Hongyang's strongest expert, Su Xiao had experienced countless battles. As of now, he was a level 38 enhancer. With only 2 more levels to go, he would undergo another leap in strength. However, these 2 levels were hard to achieve even after hunting and killing so many S2S. Su Xiao would need to kill over a few hundreds of them before he could reach level 40. If he were to hunt and kill the normal zombies, then he would be required to kill over 10,000 of them before he can reach that level. In this post-apocalyptic world, the fastest way to gain levels was to hunt and kill extremely strong mutant beasts. As long as one could hunt these tyrants, one could gain strength rapidly. However, Su Xiao was but one member of the army. He could not travel around alone freely to hunt and seek for high-level mutant beasts to hunt. This was because he had to obey commands. The fact that he could reach level 38 was because he had already killed many Type 2 zombies and had slowly climbed up the enhancement ladder. Under the lead of Su Xiao, the 10 experts all exhibited their abilities to the maximum. Their ruthless attacks continuously ground and killed the S-type zombies that got too close, maintaining the morale and fighting spirit of the soldiers. However, those who managed to take down most of the zombies were still the normal soldiers. With the help of the seemingly unceasing firepower, huge numbers of the zombies would be slain just like that. In the sky, flares would be fired constantly, illuminating the battlefield. Without the illumination, the 2 battalions would have long been swallowed by the sea of zombies. Shen Hongyang initially had 4 battalions of soldiers, but all he had left now were 2 exhausted and almost broken battalions. The other 2 battalions were made up of too many new soldiers, and once they knew their comrades had abandoned their posts, they had lost their composure at the first moment. Only these 2 battalions fighting were left in Shen Hongyang's hands. While the 2 battalions put up a brave fight, their numbers were dwindling as time passed, and their exhaustion was increasing. Facing the never-ending waves of zombies, being swallowed by the sea of zombies was only a matter of time. It was just that while Shen Hongyang knew that fighting on would result in his entire army being killed, he had no choice but to fight. If he were to evacuate them right now, the The 2 battalions would be slaughtered by the S-type zombies anyway, and only death awaited. Division Commander. Battalion Commander Shen Shui's side requires the aid of the tanks. They cannot hold on for much longer. One of the officers transmitted to Shen Hongyang. Ask her to hold on for 10 more minutes. The tanks are supporting Yuan Lei and the other battalion right now. Organize my guards right now, and deploy them over to her side. Shen Hongyang's eyes were bloodshot right now, and he looked as though he had aged a few years as he spoke out hoarsely. At this time, both battalions were reaching a critical point and needed support everywhere they could. Shen Hongyang simply could not pull out any more soldiers to assist Shen Shui, and thus could only assign his guards to go help her. Commander Shen, do you require help? At this time, Yue Zhong had brought his special combat forces and entered the command center. Shen Hongyang saw the sudden appearance of Yue Zhong, and his eyes lit up, as though he had seen a glimmer of hope. Yue Zhong, you're here. I need your help urgently. If you can save the 2 battalions, I will definitely repay you. Right now, the situation was dire, and Shen Hongyang did not have the energy nor mind to engage in any more mind games with Yue Zhong. Yue Zhong immediately stated his conditions. I can think of a way to get your men out. However, I want those 10 tanks, 7 assault helicopters, as well as their drivers, artillery soldiers, as well as 10 drone operators. On top of that, I will require 2 companies of veteran soldiers. If you agree to these, I would immediately lend a hand. If not, I will leave. You can rely on your own capabilities to try and kill your way out then. Yue Zhong had decided to save Shen Hongyang because he was eyeing the various equipment and experienced soldiers on Shen Hongyang's side. He had the machinery of his own at the mechanized infantry brigade base, but he lacked the professionals and the know-how. As long as he obtained the talent, he could train a few more within a short time and quickly assemble a powerful unit. Shen Hongyang pondered for just a while before accepting Yue Zhong's terms. I promise you, if his men were dead, he was left with nothing. Shen Hongyang loved his troops like he loved his children. He would not sacrifice them if he could. If right now Yue Zhong wanted him to surrender, as long as the soldiers could live on, he would not hesitate to do so. Yue Zhong said deeply, order your units to pack up and evacuate now. Get the experts, the armored troop, and the assault helicopters to fall back orderly. I will send my guys to cover your retreat. Shen Hongyang nodded his head and immediately gave a list of commands, ordering his men to start evacuating. Yue Zhong also sent out his experts to cover the 2 battalions in their preparations to retreat. Chapter 0290, Tough Breakthrough. Translated by Kuan. Edited by Ulamog, Edition. Book 2. The Sea of Zombies. Very soon, the 2 battalions had finished their preparations, and were currently being surrounded by many S1s. Shen Hongyang had ordered the 10 tanks and 6 IFVs to bring up the rear, while the sides were covered by his experts and Yue Zhong's special combat force. At the front of the troops, there was only Yue Zhong, White Bones, and Greenie. There was only 3 of them, and they were the lead force in charge of opening a path. Greenie, it's up to you now. Yue Zhong gave a nuclei from the Type 2 mutant crab to Greenie, as he patted its head and said seriously. Greenie gobbled up the nuclei in one mouth, and flapped its wings as it activated its ability. Wind power. In midair, Greenie flapped its wings continuously, and a number of hurricanes appeared, blowing towards those S1s and S2s that were blocking the way. Under the fearsome strength of the winds, those tightly packed S1s and S2s were blown a few meters away. With the mini-hurricanes generated by Greenie, a hole appeared in that horde of 10,000 S1s. Charge! Shen Shui saw the hole and immediately hollered without a care for her bearing. The 2 battalions saw the lifeline, and in that instant, they managed to summon their last bit of strength as all of them made a rush for the opening. Yue Zhong hoisted 2.05 submachine guns and immediately rushed to the front. With his superb aiming, he shot his guns, his both hands constantly firing wildly. With each spray of the machine gun, a line of zombies would immediately be slain as their heads exploded. If we remember that Yue Zhong possessed incredible night vision, in the dark he was like a fish in water. Any zombies that got too close would immediately be fired upon and killed with a bullet to the head. White Bones just charged directly into the midst of the hordes, and with its body it constantly shot out and in 10 incredibly sharp bone spikes in random orders that pierced through the heads of countless zombies, killing them instantly. Now that it had evolved to possess some intelligence, White Bones' combat ability became even more fearsome. It could now control any part of its body to shoot out its bone spears, and it literally became a moving, flexible spike ball. Furthermore, after possessing the sharpening ability, every single bone spear that it shot out could easily penetrate the heads of even the L2s that knives and most guns could do nothing about. With the protective cover of Yue Zhong and White Bones, the S2s could not even come close enough before they were instantly decimated. Thus, the path for the soldiers' movement was unhindered. So strong! Shen Shui looked at Yue Zhong and White Bones. With just the two of them, they battled while maintaining the gap that was created by Greeny's hurricanes. She gritted her teeth and could not help but admit that Yue Zhong was incredibly powerful. Even the strongest expert within Shen Hongyang's camp, Su Xiao, who led the other experts, could not match Yue Zhong's team's spectacular performance and ability. Especially powerful here was Greeny, whose natural ability allowed it to conjure up hurricanes. With every attack, a few hundreds or even occasionally thousands of zombies would be blown away. It was because of this Type 2 mutant beast's help that Yue Zhong and White Bones could carve out a way for the soldiers to retreat. The soldiers of the two battalions munched on the emergency Type 2 mutant beast dried meat as they were escaping frantically. The Type 2 mutant beast meat gave them much-needed nutrients as well as the replenishing of their energy and stabilizing of morale. After finishing the meat, they would be able to reform much more efficiently. Shen Hongyang had known of the revitalizing properties of the Type 2 mutant beast meat, therefore had sent Shen Shui to purchase 30 tons of the meat prior. Even with Yue Zhong leading the special combat forces, the retreat of the two battalions were still fraught with danger. They were surrounded by the numerous S1s after all, and the S1s would continually throw attacks as and when they could, be it in front or from the back. Kill! 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 Su Zhao's eyes had gone bloodshot with ferocious battle rage. His 6 god and devil system swords were dancing, bobbing, and weaving continuously in the air. Those zombies that were unfortunate enough to get too close were immediately chopped in pieces. On the other side, Yue Zhong was wielding her huge mace. She slammed and swung it around non-stop. With every monstrous swing 3 or 4 S1s would be crushed, flinging various pieces all about. The lowly Yao Yao flitted around the battlefield with bursts of speed. As she attacked, her blade swung in fast flashes, and numerous S1s heads would tumble around after being neatly shorn from their bodies. The special combat forces and the experts under Shen Hongyang had powers that far surpassed normal people, but they also received a lot of pressure. Under that kind of intense battle, everyone's stamina was being worn down at an insane speed. Those experts would immediately add their points into stamina upon leveling. No one would allocate any points to anything else at this point. Stamina. This was the only thing that could allow them to continue on under such harsh conditions. The 10 tanks were also firing their cannons continuously. Every shot fired would guarantee the death of at least a few tens of S1s. The remaining IFVs were firing their ZPT-90s rapidly in a cleanup of the wounded zombies in the never-ending tide. A single round could pierce through a few S1s, and those zombies that got fired at by the ZPT-90s would have a large hole in their body. Some even had their bodies shredded in two, losing any real further fighting capabilities. The smaller caliber mounted machine guns were being utilized as deterrents. A hail of bullets rained on the S1s, killing and injuring many zombies as they fell to the ground incapacitated. The 7 assault helicopters in the skies were using their own rockets, firing at the places where the zombies were packed the most tightly, killing off entire patches each time they exploded. Under the relentless attacks, the horde of S1s were being picked off quickly, as huge groups of them were incinerated or killed. This allowed Yue Zhong and everyone else present a chance to withstand the never-ending assault from the zombies themselves. With the efforts of Yue Zhong, his troops and the various other experts, the 13,000 S1s that had been troubling Shen Hongyang's troops were being decimated. Under the obliteration of the continuous attacks, their numbers decreased quickly. Very soon, there were only about 2,000 left. However, at this time, the 10 tanks, the remaining IFVs as well as the assault helicopters in the skies, had gone through their available ammunition and firepower. Greeny, which was continuously beating up hurricanes, had also expended a lot of its energy, and could not help but fly off into the distance, leaving the battlefield to rest momentarily. Losing the support of the heavy weaponry, even though there were only about 2,000 S1S left, the battle had just become incredibly tough. Yue Zhong made White Bones lead from the front as it hacked and slashed his way through to keep the way open. He himself went to join the Special Combat Forces as they continued their battles at the sides. All these Special Combat Forces were Yue Zhong's precious troops. Even losing one would cause him a heartache, especially Ji Qinggu, Yue Zhong, and Tong Xiaoyun. They were incredibly powerful beauties who could do much more than warm his bed. They could fight well. He would definitely not allow them to die. Although the Special Combat Forces were elite soldiers, under such intense conditions, their stamina had been depleted. Killing the S1S became increasingly harder as the battle went on. Yue Zhong came to the other side and saw the avalanche of S1S. In response, his hands waved about and he threw a handful of grenades. Through the air they flew before they directly exploded and caused a few S1S to be blasted to pieces. Shit, there were still the grenades. I'd almost forgotten. Seeing Yue Zhong lob the grenades over, Songwen's brain seemed to be jolted awake and he exclaimed with a little regret. The Special Combat Forces were so used to using their God and Devil system equipment and abilities to kill the zombies to gain enhancement, that in the heat of battle they forgot about the modern weaponry they carried on themselves. Every single one of the Special Combat Force were armed to the teeth, and they all had .05 light machine guns, 8 50-round magazines, and 8 grenades. The .05 light machine guns were the best measure against these zombies that could be pierced through by the bullets. Under the cover of Yue Zhong's firing, the soldiers all took out their .05 machine guns and started firing at the zombies wildly. In that dense hail of bullets, a large number of the S1S that had not reached the soldiers were immediately shot and brutally killed. While some did not die, the upside was it broke their dense and concentrated attack formation. The moment the formation was broken, the scattered S1S that were rushing forward became much easier to pick off. On the other side, Shen Hongyang had deployed a company of old veterans to join Su Zhao's unit of experts, and with the suppressing fire they provided, Su Zhao's unit managed to catch a breather as well. The entire group fought as they retreated, not daring to stop or stay stationary. Every single minute of delay meant additional danger. Facing this advanced group of S1S was already extremely tiring. If the rest of the horde caught up from behind, they would bite the dust. The intense hit-and-run battle continued for another 2 hours, and the remaining 2,000 or more S1S were finally annihilated by the experts of both Shen Hongyang and Yue Zhong's troops. With this small victory, they finally managed to break free from the siege. However, Shen Hongyang's troops also suffered a great loss. Out of the 2 battalions, he lost a total of 30% of his troops. The other 2 battalions had collapsed earlier during the defense and were most likely dead within the mouths of the zombies. All the advanced vehicles had run out of ammo. Without weapons, even the assault helicopters could only be used for reconnaissance. After breaking out of the siege, other than Yue Zhong, who possessed a stamina 8 times that of normal humans, most of the fighters were exhausted to the point that they were breathing raggedly. However, they did not dare slow down, as they continued to flee with all their might towards Sy County. Based on their current condition, if another 2,000 S1S were to appear, they would be unconditionally defeated. Even if Yue Zhong was around, it would surely still be useless. With the motivation of staying alive, the entire group made their way towards Sy County without stopping. Just as they neared the entrance to Sy County, they discovered that outside of the gate, there was a small team stationed there, and they were currently involved with some fortifications and constructions. Seeing the small team, Shen Hongyang's troops became wary as they hoisted their weapons. They were already exhausted. If this small team were to make a sudden assault, these 2 battalions of Shen Hongyang would most likely be wiped out. Commander Yu, are you there? I am Xiong Zhang. Xiong Zhang brought along a company of soldiers as they called out to Shen Hongyang's troops. I'm here. Yue Zhong stepped out from the Special Combat Force and replied loudly. They were finally safe. Chapter 0291, Ambush. Confusion. Translated by Kuan. Edited by Ulamog, Dedition. Book 2. The Sea of Zombies. The moment Shen Hongyang's troops entered Yue Zhong's territory, they immediately laid on beds and entered a deep, rejuvenating slumber. They had all fought beyond the limits of exhaustion, especially the soldiers of the Special Combat Force as well as the experts under Shen Hongyang. Su Zheng'ang came to Yue Zhong and reported, "Commander, after setting up camp here, we have absorbed a total of 213 straggling soldiers. Luo Tianyi, Su Dongming, Lu Huifeng and Chen Weimin have all dispersed back to the main headquarters in Sy County." Yue Zhong replied in a heavy voice, "Go carefully inquire about the abilities and skills of those stragglers. Assign them to the various battalions. Get the preparatory force to work faster on the fortifications. We don't have much time left. Without fortifications and traps, especially after all the heavy weaponry had either been lost, damaged, or emptied, the humans stood no chance against the horde." Su Zheng'ang replied seriously, "Yes, Commander. Then I'll leave it to you. I'm taking a rest." After that, Yue Zhong immediately went to a huge bed and lay down before entering sleep straight away. In that latest battle, Yue Zhong had rushed everywhere to save everybody, and had constantly pushed himself as the fighter on the foremost front line, and the head of the spear. The enhanced zombies that had died at his hands had numbered over 700, but likewise the toll on him was the greatest. His spirit and stamina had been depleted constantly throughout the battle. If it wasn't for the fact that he was resilient enough, he would have fainted from exhaustion on the battlefield already. Damn Su Dongming and Luo Tianyi. Chen Weimin was currently cursing furiously. During the hasty retreat, Chen Weimin had lost a huge number of his troops. After reaching Sy County, he had only 3 companies left. The rest of the troops had either AWOL in their terror with their location unknown, or they had been chased and killed by the zombies. A large number of the S-type zombies had chased the troops of Shen Hongyang that had been the last to evacuate, but there were other S-types that went on to chase the other troops. Chen Weimin had experts himself, but they were nowhere as strong as Shen Hongyang's. Furthermore, without tanks or assault helicopters to cover them, the S2 zombies had basically wiped out his troops. As they were retreating with their lives, only after reaching Sy County did he manage to grasp control of about 3 companies of his troops. He had gone to war with 2 battalions, a total of 800 people. His losses were too huge. "Once I have rested well, I will go show those assholes." Chen Weimin's heart was full of fury as he thought, and walked out from the command center in huge strides. Pong! A gunshot rang out. Chen Weimin had a new hole in between his eyebrows, his face full of shock and disbelief as he slumped to the floor. "Commander! Commander!" Seeing Chen Weimin murdered on the floor, the various officers rushed over and called out in anguish, "No one moves. Those who resist will be executed on the spot." All of a sudden, military soldiers rushed in from all entrances holding guns. They flooded in and occupied every part of the center, as they pointed their guns at their past comrades. Su Dongming called out loudly. Chen Weimin had wantonly accepted bribes, buying over officials, conducted unauthorized interference in various affairs, and had betrayed the party's trust as well as the country's trust. He had been dealt with. "You can all choose to surrender now. As long as you surrender, I promise that you will be treated fairly." One of the officers shouted, "Fuck you, Su Dongming, Luo Tianyi, you bastards who betrayed us and your comrades. Brothers, let's kill them." The rallying cry of the officer rattled the hearts of many soldiers, and they all took up arms and started their counterattack against Su Dongming's troops. Both parties broke out in an intense gunfight within Sy County. Su Dongming was truly heartless. As his troops had made it back to Sy County the earliest, he did not suffer much. Therefore, he took advantage of the opportunity and killed those exhausted soldiers under Chen Weimin. However, without the support from heavy artillery, the troops of Su Dongming found it hard to just take down these enraged soldiers of Chen Weimin, who had been pushed past their breaking points. Desperate soldiers were the hardest to deal with, and they could be extremely ruthless, especially since Chen Weimin's troops had been betrayed, and now their commander had been assassinated by Su Dongming. They were beyond anger. Therefore, even though they were exhausted, they were extremely tenacious. On the other side, Luo Tianyi had failed in his attempt to assassinate Lu Huifeng. Both parties had also started a brawl within Sy County, with people dying one by one as time passed. Luo Tianyi and Su Dongming were extremely clear that when Lu Huifeng and Shen Weimin were back, they would not let them off. Therefore, they had decided to attack first, and at the proper moment, they made their move against Lu Huifeng and Shen Weimin. Under the sudden ambush by Luo Tianyi and Su Dongming, the troops of Lu Huifeng and Shen Weimin suffered greatly and were caught unprepared. What do we do? The infighting amongst the military heads had been noticed by the two heads of the government, and when Baogua had immediately sought out Peng Mingda's opinion. Due to the divide and clash between the military, the police and special forces that the government commanded could become the deciding factor. As long as when Baogua and Peng Mingda were to command them to help out a single side, that side would definitely obtain victory. Peng Mingda did not skip a beat as he said, "We will help neither. This is a matter amongst themselves. Let them handle it." Su Dongming had already sent people to notify Peng Mingda, requesting that Peng Mingda should send people to help him, otherwise not to interfere. After this battle, both Su Dongming and Luo Tianyi will follow Peng Mingda's lead. After this battle, regardless of victory or defeat, the army would definitely have suffered. A weaker army that would obey Peng Mingda appealed to him greatly. That won't do. If they continue like this, the victorious side will still have suffered. This will not be beneficial to the defense of our Sy County. We should make a decision now. When Baogua frowned as he urged. Peng Mingda seemed to reply enigmatically as he said, "If you insist on interfering in this battle, then I feel that we should immediately send people to aid Su Dongming and Luo Tianyi in suppressing the others. Su Dongming and Luo Tianyi possess the strongest force now, and have already gained the advantage in this battle. If we help them, we can easily subdue Lu Huifeng and the rest. If we were to help Lu Huifeng and the rest, facing Su Dongming and Luo Tianyi, we would definitely suffer more." When Baogua considered a while, before furrowing his brows even further and said, "But Su Dongming and Luo Tianyi abandoned their posts and friends to escape, and even ambushed their ex-comrades. This type of behavior is too despicable. How can we help these shameless bastards? Furthermore, since their characters are so untrustworthy, if during the defense of the county, they decide to evacuate, then what? We should send our men to help Lu Huifeng in exterminating Su Dongming and Luo Tianyi." Peng Mingda frowned deeper, and his forehead formed 3 lines. "If Su Dongming and Luo Tianyi's troops get annihilated, who will we use to defend Sy County?" When Baogua's eyes flashed with determination. "If we can't defend any longer, we can leave Sy County and make for Ningguang County. Yue Zhong's side definitely requires manpower. He would not turn down our request." Peng Mingda could not help but spit because he absolutely 100% didn't want to lose power. "Baogua, if we go to Ningguang County, you won't be the mayor of Sy County anymore." When Baogua laughed lightly, as he continued to show a determined look. "Compared to the life and death of 100,000 people, what is the point of my position? Those who sat in the governing position usually saw other lives as less important than their own post." When Baogua was someone who valued his authority and position greatly. Prior to the apocalypse, he had approached his superiors countless times to try for a position. However, in the face of the lives of 100,000 people, he made the tough choice to give up his own power in exchange for the hope of life for 100,000 people. Peng Mingda thought quietly for a while, before saying pointedly, "I'm not for sending our men to subdue Su Dongming and Luo Tianyi. Then I'll bring them myself." When Baogua stood up and turned around to walk out, he had already made up his mind. Peng Mingda looked at when Baogua's back, and his eyes flashed with a strange gaze before turning vicious, as he swiftly pulled out a gun he had kept for self-protection, and aimed it at when Baogua before firing. Pong! Pong! The sounds of gunfire rang out. At such a point-blank range, when Baogua received 6 gunshot wounds, and he slumped to the floor in a pool of blood without even uttering a word, his eyes full of shock and regret. "Tian, no!" Peng Mingda's hands were trembling, as his eyes seemed to have clouded with madness. "Sy County is mine. No one should think of taking it away. When Baogua, don't blame me. Since you were in the way, you had to die." Peng Mingde had grown accustomed to being one of the top in Sy County. He could sleep with whomever he wanted. He could order the death of whomever he disliked, and the person would not live to see another day. He could promote whomever he liked. All sorts of matters were under his control. He was like an emperor who decided the life, death, and even glory of the common people. Countless people idolized him, tried to curry favor with him, even feared him. His power exceeded that of the party's secretary prior to the apocalypse. He had become drunk on that power and was not willing to give it up. Thus he would resort to any means to protect his post-ion. Peng Mingde summoned his trusted aides and experts and gave an order, "Situ Guang, go bring people immediately to take over command of the police force. If that Zhu Lufeng is not willing to give it up, execute him immediately." Upon receiving Peng Mingde's orders, his henchmen immediately went to work, making their way towards one of the key sectors. Situ Guang was a good-looking, stout 31 to 32-year-old man that was extremely charming. He handed a document to the Special Forces leader Zhu Lufeng and said, "Zhu Lufeng, I'm here to convey Secretary General Peng's orders to take over command of the Special Forces First Unit. These are the documents." Zhu Lufeng received the documents and scanned it carefully, discovering that it was genuine. He rearranged the papers before replying without a change of tone. "Situ Guang, if you want to take over my position as the leader of the Special Forces First Unit, you will require Mayor Wen's signature as well. Otherwise, you're not following the rules." Chapter 0292 Onslaught. Translated by Kuan. Edited by Ulamog, Edition. Book 2. The Sea of Zombies. Situ Guang's eyes flashed coldly and handed another document to Zhu Lufeng. "This is the document Mayor Wen signed." Zhu Lufeng felt shock in his heart and hurriedly made to receive the document. If Wen Baogua also really wanted to transfer him out, it would be troublesome. Now, Situ Guang saw that Zhu Lufeng lowering his head, and his eyes flashed fiercely. Activating a flame claw skill, he attacked as a pair of flaming hot claws appeared on his hands, and he made a vicious strike towards Zhu Lufeng. Under the effect of the flame claw, even the covering of an armored vehicle would be punctured by him. It showed how terrifying his skill was. Zhu Lufeng was caught unprepared, and just as his body was about to be pierced by Situ Guang, his trusted aide beside him activated his own skill tornado, blowing harshly and sending Situ Guang flying to one side. However, the aide acted just a second too late, and Zhu Liufeng's entire right arm was penetrated by Situ Guang's flame claw. Nearly instantly it was burnt cleanly off his shoulder, dropping to the ground. At the same time, the 10 experts that had followed Situ Guang immediately activated their own abilities and charged at Zhu Lufeng and his aides. One of the experts working for Situ Guang immediately changed into a werewolf, shooting forward in front of the aide that saved Zhu Lufeng. He used both his claws to pierce the heart of the soldier, before pulling apart with all his strength, tearing the soldier in two, splattering blood and organs all over the floor. Another expert took out a .05 submachine gun and started firing at Zhu Liufeng's aides, and at that instant, 6 of them were hit by the bullets and fell to the floor. All those who followed beside Zhu Lufeng were his trusted aides. There were also the experts of Sy County's Special Forces, every single one of them possessing a unique ability. Each of them could hunt and kill 20 ordinary zombies with no problems, but they were definitely unable to defend against gunfire from such a close distance. "Captain, quickly escape. You must seek vengeance for us." One of the experts who had telekinesis erected a psychic barrier in front of the remaining members of the first unit, as he hollered out in grief. As the bullets landed on the psychic barrier, they were deflected. One of the strength-based enhancers directly swung a huge hammer weighing over 50 kilograms, 100 Jin, onto the psychic barrier. With a huge hong, the body of the telekinesis user shuddered, and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. There were a lot of pros in utilizing the telekinesis ability, but the defense was based on the amount of spirit the user had. The moment the force exceeded what the spirit could take, the user will suffer backlash. With the support of the telekinesis user covering the rear, the remaining 4 aides of Zhu Lufeng immediately brought him and left the center swiftly. In this battle, They had suffered greatly under Situguang's despicable sneak attack. Under the continuous bombardment of attacks by Situguang's group of experts, the telekinesis user managed to hold on for another 3 seconds before being beaten down, and the expert wielding the hammer swung his weapon viciously, smashing the telekinesis user into a pulp. After decimating the entire group of the first unit, the werewolf expert brought another 5 enhancers with him and chased after the 4 who brought Zhu Lufeng away. Situguang went around subduing the members of the special forces in the government's name to gather everyone, so that the control lies with Peng Mingde. Peng Mingde then proceeded to send experts to the various parts of Sy County to clear up the other factions of Wenbaogua. Those who used to throw their weight in with Wenbaogua were either annihilated or surrendered to Peng Mingde. In the chaos that ensued, there were a few factions that seized the opportunity to fight, in an effort to expand their own force. There were a few other factions who also saw the chance to launch sneak attacks on other factions, to seize their weapons and rations, forming their own powers. The entire Sy County was going down in a mess. Most of the ordinary survivors hid in their homes, as they trembled and looked on at the ongoings of Sy County. Amidst the chaos, several mobs took to the streets and wreaked havoc, committing vandalism and theft, giving in to the inner demons of their hearts. Even prior to the apocalypse, there would be people who were like that during times of chaos and strife, and now during the post-apocalypse there was no difference. In fact, following the change of the world, there were many more people who joined in the mobs than compared to the past. After obtaining control of the police, the armed police as well as the special forces, Peng Mingde then deployed them to suppress the chaos in the county. When those policemen arrived, they were extremely harsh on those mobs, immediately executing those who were wreaking havoc. Regardless of the power behind them, when dealing with these troublemakers who like to take advantage, the moment one captured them, one cannot be merciful. After deploying the police force to suppress the trouble within the county, Peng Mingde then sent the special forces the first chance he got to assist Su Dongmind and Luo Tianyi in subduing Chen Weimin and Lu Huifeng's troops. The fighting capabilities of the special forces were also tyrannical. There were elite snipers that were a vital part of the force. The moment they entered the fray, the troops of Chen Weimin and Lu Huifeng felt the pressure intensify. Being wiped out was only a matter of time. "Commander!" Su Zhengong came to Yue Zhong's side and woke him up from his slumber. As White Bones already possessed some basic intelligence, it did not feel any killing intent from Su Zhengong and thus did not hinder his actions. Yue Zhong opened his eyes immediately and jumped down from the bed and asked, "What is it, Battalion Commander Su?" Yue Zhong knew that they were in the midst of a crisis, and thus had slept with his clothes intact. Su Zhengong continued, "The soldiers of Chen Weimin and Lu Huifeng had been ambushed by Su Dongming and Luo Tianyi's troops. Chen Weimin had been assassinated, while Lu Huifeng had suffered a serious injury. Right now, there are soldiers from Lu Huifeng and Su Dongming outside, and they are seeking your audience. Take me there immediately." Yue Zhong quickly arrived in front of the 2 envoys by the 2 sides of the military. A 1.85 m tall, dark-skinned man with defined features and soldier-like demeanor spoke out first. "Commander Yu, I am Li Hua, the commanding officer of the 2nd Company under Commander Lu's 1st Battalion. Our regiment as well as Chen Weimin's regiment had been ambushed by the traitors Su Dongming and Luo Tianyi, and have suffered great losses. We hope that Commander Yu can lend a helping hand, and help us clean out these traitorous scums. After the matter is settled, we will show our appreciation." Another similar-dressed soldier, with a bit of a refined aura, directly stated some offers for Yue Zhong's assistance. "Commander Yu, I am Lu Minghai, Chief of Staff under Luo Tianyi. As long as you send your troops to help us annihilate Chen Weimin and Lu Huifeng's troops, we are willing to send you 300 beautiful virgins, 10,000 tons of rations, and help you train up personnel to handle artillery and tanks. At the same time, you may take in another 60,000 survivors from Sy County." Compared to Lu Huifeng's side, where the conditions were not too clear, Luo Tianyi's side had indeed come up with an attractive offer. Luo Tianyi and Su Dongming knew how to work negotiations to their advantage. Hearing the conditions that Lu Minghai had stated, Li Hua's expression fell. Lu Minghai had a look of confidence as he looked at Yue Zhong. He believed Yue Zhong would accept his proposition gladly. After all, Chen Weimin and Lu Huifeng were about to be defeated. They were down to their last leg. Yue Zhong just had to deliver the last strike, and could easily annihilate the two factions, after which he would gain immeasurable benefits. Yue Zhong heard Lu Minghai's words, and revealed a cold smile. Go back and tell Su Dongming and Luo Tianyi. There's only one road in front of them now. That is to surrender unconditionally. If they continue to put up a resistance, only death awaits. If it wasn't for the clash between your two armies, I would have already executed you. Get lost. Two soldiers walked over and grabbed onto Lu Minghai like he was a dead dog and dragged him out. Lu Minghai's expression changed as he shouted out fearfully, Commander Yu! Commander Yu! Let's talk things out. We can still discuss the terms. Yue Zhong then spoke in a heavy voice, Battalion Commander Su. Immediately deploy Ningguang County's 2nd Battalion, 3rd Battalion and 4th Battalion to attack Su Dongming and Luo Tianyi. Yes, Commander, Su Zhengong responded, and immediately left to convey the orders. Su Dongming and Luo Tianyi had abandoned their posts without a single word, infuriating Yue Zhong. Furthermore, if he could take them out now, the entire SY County would fall into Yue Zhong's hands. By then, he could take whatever he wants instead of waiting for people to give it to him. Li Hua seemed as though he had just escaped hell and entered heaven, with a look of ecstasy, and immediately thanked Yue Zhong profusely. Thank you, Commander Yu. Your magnanimity and help, we will definitely not forget. Go back and take command. Yue Zhong left one more sentence before he went out. Li Hua swiftly left the area and went back to his own troop. Under Su Zhengong's leadership, the 2nd, 3rd Battalion immediately joined in the fray, launching their ferocious assault on the troops of Su Dongming. Yue Zhong's 2nd and 3rd Battalions have recovered most of their energy after resting for a few hours. With the coordination and joint efforts of the remaining members of Chen Weimin's army, they continuously subdued and conquered many areas. Su Dongming's troops had went through an entire day's battle, followed the retreat in the night, and then a fierce battle with Chen Weimin's troops for a few hours. They were already beyond the point of exhaustion. The moment Yue Zhong's troops joined in, Su Dongming's forces were broken through repeatedly. Especially Yue Zhong's troops had the support of 12 howitzers, and every time the troops charged in, they would face the fierce bombardment of rockets or missiles. With the relentless attacks from the Ningguang County's 2nd and 3rd Battalions, Su Dongming's troops quickly lost their will to fight, and started to retreat and tried to escape towards different directions. Some of the soldiers that were broken down even threw down their weapons, tore off their uniforms, and became normal survivors. Some directly surrendered to Yue Zhong's troops. They had already fought for an entire day and night, and were extremely tired. Facing the constant attacks from the heavy artillery, they lost the will to fight on. After defeating Su Dongming's troops in one fell swoop, the 2nd and 3rd Battalion then made their way towards Luo Tianyi under the command of Su Zhengong. Under the fierce attacks of the 2nd and 3rd Battalion, Luo Tianyi's troops also collapsed. However, within the troops of Luo Tianyi, there were some special forces soldiers that Peng Mingda that had assigned to aid Luo Tianyi. That was why they could forcefully maintain some sort of resistance. 3 of the soldiers from Ningguang County's 3rd Battalion proceeded cautiously through a street with covers. All of a sudden, one of the agility-based enhancers under Luo Tianyi jumped out from a corner, his hands wielding a .05 submachine gun, firing at the 3 soldiers wildly. A hail of bullets flew through the air and penetrated the mutant boar hide they wore, causing them to fall to the ground. After taking down those 3 soldiers, that agility-based enhancer immediately made his way to another corner. When the enhancer experts of Luo Tianyi engaged Yue Zhong soldiers in a fierce battle, they might have dispersed under the pressure of the huge army. Yet they also managed to kill a number of ordinary soldiers under Yue Zhong. Those experts would not stay too long at a single location, and thus the heavy artillery also posed little threat to them. Su Zhengong received the feedback from the front lines, and he immediately deployed the entire unit, and did not let any single team entire riskily. Instead, he chose to proceed and push slowly as entire force. A Special Forces elite sniper was proning on a rooftop of a bungalow. Aiming at a small soldier, it was going to be the 6th kill for him today. The other 5 targets had already died at his hands with their heads exploding. He licked his lips as his finger twitched and rested on the trigger. With a pong, the Special Forces elite sniper's head had a new hole. His eyes filled with disbelief and shock. He was actually sniped by someone else. At the rooftop far away, he swiftly got up from his position and left this sniping spot before searching for his next target. Yue Zhong had sent his Special Combat Forces soldiers that had just rest for a while into the battlefield, and the ones to be taken out first had to be the snipers. The snipers posed the most danger to Yue Zhong's Special Combat Forces. Just a single elite sniper could threaten a number of experts under Yue Zhong. Amongst the Special Combat Forces, they had only about 8 elite snipers, led by he. Together with the snipers of the 2nd and 3rd Battalion, they started massacring all the snipers of Luotianni. Yue Zhong himself activated his encompassing bone armor, and like a tank, he directly charged into the midst of the experts within a post of Luotianni, all by himself. The experts under Luotianni saw Yue Zhong rushing into their post with his bone armor, and the sniper immediately started firing at will, attempting to kill him. Chapter 0293, The Supremely Tyrannical Yue Zhong. Translated by Kuan. Edited by Alamog Edition. Book 2. The Sea of Zombies. The Special Forces, as well as the 7 snipers under Luotianni, aimed at Yue Zhong and fired the first chance they got. Right as they aimed at Yue Zhong, he had already sensed the danger and dashed to the right swiftly. The 7 bullets missed him and hit the ground, creating 7 small holes. On the other side, he led 8 other snipers and they fired at the same time. Following the second round of gunshots, the Special Forces and 4 snipers under Luotianni had their brains blasted into pieces. When Yue Zhong was forced to evade, 2 agility-based enhancers could not stand waiting behind cover and immediately charged out while hoisting their .05 submachine guns as they fired wildly at Yue Zhong. Yue Zhong just stood there like some demon lord incarnate, as the bullets bounced right off his bone armor. He opened his right hand, and 5 incredibly sharp spikes shot outwards, and with a little force the 2 agility-based enhancers were immediately sliced in 5 pieces. After disposing of the 2 enhancers easily, he continued charging forwards like a tank, gunning for Luotianni's position. He is Yue Zhong. Join me and take him down. Once he's killed, the rest will collapse. The top expert hired by Luotianni, Chun Xiong, saw Yue Zhong rushing in, and he hollered to the remaining 17 experts of his group. The bone armor on Yue Zhong had become like his symbol. The moment Chun Xiong saw it, he recognized Yue Zhong, and he was immediately filled with killing intent. If Yue Zhong had not appeared, they would have definitely lost the battle. The only question was how much damage could they deal to Yue Zhong's troops before they lost. Now that he was personally here, it gave them a chance to turn the tides. Tien. What a joke, ha ha ha. The 18 experts, with Chun Xiong leading the charge, all stepped out from behind their cover, as they wielded all sorts of weapons and charged towards Yue Zhong. You're looking for death. Yue Zhong looked at the soldiers charging at him and his eyes possessed a cold gleam. Swiping his ring, he swiftly pulled out a PF-98 anti-tank rocket launcher in his hands. With a roar and flash, a rocket swiftly flew out and exploded on one of the experts who was not wielding any weapons, preparing to use his telekinesis ability. With a loud explosion, the telekinesis user was immediately blasted into pieces. At the next moment, a huge vine burrowed out from the ground, shooting towards Yue Zhong. It was the vine manipulation ability of one of the enhancers present. 3 other strength-based enhancers directly lifted their heavy weapons and rushed towards Yue Zhong. There were 2 experts who had high levels in their firearms control. One was holding grenade launcher, and he fired at Yue Zhong. Due to the firearms control ability, they had superb aim. Within a range of 100 m, they would definitely hit their target. 6 agility-based enhancers activated their shadow steps and high-speed movement abilities to charge at Yue Zhong. They knew normal bullets would not be able to hurt Yue Zhong, and since they did not carry any other weapons with them, they had to become a form of attack themselves. A spirit-based enhancer tried to use his spirit blast ability, only to discover that it was useless. As a spirit-based evolver, Yue Zhong's spirit was averaging 11 times higher spirit than normal people, and the spirit blast attack from the enhancer was simply ridiculous. 2 other enhancers that possessed the summon beast skill summoned a huge bear that towered over 2 m, as well as a huge tiger. Both beasts shot towards Yue Zhong. Other than that, there was an enhancer with the curse ability, and he was currently chanting, as a magical symbol appeared in the sky, signifying the forming of a magic spell. Chen Xiong himself was a strength-based evolver, and his strength was beyond comparison. He wore the hide of a Type 2 mutant black fish. They had earlier hunted a Type 2 mutant black fish as well. That was remade into an armor piece, his head donning a helmet, and he carried a QJZ-89 easily as he fired wildly at Yue Zhong. Yue Zhong's eyes stared icily as he activated his devil flames, and a huge fireball was conjured out of thin air, immediately incinerating the vine below him. With just a wave of his hand, 5 bone spears were shot towards the 5 agility-based enhancers. In that instant, the 5 bone spears pierced the heads of those 5 agility-based enhancers, stringing them up and nailing them to the ground. Chen Xiong was firing wildly with his QJZ-89 at Yue Zhong, yet those bullets that could pierce holes in armored tanks could only leave faint white scars on Yue Zhong's bone armor. At the same time, the resulting explosion blew Yue Zhong back by a few meters. Chen Xiong discovered that the hail of firepower could not do a single thing to Yue Zhong, and his eyes were filled with shock. How is this possible? This is actually heavy ammunition. Why is it that his defense could not be broken? Yue Zhong flashed about and dodged the countless bullets and grenades, shooting towards Chen Xiong and activating his devil flame skill again. A huge devil flame tornado conjured out of thin air, and it consumed Chen Xiong, the 2 summoned beasts, as well as the 3 strength-based enhancers. After the firestorm stopped, Chen Xiong and the 3 strength-based enhancers had been incinerated. Even the QJZ-89 in Chen Xiong's hands had melted into a pool of metal. Only the armor made of the Type 2 mutant blackfish was intact, which showed the freakish defense of the beast. I surrender. Don't kill me. I surrender. The remaining agility-based enhancer saw how tyrannical Yue Zhong was, that even Chen Xiong could not last a second, and he was so frightened that he immediately kneeled on the floor and threw his weapon down, bawling loudly. Yue Zhong glanced at the enhancer who lost his fighting will, and pointed at the enhancer with the curse ability, as a fireball shot out and directly exploded on his head, causing his head to disappear. Surrender or death. You have 3 seconds to make your decision. Yue Zhong turned his head and looked at the remaining experts of Luo Tianyi coldly as he called out, I surrender. Don't kill me. Commander Yu, I surrender. I surrender. The experts that were gathered by Luo Tianyi had hurriedly kneeled on the floor in fright. Yue Zhong's vicious methods had caused them to lose their courage. They did not dare put up any further resistance. Yue Zhong eyed those enhancers that submitted to him and said, Good. Charge into Luo Tianyi's position. I want them thoroughly wiped out. Yes. Commander Yu. Yes. The remaining 7 experts quickly acknowledged and followed behind Yue Zhong to charge into Luo Tianyi's base. With Yue Zhong leading this group, they quickly arrived in front of Luo Tianyi. The enhancer with the Spirit Blast ability immediately used his ability on those soldiers of Luo Tianyi when he saw them, and most of them died on the spot with their eyes turning white and leaking blood tears before throwing up blood and dying. Ulamog. I am so not mopping that up. The 2 summoning experts immediately called out 10 huge wolves. On orders they shot forward with incredible speed, charging into the ranks of the soldiers and gleefully ripping out their throats. The agility-based enhancer zipped about, appearing from behind corners, and used his guns to great effect, picking off the soldiers one by one. The enhancer that had the vine manipulation ability was extremely crafty as well. Using his power from time to time, he would cause his vines to burrow out of the ground, penetrating the ordinary soldiers' feet or suddenly growing up into their bodies, killing them. Yue Zhong was still decked in his bone armor, wielding his .05 submachine guns and charging in the front. With only his individual strength, he managed to suppress the troops of Luo Tianyi. Those soldiers who were unfortunate to poke their heads out would immediately be shot in the head by him. With only this small group of experts led by Yue Zhong, the entire army of Luo Tianyi was defeated. Su Zhengong saw the development, and immediately ordered the 2nd and 3rd Battalion to join the battle, making their way towards Luo Tianyi in a rush. Luo Tianyi's troops as well as the special forces could not maintain their resistance, and started to retreat towards Sy County. As Yue Zhong's troops were hot in pursuit, a group consisting of the police, armed police and special forces had constructed a few defenses, forcefully impeding the advance of Yue Zhong's 2nd and 3rd Battalion. Peng Mingde personally came to the front lines and made use of a loudhailer to speak to Yue Zhong. Yue Zhong, I am Peng Mingde. I want you to call off your army now. This is an internal matter between our factions in Sy County. You shouldn't interfere too much. Peng Mingde continued in his self-righteous voice. Commander Lu, Commander Shen, things can be talked through. We should settle this amicably over a meeting and stop the pointless slaughter amongst ourselves. If you continue, the soldiers are the ones who suffer. They are all important and excellent soldiers. If they had to die, it should be during a battle against the zombies, for the sake of our country. Not in these internal conflicts. Just because of your own fury, you guys have caused the needless deaths of so many soldiers. Don't you feel ashamed? Peng Mingde was after all a politician, and whenever he spoke, he tried to use logic and reason to sway the masses. Hearing Peng Mingde's words, the troops of Chen Weimin and Lu Huifeng were moved. Lu Huifeng's eyes went red as he grabbed a loudhailer and shouted, Peng Mingde, fuck your bullshit. Today your daddy, I want the heads of those bastards Su Dongming and Luo Tianyi. Because of them, so many of our brothers have died. If they're not dead, your words are meaningless. Peng Mingde had a strange glint in his eyes. As long as Su Dongming and Luo Tianyi are dead, you will not pursue the matter? Lu Huifeng replied loudly, Of course, as long as the two of them are dead. Your daddy, I won't continue fighting. Chapter 0294, Conquering Sy County. Translated by Kuan. Edited by Alamog Dedition. Book 2. The Sea of Zombies. Good. Make sure you keep your word. Peng Mingde's mouth raised in an arc as he waved his hands, and two special forces brought out Su Dongming and Luo Tianyi in front of the two armies. Su Dongming's expression was steely as he cursed out, Peng Mingde, you damn bastard. You will die a horrible death. Luo Tianyi's eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Peng Mingde. Peng Mingde, fuck you and your entire family. Fuck your mother with a pointy stick. The moment Su Dongming and Luo Tianyi had retreated, they were immediately captured by the experts sent by Peng Mingde. They did not expect that the allies that had helped them not long ago would turn on them so quickly. Peng Mingde spoke in a clear voice. Su Dongming and Luo Tianyi had abandoned their posts during the Great Battle and had instigated a coup against their allies. There is evidence to prove it. For their crimes, they will be executed according to military law. Carry out the punishment. Two armed police stepped out and aimed their guns at the heads of Su Dongming and Luo Tianyi and pulled the trigger. Bang! Bang! Following the gunshots, Su Dongming and Luo Tianyi had a new hole in their heads leaking blood as they slumped to the floor lifelessly. Peng Mingde looked on as Su Dongming and Luo Tianyi died. His eyes flashed with delight. After their deaths, he could easily subdue the old troops of these two men. Counting the police, armed police, and special forces that he now controlled, he could become the strongest power in Sy County. Lu Huifeng and Shen Hongyang had already been defeated. He would possess the strongest force. He could then employ other means in the future to slowly take over their military as well and thoroughly control Sy County. Lu Huifeng looked at the lifeless bodies of Su Dongming and Luo Tianyi, and he finally released the bit of anger he had kept. But at the same time, he felt the loss. Right at this time, Yue Zhong brought his special forces and charged into the ranks of Lu Huifeng, pointing a gun at Lu Huifeng and spoke coldly, Commander Lu, you have two choices now. The first is to surrender to me and integrate into my troops. The other is to die with your troops. At almost the same time Yue Zhong made his move, Ningguang County's 2nd and 3rd battalions also turned on the troops of Lu Huifeng. Chen Weimin's troops had already been captured and locked after they were saved by Yue Zhong. Lu Huifeng looked at the gun pointed at his head and he laughed bitterly. If I surrender, what will become of my subordinates? Yue Zhong did not hide anything and said, all the soldiers will receive education and reintegrate into many different units under me. I will treat them fairly. Lu Huifeng's troops were veteran soldiers that Yue Zhong valued. Initially, Yue Zhong had sent troops to help Lu Huifeng because he was eyeing the veterans. Lu Huifeng seemed to be agreeable, and he asked, "What about me? What treatment will I receive if I surrender?" Yue Zhong sincerely extended his invitation. "You will get to enjoy the privileges of a lieutenant colonel. Furthermore, I would like to invite you to become a military instructor in my military school and provide training to my officers in all forms of modern warfare." Yue Zhong's military school lacked the guidance of an experienced military instructor, and he had no choice but to select outstanding commanders like Su Zhengang to be on the front lines often. The reasoning was, of course, to lead his military, save survivors, and engage in resource hunting. The military academy did lack an instructor with the adequate experience and knowledge in modern warfare. Yue Zhong had obtained many incredible equipments from the mechanized infantry brigade after all, but he lacked the professional knowledge and hence could not utilize them. If he had the necessary technicians, his unit's combat prowess would definitely increase by a few times. Yue Zhong had done his investigations, and although Lu Huifeng was kind of a pervert and had married 3 wives after the apocalypse, his character was not bad. The 3 wives also followed him willingly. Although he did not have any outstanding achievements in his command, he followed the rules and was extremely sturdy as a leader. He did possess the qualifications as a commander. Lu Huifeng laughed lightly and replied lightheartedly, "Sure, I surrender." Lu Huifeng surrendered, and his troops also put down their weapons and went with Yue Zhong willingly. Lu Huifeng's troops had fought for a very long time, and when they arrived at the rooms assigned to them, they fell into a deep slumber. Shen Hongyang looked at the loaded gun in front of him and said, "What is the meaning of this?" At this moment, Shen Hongyang, Shen Shui, and a few of their military officers were being surrounded at their place of residence. A few heavy weapons were aimed at them, and 300 soldiers had enclosed the area, not allowing even water to trickle past. Zhang Niujiang stepped up and spoke directly. "Commander Shen, I apologize, but we have to keep you here. We have already arranged for all sorts of heavy artillery to aim here. If there's any strange movement, then we're terribly sorry, but we will blast you guys to death." Shen Hongyang was a good commander who treated his subordinates fairly. If he was taken down, the troops would definitely not follow Yue Zhong willingly, and Yue Zhong would have no choice but to kill them all. Therefore, he had no choice but to temporarily trap Shen Hongyang. Of course, if Shen Hongyang really decided to try something, Yue Zhong would not hesitate to wipe him out. Shen Hongyang looked at Zhang Niujiang as he furrowed his brows and asked softly, "Battalion Commander Zhang, is Yue Zhong finally going to make his move on SY County?" This time SY County had suffered a huge loss against the zombies. All the military heads had lost the majority of their troops. Yue Zhong, who had always kept his eye on SY County, could find no better time to subdue them all. The laws of the jungle, the strong preyed on the weak. Even after the apocalypse, it had not changed. As long as someone revealed his or her weakness, there would be countless hungry wolves that would pounce at the first opportunity. When Yue Zhong was weak, SY County had wanted to conquer and subdue him. Now he was stronger than them, he naturally would not hesitate to do the same. Only when both sides possessed the same strength could there be equality and peaceful negotiations. Zhang Niujiang had a worshipping look as he affirmed the news. "Yes, our boss Yu wants to control the whole SY County." Shen Hongyang sighed and did not speak further. Now that Yue Zhong had set his mind on it, and was willing to pay any price, controlling the entire SY County was not an impossible task. On the front lines, Peng Mingde eyed Yue Zhong's army that still had not retreated, and a bad feeling arose in his heart. As of now, the only person that could stop him from being the king of SY was Yue Zhong. Peng Mingde raised the loudhailer and called out, "Commander Lu, Yue Zhong, are you guys there? Let's have a good discussion." Yue Zhong walked out with huge strides and eyed Peng Mingde and said lightly, "Peng Mingde, surrender now. If you get your men to surrender, I can still leave you with a way out." Peng Mingde's face had a huge chance, as he forcefully replied, "Yue Zhong, what are you talking about? Su Dongming and Luo Tianyi, who had betrayed you guys, have already been dealt with, right? What reasons would you have to continue fighting? Don't tell me you're thinking of betraying your comrades and the government. If you're like this, You will become a sinner that went against his country and citizens. Attack. Annihilate those who dare resist. Yue Zhong waved his hand and shouted out the command. With a bang, a bloody bullet hole appeared in Peng Mingda's head as he fell to the floor. He had hidden himself 2 kilometers away and exhibited his fearsome sniping skills, directly taking out Peng Mingda, who had carelessly revealed his position. Following Yue Zhong's orders, 12 howitzers displayed their incredible offense, as rounds of heavy artillery landed amongst the police force. Bombarded by the attacks of the rockets, a huge number of the police, armed police and special forces were immediately incinerated. The death of Peng Mingda, who they had sworn loyalty to, caused them to lose their morale. The members of the police force tried escaping under the relentless attacks, abandoning all thoughts of resistance. Su Zhengong had ordered the soldiers of the 2nd and 3rd battalions to charge at the desolate soldiers of Peng Mingda. The battle lasted only for a while, and Yue Zhong was incredibly successful. Everywhere he went, the police surrendered without a fight. Those who tried to resist were instantly executed by the soldiers of Yue Zhong's forces. This group of policemen, armed police, and special forces had been so easy to subdue was precisely because Peng Mingda had been assassinated. The other reason was that due to Peng Mingda wanting to exert his full control over this unit, he had cleared out many of the officials, and all the members of the unit were feeling fearful and naturally did not have much fighting spirit. Boss Situ, what do we do now? Peng Mingda's 20 experts had gathered by Situ Guang's side, as they all looked to him fearfully. The experts gathered by Peng Mingda were fighters who could take on 10 individually, but compared to Yue Zhong's army, it was like a mantis trying to block a car. They could at most give Yue Zhong a little trouble. Situ Guang's eyes had a strange glint. We can't stay here any longer. We have already done so much for Peng Mingda. Let us leave now. Under the broad sky, based on our abilities, can't we carve something out for ourselves? Situ Guang had always been wild at heart. With Peng Mingda's death, no one could hold him back any longer. Good. We will follow Boss Situ and make a name for ourselves. Let's go obtain a stronghold for ourselves. The 20 members of the elite group whooped in delight, and under the lead of Situ Guang, they made their escape towards the distance. As Sy County was really big, Situ Guang just had to follow the longer road and could avoid the bridge that Guoquan was guarding to leave the county. Although the huge lands were filled with zombies, to experts like them, as long as the number did not exceed tens of thousands, ordinary zombies were helpless against them. With the escape of Situ Guang and his gang, the entire Sy County had no other experts left to stand up to Yue Zhong. His troops quickly conquered and controlled the important channels of Sy County. At the same time, any form of rebellion or mobs that arose were quickly quelled by him. After gaining control of Sy County, Yue Zhong swiftly gave the order for his troops to rejuvenate themselves. At the same time, he assigned for the preliminary warriors to quickly begin work on the entrance of Sy City and Sy County. The horde of zombies were making their way here, and he had to make his preparations fast. Tian. Somehow I feel that Situ Guang and the Lai Tianyang might join forces. Also, here, it's expressly stated that the place they are in is Sy City, whereas the entire Sy County is the whole area. So they're guarding the city now. Chapter 0295, The Urgent 12 Hours. Translated by Kuan. Edited by Ulamog, Edition. Book 2. The Sea of Zombies. How much longer until the horde reaches us? Yue Zhong asked the recon soldier in front of him in a heavy tone. The recon soldier immediately replied, based on their current speed, it would take them roughly 12 hours to reach our first line of defense. Yue Zhong looked at the bloodshot eyes of the soldier and said, Go have a good rest. Yes, Commander. The soldier saluted and withdrew quickly. Just 12 hours? It's really too rushed. Yue Zhong frowned, his heart filled with anxiety. The horde that was coming closer to Sy numbered in the 800,000s. Based on the current fighting strength of Sy County, they would not be able to withstand the assault of that number. Although Yue Zhong absorbed the remaining military unit and police unit, the total number of fighters reaching 1,300, they could not be deployed straight away. The 4 battalions of Yue Zhong had engaged the zombies previously and had to escape with their lives, followed by the internal conflicts, they were extremely tired as well. Furthermore, the heavy weapons belonging to the military had been left behind during the battle against the zombies. Without heavy weaponry or fortification, trying to defend against the sea of zombies was simply impossible. It was a situation where he had to give up Sy County. However, the current 140,000 survivors inside, having to transfer them was also a huge issue. Firstly, to gather all 140,000 was a problem in itself. As Yue Zhong had just disposed of the governing head Peng Mingde, the entire government had become paralyzed. Many officials had fled their posts. Those who stayed behind were wary and unsure of their future. Since the government was ineffective now, trying to mobilize all 140,000 survivors would definitely require more time. Yue Zhong told a signal officer to convey his orders. Go get Taiyan, Cheng Peipei, Lu Chengwang, Lu Yujiao, Yun Chong, Shen Hongyang and bring them here. I want to see them here within 20 minutes. Tell them, if they aren't here after 20 minutes, they can forget about finding me in the future. The signal officer nodded and immediately left to carry out his duty. Yue Zhong then pulled Chen Shirtu over and questioned him. Chen Shirtu, go get the 8th Battalion and gather the survivors. Take those from Xinyang Street, Zhongshan Street, Yanjing Street and Xijian Street, and gather them up. After that's done, transfer them according to order over the riverbank bridge and get them to Ningguang County. How much time do you need? Chen Shirtu thought for a while, before looking at Yue Zhong resolutely and replied, 6 hours. Please give me 6 hours. I promise to carry it out properly. Yue Zhong was a little short-tempered and he shouted out, 4 hours. I will only give you 4 hours. After those 4 hours, you better be taking those people across the bridge. After they cross the bridge, give every single one of them a can of type 2 meat. Eat as they move. If you can't complete this, you can forget about being a battalion commander anymore. Yue Zhong only had 12 hours to work with, and he had to gather all 140,000 survivors within 12 hours. It was extremely difficult. What's more, he had to get them across the riverbank bridge that was not exactly wide. Other than those 140,000, there were the few 100,000 tons of rations, various other foods, precious machinery, other kinds of production materials that required transportation as well. These were all important items to be sent out of Sy County. Every minute, every second counted, and time was extremely precious. If there wasn't enough time to transport all 140,000 people over the bridge, Yue Zhong had to get his precious soldiers to fight and buy precious time for the transportation to be carried out. That kind of price where he had to put his life and his soldiers' lives on the line was something he was not willing to pay so easily. The immense pressure was weighing down on Yue Zhong, and it caused him to be frustrated, and his temper was shorter. After all, Yue Zhong was only human. Even though he had gained a lot of enhancements through his own efforts, these 2 days he had been fighting on the front line as much as he could, and his rest time was extremely short. Under that huge pressure, he was naturally less amiable. Chen Shirtu frowned, and he asked directly, What do I do if those survivors don't want to cooperate? In this world, there are many types of people, some who like to wreak havoc under the pressure of imminent danger, and there would definitely be accidents. Yue Zhong replied with an icy voice, I'll permit you to use any means to complete this mission. I only want results. I don't care about the process. Chen Shirtu shuddered in his heart as replied loudly, Yes, I will perform this well. After making the promise, Chen Shirtu quickly ran out from the small room. 4 hours was incredibly tough and urgent for him. Within 20 minutes, Tai Yan, Cheng Peipei, Lu Chengwang, Lu Yujiao, Yun Chong and Shen Hongyang had all gathered in front of Yue Zhong. Yue Zhong was the controller of Sy County now. A single order could cause their entire family to be razed to the ground. They could not afford to offend him. Yue Zhong glanced at Tai Yan and the other 4 excluding Shen Hongyang and said, Tai Yan, Cheng Peipei, Lu Chengwang, Lu Yujiao and Yun Chong, when you go back, immediately gather all the survivors towards the riverbank bridge and await orders. The more survivors that are gathered the better I'll reward you after. The Tai family, Cheng family, Lu Yujiao and Yun Chong had decent authority within Sy County. Yue Zhong could only make use of these heads to quickly mobilize the numerous survivors within the city, as he was not yet the widely accepted leader unlike in Ningguang County and Qingyuan County. Taiyan was astute and could detect some hint of urgency within Yue Zhong's words and asked, "Brother Yu, did something happen?" The other 5 picked up on Taiyan's concern and also looked towards Yue Zhong. They had felt that something was wrong. Yue Zhong was never this anxious, and his words revealed that his current mood. Yue Zhong had a dark look as he said softly, "After 11 hours, the zombie horde of Sy County will reach the city. That is to say, Sy City has only 11 hours left." Hearing Yue Zhong's words, all of the 6 people present had a huge change in expression. They did not expect that things would be dire to this extent. When the army was defeated and the clash amongst the heads happened under those conditions, the huge horde of zombies were basically unhindered and had no enemies. Sy City was basically a sitting duck. Chang Pei knew Yue Zhong would not lie about such a grave matter, but she still could not help and ask, "Is this real, Yue Zhong?" "Yes." Yue Zhong looked towards Shen Hongyang, who was kept prisoner in his own home earlier, and immediately stated his terms. "Commander Shen, I apologize for the treatment earlier. I had no choice then, and I need your help now." Yue Zhong stared fixedly at Shen Hongyang and said softly, "As long as you send your troops and help us tide this over, I just want 10 tanks, 7 assault helicopters and their support personnel. After we're done with this, I can let you and your troops take a fixed amount of ammo, 2 tons of fuel, 100 tons of food and leave. Wherever you want to go, I would definitely not stop you." Although Yue Zhong valued the veterans under Shen Hongyang, if he were to kill Shen Hongyang now, he would not dare to utilize the troops. Shen Hongyang's position within his troops was still very high. Killing Shen Hongyang would just force the remaining troops to take up arms against Yue Zhong. Shen Hongyang smiled lightly as he looked at Yue Zhong, his eyes twinkling with a little pride. "If I cannot even protect the citizens, how can my troops be called an army? This time, even if I help you, it isn't for anything else, but the citizens of Sy County. After this battle, I am willing to hand my troops to you, but I hope that you will treat them fairly." When compared to Su Dongming and Luo Tianyi, Shen Hongyang was truly different. He valued his subordinates, and was truly a commander who fought for his country. Even in a world where values and principles were trampled upon, Shen Hongyang was still someone who stuck to his beliefs, even if it was a little naive. Yue Zhong was surprised, and he nodded, "Fine, don't worry. I will definitely treat them fairly." After the meeting concluded, the 6 people quickly left the place and embarked on their duties. Yue Zhong also released all the troops under Shen Hongyang that were captured, and returned their light weapons to them. As for heavy weapons, each person was allocated a grenade only. Without heavy weapons, Shen Hongyang's troops did not pose a threat to Yue Zhong. The only people they had to be wary of were the experts. Under Yue Zhong's orders, the entire Sy City had begun moving. The 2,000 over soldiers at the forefront of Sy City were currently using whatever materials they had to construct their fortifications. All sorts of barbed wires, steel wires, barricades, cones, even some old-fashioned defenses were brought out. The barricades and traffic cones were simple and crude but were extremely efficient against the ordinary zombies. To Yue Zhong's troops, the ordinary zombies were the toughest to deal with instead of the evolved ones due to their numbers. The ordinary zombies gave an impression that they were endless. If it wasn't for the huge numbers of the ordinary zombies, the military would have annihilated the evolved zombies long ago. On the riverbank bridge, there were numerous vehicles constantly transporting food and rations over to the other side, placing them down, and then using the bridge to re-enter Sy City and continue their moving. Once the rations were transported to the other end, they were safe for the time being. Within Sy City, Chen Shirtu and Tai Yen were gathering people near the bridge, separating them into groups of male, women, elderly, and children. After the apocalypse, there were still the elderly around, although their numbers were not high, being about 5% of the total number of survivors. Guoquan assigned soldiers to guard the bridge. It was after all the lifeline for Yue Zhong's troops. If something were to happen to it, Yue Zhong and his army would be trapped in Sy City. If they wanted to go to Ningguang County from there, they would have to go by a detour of around 100 kilometers, going into dangerous areas which they had not yet explored. After making a series of arrangements, Yue Zhong handed over the running of the tasks to De Guzi. He had always been assisting Yue Zhong in overseeing affairs and transfer of goods and people. In fact, was extremely familiar with all the different types of jobs. With the help of Deguzi, Yue Zhong could also heave a sigh of relief. Yue Zhong walked out of the office and felt that the horizon looked a little dark. He lifted his head, only to see dark clouds gathering, the air humid, as though it was going to rain. The weather. Don't tell me it's going to rain? Yue Zhong's expression turned ugly as he thought. Mobilizing troops in the rain was the toughest even for the well-trained soldiers. Not to mention those survivors who had undergone so much hardships and weren't in the best of health. If preparations were not made for those survivors to move in the rain, the moment it poured there would be at least a fourth of them who would fall and never get up again. Fuck! Yue Zhong could not help but swear, as he hurriedly rushed into the command center. Yue Zhong had a green expression as he called out, "Deguzi!" Immediately notify Guoquan. Get him to think of a way to prepare some umbrellas and raincoats, and quickly distribute the Type 2 meat to those survivors that have gathered. Make sure they eat it. Those items that have been moved over the bridge, find some place to shelter them now. Deguzi nodded his head, and immediately conveyed the command to Guoquan. Yes, Commander Yu. Su Yang, who had been promoted to a deputy commander of a company, grumbled to Guoquan. Battalion Commander, the leader's orders are too rigorous. We only have a battalion's worth of people here. How can we manage so much? Guoquan's 1st Battalion of Ningguang County only had 400 people. Not only did they have to maintain security over the bridge, they had to keep watch over those people who were being moved across the bridge, and they were in charge of distributing the Type 2 meat as well. Everyone was worked to the bone. Guoquan looked to Su Yang, ordered. The orders from our leader has to be followed, regardless of how harsh it gets. Su Yang, take some men and get some helpers from the survivors. Tell them to help distribute the Type 2 meat. The umbrellas and raincoats, you can assign them to other people as well. Try your best to find them. Umbrellas and raincoats were items that were hard to find in such a short time. Guoquan understood Yue Zhong's desire to save these survivors, and made the best judgment, as he handed out the Type 2 meat to the survivors. As long as they ate the meat, they could recover their vitality quickly. That way, they stood a fighting chance. If they didn't have the meat the moment they were caught in the rain, their weak bodies might collapse from hypothermia. Yes, Battalion Commander, Su Yang replied, and he went to the survivors, and used the price of 10 jin of rice to hire over 400 survivors to help him. The moment Su Yang expressed that there would be free food given out, a long line formed in front of the 400 helpers. Every survivor was given an ammo cartridge, and it was the necessary item to exchange for a can of meat. As long as they handed over a shell casing, they were given a can of Type 2 meat. Chapter 0296, Cruel, Cruel Rain. Translated by Kuan. Edited by Alamog Dedition. Book 2. The Sea of Zombies. You stole my canned meat. You stole my canned meat. Just as Su Yang was leading the troops in their distribution, there was a kid tugging on a middle-aged man who had just exchanged for a canned meat and was shouting loudly. The middle-aged man's eyes flashed fiercely, and he kicked out with viciousness, knocking the kid to the floor. You little bastard! Who the fuck are you calling a thief? Your daddy. I used the ammo cartridge to exchange for this canned meat. Call out one more time, and I'll cripple you. Stop! Su Yang frowned and walked over, asking, What's going on? The middle-aged man bowed and nodded his head towards Su Yang and said, Bro, this little bastard is framing me for stealing his canned meat. I had exchanged this canned meat for the ammo cartridge. The worker over there can vouch for me. Su Yang looked towards the worker. The worker swiftly nodded his head and said, It's true. He did exchange an ammo cartridge for a canned meat. Su Yang looked at the kid and said coldly, Little brat, what do you have to say for yourself? The kid stood up and had an enraged expression as he pointed at the man and said, This man stole my ammo cartridge to exchange for the canned meat. He still has one more cartridge within his clothes. Check him if you don't believe me. Su Yang commanded, Grab him. 2 soldiers stepped towards the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's face turned pale as he took a few steps back before calling out loudly, The army is killing people. The army is killing people. Help me. Help me. This middle-aged man was the leader of a small band of thieves. During the post-apocalypse, he had also gathered a small group of brothers. With his shout, his comrades hidden within the survivors also started shouting, "The army is killing people. The army is killing us. Let's escape." After which, those thieves immediately made their escape towards different directions. Humans are easily influenced in a crowd. When those words were shouted, a number of the survivors could not help but became fearful and followed the lead of the thieves. Guoquan, who was standing further away, saw the group of escaping people, and he gritted his teeth before shouting the order, "Open fire!" In an instant, the soldiers that were on standby opened fire on those survivors, and a dense hail of bullets rained upon the survivors, turning them into sieves within a few moments. In just 10 seconds, 200 people had fallen to the ground in huge pools of blood, many of them crying out in pain. Guoquan was helpless and felt even more pained. They only had 300 people to quell any sort of commotion. They had to resort to the harshest means, otherwise the entire group could overcome their small unit. Who dares to run? You will be executed immediately. Who dares shout nonsense? You will be shot as well. Get down on the floor. No one moves. Whoever moves will die. Su Yang's expression was steely by now, and used his gun to aim at the man who instigated the riot, before pulling the trigger. With a pong, the middle-aged man who had had a smug look was shot dead, and his body slumped to the floor like a limp noodle. During the frenzied firing, those survivors had screamed out in terror and fell to the ground. Their bodies trembled non-stop, not daring to move. Su Yang had a steely expression as he looked towards the direction of the other instigators. "Fucking bastards! Damn you, you bastards! We are giving you a lifeline out of goodwill. We gave you food and drinks. You spineless scum dare to give us trouble. Where are those assholes who shouted earlier?" Silence. Every single survivor was silent. Under the influence of the corrupted society, everyone minded their own business, no one daring to meddle too much. After all, those troublemakers were together. They did not want to invite trouble. Su Yang's eyes flashed with rage and killing intent. With a gesture, over 10 soldiers raised their .03 rifles and pointed them at the survivors, as Su Yang shouted, "You don't want to say right? Fine. You have backbone. Men, prepare to execute the whole bunch of them. Since there are people who dare to create trouble, and those who know but aren't stepping forward to point them out, kill the whole lot of them." Seeing those gleaming black guns, the survivors could not bear it, and they started pointing fingers at the band of thieves as they shouted, "Don't shoot! It's this guy. They are the ones who shouted earlier. It's him." Those band of thieves saw that the situation was against their favor, and they tried to frame others. "It was obviously you who said it. You dare to say it's me." Su Yang directly got his subordinates to drag those survivors who were pointed out. He then chose one whom, after confirming the authenticity by checking with the majority, he beheaded in front of everybody. Seeing the fresh blood spraying up into the air in front of them like some demented apocalyptic rain, the survivors all felt terrified. Su Yang directed his gaze at those he dragged out and coldly said, "Those who lied, the moment you are caught, you will be beheaded. Those who own up and point out the rest, I can give you leave to go with your life. Those who tried to take advantage to malign others, if I find out, I'll break your waist." Under Su Yang's cruel methods, the instigators of the riot were quickly identified. 2 males were beheaded immediately, while another had his waist broken. The poor bloke did not die instantly. Instead, he struggled on the floor in excruciating agony for a long while before dying with a final painful whimper. Seeing the brutal and bloody scene, all the remaining survivors were thoroughly shocked and did not dare make any strange moves. One of the soldiers pointed to the 7 remaining troublemakers who owned up and asked Su Yang, "Commander, what do we do with these assholes?" Su Yang waved his hands. "Send them to the Scum Battalion." The Scum Battalion was basically cannon fodder for Yue Zhong and was always in need of manpower. After the dust settled on the mini-riot, Su Yang walked to the front of the survivors, and he held a loudhailer as he shouted, "All you bastards, listen up. If anyone dares stir up any more trouble, you better point him out at the first chance you get. Otherwise, you will all be sent to the scum battalion to fight with the zombies on the front line. And everyone only gets one canned meat. If you dare steal anyone else's, I will send those thieves to the scum battalion as well. Facing the arduous journey to come, a can of Type 2 mutant beast meat was equivalent to a survivor's life. Stealing a can that could replenish someone's vitality was the same as stealing the chance for the person to live. Su Yang had to reinforce this and mete out heavy punishments for infractions. Only through this method could he control the survivors and keep them from getting out of hand. The survivors saw that Su Yang was like an enraged, vicious god, and their expressions were frozen in fear. No one dared to move or say anything. Su Yang took a can of Type 2 mutant beast meat and threw it to the kid and said, "Here, it's yours. Dig in quickly." The boy immediately opened the can and started devouring it. The moment the meat entered his body, he could feel the warmth spreading throughout his body, filling his little frame with a rush of energy. Right at this time, raindrops started to fall from the sky. Damn you heavens! Su Yang looked to the skies, and under the sudden downpour, he could not help but curse. With the heavy rain, the survivors gathered were instantly drenched. They looked at Su Yang and the soldiers surrounding them, not daring to move. "What do we do now?" "Commander!" Su Yang had been drenched to the toes as he ran to Guoquan and asked, "Immediately dispatch people to cross the bridge." Guoquan looked at the untimely downpour, and he gritted his teeth as he spat out. Su Yang's face fell. "What? Now? Those bastards don't have any raincoats. They will definitely be drenched." Guoquan's eyes flashed with a pained expression, before he gave the order resolutely. "We only have 7 hours left. The horde will then catch up with us. The people who have crossed the bridge are not even in the 10,000s. We still have over 130,000 people waiting behind. Everyone needs to cross now. This is an order. Go carry it out. I'll shoulder all responsibilities." This command was extremely harsh. With the current downpour, expecting the survivors to cross without any raincoats, coupled with the fact that their bodies are so weak, they were bound to fall sick. Even if they crossed the bridge and didn't die on the spot, many of them would definitely fall ill and be too sick to move. Although Yue Zhong had the life-saving grass, but it had no effect to the common ailments such as flu and fever that had no poison. Sy County was also short on medical supplies. One could imagine the potential casualties of those who got caught in the rain. Su Yang had a grim look as he replied, "Yes, Commander, I'll go carry out your orders. Whatever happens, I'll shoulder them with you." After that, Su Yang hurried left to convey the command, and quickly rushed the different groups into crossing the bridge. The younger children were the future of humanity, while the females could bear more children. Although it was extremely cruel, the elderly, especially those without any special skills, were the last to cross the bridge. They were holed up in a nearby building. Only after the majority had crossed was it their turn. Unless they were doctors or scientists that had some value to the future of mankind, they did not receive any special treatment. In the heavy rain, countless survivors were herded across the bridge, walking towards the other side. After they had crossed, they had to continue for another 500 m before they came to a building to rest. Only by crossing the bridge could they be considered safe. Chapter 0297, Tough Crossing. Translated by Kuan. Edited by Ulamog, Edition. Book 2. The Sea of Zombies. The autumn rain was extremely chilly, and the heavy downpour beating down on the survivors caused their bodies to tremble uncontrollably. The Type 2 meat was not a wonder drug after all. In that cold, harsh rain, the weaker survivors fell amidst the downpour, never to get up again. Amongst those who fell, there were children, women, and men, but regardless of who it was, no one would help to support them. The people behind continued to push the human sea forward while trampling on the dead, and the people forward had no choice but to continue moving or join the ones on the ground. Even when the soldiers under Yue Zhong saw this happening, they could only harden their hearts and ignored it. They had to get the survivors across the bridge as soon as possible. Every minute they delayed, the soldiers fighting at the front lines would have to stay put a little longer. Under the 1st Battalion's watchful gaze, The survivors lined up obediently, crossing the bridge according to the given order. Nonetheless, the speed was at its maximum and could not be quickened. The bridge was 500 m long, and the number of people that could cross per hour was at most 12,000 people. This was under the condition that there was no blockade, and was the fastest speed they could muster. After 7 hours, approximately 80,000 survivors had crossed the bridge. At the same time, 400 had collapsed on the way. The heavy downpour not only claimed the lives of the weaker survivors, it had impeded the actions of Tai Yan and the rest of the group. No one wanted to be drenched in the rain as well. After 7 hours, the warriors on the front line together with Yue Zhong saw the sea of zombies approaching from the distance. The moment the horde appeared, all sorts of firepower was rained upon the horde. Facing the assault of the heavy weaponry, the zombies in the front were like wheat that was reaped, falling down line by line. Very soon, the zombies behind shambled forward to fill the gaps. At the same time, there were other zombies laying around that got up slowly and started to push towards SY City as well. Those steel barbed wires, barricades, and various other blockades exhibited their effectiveness, as those ordinary zombies that only knew how to advance were caught and fell to the ground. Same as the humans, the fallen zombies were being trampled by the zombies behind, turning them into piles of meat mush. The cones and sharp fortifications caused countless other zombies to be impeded and killed even. However, the moment those L2s that towered above 2M appeared on the battlefield, they used their monstrous strength to forcefully crush those fortifications. The zombies relied on their numbers and lack of fear for death, carving a path out for themselves in their steady advance. The sea of zombies was an extremely simple yet terrifying tactic. Just relying on their endless numbers and their disregard for death, they could go on forever. Yue Zhong and Shen Hongyang's troops had joined together and were killing the zombies constantly, but could feel the taxing nature of having to deal with such a tactic. Regardless of how many zombies they killed, there would be more from behind to replenish the ranks. They lost position after position, as they retreated at each juncture. Guoquan, what's the status report on the bridge crossing? Hurry! Check and reply back to me. On the front lines, Yue Zhong was wielding a .05 submachine gun and firing wildly at the horde, while he was shouting into the walkie-talkie with the other hand. Facing the hundreds of thousands of zombies, even if Yue Zhong was a dual attribute evolver, he was practically useless. He had stood at the forefront because he wanted to use his own power to lessen the pressure on the other soldiers. Guoquan swiftly replied, 91,000 survivors have crossed. Flames of fury arose in Yue Zhong's heart. As he was gunning down tens of zombies, he shouted into the walkie-talkie and raged, "What the fuck are you doing? How come there are only 91,000 of them across?" The 800,000 zombies was moving towards them like tidal waves of the sea. Yue Zhong's warriors were forced to abandon their posts as they retreated bit by bit. It was a critical situation. All the soldiers were feeling the fatigue. They had been engaged in long hours of warfare and had not gotten the necessary rest. They were humans, not robots, and could not withstand such long, intense battles. If it wasn't for Yue Zhong standing like a general in front of them, igniting their morale and fighting spirit like a fighting god, they would have collapsed long ago. Regardless of how much Yue Zhong inspired the troops, the fact was that the soldiers were exhausted. If the intense battle was to go on for too long, they would not be able to hold up. The assault of the sea of zombies was simply too ferocious. Even in the cold rain, many of the barrels were overheating and became useless. Numerous soldiers had swollen shoulders because of the recoil, and they were relying on their fighting breaths and will to hang on. As long as the leader was not useless, the soldiers of China were soldiers that could fight on with a strong fighting spirit star. Although Yue Zhong had his shortcomings, he was the one who always fought in front. Perhaps he was tyrannical at times, but he treated his soldiers fairly, and he always led his troops into victory after victory, creating myriad miracles. This type of leader was a commander soldiers were willing to fight to the death with. Tian. Actual Ross says that China soldiers are the best, they can fight, they have the best fighting spirit. I will refrain from commenting, and although I understand patriotism is admirable, the tone in this particular sentence does suggest the author has some bias. I think more will come in future chapters. I know that many readers are from various parts of the world, so I wanted to leave the sentence as close to its original meaning without getting on anybody's nerves. In the future, if I see future sentences like this, I will directly translate it to something similar without explaining. So I hope those readers who know what the Ross say understand where I'm coming from. On the other side, Guoquan laughed bitterly. There are some who aren't willing to leave their homes. People are known to love their homeland and aren't willing to desert if they could. Especially in this type of weather, the survivors were all the more unwilling to move. Yue Zhong's eyes flashed with killing intent and lashed out. Let them die! Damn it! Tell them about the zombies encroaching on SY City. If they don't want to leave, I won't force them. Let them be buried with SY City for good. Bunch of assholes. Guoquan, I'm giving you 2 more hours. Whoever can be moved within these 2 hours will be my limit. After that, clear the road and leave a space for our troops to retreat. Whoever blocks our way, kill them regardless of who they are. No discussion. To Yue Zhong, his soldiers were more important than the survivors of SY County. They trusted him wholeheartedly and were loyal. That's why they had chosen to fight till the end with him. Every single one of them were exhausted, and hanging on for another 2 hours was most likely their limit. Within SY City, the remaining 50,000 survivors could not compare to his loyal subordinates. I understand, Commander Yu. I promise to fulfill the responsibilities. Guoquan gritted his teeth as a resolute look appeared on his face. The news of the zombie horde attacking SY City soon spread like wildfire, and upon hearing the news, all those who were hiding at home and not willing to be soaked in the rain felt shock and trepidation, and finally understood the severity of the situation. Those survivors took their raincoats and rations and various other items in bags and rushed to the bridge. The sudden influx of the survivors led to chaos, and were jostling amongst themselves to be first, trying to find ways to cross the bridge. No one dared to stay in SY City longer than necessary, as the zombies would attack them in the next moment. In the resulting chaos, many people who knocked to the ground and trampled by the others, becoming more of the runny meat paste as the rain continued to fall. Su Yang looked at the messy and chaotic crowd and shouted, "All of you better line up in rows. Whoever dares to cut the queue, you will be executed on the spot." As these people were all fighting to be in front to cross the bridge, it had caused a blockade in front of the bridge and no one could move. No one paid attention to Su Yang's shouts. The law would not punish the masses. This truth was embedded deeply in their hearts. Since there were people squeezing everywhere, they all thought that they would not be punished. Open fire! Su Yang looked at the survivors squeezing. His face turned grim as he finally shouted the command. The soldiers that were guarding the bridge used their machine guns and started firing into the crowd. Under that sweeping fire, over 100 of the survivors were shredded and fell down in pools of blood and gore. That terrifying scene shocked the remaining survivors, and they became obedient, looking towards Su Yang in fear. Su Yang called out loudly, "If you want to cross the bridge, you better separate yourselves into 3 groups now. Children on this side, women this side, and finally the men this side. The elderly, please wait at this side. For those who don't want to cross the bridge, scram far away. Don't fucking block my way here." Under Su Yang's orders, the survivors quickly segregated themselves into 3 groups of people. Following which, under the 3rd Battalion's watchful gazes, the children left the place first, crossing the bridge towards the other side. As the survivors were being organized and moved, more than a dozen well-dressed men and women came in front of Su Yang. The leader was a chubby-faced, fat, middle-aged man with a protruding tummy. He smiled at Su Yang, handing a bag to Su Yang and said, "Hello, officer. I am SY City's Secretary for Commerce and Industry, Chu Bufan. You have worked hard. This is a small token. Please accept it if you don't mind." Su Yang opened the bag, only to discover various diamonds that were twinkling inside. If it was prior to the apocalypse, these diamonds were easily worth several millions of renminbi. Su Yang coldly asked, "What's the meaning of this?" Chu Bufan pointed to a slender and fair-skinned beauty beside him as he laughed at Su Yang. "I hope that this officer can allow us to go over first. As long as you do that, this woman is yours." The lady also fluttered her eyelashes at Su Yang. Becoming the woman of an officer was not a bad thing. In this post-apocalyptic world, she wasn't the first to sell her body, nor would she be the last. Su Yong looked at Chu Bufan and laughed coldly. Men, lock these useless people up. Send the men to the scum battalion, the women into the women's battalion. A few soldiers stepped out swiftly and captured Chu Bufan and his group. Sir! Sir! Chu Bufan had a look of shock and fear as he squealed out like a pig in distress. Don't be getting any funny ideas. Otherwise, you will face the same consequences as them. Su Yong scanned the survivors like a cheetah as he spoke out coldly. The survivors all looked down, not daring to meet his gaze. Chapter 298 Hot-Blooded Heroes. Translated by Kuan. Edited by Ulamog, Dedition. Book 2. The Sea of Zombies. Under Su Yang's fierce threat, all the survivors became obedient, following the orders and moving in an orderly fashion towards the other side. The speed soon picked up. However, as the rain was cold and relentless, many of the survivors who had not eaten the Type 2 meat, continent to fall amidst the downpour and never stood up again. At this time, no one could afford to pay attention to those fallen survivors. Su Yong could only continue distributing the Type 2 meat with the aid of his subordinates, hoping for the meat to help the miserable survivors. Guoquan looked at the proceedings anxiously. The time was too short. 2 hours were simply not enough to move everybody across. He would check his watch from time to time, while racking his brain for a solution. Guoquan suddenly beckoned a company officer called Su Mo and asked, Su Mo, did you guys find any boats around here? Su Mo reported back, Battalion Commander, I've brought men to search. There aren't any. Prior to the apocalypse, the riverbank had plenty of tugboats and fishing boats. Post-apocalypse, they had all been used to catch fishes. In the end, as they came across the Type 2 mutant beasts in the waters, the boats were all destroyed or capsized. Hence, there were no more boats around the area. Guoquan looked at the bridge with a steely expression and continued to check his watch frequently. Nearby, there was still the bustling activity of moving. The group of children had crossed over fully, while the women were still making their journey on the bridge. They could hear the sounds of gunfire in the distance, and were aware of the intense battle happening. Not long after, the preliminary group of soldiers had dispersed from the front lines and came to the bridge. They had continued construction and fortification without a wink of sleep and were thoroughly exhausted. Even though they did not participate in the battle directly, because of their efforts, their constructed defenses and traps helped delay and cause the deaths of over 10,000 zombies. Battalion Commander Guo. Yun Fei leading the preliminary troops and reporting. The young master of Black Tiger Gang had shaved his head long ago, and was decked in a military uniform, and had saluted in proper bearing. An environment can change a person. Good companions exert good influence, while bad ones causes bad influence. After joining Yue Zhong's troops and undergoing Qin Shidu's strict training and regimentation, he had shrugged off his hooligan image, and was starting to become a lot more disciplined and upright, developing and growing as a young man should. Su Mo, go arrange for the preliminary troops to cross the bridge immediately. Guoquan responded to Yun Fei with a military salute as well, before conveying some orders to Su Mo beside him. Su Mo nodded his head, and he brought Yun Fei and the rest of the preliminary troops towards the crowd, and started to cross the bridge. They're jumping the line. Why are they allowed to cut the queue? They're playing with privileges here. How can they be allowed to jump the queue, while we're supposed to wait for death? That's not fair. Since they came last, they should queue behind. We should be first. Seeing Yun Fei and the preliminary troops cutting the queue, the survivors got riled up, as they called out loudly. The survivors had been obedient as they were not treated too shabbily. Even though Su Yong was fierce, he was indeed fair. No one had the special privilege to cut queue, nor could they try to bribe their way through. Hence they were all accepting of the situation. Now there were people allowed to cut, they felt agitated. Fuck all of you bastards. Su Yong raised his loudhailer and jumped on to the roof of a jeep. Damn it, all you assholes. Earlier we asked you to gather, what the hell were you doing? Dragging your feet and not willing to leave. When all of you were holed up in your homes, these guys were on the front lines. to delay the advance of the zombies. They didn't sleep a wink and have been working for 12 full hours. Some have even clashed with the zombies and died already. Su Yang's expression was extremely steely. They are all heroes. Because of their efforts and the other soldiers who are staying on the front lines, you guys are still alive now. Even if you don't want to thank them, that's fine. You assholes who still want to scold them, are you guys even human? Where's your damned conscience? Hearing those words from Su Yang, warmth flowed in the hearts of Yunfei and those preliminary troopers. They were heroes. They had used their own sweat and blood to protect so many people. Yue Zhong would not mistreat them. At this time, their hearts were filled with gratitude and acceptance towards Yue Zhong as a leader. Many of the preliminary troops were so touched that they broke down in tears. During the post-apocalypse, many of them were the lowest rung of society and were living as though they were ants. For a single bread or one gene of rice, they had disregarded all sense of self-worth and pride, and done anything possible, no matter how shameless. The government officials had treated them like trash when they were overlooking and governing. Under Yue Zhong, they had finally obtained the respect and pride, and were being labeled as heroes. At this moment, even though their bodies were drenched in that cold rain, their hearts were filled with an infinite warmth. The survivors were reprimanded and did not dare make another sound. When Yue Zhong had deployed people to gather them, indeed they were not willing to leave. Now they had nothing to say against Su Yang. You bunch of assholes, if any of you are a man, and still have your balls with you, then come over here, grab a weapon and go to the front lines and fight. As long as that person can kill 10 zombies, I will allow him to cross the bridge first and welcome that person into our ranks. Su Yang swept his gaze over the 20,000 males and shouted. At this time, a huge truck dumped a huge load of steel blades and shields onto the ground, forming a small mountain of weapons. These items were initially used by Yue Zhong to equip the preliminary troops for both training and real combat, and there were enough to arm about 4,000 men. On top of that, he managed to obtain 6,000 blades that were recently completed from the army's storehouse. The army had also known about the issue of ammunition, and to boost up the fighting capabilities while they had low ammo, they had decided to manufacture a huge number of steel blades. Compared to just random knives, these huge blades were more efficient against zombies. The 20,000 men looked towards the 10,000 blades and shields. Their eyes flashed with a complicated gaze, and they sunk into deep thought. They knew that the horde was definitely fearsome, seeing the retreating army as well as forceful defense of the place by Yue Zhong's troops. Fighting against these terrifying monsters, if one wasn't careful, they would lose their lives. They were unwilling to die after all. Su Yang swept his gaze with scorn at the 20,000 men, and spat. "Pay! Bunch of cowards with no balls. You aren't men. Since you aren't men, stay still and be obedient. Await your turn. Don't act or speak out of line. Otherwise my guns will fire blindly. I'm a man. I will go kill the zombies." A 1.8 m tall man stepped out from the crowd and took up a blade and shield as he hollered, "I am Tian Hu. I am a man. Whoever still has the guts, take up arms and follow me. I am Hai Mingfeng. I am a man. I'm not a coward. I am Shen Xiong. I am also a man, not a coward." Tian Hu's shout seemed to ignite a fire amidst the 20,000 men's hearts, and they started to step forward in droves, grabbing a weapon and shield, while shouting their names, announcing their existence. Su Yang looked at Tian Hu and the rest of them. His eyes gleamed, and he saluted them as he shouted, "Good! You are all men. You will be my good brothers. Pai Dafu, go distribute a can of Type 2 meat to each of these brothers, and bring them to assist Commander Yu at the front lines." Su Yang's company officer Pai Dafu stepped out and saluted the group of heroic males, and immediately brought them towards the sounds of gunfire. There were many good men, at the same time cowards were aplenty as well. Amongst those 20,000 men, only 6,000 had stepped forward. The rest had lowered their heads, not daring to look into Su Yang's eyes, as though they were quails. Not everyone had the courage to face death. Trash! Su Yang coldly glared at the remaining 13,000 men and spat out the words, before moving on. Under the lead of Pai Dafu, the 6,000 hot-blooded heroes quickly arrived at the battlefield and joined in the fray. The soldiers who were struggling to maintain their defense managed to stabilize their position with the help of the unexpected 6,000 additional warriors. The ordinary zombies were weak after all, they only had strength in numbers. Tian, who wielded his steel blade and shield, and hacked about with force, those zombies were either chopped in two or beheaded. He was like a deranged tiger, and continuously slashed at the zombies. With Tian Hu's example, the rest of the warriors following him seemed to gain a boost in fighting spirit, as they slashed fervently, chasing the zombies out of the street. Under the support of Tian Hu and the newly joined warriors, Yue Zhong's 2nd Battalion that had been involved in the fighting since the first moment managed to catch a breath. At the same time, the Special Combat Forces as well as the experts under Shen Hongyang targeted the evolved zombies, as those evolved zombies posed the most threat to Tian Hu and the rest who were normal survivors. Tian Hu hacked and slashed in his battle lust. After killing 14 zombies, he was starting to be out of breath, and the steel blade in his hands felt heavy. He ate 2 cans of Type 2 meat, and regained a huge amount of his energy back. However, his fighting speed could not match his initial power. After a while, he would feel his stamina depleting quickly. He was after all not an enhancer, and did not have the stamina to fight 100 zombies at once. Right in front of him, 20 ordinary zombies had surrounded him and were making their way towards him. He rushed forward and, like a possessed tiger, managed to kill another 2 more zombies. However, 3 of them stretched their claws out at him. "Am I going to die?" Tian Hu looked at the incoming claws, and his face changed, as he lost all strength to retaliate. Right at this time, 5 bone spears shot out, decimating the zombies in the entire area, and the surrounding zombies were instantly chopped up into many pieces. So strong! Is this the might of an enhancer? Tian Hu looked at the ease of which the zombies were disposed of, and a huge number behind them were also chopped up easily, and his mind was rattled. It was the first time he had seen the prowess of an enhancer. At this moment, Yue Zhong and White Bones came in front of Tian Hu and looked at him. "You must be Tian Hu. Well done. You're a needed hero. Care to join my troops?" Yue Zhong. Tian Hu's heart was shaken, as he stared fixedly at Yue Zhong. Yue Zhong had gained quite the notoriety in SY City, and in many versions, he was depicted as a 2m tall, fierce-looking hero that seemed to reek of blood. However, the person in front of him now was just an ordinary youth. Tian, at the rate Yue Zhong is going, he seems to be a wizened old general trapped in a youth's body. However, when he observed carefully, he could detect the faint pressure and bearing of a leader. He immediately responded, "I'm willing. Extremely willing." During the post-apocalypse, if one was lucky enough to join a power, especially that had an army of such size, it was a blessing to most survivors. Becoming a soldier ensured that they would not go hungry. At the same time, they were backed by the army, and could live uprightly in this new world. Tian Hu had wanted to join the SY military previously, however, he lacked the connections, and had even offended some people. Hence he did not have the chance. "Bring the rest of them and retreat." Yue Zhong looked at White Bones that was slaughtering the zombies, before he told Tian Hu. "Yes." Tian Hu responded without thinking, as he looked at the whirlwind of destruction that was White Bones, and brought the rest of the 6,000 men and withdrew. The scene of White Bones slaughtering the zombies like chickens had embedded deeply in Tian Hu's mind, and he was filled with fervent admiration and blazing motivation. "One day, I will become an enhancer like that." Tian Hu and the 6,000 other men had attacked the zombies, and managed to decimate over 13,000 of them. It helped impede the advance greatly, and at the same time, they bought Yue Zhong's troops another precious hour. However, as they had poor defenses without the necessary armor, in this battle over 900 had been injured and infected, they had no choice but to execute them on the spot. During this precious and hard-won hour, Yue Zhong led the 8th Battalion and Ningguang's 3rd Battalion towards the bridge. Chapter 0299 Retreat, Riot, Despair. Translated by Kuan. Edited by Ulamog, Edition. Book 2. The Sea of Zombies. The appearance of the 6,000 warriors had bought a precious hour of time for the Special Combat Forces as well as the elites under Shen Hongyang. To these enhancers, an hour was enough for them to recover a huge amount of stamina. Yue Zhong led the special combat forces as they hunted the zombies everywhere, blocking them from advancing. The main force was slowly making their way towards the back. Yue Zhong's special combat forces had absorbed the experts of Lu Huifeng and Luo Tianyi before this battle. By adding on the various enhancers who have been gaining levels non-stop throughout the battles, the total number of experts had reached 72. Every single one of them was above level 20, and a number had broke past the level 30 barrier. Each of them possessed incredible battle ability. However, the horde was simply endless. Yue Zhong could only retreat bit by bit with them, and soon they came to the bridge. At this time, the moving process was still ongoing, and a huge number of women was packed on the bridge. In front of the women, it was Tian Hu and the rest of the 5,000 plus warriors. The 13,000 plus cowardly men had started to become fidgety with the approaching sounds of gunfire, and were visibly anxious. They could feel the tension rising as the horde got closer. Let us cross. Move. We want to cross. Everyone, let's fight it out with them. Amongst the survivors, one of them suddenly hollered out these words loudly. We want to cross. We want to cross. We want to live. Get lost. Damn army dogs. Thugs. The survivors were riled up in an instant, and erupted in rage and chaos as they charged towards Guoquan. Seeing the 13,000 plus survivors rushing towards them, Guoquan seemed to hesitate for a moment. This was after all 13,000 plus survivors. He might be fierce and threatening, but he did not want to become a murderer of his own kind. Open fire! At this time, Yue Zhong's cold, harsh voice resounded from beside Guoquan. Guoquan heard the familiar voice, and did not hesitate further as he also shouted, Open fire! In an instant, all sorts of heavy weaponry opened fire on the survivors, and those miserable sods who had rushed forward without even a shred of metal on them immediately fell to the ground amidst screams of agony and pain. Under that sudden oppression, a number of them became confused and scared, and decided to escape elsewhere, or kneeled on the ground begging for forgiveness. Some even started crying, not knowing what to do. Yue Zhong looked at the survivors, and hesitation flashed in his eyes. Now was not the time to be benevolent. The moment they erupted in chaos, not only will this group of survivors die here, even his special combat forces and the elites under Shen Hongyang would be buried here as well. Yue Zhong did not bother about those who were escaping in all directions. He immediately picked up the loudhailer and spoke into it. You are the last batch of survivors here. If you want to force your way across, I will not hesitate to kill you. There are weapons here if you want to live on. Take up and fight for your own life. If you don't have the guts, just wait for death. After which, Yue Zhong threw the loudhailer aside and charged into the battlefield. It was the last critical moments of the battle. Covering the retreat was the only priority on his mind now. Here, having a few extra hands would not mean shit. All of you evacuate. I will cover you. The moment he re-entered the battlefield, he shouted towards Su Xiao and Ji Qinggu. Hearing Yue Zhong's words, Su Xiao's eyes flashed with intense respect. Covering the retreat was the most dangerous part, and a leader who would do that for his subordinates were rare and few. Fighting for this kind of leader, Su Xiao truly felt fortunate. He saluted Yue Zhong, and quickly brought his men to leave the front lines. Ji Qinggu glanced at Yue Zhong and gritted her teeth, saying, You're going to be alone? No way. I will stay behind with you. Yue Zhong frowned and replied, No, I can definitely leave by myself. With you, it would be impossible. Be good and listen to me. Ji Qinggu stared at Yue Zhong stubbornly. I don't want to. I have the means to protect myself. Yue Zhong directly exerted pressure on her. No way. It's too dangerous. Go back. This is an order. You are the commander of the Special Combat Forces. You are responsible for the lives of our Special Combat Forces. Ji Qinggu was like Yue Zhong, and was exhausted from the countless battles. Could be said that there was no Special Combat Forces soldiers that was not tired, but no one could compare with Ji Qinggu and Yue Zhong, who had not even taken a breather. The moment they slipped, it would be disastrous. Fine, I'll listen to you, but you must promise me you will come back. Ji Qinggu was after all a girl who could see the bigger picture. so she quelled the anxious feelings she had for Yue Zhong and swiftly retreated. Yue Zhong looked Ji Qingwu's back and heaved a deep sigh of relief before charging out towards battle with white bones. The paths to the bridge had been blocked earlier upon Yue Zhong's orders. There was only one main channel now. All the places required at least a few tens of minutes to break through. Hence, Yue Zhong and White Bones had to defend against the horde for a few minutes. The moment the special combat forces and elites evacuated, over 200 zombies lumbered towards Yue Zhong. If it wasn't for the other places being blocked, they might have been swarmed by more. White Bones lifted its hands, changing them into huge bone blades that could reach down to the end of the street. With a large arcing swing, the razor bone blades came down and across the street area, chopping in excess of 50 zombies into lopsided rotting halves. Tian. Hot damn. That's overpowered. After gaining 4 points of enhancement in the Summon Special Skeleton skill, White Bones could finally display its intended raw power. Swish! His arms chopped and killed the zombies like a swinging meat cleaver. Even the L1S and L2S could not defend against the powered-up, enhanced White Bones. Damn! That's awesome! Yue Zhong had thought that it would a tough battle, but seeing White Bones cleaving through the zombies so easily, he finally understood the extent of strength his enhanced skill could display. It could be said that White Bones could take on 2,000 zombies on its own. Under that kind of exertion, White Bones' stamina was also depleting like mad. When it reached 0, it could not use any types of skill. The more powerful the skill, the higher the energy or stamina consumption. When White Bones' stamina reached 10 points, Yue Zhong immediately called it back, then whistled extremely loudly. Following that shrill whistle, Greenie flapped its wings as it descended from the skies. Greenie hovered above the city and unleashed its wind control ability in response to the whistle. Following its incessant beating of its wings, countless tornadoes formed and shot towards the zombies. Under the assault of those sharp tornadoes, lines of zombies were sliced in twain. At the same time, the power of the gale wind caused long cracks along the floor. After Greenie released the gusts of winds, it immediately flew off, without needing Yue Zhong's orders. It was not willing to expend all its energy to attack an enemy that was endless. Many high-level mutant beasts had manifestations of their natural abilities. However, each usage could expend a huge part of their energy. Therefore, unless it was extremely dire, mutant beasts were unwilling to use their abilities freely. After Greenie flew off, Yue Zhong also retreated at full speed backwards, moving so fast that he appeared to almost teleport 3 to 4 steps with each movement. As he retreated, he wielded his .05 submachine gun and fired wildly while making a mad dash for the bridge. At this time, near the bridge, there were only Guoquan, the 1st Battalion from Ningguang County, as well as the 12,000 male survivors who were pushing and shoving each other. Please, Master Yu. Let me go. I'm willing to do anything. I'm begging you. Let me go across. I'm willing to slog and toil for you. Isn't the army about protecting the citizens? Please, let us go over. A number of the survivors had kneeled on the floor and were begging Guoquan profusely. The bridge was their only way out. With the passing of time, death was approaching faster. Other than a few hundred survivors who took up the balanced steel blades, the rest of them basically ignored them. These cowards only wanted to cross the bridge and didn't have the guts to face the zombies. Yue Zhong glanced at those weak survivors and ordered Guoquan, "Guoquan, take your men and evacuate now. Let these people decide their own fate." "Yes, Commander." Guoquan saluted Yue Zhong before taking the soldiers from the 1st Battalion across the bridge. Losing the pressure of Guoquan and the 1st Battalion, the survivors started to fight to get to the bridge. With no one to maintain the order, all the survivors went crazy. Those weaker ones were pushed to the ground. For the chance to escape, some of the people even went as far as to kill their fellow humans. In just a moment, the 13,000 over survivors were thrown into chaos. They did not dare fight against the zombies, but they were not above slaughtering amongst themselves. Seeing the cruel and chaotic scene, Yue Zhong furrowed his brows and let out a deep sigh. He had done his best, but he could not save these 13,000 survivors even if he wanted to. Right at this time, The horde broke through all the barricades and defenses and was swarming towards the survivors. Ah! Seeing the terrifying zombies, one of the survivors screamed out before jumping into the river, trying to swim his way across. Alamog. There you have it. The author has cleared the confusion. White bones can do movement and basic attacks infinitely, but any skills draw from a separate and not unlimited stamina total. Chapter 0300 Turtle to the Rescue. Tong Xiaoyun's Passion. Translated by Kuan. Edited by Alamog. Edition. Book 2. The Sea of Zombies. The number of survivors that chose to dive into the river increased as the zombies neared them, each one frantically trying to make their way across. At the same time, the slaughter amongst those at the bridge had become even more intense, and devastation and desolation was in every survivor's eyes. Yue Zhong shook his head and he proceeded to call for Greenie to pick him up. All of a sudden, his heart shook, and he looked towards the river. He was shocked as he observed that the waters were churning, as whole groups of mutant crayfish were climbing ashore. As they charged out of the water, they immediately started attacking the zombies, using their sharp claws to chop them in two, before gobbling them up. The waters churned constantly, and the mutant crayfish continued to come up in droves. Furthermore, there were 20 elite mutant crayfish as well, followed by a Type 2 mutant crayfish and finally Turtle. Turtle looked at Yue Zhong and let out a strange call. The Type 2 mutant crayfish also let out a sharp, shrill call. Tien. Cowabunga! The 20 elite mutant crayfishes rushed into the horde and started slaughtering the zombies. Those mutant crayfish had hard shells, and the ordinary zombies could do nothing to break them. They also had terribly sharp claws and were impervious to the zombie virus, thus they were the perfect counter to the zombies. The moment those mutant crayfish joined in the battle, they attacked the zombies in a frenzy, and huge numbers of the zombies were chopped up and dismembered by them, before being eaten. These mutant beasts, it seems, like to feast on zombies. If they could swallow the blood essence of the higher-level zombies, they could use it to power up as well. Seeing the mutant beasts coming out from the river, all the survivors felt worse, and the fights began to become more vicious. People were killing each other faster and faster as time went on. Yue Zhong jumped on top of Turtle's head and urged it to go to the bridge. I am Yue Zhong. All of you stop right this instant. The mutant beasts are here upon my orders. Get in line. Cross the bridge orderly. Otherwise I'll execute you. The frenzied survivors were frightened by Turtle and had stopped in their tracks. They regained their composure and observed the surrounded mutant beasts before becoming like sheep and getting in line, crossing the bridge according to their lines. Turtle, this time, it's really thanks to you. Yue Zhong looked at the subdued survivors crossing as he sighed in relief, patting Turtle's head. If Turtle had not appeared with its countless little brothers, the over 10,000 remaining survivors here would have died at the hands of those zombies. When Turtle was praised by Yue Zhong, it wagged its tail and thumped it against the ground. It was obviously pleased. After being tamed by Yue Zhong, it had already established a soul link with him and could understand what he said. With Turtle's command, the countless mutant crayfishes guarded the 10,000 plus survivors across the bridge. However, these weak cowards had to face the cold winds, the terrible chaos that ensued earlier, where there was slaughter amongst themselves, and over 1,000 of them had died. Although the loss was huge, the only consolation was that the majority of them had managed to cross the bridge safely. Burn the bridge! Yue Zhong came to the other side of the bridge and immediately issued the order. Hong! With a loud blast, the bridge that was painstakingly built by countless people before the apocalypse was destroyed. The only way for the 800,000-strong horde to reach Ningguang County was destroyed just like that. If they wanted to make their way to Ningguang County, they had to go on a detour for over 100 kilometers just to find the road. After gaining these 100,000 survivors of Sy County, Yue Zhong's next aim was Longhai County. As long as he conquered Longhai County, Yue Zhong would obtain factories and could start manufacturing ammunition. He wouldn't have to worry about ammunition shortage to deal with a huge horde like that ever again. The close-quarter combat placed too much pressure on the soldiers. Unless they wore mutant beasts' hides that could prevent even the penetration of guns and knives, the loss of soldiers from fighting zombies was too much to handle. The huge horde of zombies followed the scent of human to the river where the bridge once stood. Under the influence of a mysterious command, the zombies plunged into the waters, seemingly trying to use their own bodies to create a path towards the other side. They had been advancing for such a long way with just their masses, crossing when they saw mountains and crossing water bodies as they saw them. However, the river was filled with the little brothers of Turtle, and the moment these zombies plunged into the water, they were immediately gobbled up by the mutant crayfishes. After no results from sending countless zombies to their needless deaths, the Z-types hiding behind the horde also woke up and stopped the useless notion. The entire horde stood at the river looking blank. After confirming that the horde could not possibly make their way across, he heaved a sigh of relief and went back to take a bath before lying on the bed and falling into a deep sleep. He had overextended himself these past few days, and the moment he could relax, he did not fight it. Yue Zhong was after all just a human. After experiencing such intense battles, he was on high alert and high-strung at all times. The lives and deaths of over a few 100,000 weighed on his shoulders, and he had not dared to relax for even a single moment. That sort of intense pressure almost suffocated him. He could finally take a break. As Yue Zhong was still drowsy and unconscious, he felt his member being grabbed by someone, before entering somewhere moist and warm, and he was woken up from the shock, before looking down. Addition. Fun fact. After long periods of exercise, your body releases dopamine, loads of endorphins along with serotonin. Yue Zhong wouldn't be interested in sex as his body would already be feeling spent, as if he had been in an orgy for the whole day, only to see Tong Xiaoyun in a simple white shirt, which was unbuttoned, revealing her beautiful pink mounds and the flawless skin she got after evolving. She was kneeling in between his legs, grabbing his member, and was revealing an enchanting smile. "Good morning, Yue Gij. Tien. Guji is just like brother, but I used it in this sense to highlight the more romantic/desire mood. Xiaoyun, what are you doing?" Yue Zhong looked at that enticing and charming Tong Xiaoyun that was looking extremely feminine and alluring right now, and his heart skipped a beat. Tong Xiaoyun teasingly licked his member and charmingly said, "Yue Gij, this is called waking you up. Do you like it?" "Yes." Yue Zhong reached out to caress her face, and did not hide the rising passion in his eyes, as his body grew warmer. Since the issue with the horde and danger was temporarily over, he wanted to give in to his desires and enjoy himself properly. "Then, treat me lovingly." Tong Xiaoyun giggled, and took the initiative to climb on top of Yue Zhong, before sitting down and allowing his member to enter her. Tong Xiaoyun furrowed her brow slightly in pain and pleasure, as the snow-white bed was stained with a blood-colored flower. "Love me tenderly, okay? Yue Gij, I really like you." "Oh!" Tong Xiaoyun hugged Yue Zhong tightly, as her huge eyes looked at Yue Zhong pleadingly. "Tien. Not this again, ha 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 ha, so many blood flowers. I'm tempted to put play Carly Rae Jepsen's I Really X6 Like You here." "Of course. I like you too." Tong Xiaoyun's pleading look was the strongest aphrodisiac and ignited Yue Zhong's passion. He pushed her onto the bed, and started to thrust in and out with pleasure. As the room Yue Zhong was in was the temporary dwelling of the citizens, Tong Xiaoyun's moans of pleasure could be heard through the walls, as it resounded out. The little Lolicon Yulan was currently holding a towel, standing in embarrassment outside Yue Zhong's room, putting her head to the wall and listening to the ongoings within the room. Her heartbeat was quickening. She had originally wanted to take a towel to help wipe the face of the hero that she idolized so much. "Tien. Zhang Yulan is Zhang He's sister, the one Yue Zhong saved when he barged into some pervert's place a few chapters back. In truth, Yue Zhong's image amongst the majority of the survivors was not that good, especially Shen Shui, who hated Yue Zhong to the core. However, Zhang Yulan absolutely adored Yue Zhong as he had saved her. Her heart was filled with only gratitude and reverence towards him. "What are you doing here?" Just as Zhang Yulan was eavesdropping, Yue Zhong's voice traveled to her ear. Zhang Yulan was scared and jumped up like a frightened rabbit as she trembled, before looking at Yue Zhong, saying on the brink of tears, Ma'am, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to eavesdrop. I just wanted to take towel to commander you. I'm sorry. This husband is also too neglectful. Xiaoyun also. How could she moan so loudly, giving kids a bad impression? Shui Yadong heard the moans of pleasure from within the room, and couldn't help but blush and thought to herself with a little jealousy. Shui Yadong smiled tenderly at Zhang Yulan, before receiving the towel and said, "You can scoot along. I'll help you give it to him. How beautiful. How tender. His wives are really all so pretty. If I can become like them, will he look at me more?" Zhang Yulan looked at the absolute beauty of Shui Yadong, and her eyes flashed with a hint of yearning, before she replied docilely, "Yes, ma'am." With that, Zhang Yulan left the place obediently. Shui Yadong strided into the room, only to discover Tong Xiaoyun's arched back, and her body flushed with an enticing pink, breathing erratically while lying in exhaustion in Yue Zhong's embrace, and her expression one of satisfaction and extreme charm. Yue Zhong took a look at Shui Yadong, herself dressed in stunning clothings that accentuated her mature charms, as his eyes brightened up and he smiled, "Yadong, come over. I want to kiss you." Shui Yadong first closed the door, then giving Yue Zhong a tender smile, as she went over to him and started making out. "Really, husband, if you and Xiaoyumimi want to do this kind of thing, please notice your surroundings also. What if the kids pick up the bad habits from you?